Chapter 104 Brother Ming is making trouble again. A few days after Chijia was named Admiral Candidate, Khalifa, An, and others also led the fleet back to the naval headquarters. As soon as Khalifa and An arrived at naval headquarters, they went to Kyunhee's office. They had already learned that Kyunhee had returned earlier than them. As a result, when they arrived at Kyunhee's office, they found that the furnishings in the office had been moved out, as if the office was idle. The two women were of course confused. After confirming again and again that they were not in the wrong place, they ran into a soldier who came to clean up. Through him, I learned that Chijia had moved to a new office not far from Sengoku's because she was named an admiral candidate. Advertisement. When the two girls heard the news, they were first happy for Kyunhee's achievement, and then they were speechless. Needless to say, Kyunhee must have deliberately concealed this from them, just to make them come back and hit a wall. Knowing Kyunhee's intention, Aein pouted and said sullenly. Kyunhee is becoming more and more sinister. Khalifa pushed her glasses and said nothing. She was already used to her boss's bad taste. Led by the soldiers, the two women found Chijia's new office. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Chijia looking at them with a smile on her face. Ignoring Kyunhee, the two girls looked around the new office curiously. The new office is definitely larger than the old one, and the furnishings inside are more exquisite. The most eye-catching thing is a large calligraphy hanging on the wall behind Kyunhee's chair. Justice in defense of peace. This was specially made at Chijia's request. How can you become an admiral without your own clear sense of justice? However, this peace can also be transformed into a nuclear peace at some point. After touring the office, Khalifa walked to Kyunhee's desk and said with a smile. Congratulations, boss. Aein also congratulated Kyunhee, and Kyunhee responded with a smile. I'm just an admiral candidate. I'll celebrate once I become an admiral. Khalifa and An looked at Kyunhee in silence. Just an admiral candidate? If you were not so young, you would have been promoted directly to admiral, right? Moreover, among the current marines, there is only one admiral candidate, Chijia. Needless to say, this is very valuable, right? But it must be said that looking at Kyunhee's overly young face, the two girls were filled with admiration in their hearts. This is the true child of destiny. Advertisement. After Kyunhee finished his Versailles performance, he stood up and stretched, and said lazily. In the next few days, all the Shishibukai will gather at the headquarters for their first meeting. When the time comes, you two will follow me to take a look. There are some very strange-looking people among these people. You can just treat it as a visit to a zoo. Aein was not very interested in their appearance, but was more interested in the strength of these pirates, so she said. I heard that these pirates are very powerful, especially Hawkeye, who is known as the world's greatest swordsman. Khalifa shook his head and glanced at Kyunhee. No matter how strong you are, you will never be the boss's opponent. Hawkeye likes to challenge strong people. Although the boss doesn't like to use a sword, he may still find you. I hope he won't cause too much trouble by then. That's true, Chijia, will you fight with that Hawkeye? Kyunhee spread his hands, with an indifferent attitude. If you want to fight, I'm free to do that. He doesn't like using swords very much, but Susanoo has a sword that is hundreds of meters long. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door and the flying squirrel walked in. Khalifa and An saw the flying squirrel bow slightly and then stood on both sides of Kyunhee without saying anything. The flying squirrel also nodded to the two girls. He knew that the relationship between these two girls and Kyunhee was not ordinary, so it would be better for him to express it on his face. Now Kyunhee's status is above those veteran vice-admirals. Moreover, Flying Squirrel is inclined to Aokiji's side. Aokiji has a good relationship with Chijia, and Flying Squirrel himself has even carried out a mission with Chijia, so Flying Squirrel's impression of Chijia can be said to be the best among the vice-admirals. The Flying Squirrel looked at Kyunhee and said. Vice-Admiral Zilan, all the Shishibukai have arrived and are currently gathering at the port, causing some commotion. I hope you can go and take a look. Since Chijia already has a code name, all the marine generals now call Chijia by her code name. This also highlights the special identity of Chijia. After all, Chijia is an admiral candidate. Oh? So soon? Well, please, Vice Admiral, I'll go right away. Kyunhee called Khalifa and An and walked towards the port, and the Flying Squirrel followed. Port Department. Doflamingo was holding a major by the collar and bringing him in front of him, saying with strange emphasis. Advertisement. Why, someone of your rank is the one who is here to greet us. Where's the admiral? Where's Sengoku? Next to Doflamingo stood the other 6 Shishibukai. Empress, Boa Hancock looked at Doflamingo with disdain and said. A vulgar man. Hawkeye stood there quietly with his arms folded. He was not interested in this farce at all. If there was one person in Marine who interested him the most at the moment, it would be that young strong man. The young warrior was naturally Kyunhee who had just defeated Golden Lion, Golden Lion was also a great swordsman, and he heard that Golden Lion seemed to have been defeated in the sword fight in the end. Such a person was defeated by Chijia. Hawkeye, as the world's greatest swordsman, must want to see Chijia's strength. This is also the most important reason why he came to naval headquarters. Jinbei also has the same idea as Hawkeye. Octopus Hachi has already told him about Arlong. Jinbei was of course very sad about Arlong's death, but considering what Arlong had done, he really deserved this fate. He didn't want to stand up for Arlong. In his opinion, it was extremely rare for Kyunhee to save Xiao's life. This time I just wanted to get close to him and see what kind of person this marine is and what his attitude is towards Murlocs. The remaining Moria, Bear, and Crocodile just thought they were here for sightseeing and were each thinking about their own things. The marine major who was being strangled by Doflamingo was quite tough. Even though his face turned purple due to lack of oxygen, he still glared at Doflamingo and said angrily, "You're just a pirate. This is the naval headquarters, and we won't tolerate people like you being so arrogant here." Major Marine's words drew the attention of other Shishibukai. Hawkeye and Jinbei looked at him with a hint of appreciation. They were not angry because they were also affected, they just had different stances. Doflamingo frowned, then laughed strangely. "FFFFFFFFFFF, you're still a tough guy. I like people like you." As he spoke, Doflamingo suddenly raised his other hand. A closer look revealed that there were 5 coldly glowing threads connected to his fingers, and it was obvious that he was about to take action. Hawkeye and Jinbei frowned. A drop of water appeared in the right hand of Jinbei, who was known as the Sea Knight, and he wanted to stop it. This is still the marine base, and he wants to save this upright marine major for both moral and logical reasons. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind Doflamingo. "Do you want me to tell you not to move this time?" Chapter 105 Terrifying Strength, Honest Shishibukai. Hancock and others looked at Chijia who appeared behind Doflamingo in shock. A drop of cold sweat ran down Hawkeye's forehead. Even he couldn't see clearly when Chijia appeared there. Doflamingo just froze there. Although he didn't look back, he definitely recognized Kyunhee's voice. This situation was so familiar. He had experienced it deeply once on Kayan Island. It was because of that experience that he knew better than anyone how terrifying Kyunhee was. He had no doubt that if he dared to attack this marine major, Kyunhee would make him disappear in the next second. He also didn't expect Chijia to care about the Shishibukai system. He already knew from Kaido that Chijia had conquerors and was quite strong. Advertisement. How could such a person be bound by a so-called Shishibukai system? But now, in front of everyone, if he really gives in, will he still have the face to speak? Kyunhee didn't care about his face. Seeing Doflamingo still standing there motionless, he snorted coldly. A domineering aura burst out, and the ground beneath Kyunhee's feet cracked inch by inch. It was his Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo is also the owner of Conqueror's Haki. Sensing Chijia's Conqueror's Haki, he quickly released his own Conquerors. As a result, his Conqueror's strength was like paper in front of Chijia and was directly suppressed. With a muffled groan, Doflamingo suffered the Conqueror's backlash for the first time. He loosened his hands that were strangling the marine major, and fell to the ground with his knees weakened, his knees sinking directly into the ground. Under Kyunhee's control, the marine major was not affected much. When he saw Kyunhee standing behind Doflamingo, he shouted excitedly. "Vice Admiral Zillan." "Zillan?" The Shishibukai were stunned when they heard this name. Isn't this the code name of Admiral? At this time, the Flying Squirrel and others behind arrived here. Seeing the situation in front of them, the Flying Squirrel hurried forward to understand the situation. The Marine Major also reported what had just happened to the Flying Squirrel truthfully. After listening to the report of the Marine Major, the Flying Squirrel nodded and looked at Doflamingo who was kneeling on the ground with a satisfied look on his face. It was ridiculous that pirates dared to show off their power in the naval headquarters. Fortunately, the one who showed up this time was Vice Admiral Zillan. Only his terrifying power could make someone like Doflamingo powerless to resist. If it were him, it would be hard to say whether he could defeat Doflamingo. Advertisement. But after all, Doflamingo has now become Shishibukai, so he can't be too drastic. Thinking of this, the Flying Squirrel straightened his clothes, walked up to Doflamingo like a peacemaker, and said. "This is the new Admiral candidate, Vice Admiral Zillan. I think he is high enough to be here to support you, right?" "Admiral candidate? What does that mean? How old does this Uchiha Chijia look like, and she's already going to be an admiral?" Hancock and others looked at Kyunhee who was standing there with an indifferent expression, and they didn't know what to say. This was really unbelievable. Doflamingo moved his lips a few times, wanting to say something, but Chijia's aura locked him firmly in place, and he really couldn't make a sound. This feeling made him feel extremely humiliated. But the Flying Squirrel asked with a strange look on his face. "Doflamingo, why are you still on the ground? Hurry up and get up, we have to go to the hall for a meeting together." Doflamingo rolled his eyes and looked at the flying squirrel coldly. He would remember this guy and never let him meet him alone in the future. The situation was at a stalemate. At this time, Corazon heard the news and rushed over. He looked at Doflamingo kneeling on the ground with a trace of pity in his eyes. So he walked in front of Kyunhee and said weakly. Vice Admiral Zilan, he has already been punished, can you let him go for now? Hearing Corazon's voice, Doflamingo felt even more upset. Since when did he need this weak brother to protect him? Chijia was too lazy to continue the stalemate with Doflamingo, so she did Corazon a favor and retracted her momentum. Doflamingo also slowly stood up from the ground. Thank you, Vice Admiral Zilan. I am so sorry for the rudeness. Corazon was so moved that his eyes filled with tears. He didn't expect that Chijia would actually give him such a favor. He excitedly gave Chijia a 90-degree bow. It's okay. I don't want to delay the next meeting. You can come with me. Chijia hurriedly asked Corazon to stand up. Ever since Corazon returned to the marine, she no longer concealed her kindness. He is always cheerful with everyone and is very popular among the marines. Chijia has a good impression of such people. Doflamingo looked at his younger brother with a complicated expression. He didn't go up to speak to him. He just walked silently among the others and behaved completely obediently. Advertisement. Even though this farce was over, every Shishibukai present remembered this new admiral candidate. They knew a little about Doflamingo's strength, and he was definitely not weak in the Shishibukai, but it was so difficult for him to even move in Chijia's hands. If some of them had taken his place, the outcome would not have been much different. Ask them to unite and fight together? If they had this awareness, they would have formed a new organization long ago. Why do they still need Marine to integrate them? Hancock, who was always arrogant, looked at Jianhe's profile with fear and gave his evaluation in his heart. What a horrible man! Jinbei immediately suppressed the urge to discuss the Arlong incident with Kyunhee. It would be better not to go up and cause bad luck at this time. Crocodile clenched his fists, thinking that Marine's power had grown stronger again, and his plan must have been accelerated. Moria was already standing there motionless, and the bear remained silent. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that it was such a person who was worthy of his effort, and that it was right for him to come to the naval headquarters this time. Jianhe didn't care what these people were thinking. Seeing that they had behaved well, he waved his hand casually and said. Okay, let me emphasize again, this is naval headquarters, I don't want to see that kind of thing happen again, if someone doesn't obey. As he spoke, dazzling purple lightning began to flash around Kyunhee's body, and an aura of destruction filled the entire port. The pupils of everyone who sensed this breath shrank. Purple lightning? Is that the origin of the purple in his code name? This power is truly terrifying. Of course they all guessed wrong. Purple was because of Chijia's pair of Rinnegan, which had little to do with Shiden. In the crowd, Crocodile's body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, and he stared at Kyunhee. Yes, that must have been the legendary strongest Logia, the ability of Thunder Fruit. As a fellow Logia, he was extremely sure of it. Moreover, Raiden in that state must have reached a higher level of development of the fruit, far surpassing ordinary Logia. With that terrifying aura and this extremely powerful ability, is this Zilin a monster? Chapter 106 I have finished speaking. The purpose of deterrence has been achieved, and Kyunhee didn't want to continue talking to these people here. He called Khalifa and An and walked towards the headquarters hall on his own. The people behind him looked at each other, and finally Hawkeye was the first to follow. The others did not hesitate and left the port one after another. When they arrived at the conference hall, Chijia sat directly at the head of the conference table, crossed her legs and waited for Shishibukai to take a seat. Khalifa and An stood on either side of him. Chijia didn't like this very much today, he was a little uncomfortable with the Shishibukai sitting down while they were standing. So Kyunhee directly asked the two of them to sit on one chair with him. Anyway, the chair at the front end was very spacious and more than enough for 3 people. Advertisement. Khalifa and An felt a little embarrassed, but at Kyunhee's insistence, they had no choice but to sit on Kyunhee's side. When the Shishibukai who came in later saw Chijia, Kakuzu's mouth twitched subconsciously a few times, but Doflamingo thought it was normal because he usually liked to sit like this. The flying squirrel pretended not to see it. As an admiral, every admiral has some hobbies. After everyone was seated, Kyunhee tapped the table with his fingers, and the people below sat there waiting obediently. Since Kyunhee didn't say anything, they thought it was better not to be the first to speak. After a long time, Jianhee's deep voice sounded. From the day you joined the Shishibukai, you should have understood your responsibilities. You can't get the status of a legal pirate for nothing, right? The Shishibukai all nodded silently, but their disapproval could still be seen on their faces. Of course they knew what Kyunhee said, but knowing is one thing and doing it or not is another. Even when they were really asked to give their best in the Summit War, they all performed poorly and did not give their best. Chijia glanced at these people and understood what they were thinking. For them, joining Shishibukai was just a title, and they should continue to do their normal business as usual. Apart from Jinbei, Hawkeye, and a few other honest people, some people have done even bigger things, and each of them wants to serve the country. Chijia is definitely planning to abolish the Shishibukai system, but that requires an opportunity. Before that, it still has to exist. But he would not allow these people to live so comfortably anymore. He wanted to teach them a lesson and let them know that they had to do their job after receiving benefits. Thinking of this, He said. Starting from this month, each of you must hunt down at least 4 pirates groups per month, and one of them must be a pirate captain with a bounty of no less than 80 million Baileys. If you fail to do so, you will quit Shishibukai. Don't underestimate the 80 million Baileys today. This is not the era of inflated bounties that will come later, when bounties will easily reach hundreds of millions. You have to know that before Crocodile joined Shishibukai, the bounty was only 81 million berries. Of course, this certainly underestimated his strength. Advertisement. But it also shows that pirates worth more than 80 million Baileys are not cabbages at this time. The Shishibukai frowned when they heard Chijia's request. There was no such requirement when they first entered the Shishibukai. Moreover, it is relatively simple to eliminate a few pirate groups, but doing so will further intensify their conflicts with other pirates. Their ties with the marine will become deeper and deeper, and once they lose their Shishibukai status, they will immediately become the target of public criticism. But with Doflamingo's foresight, no one dared to speak first for a while, and the atmosphere on the scene became depressing. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the flying squirrel's forehead. Marshal Sengoku had not mentioned this request before. Chijia was going to add fuel to the fire of this powder keg. He still sat in his seat as if nothing had happened, as if it was not him who made the request just now. Seeing that the Shishibukai below didn't respond for a long time, he became impatient and said coldly. Okay, I've finished speaking. Who's in favor, and who's against? This time Moria couldn't help it. He usually stayed in his gloomy lair to study zombies. Few people went there, and he didn't like going out, so he said. Vice Admiral Zillan, this doesn't seem to be in line with the previous agreement. Buzz. A terrifying gravitational force pulled Moria directly from the chair towards Kyun-hee. When he flew to the center of the table, he was bounced out by a repulsive force and his whole body crashed into the wall. The whole process happened so fast that before the rest of the Shishibukai, except Hawkeye, could react, Moria had already disappeared from his seat. Doflamingo's face turned pale. No one present was more familiar with this move than him. He had been defeated by this move on Cayenne Island without any resistance, and he felt a dull pain in his body when he saw it again. Doflamingo has many sources of information, and he already knows that the ability is the power of Chijia's eyes. He couldn't help but look at Chijia's Rinnegan, but was noticed by Chijia. Kyun-hee just gave Doflamingo a cold glance, and Doflamingo was suddenly struck by lightning. He quickly lowered his head and dared not move anymore. He was really scared by Kyun-hee. At this time, Moria crawled out from the bricks that were pressing on him. He looked at Kyun-hee in fear, unable to understand what kind of power that was that he could not resist at all. Kyun-hee's figure flashed, and the next second he stood in front of Moria, looking down at the embarrassed Moria coldly. Do you have any other comments? Moria was frightened and trembled, shaking his big head violently, indicating that he had no opinion. Advertisement. Moria was obedient, but Hancock couldn't stand it anymore. From the moment she arrived at the headquarters until now, she felt that she was always under threat from Kyun-hee. Even though Kyun-hee's strength is indeed terrifying, how can she, who has always been proud and arrogant, accept being threatened to this extent by a man? Hancock stood up suddenly and shouted angrily. Am I here just to listen to your unreasonable request? In response to Hancock's question, he said without turning his head. What else? Damn it. Perfume femur. Hancock couldn't bear it any longer because of Kyun-hee's attitude. He jumped into the air and kicked Kyun-hee who had her back to him. Snap. Hancock's ankle was directly grasped by Kyun-hee's hand. Hancock's face changed and he said in disbelief. You, how come you? Why aren't my hands petrified? He slowly turned his head and looked at Hancock indifferently. Hancock's movements at this time were a bit awkward. Since his ankle was caught by Chijia, he could only maintain the posture of raising his legs high facing Chijia. Some scenes could be seen clearly by Chijia. However, since she was wearing a long cheongsam today, only Kyun-hee could see her. Being watched by Chien-hee, Hancock's pretty face turned red and she shouted anxiously. Let me go. Chien-hee didn't want to stay there with her like that. The two girls, Khalifa and Anne, behind him, were looking at him with something strange in their eyes. Kyun-hee let go of her hand, and Hancock immediately retracted his long legs, quickly retreated to a safe distance, and looked at Kyun-hee with embarrassment and anger. Facing Hancock's gaze, Chien-hee didn't blush or feel his heart beating, his lips moved slightly but no sound came out. Seeing Chien-hee's actions, Hancock's face turned even redder. She understood what Jian-he meant. You're still wearing it. Chapter 107 Hancock, you don't want to. Hancock was completely enraged by Chijia's behavior. He put his hands on his chest and made a heart shape towards Chijia. Marrow marrow mellow. Heart-shaped ripples spread out from her hands, passing through Kyunhee in circles. Hancock looked proudly at Chijia, who was hit by marrow marrow mellow. In her opinion, Chijia was definitely not a person without any lustful intentions, since she could say such words. Anyone who is attracted by her beauty will be petrified. She is very confident in the ability of her sweet fruit. Advertisement. However, marrow marrow mellow continued to blow on Chijia for a while, but there was still no change in Chijia. Hancock looked at Kyunhee in disbelief, and increased the output of his abilities in defiance of evil, and the number of pink heart ripples continued to increase. But no matter how hard she tried, in the end it just made Kyunhee look a little more pink. After stopping the use of her ability, no matter how confident Hancock was, she had to accept the fact that her ability had no effect on Chijia. The previous perfume femur could petrify even non-living things, but that had no effect on Chijia, so it was necessary to try other attacks. The crowd of onlookers behind were also full of confusion, especially Khalifa and Anne. The two of them already knew something about Hancock's fruit ability, so they knew how lethal this ability would be to men when used on Hancock. It was impossible to say that Chijia had no feelings for Hancock at all, and they were both absolutely sure of that. Hancock's appearance and figure are both top-notch, and they don't believe that Kyunhee has no ideas at all. But why does Hancock's ability fail on Chijia? Hawkeye's expression was serious. He noticed the black lines on Kyunhee's neck and the back of his hands. Although there are some differences in the form of armament haki, he, whose armament haki strength is also not low, can naturally conclude that it is also armament haki. That state should be the same as Chijia's fruit ability, and it has been cultivated to a higher level. Thinking of this, Hawkeye's heart sank. Conqueror's armament haki, fruit ability, and the swordsmanship that has not been shown, doesn't this man have any shortcomings? Seeing Hancock standing there motionless, Jian-he spoke up. Have you had enough of the fuss? Advertisement. Hancock trembled when she heard Jian-he's voice. She knew that she was no match for the man in front of her, but she still asked without giving up. I admit that your strength is indeed far superior to mine, but can you tell me why you can block the power of the sweet fruit? Kyunhee pulled his collar, and two black lines appeared vertically at his throat. Don't you know that when the strength of armament haki reaches a certain level, you can be immune to attacks from some special fruits? Hancock's pupil shrank. She knew that armament haki could make one immune to fruit abilities, but ever since she obtained the sweet fruit, she had never met anyone whose armament haki was strong enough to be immune to her abilities. She almost forgot about this statement, and of course she wouldn't take it to heart even if she thought of it. After all, she could be said to be one of the people who best suited the ability of the sweet fruit. How strong would one's armament haki need to be immune to her ability? But what happened today gave her a big blow. It turned out that there really were people in this world whose armament haki was so strong. The most terrifying thing was that armament haki was only a part of his strength. Hancock looked at Chijia with dull eyes. Why would the person who possessed such power be Marine? With people like this around, the position of the world government will become increasingly unshakable, and the celestial dragons will become increasingly unscrupulous. Am I going to live under the shadow of celestial dragons forever? Hancock's mood could be said to be at its lowest point at this moment. He stood there with a deathly pale face and said nothing. Seeing Hancock in this state, Kyunhee temporarily gave up the idea of attacking her, but some punishment still had to be done. With a flash, Kyunhee appeared beside Hancock. Hancock remained motionless, and it seemed that he was ready to be dealt with by Kyunhee. Jian-he glanced at Hancock and whispered. Enough of the trouble, just be quiet. You don't want others to know the secret behind you, do you? What? Hancock turned his head sharply and looked at Kyunhee, his face horrified. This could be said to be a secret that she would never want anyone else to know, so how did this person know it? Looking at Chijia's mysterious Rinnegan, she seemed to know something and said tremblingly. It's your eyes. It must be the power of your eyes. How many other powers do you have? Advertisement. Chijia was stunned. Did Hancock think he could see through things? How come he didn't know that the Rinnegan could see through things? But let her think what she wants, Hancock's strength is still good in Shishibukai. Moreover, she is the owner of Conquerors and has great potential. After the Shishibukai is abolished, she can be brought under his command. It is actually very simple to make her obedient. As long as you dare to go against celestial dragons, you can all be good friends. Kyunhee looked into Hancock's eyes and said. Give up your resistance, I'll tell you something that will surely interest you. Hancock stood there helplessly, without any reaction. How else could she resist this man? Whether it is her strength or the secret behind it, she has been completely controlled by Kyunhee. A purple light flashed in Kyunhee's Rinnegan, and Hancock's eyes froze. Kyunhee's voice rang in her mind. Be good and listen. I will help with the celestial dragons. This sentence exploded in Hancock's mind like thunder. What did she hear? This terrifying marine was going to attack the celestial dragons? Wasn't Marine in the same group as them? Hancock came back to her senses and looked at Kyunhee in disbelief. Her heart had really been hit by wave after wave of shocks from this man today. Kyunhee didn't speak to Hancock anymore. With a mysterious smile, powerful conquerors mixed with purple-black lightning burst out from Kyunhee's body. Everyone present was considered a strong man on the sea, but under this conqueror's power their whole bodies suddenly sank and they all groaned. Khalifa An and Khorasan looked at the others in confusion, as if they had been hit by a hammer, wondering why they suddenly fell ill at the same time. This was of course the reason why Chijia's conquerors avoided the three of them, otherwise the three of them would have fainted in their chairs. Hancock was closest to Kyunhee and suffered the strongest impact. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead at this time, but she understood what Kyunhee meant. That's right, how could someone with such a conqueror's ability be inferior to others? Kyunhee was telling himself that his ambition was definitely not limited to being a marine. Thinking of Kyunhee's strength and his age, Hancock's face flushed. If it's him, maybe he can really do it. Chapter 108 Jinbei's Gratitude. Having said everything that needed to be said, Kyunhee walked to her seat and passed by Hancock. Hancock turned around and looked at Justice on Kyunhee's back for a while, then silently followed Kyunhee up, looking a lot more honest. Moria struggled to get up from the ruins and looked at the two of them with tears in his eyes, thinking, that's it. I just said one sentence and I didn't even finish my words when I was beaten like this. That boa Hancock even attacked me, and in the end I just got scolded a few words and that was it. Why is there such a difference in treatment? Is it because I am ugly? Advertisement. Moria looked down at his own fat body. Okay, maybe that was true. Moria looked at Kyunhee with fear, hung his head, and returned to his seat without saying a word. After witnessing the successive defeats of Moria and Hancock, the remaining Shishibukai became completely obedient. There was nothing they could do, the bigger the fist, the more powerful it was. Kyunhee returned to her seat, and Khalifa immediately and considerately began to massage Kyunhee's shoulders. Her strength was just right, and under her massage, Kyunhee squinted his eyes comfortably. Aein looked at the people below with a wary look on her face. In her opinion, none of these people were easy to deal with. Kyunhee was enjoying herself now and should not be disturbed by them. I have to say that Chijia's secretary and young guard are very dedicated and responsible. Hancock felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the two women sitting next to Jianhee. He took a look and then lowered his head to stare at the table, as if he had the feeling of out of sight, out of mind. Jianhee then looked at Hancock and said, I really don't like your behavior just now. As punishment, the number of pirates you have to destroy this month will be doubled. Hancock's body trembled. She didn't feel anything about the punishment. Instead, hearing the word dislike made her feel uncomfortable. However, she still nodded silently, indicating that she accepted the punishment given to her by Kyunhee. Moria also nodded. In his opinion, this punishment was worse than giving him another beating. He was a real fat otaku. Jianhee looked around and saw that no one was talking, so he waved his hand and said, Okay, is there anything else you want to say? If you don't have anything else, just go back. We are running short of food recently, so we won't entertain you. After Kyunhee finished speaking, Khalifa took out an orange from somewhere, peeled it, picked up a slice and handed it to Kyunhee's mouth. Advertisement. A drop of cold sweat ran down the foreheads of Flying Squirrel and Khorasan. Vice Admiral Zillan's reason was really amazing. He was just short of saying that he didn't like this group of people. The Shishibukai were already used to Chijia's attitude, and their expressions remained unchanged when they heard what Chijia said. Crocodile, Moria, Doflamingo and the bear slowly stood up and tried to leave. If they continued to stay here, they were really afraid that Ziailin would suddenly attack and leave them all here. Wouldn't they be sending themselves to their deaths? Hancock just sat there quietly, as if he didn't hear what Kyunhee said. Hawkeye lowered his arms from his chest and looked at Kyunhee. He opened his mouth to say something, but Jinbei suddenly spoke. Vice Admiral Zillan, I want to talk to you about something. Hawkeye paused and temporarily stopped thinking about speaking. Jianhee looked at the serious blue fat man and said calmly. You mean the fishman Arlong? He's dead. Why, do you want to ask for an explanation? After saying that, a terrifying aura enveloped Jinbei, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on Jinbei's head. He waved his hands and said. No, you misunderstood. Arlong deserved it. You were merciful enough to spare Xiao Ba's life. Well, you are quite sensible. What do you want to say? The terrifying aura that enveloped Jinbei dissipated, and Jinbei suddenly felt his body lighten. Wiping the sweat off his head and taking a long breath, Jinbei said respectfully. I would like to ask what is your attitude towards the fishmen and mer people? Ask yourself what your attitude is towards these two races? He thought for a moment and said. The mermaids are fine, but you fishmen don't seem to have a very good attitude towards humans. You should be aware of this. That's true, but that's because the number of people kidnapped and robbed on the Fishmen Island has increased over the years, so some fishmen have developed hatred for humans, but there are still many fishmen who want to live in peace with humans. Then you should ask Roger how this so-called Great Pirates era began. Also, isn't the Fishmen Island under Whitebeard's protection now? What do you mean by asking Marine's opinion? Advertisement. Jinbei lowered his head, feeling uneasy. The Fishmen Island was protected by Whitebeard because King Neptune had a good relationship with Whitebeard. Whitebeard is indeed very reliable, but Whitebeard is still a pirate after all. What the fishmen and mermen really need is the recognition of an official authority like the Marine, and this is what Princess Otohime wants to achieve even at the cost of her life. She wants the residents of the Fishmen Island to be able to live on land and live in peace with humans. If the residents of the Fishmen Island could really put aside their prejudices against humans, what a wonderful scene it would be. Jinbei also yearns for it. After arriving at the headquarters and witnessing Chijia's strength and potential, he knew very well that Chijia was destined to be the commander of the Marine in the future. How such a person would treat the Fishmen Island was crucial. Even the future survival of the Fishmen Island depends on Qianhe's thoughts. Thinking of this, Jinbei said carefully under pressure. I'm really ashamed. The ability of the Fishmen Island is limited. We can only rely on external forces for protection. But please believe that the residents of the Fishmen Island still hope to be recognized by the world government and go to land to live with humans. Okay, I understand what you mean. I have some understanding of the situation on the Fishmen Island. I will go to the Fishmen Island in person in the future. Remember, I will treat everyone equally in all areas under my marine command, but if I see some unpleasant people, don't blame me for being too harsh. Hearing Qianhe's words, Jinbei was overjoyed. Although Qianhe did not show much friendliness towards the Fishmen Island, he said that he would go to the Fishmen Island in person in the future. Jinbei had heard of Qianhe's deeds. This man could not tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. For those who committed heinous crimes, he would directly take action to completely eliminate them. But unlike Akainu, he treats ordinary people very well and tries to avoid people when taking action. He is a person with a bottom line. Most of the residents on the Fishmen Island are kind-hearted fish. If the Zillion Vice Admiral could go there, he would definitely not have any bad feelings, and it would also greatly deter those scums who do evil things on the Fishmen Island. He also knew that the hateful people that Qianhe mentioned did not only refer to those scumbags, but also some fishmen like Arlong who were extremely hostile to humans. However, compared with Qianhe's attitude, these were nothing. Even if Qianhe dealt with all those fishmen with extreme personalities, Jinbei would not say anything. If Princess Otohime's dream could really come true, what would all this matter? It can be said that Qianhe's words, which can't even be considered a promise, are the biggest gain for Jinbei from this visit to the naval headquarters. Jinbei could no longer suppress his excitement, he stood up from his chair, and bowed to Qianhe with his huge body. Thank you so much. Vice Admiral Zillion. Chapter 109 Hancock's Self-Attack Strategy. Qianhe looked at Jinbei who was full of gratitude and sighed in his heart. This is the feeling brought by strength and status. People in high positions and with great power can easily change the lives of many people just by saying a few simple words. I will go to see the Fishmen Island, but I have to wait until I become Admiral. I still have to watch Ancient Weapon, which is highly praised in Pirates King. If the trip to the Fishmen Island gives me a good impression, then I will do them a favor. Isn't it just to let the fishmen and mermaids live on land? It's just a small matter, there's no need to ask the Sea Kings to pull the island, Qianhe can do it alone. Advertisement. With his current eye power, let alone making the Fishmen Island float to the surface of the sea, wouldn't it be easy for Qianhe to even make it connect with the land? By then, the only thing that needs to be resolved is the grudge between the residents of the Fishmen Island and humans, such as the slave trade. Once I destroy Marie Joyce, such grudges will only be a matter of a few prohibitions. He waved his hand, telling Jinbei not to stand there any longer. The blue fat guy was a nice and honest man, otherwise he wouldn't be known as the Sea Knight, so there was no need to embarrass him. Jinbei expressed his gratitude again, then returned to his seat and stared at Qianhe seriously, giving people the feeling of a student who was listening attentively to the class. Seeing this situation, Doflamingo and others who had originally wanted to leave sat back down. This Ziailin is not so unkind, right? If we sit for a while, maybe we can ease the relationship with him, and then the monthly target may be reduced a little. Xiong didn't have so many thoughts. He just felt that he saw another side of Chijia. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he also wanted to have more contact with this young Marine general. Of course, Doflamingo and the others were just overthinking it. What happened just now was simply that Qianhe thought the blue fat guy Jinbei was a little cute. Hancock was somewhat moved. Ziailin had always given her the impression of a cold-faced god. She didn't expect that he would actually care about the residents of the Fishmen Island. She deeply detested the slave trade in the Fishman Island. Celestial dragons must be involved in this. After all, where there is demand there is a market, and the rare mermaids and murlocs must be very much in line with the tastes of those people in selecting slaves. She knew better than anyone how difficult it would be to interfere with the slave trade on the Fishman Island with the involvement of the celestial dragons. But this man actually said that in front of so many people. It seems that he really disdains celestial dragons, and what he said to himself is also true. Thinking of this, Kyun-hee's image gradually changed in Hancock's eyes. Kyun-hee's body seemed to begin to shine, like a little sun. There was less resistance in Hancock's eyes when he looked at Kyun-hee, and more appreciation and something else, and 2 blushes appeared on his cheeks. Chae-hee didn't know that Hancock was working on himself. Noticing Hancock's change, she couldn't help but ask. Advertisement. Hancock, what's wrong with you? When asked this by Kyun-hee, Hancock's face turned even redder. She stammered and it was unclear what she was saying. In fact, she said. Hancock? He called my name, and his tone was so gentle. Well, Hancock's self-guided game is almost complete. In the world of pirates, Hancock can be said to be the easiest and most difficult heroine to conquer. Challenging celestial dragons sounds simple, but for the people in the pirates' world, except for the stubborn Luffy and a few others, how many people really dare to do it? Those who dare to challenge celestial dragons are either too old, have no interest in women at all, or look bad for the audience. There is a saying that goes, if you are saved by a handsome man, you will pledge your life to him, but if you are ugly, you will repay him by working like a slave in the next life. Chijia's strategy speed is much faster than Luffy in the original anime. After all, he conquered Hancock first with his strength, and then expressed his attitude towards celestial dragons. Most of the time, the prerequisite for convincing the enemy is to defeat her first. Without strength, how can you convince others when you don't even have the chance to speak? Kyun-hee asked but got no response, so he ignored Hancock who suddenly acted strangely, and stood up to leave with Khalifa and Anne. But someone obviously didn't want Kyun-hee to leave like this. Hawkeye waited for a while after Jinbei finished speaking, and confirmed that no one else had anything else to say, then he spoke. Vice Admiral Zillan, I heard that you defeated the Golden Lion with swordsmanship. Can you let me see your swordsmanship? All the Shishibukai were shocked. Was Hawkeye, who was known as the world's greatest swordsman, actually going to take action, and was challenging Shilin, who was as strong as a monster? There's something interesting to watch. Khalifa's expression remained unchanged. She turned her head and glanced at Kyun-hee, thinking that she was right as expected. This Hawkeye really wanted to challenge the boss. Chien-hee didn't have any other feelings. If he had to say anything, he could only feel helpless. What was going on? Weren't these people afraid of him? Could this meeting ever be over? Honestly speaking, Chijia really didn't want to fight with Hawkeye today. The reason Hawkeye wanted to fight him was obviously because he thought Chijia was also a great swordsman, so he wanted to compete with him in this. But Chien-hee knew clearly that although he knew some swordsmanship, he was far from reaching the level of a great swordsman. Advertisement. Do I really have to drive my Susanoo and take out my 100-meter-long sword to have a sword fight with Hawkeye? However, before Kyun-hee could speak, Hancock could not help but scold. My Hawk, you are so rude. Hancock's angry rebuke shocked everyone present. What was going on? Why did it feel like this Empress was in cahoots with Marine? Even Chijia gave her a strange look. He knew that Hancock had a good attitude towards those who dared to go against celestial dragons. But he is not so narcissistic as to let Hancock fall in love with him. He is not Luffy, who has the aura of a protagonist. Facing Kyun-hee's gaze, Hancock shyly avoided it. In her opinion, Kyun-hee was already very tired from being busy receiving them, and she didn't have the courage to ask to stay with Kyun-hee for a while longer. But how dare this Hawkeye ask Kyun-hee to fight him? How could he be so ignorant? Hawkeye turned a deaf ear to Hancock's rebuke. His goal was now similar to Hancock's, and he only had eyes for Chai-hee. Seeing that Hawkeye was still staring at Kyun-hee, Hancock became angry, jumped into the air and kicked Hawkeye. Hawkeye frowned, stretched his right hand behind him, covered the handle of Black Knife Knight and was about to pull it out, suddenly. Snap! Hancock's ankle was grabbed by Kyun-hee again while he was in mid-air. This time, Kyun-hee grabbed her ankle and pulled gently, then held Hancock in her arms like a princess. Using his ability, he slowly fell from the air. Chien-hee looked helplessly at Hancock in his arms and said. The person he's looking for is me, why are you so excited? Hancock, who was held in Kyun-hee's arms, stared at Kyun-hee's face and said with a trembling voice. Purple. As soon as he said a word, Hancock's face suddenly turned red, his head tilted and he fainted. Chien-hee was stunned. When he came to his senses, he quickly shook Hancock in his arms and shouted. Hello? Hancock. Hancock, what's wrong with you? Chapter 110. Someone wants to demolish the house. After Kyun-hee called for a while, Hancock slowly woke up and found himself still in Kyunhee's arms. He immediately pursed his lips and stopped talking. Seeing that Hancock had woken up but still looked a little weak, Kyunhee called Anne and Calipha to help support her. Because Hancock is already 1.9 meters tall, the two women look a little petite in front of her. Hancock suddenly stood up from Kyunhee's arms, bowed slightly, and said softly. "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Admiral Zillan. I can do it." Advertisement. Kyunhee looked at Hancock carefully, confirmed that she was indeed fine, and then ignored her. Turning around, Kyunhee found that everyone was looking at him and Hancock with strange eyes. Chijia rolled her purple eyes and glared at everyone with her Rinnegan, and everyone below immediately became quiet again. Things have developed to this point, combined with Hancock's personality, Kyunhee has already understood that Hancock has succeeded in self-conquering again. "Well, my speed is really fast enough, but it's never a bad thing to have such a beautiful woman with both strength and beauty like me. And once Hancock falls in love with someone, her loyalty will be absolutely maximum. She is a typical love-brained person." After dealing with Hancock's problem, Kyunhee turned to look at Hawkeye. Hawkeye, who just wanted to fight Kyunhee, said hesitantly. "Did I delay you? How about you continue?" As soon as these words were spoken, Hancock's face turned red. He secretly glanced at Kyunhee, then quickly lowered his head and stopped talking. Kyunhee looked at Hawkeye helplessly and thought to himself that he couldn't believe Hawkeye understood this. Isn't his favorite black knife yet? He even has a mini version hanging around his neck. There's no need to waste time. If you want to fight, then go to the open space in front of Marineford. Chijia is referring to the battlefield during the Summit War. Marineford looks like a fat crescent moon when viewed from above. The missing piece was filled with seawater and became an inner bay, where the battle took place. After determining the battle location, Chijia went out first, followed by all the Shishibukai. Oh my goodness, it seems that it is right to wait a little longer. The battle between Hawkeye and Zilin is a rare big news, and they actually became witnesses of the scene. The Flying Squirrel and Khorasan did not follow. They looked at each other, then got up and went to find Sengoku. Hawkeye is going to have a battle with Vice Admiral Shirin here, so it would be better to inform Marshal Sengoku about this. Sengoku was still sipping tea leisurely in the office. There's no way. Ever since Chijia came into being, Sengoku has entrusted some things to Chijia. This way, Sengoku will have the rare free time to do things that his peers like to do. Advertisement. The marine executives in the pirates' world are quite cute compared to a certain group in Konoha village, with less intrigue. Even when Akainu wanted to compete for the position of marshal, he had a fair fight with Aokiji. As Sengoku's marshal, he did not cling to the position of marshal after taking the position. If there is someone more suitable to be the marshal than him, he will not try to trip him up. Now that Chijia exists and has grown up, Sengoku is happy to delegate power to her. Once his power was released, Sengoku had some rare free time, so he found some elegant things to do. Drinking tea is a beautiful thing for him, and Sengoku is already looking forward to a wonderful life after retirement. The tea in the cup was already a little warm, so Sengoku didn't even bother to taste it, but just picked it up and drank it all. Before he could swallow it, the office door was suddenly pushed open roughly, and Flying Squirrel and Khorasan rushed in anxiously. Marshal Sengoku. Hawkeye is going to fight Vice Admiral Shirin. Puff. Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku was so shocked that he spat out half of the tea in his mouth. He stared at the Flying Squirrel and Khorasan with a purple face, and said word by word. What did you say? Why are the two of them fighting? Hawkeye heard that Vice Admiral Zillan defeated Golden Lion in swordsmanship, so he challenged Vice Admiral Zillan. Sengoku was stunned. Considering Hawkeye's personality, this reason was quite reasonable. Thinking of Hawkeye, Sengoku got a headache. This guy was different from other Shishibukai. He was an extremely special existence. Most of the other Shishibukai have families and their own territories. Hawkeye has always been alone, and being alone means having no ties and being difficult to control. His strength is also terrifying, and he can even fight with the red-haired Shanks in swordsmanship. Moreover, Hawkeye is one of the very few people who can forge a black knife. Black sword does not mean a black sword just by wrapping it with armed color. If that were the case, the black sword would be too worthless. From Jikimaru's words in the anime, we can know that the real black sword refers to injecting everything of oneself, such as strength, momentum, and armament haki into the sword, forming a permanent black sword after years of fighting. Based on these, it is no exaggeration to say that Hawkeye is the face of the entire Shishibukai. As for Chijia, there is no doubt about his strength. Sengoku is absolutely sure that Chijia is already a real admiral-level combat force. If two people like this were to fight here, how much would the repair cost? Who would pay for it? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sengoku's face turned pale, and he looked at Khorasan and the Flying Squirrel and said. Vice Admiral Zillan agreed. Yes. Did he say where he was going to fight? Vice Admiral Zilan said he wanted to go to the open space in front of the headquarters building. Nanny? Isn't this not far from here? Yes. Are they planning to tear this place down? You two, go stop them. Yes, et. Hearing Sengoku's order, Flying Squirrel and Khorasan looked at each other, wondering if they had heard it wrong. Let them stop those two? Did Marshal Sengoku have any misunderstanding about the strength of these two people? What's the difference between them running over to stop it and delivering food? Is Marshal Sengoku confused, or is he trying to lay off employees in disguise? Sengoku also realized that he was too anxious and should go there himself for incidents of this level. At this time, Khorasan suddenly said weakly. Marshal Sengoku, didn't you say that you can always trust Vice Admiral Chijia? Sengoku, who had already stood up to leave, was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he remembered that this was a sentence he emphasized to Khorasan during the OPOP fruit incident. I didn't expect that Khorasan really remembered it and could bring it up at this time. He is worthy of being my little Xiao Xiaoqiu, who always remembers what I said. Sengoku looked at Khorasan with a look of relief, but the Flying Squirrel reminded him. Marshal Sengoku, aren't you going to stop them? Sengoku was shocked. Yes, if we wait any longer our house will be demolished. And this time, it is because I believe in Kyunhee's strength too much that I want to stop this battle in the headquarters. Thinking of this, Sengoku glared at Khorasan, and without going through the door, he opened the window and jumped, disappearing from the sight of Khorasan and the Flying Squirrel. Sengoku's move stunned Khorasan and the Flying Squirrel. After a long while, Khorasan's throat rolled and she muttered to herself. As expected of Marshal Sengoku, he always finds the best solution at the first opportunity. The Flying Squirrel nodded in agreement and replied. Marshal Sengoku can keep doing this for at least another 20 years. Chapter 111 The Nikomata Fruit Awakens. Extremely cold. Marine Ford, in front of the Naval Headquarters building. Hawkeye and a group of Shishibukai came to the address Chijia mentioned and found that Chijia was already standing at the edge of the Marine Ford wall. Kyunhee turned his back to them, staring at the inner bay outside the wall, which was estimated to be about 300 meters in diameter. If we want to use Susanoo later, the area of this inner bay will be enough. Everyone looked around and didn't find any place suitable for fighting, which made them feel a little strange. Advertisement. Were they going to fight right in front of the marine building? Did Xiailin want to renovate this area? Hawkeye seemed to be indifferent. If Chijia didn't care about such things, then he would be even less concerned. He only cared about the battle later. Hawkeye was ready for battle, looking at Kyunhee and said. Can we start the battle now? Qianhee turned around and said mysteriously. Of course, but I need to create an environment suitable for fighting first. A suitable environment for fighting? Aren't we fighting here? No, this is the naval headquarters. If something is broken, will you pay for the repairs? Forward. A rare trace of embarrassment appeared on Hawkeye's face. Forget about paying for the Marines' repairs. It sounded too outrageous. Kyunhee also knew that it was impossible to get this guy to pay, so he still had to avoid destroying the environment of the headquarters. After all, the current naval headquarters is like Chijia's home in the pirates' world, and he will definitely not allow it to be destroyed. Anyway, no one can do it except myself. Thinking of this, Kyunhee's body floated up, and it seemed that he was ready to take action. Hawkeye's hand also reached behind him and pulled out the black knife yet, and the atmosphere in the field became tense. Just then. Stop it. Do you want to tear down the naval headquarters? Bang. A burly figure fell from the sky. It was Sengoku who had just jumped out of the office window. As soon as he landed, he quickly walked between Kyunhee and Hawkeye, looked at Hawkeye with a serious face and said. This is not a suitable place for fighting. If you insist on fighting, you are declaring war on Marine. Hawkeye frowned and looked at Kyunhee. Chijia did not disappoint Hawkeye, he said to Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, don't worry. The battle later won't destroy a single brick or tile of the headquarters. What are you going to do? Advertisement. Qianhee smiled slightly, and black flames ignited in his hands. The strange thing was that the appearance of the black flames did not bring any heat, but instead emitted a biting chill. Looking at the black flames on Chijia's hands, Sengoku's pupil shrank. He recognized this kind of flame. It was the special ability attached to the Nikomata fruit. He was the one who personally gave the Nikomata fruit to Chijia, so of course he would not forget it. What does Kyunhee want to do now that he suddenly uses the power of this fruit? Chijia didn't explain further, Sengoku would understand what he meant later. Using Tiandao's ability, Kyunhee flew directly to the inner bay and was about to rush into the sea. The Shishibukai were shocked to see Chijia's actions. They have already determined that Chijia is the demon fruit power, and it is common sense that people with special abilities are landlubbers. In their opinion, Kyunhee's behavior was suicidal. Hancock became anxious and quickly walked to the edge, ready to jump down. Fortunately, Sengoku grabbed her arm. He knew that Chijia was not afraid of seawater at all, so he was not worried about her safety. Hancock, who was pulled back, glared at Sengoku and said angrily. What's wrong with you? Don't you know he's a person with special abilities? Go save him. Sengoku was confused by Hancock's performance and wondered what was going on with this Boa Hancock. Didn't she always hate men? Why did she seem so worried about Chijia? But seeing Hancock was so impatient, Sengoku still explained to her. Kyanga's situation is rather special. He is not afraid of seawater. You should calm down first. Are you kidding me? How can a person with special abilities not be afraid of seawater? You'll find out for yourself if you look down. Hancock was furious when she saw Sengoku, who looked calm. She looked down angrily and saw Chijia standing steadily on the water. Seeing that Kyunhee was fine, Hancock immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was not interested in the reason why Kyunhee was not afraid of seawater. To her, as long as Kyunhee was fine, it was fine. This was the Empress's love brain. At this time, Kyunhee, who was standing on the water, suddenly knelt down on one knee and pressed his hands, burning with black flames, on the sea surface. A megatama in the right eye began to tremble, and Kyunhee called out in his heart. Meddes, have you had enough sleep? Hehe, master, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten me. The voice of a mature lady was heard, it was the long-lost Nikomata Medea. As Chijia's Rinnegan's eye power continued to increase, she was nourished by the surging eye power while inside the Rinnegan. But because Kyunhee's eye power grew too rapidly, she also fell into a deep sleep. Advertisement. She woke up only when the power of Kyunhee's right eye stabilized. However, she was a little lazy after just waking up. Since Chijia didn't call her, she just stayed in the Rinnegan obediently, occasionally educating the dog that could suddenly spit fire. But Kyunhee never called her, as if he had forgotten her. This made Medea a little angry, and she decided to never pay attention to this philandering master again, unless he cried and begged her. As a result, I was broken down by Kyunhee's call today, which was really a bit embarrassing. Meddes, I am going to fully unlock your power now, so be prepared. Master, you are talking about the awakened state, right? It's okay, I'm ready anytime. After getting the response from Medea, Kyunhee felt relieved. Medea was the life he created. Before awakening the Nikomata fruit, he still wanted to confirm whether it would have any impact on Medea. Since there is no problem with Medea, it is time to start awakening the Nikomata fruit. Once the mythical beast devil fruit is awakened, it will not only greatly improve physical fitness, but also greatly enhance its special abilities. The pupil power continuously flows into the megatama belonging to the Nikomata fruit in the right eye, and the awakening has begun. The shadow of a black demon cat appeared behind Kyunhee, and a ribbon made of black flames was wrapped around Kyunhee. The black flames on his hands burned more and more fiercely, and an extremely cold aura spread, causing many soldiers in Marineford to shiver at the same time. Feeling the drop in temperature in the air, Sengoku looked at Chijia below in horror. This feeling was Aokiji's ice age. Moreover, the attitude that Chijia is showing now is definitely that she has developed the Nikomata fruit to the awakened state. Sengoku's Buddha fruit has also awakened. He will not be wrong. But how many years did it take him to reach the state of awakened devil fruit? How many years did it take Chijia? This might not even be the first devil fruit that Chijia awakened. Sengoku received news from Aokiji Akainu that Chijia's thunder fruit seemed to have awakened. Before he had time to confirm it, he saw this scene again. The impact on Sengoku can be imagined. An absurd idea came into Sengoku's mind. Is Chijia's current strength enough to destroy a group of 4 emperors? Chijia had no idea that Sengoku had started to think divergently, and now he had completed the awakening of the Nikomata fruit. The pupil in the middle of the right Rinnegan has changed into a flickering black flame. Chijia narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Extremely cold. Whoosh. Black flames spread from Jianhe's hands, and in an instant, the entire inner bay was burning with raging black flames. Not only this inner bay, the area of black flame is also expanding, extending to the sea outside Marineford. Jianhe stood in the black flames and uttered a word lightly. Receive. The next second, the black flame that seemed to be inextinguishable immediately dissipated completely, and what came into everyone's sight was an endless ice surface emitting a biting cold. Jianhe flashed back to the wall. He looked at Hawkeye, who was still in a daze, and said with a smile. How about it, are you satisfied with this environment? Chapter 111 Hawkeye, I'll chop. I'll chop again. Hawkeye was stunned for a moment, then asked a question that everyone present wanted to know. How many abilities do you have? Jianhe had long been accustomed to it, and began to talk nonsense seriously again. You know adaptive abilities? My abilities can change depending on the situation. Unexpectedly, Hawkeye nodded seriously and said in a deep voice. Advertisement. I see. What a terrifying ability. The people behind couldn't help but complain. You believe all this? Hawkeye didn't care about everyone's complaints. He took a look at the ice below, jumped up, and went directly to the ice to wait for Kyunhee. Kyunhee was shocked by Hawkeye's sudden straightforwardness, and after coming to his senses, he followed him. Hawkeye came to the ice and stamped his feet vigorously to confirm that the ice was strong enough. He then looked at Kyunhee who had nothing in his hands and asked, "Where are your weapons?" Kyunhee thought about it, swung his hand, and a black stick appeared in his hand. Then, a purple light flashed in Kyunhee's Rinnegan, and the slender cylindrical black stick changed, gradually turning into a long sword that was completely black. Since Hawkeye wants to compete in swordsmanship, then just play with him. Chijia believes in great strength to create miracles. With Kyunhee's current eye power, his control over yin-yang escape is already very high, and he can make some simple changes to the black stick's shape, but it is definitely not as convenient as the truth-seeking ball. In Hokage, Obito uses the truth-seeking ball in such a fancy way that there is almost no form it cannot change into. Chijia is willing to call him the person who uses the truth-seeking ball the most fancy. Holding the long sword formed by the yin-yang black stick, Kyunhee made a sword flower and looked at Hawkeye, indicating that they could begin. Hawkeye's eyes focused, and without further ado, he leaped into the air holding the black knife in one hand, and slashed at Kyunhee from top to bottom. The long sword in Kyunhee's hand shook, and the sublimated armed force was wrapped around it. He also held the sword in one hand and raised his hand horizontally above. The moment Hideo Ye and Kyunhee's swords collided, an invisible wave erupted, and the clouds above the two were shaken open, creating a gap across the sky. From this fight, Kyunhee had roughly estimated that Hawkeye had at least the combat power of 4 Emperors level. Advertisement. It is hard to say whether the black stick formed by yin-yang escape alone can withstand this attack if it is not wrapped with sublimated armed forces. Seeing that his attack failed, Hawkeye dodged and stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Chihei, then raised the black knife high in the air. Noticing Hawkeye's actions, Chijia's face turned serious. This was obviously Hawkeye's preparation for attacking Whitebeard during the Summit War. Sure enough, Hawkeye raised the black knife and chopped it down fiercely, and a huge green sword energy rushed towards Kyunhee rapidly. Facing the incoming sword energy, Jianhe did not use the long sword in his hand, but directly stretched out his hand to aim at the sword energy. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. An invisible repulsive force burst out from Jianhe's palm, colliding with the incoming green sword energy. After a stalemate for a while, the terrifying green sword energy finally couldn't hold on and was shattered into scattered green light. After destroying the sword energy, Shinra Tensei rushed towards Hawkeye with its remaining power. Hawkeye swung his sword again and another sword energy was released, which dissipated this wave of Shinra Tensei. After sending out this sword energy, Hawkeye looked at Jianhe and thought. Another new ability, and it's very powerful, but why doesn't he use swordsmanship? If Jianhe knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say helplessly. I want to, but I'm really not good at swordsmanship. The Shinra Tensei that Kyunhee used just now was released from the palm of his hand, the kind that locks on one direction. This Shinra Tensei has a smaller range, but is more powerful, which is enough to show how much he values Hawkeye's swordsmanship. But thinking about Hawkeye's sword energy just now, Jianhe couldn't help but complain in his heart. He really doesn't even have a name for his move. He should just stay with Minato for 2 days. After all, you are a man known as the world's greatest swordsman. Can you pay more attention to the names of your moves? Every time Roger swings his knife it's called Divine Avoidance, every time Big Mom slashes it's called Power Country, and even when Kaido swings his mace it's called Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Only Hawkeye never makes a sound every time he attacks. Even if we don't mention Roger and other famous strong men, let's mention Zoro, who later became Hawkeye's apprentice. Even though he is a road idiot, when it comes to naming, he is like a teacher to Hawkeye. What's more, Zoro is not only keen on giving names, but can also sing a song with you. Advertisement. On the other hand, Hawkeye, taking his battle with Chijia as an example, has only used 2 moves from the beginning to now, both of which are very powerful, but it seems like a feeling of I chop. I chop again, which is indeed a bit lacking in presence. Hawkeye stood there, and seeing Kyunhee was hesitant to take action, he spoke up. Why don't you use the sword in your hand? Is my swordsmanship not as good as Golden Lion's? Hearing Hawkeye's words, Kyunhee shook his head and said. Your swordsmanship is definitely not worse than Golden Lion's, but I want to make it clear that Golden Lion did not lose to me because of my swordsmanship. Oh? Then can you show me the power you used to defeat the Golden Lion? Kyunhee was helpless when he saw Hawkeye staring at him seriously. It seemed that he had to borrow Suzanu's sword today. Thinking of this, a 300-meter tall phantom of Suzanu appeared out of thin air. Jianhe stretched out his hand and shook it hard, saying in a deep voice. Congeal. The dark purple Suzanu appeared, occupying almost the entire inner bay. Sengoku at the back saw Suzanu for the first time and he was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the dark purple giant. There is no way around it. The visual impact of the 300-meter-tall Susanoo is simply too strong. You know, even that little ounce, with a height of 38 meters was already a giant among giants, and when he appeared on the top, he was extremely impactful. And Kyunhee's Susanoo has reached a terrifying 300 meters. How shocking is that? Sengoku looked up at the tall Susanoo and murmured. Is this the purple giant that Crane was talking about? He is even scarier than I imagined. Doflamingo's body was shaking uncontrollably. The pressure Susanoo brought to him was even stronger than Kaido's. No wonder Kaido was unable to do anything to Zilin the last time he appeared. This kind of power is simply not something a human can possess. He is not from the D clan, but he has the power comparable to that of a god. Where did this Zilin come from? Not to mention Hancock, her eyes have now turned into heart shapes and she is completely infatuated. Hawkeye, who was facing Susanoo, was also shocked, but his eyes were still focused on the 100-meter-long sword on Susanoo's waist. He said thoughtfully. Is this what swordsmanship is like? Chapter 112, Conjecture about Yim. The battle between Shigia and Hawkeye ended, leaving a huge crack on the ice at the inner bay that extended beyond the outer wall. Except for Hawkeye, the rest of the Shishibukai have all left. The reason Hawkeye didn't leave was because he was currently recuperating in bed at the Naval Headquarters Hospital. Hawkeye, who was lying on the bed at this time, was looking down silently at the horrific scar that extended from his lower abdomen to his right shoulder and had not yet healed completely. It was clear that he had lost that battle. Advertisement. When facing the sword energy from Susanoo, he used all his strength to launch a simple and unpretentious attack. However, the sword energy from that attack was dark green in color, mixed with tiny green lightning. The two sword energies collided with each other, and Hawkeye was ultimately defeated. Even though he released a few more sword energies, the power was ultimately not as strong as when he used his full strength. Susanoo's attack landed on his body, leaving this horrible scar on it. Severely injured, he had no choice but to stay and recuperate. There was no other way. With his current injuries, it would take him a long time to return to his territory with his small boat. I was staring at the wound in a daze when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Hawkeye came back to his senses and said indifferently. Come in. The door was pushed open and Kyunhee walked in. When Hawkeye saw that it was Shigia who came, his usual stern expression softened. He will not have any resentment towards the strong who defeated him. Only the strong deserve his respect. Kyunhee felt helpless when he saw the wounds on Hawkeye's body. He didn't expect Hawkeye to be so honest at that time and insisted on fighting to the end with the sword light from Susanoo. In fact, although the sword light he hit with all his strength was defeated by Susanoo, he could have easily avoided it when Hawkeye's sword light was already at a disadvantage. Although Hawkeye is very powerful, he relies almost entirely on his swordsmanship. Whether in terms of physical fitness or special abilities, there is still a gap compared to some strong people. In short, his talent is all in attack. His haki strength is actually not low, but not to the level of Red Hair, Rayleigh, and the others. Therefore, Kyunhee rated his strength as quasi-4 Emperor's level, because Hawkeye was a little biased. When facing the enemy's moves, he usually confronted them head-on. Relying on the powerful attack power of his swordsmanship, he almost never lost. But he did not expect to be defeated by Kyunhee. However, Kyunhee's current strength is at the level of 4 Emperors, and even slightly surpasses the 4 Emperors. Advertisement. To be more specific, Kyunhee can now kill any of the 4 Emperors in a one-on-one situation. Even when facing 2 4 Emperors at the same time, he can hold his own and still has a good chance of winning. There are not many people in this ocean who can withstand the attack launched by Shigia using Susanoo. The fact that Hawkeye was able to maintain consciousness after taking the blow head-on is a testament to his strength. Coming to Hawkeye's bed, looking at his strange eyes, Kyunhee seemed to be thinking about something. Those eyes are really similar to Im's. When on Blue Star, some people said Hawkeye might be Im's child. I don't know whether it is true or not. But you know what, it's really possible. Hawkeye has an aristocratic temperament and you can tell he's from a high-class family. But this is not what Kyunhee cares about most. Because of the Rinnegan, the more he thought about Im's eyes, the more he felt that they looked like Satsuki Momoshika's golden Rinnegan. It's just a castrated version, with a few circles missing, and the gold doesn't cover the entire eye. A very outrageous idea appeared in Kyunhee's mind. Could that Im be related to the Satsuki clan? Then she should know about the existence of the Rinnegan, and should send someone or come to find me in person. The reason why Shigia was able to think of this is that as he absorbed more and more devil fruit, his Rinnegan did not feel any rejection at all, and it even evolved and produced Megatama. All of this happened so naturally, and now seeing Hawkeye's eyes that were almost the same as Im's, this confusion deepened. What is the relationship between Hawkeye and Im? Are those eyes really related to the Rinnegan? If it really has something to do with the Rinnegan, why can't I sense any trace of 6 paths? And why is the power of the Rinnegan so compatible with the power of the devil fruit? Does the devil fruit tree really exist? If there is a devil fruit tree, then can I absorb the devil fruit tree as well? In this way, can I completely evolve into Tsutsuki, or even surpass Tsutsuki? The more Kyunhee thought about it, the more outrageous it became, and the look he gave Hawkeye became more and more intense, making Hawkeye's hair stand on end. After a while of stalemate, Hawkeye couldn't stand Kyunhee's gaze anymore and couldn't help but say, "Vice Admiral Zilin, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that?" Advertisement. It's okay. You look okay. It seems you've recovered well. Haha. Thank you for your concern. It's nothing serious now. Are you running out of food here again? Are you going to kick me out? Hawkeye actually still remembered what Chijia said in the meeting before, and now he is teasing Chijia about it. This is really a rare time for him to have a bad taste. You know what? Chijia was a little embarrassed when Hawkeye teased her about this. But who is Qianhe? Even though he was embarrassed, his face did not change at all. He spoke calmly. Of course not. I said that before because some of you have unusual body shapes. If it's just you. As he said this, Kyunhee looked Hawkeye up and down seriously, and his meaning was self-evident. In Blue Star's words, it means, can you do it, little dog? Hawkeye also understood what Kyunhee meant. His face darkened, but he quickly calmed down. Tonight, he would make Kyunhee pay for this. Kyunhee was feeling a little proud in his heart. You little brat, I told you to keep a cold face and act cool all the time. Do you think you are Sasuke? And even without mentioning Sasuke, the Uchiha clan is even less than the king? The Uchiha Madara is further away, and the ancestor of Uchiha, Indra, is even further away. Which one is not a tyrant of the Haikai? Even I, Uchiha Chijia, pretended to be cool in Koko Village for 10 years when I first came to the pirates' world, but I just let myself go more and more. After taking control of Hawkeye, Kyunhee did not forget to say hello to him before leaving. He did not ask any questions about Hawkeye's life experience. Because his relationship with Hawkeye has not reached that point, his thoughts on him are just a guess. If this kind of problem were to get out, it would easily alert the world government anyway, which is not safe enough for Chijia at the moment. It's even more ridiculous to use illusion on Hawkeye. First of all, the people in the pirates' world are not like the Hokage. Everyone has some chakra, and illusion works by disrupting the opponent's chakra. Although Chijia can still use the powerful eye power of Rinnegan to produce effects similar to illusions, that is only for people with low strength. For a strong man like Hawkeye with a firm will, the effect of illusions is minimal. And even in the later period of Hokage, when a bunch of Cage level and 6 Paths level started fighting, did you see anyone using illusion? Even Infinite Tsukuyomi was all affected because of the chakra that exists in the bodies of people in the Hokage world, and was almost reclaimed by the sacred tree. Don't underestimate the strong people in the pirates' world. Pirates were not finished when Kyanga traveled through it, so it is better to be cautious about unknown things. Chapter 113 Attention from Marie Joyce. Red line, Marie Joyce. Inside the hall, the 5 elders sat together, and it looked like they had something important to discuss today. 5 elders, wearing a white kimono and holding a samurai sword, spoke first. Uchiha Chijia fought with Hawkeye at the naval headquarters and injured Hawkeye. Afterwards, she had a brief contact with Hawkeye for a while, but the content of the conversation is unknown. 5 elders, who has a birthmark on his head, said. Advertisement. Hawkeye's identity is quite sensitive. Uchiha Chijia seems to have discovered something. Do we need to take measures to warn him? The 5 elders in black flat hats shook their heads. It's better not to. Lord Im has already emphasized that we must not interfere with Uchiha Chijia's actions unless it is absolutely necessary. The remaining 2 5 elders looked at each other, and finally the youngest 5 elder with short blonde hair couldn't help but ask. What's so special about this Uchiha Chijia? He doesn't seem to be from the D clan. Why does Lord Im care so much about him? The 5 elders in white kimonos glanced at him and said calmly. This is not something we should know. All we have to do is obey Lord Yim's arrangements. What? Are you questioning Lord Yim? Hearing this, the blonde short-haired 5 elders' face changed. He could not bear this crime, so he waved his hand and said. How could I possibly question that, Master Im? I'm worried that Uchiha Chijia is growing too fast and will get out of our control. The 5 elders in white kimonos sneered, and the arm holding the samurai sword shook, revealing a blade that was shining coldly. What do you think of rocks? Even if he brought his entire pirates group with him, they still died in the Valley of the Gods in the end. Not even a body could be found. The blonde 5 elders nodded. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The 5 elders in the black flat hat spoke again. I have informed Sengoku to have Uchiha Chijia come to Marie Joyce. Then we can meet this person in person. Okay, speaking of Sengoku, he seems to be planning to give the Marine Marshal position to Uchiha Chijia. What do you think about this? Since Lord Yumua said not to interfere with him, then we should not interfere in this matter. So, you're going to make him a marine marshal so easily? Isn't he too young? Age is not a problem. Besides, it won't be that easy for him to become the marshal. Hasn't Akainu always been plotting for the position of marshal? That's true. Maybe there will be another fight between the two of them. Advertisement. This is the best. Marine is just a tool for us. If it has its own unified consciousness, it won't be very useful. By the way, that little girl Xiaolulia is very interested in Uchiha Chijia. When he comes to the Holy Land, why not let Xiaolulia bring him here? Letting one of the celestial dragons lead the way for Uchiha Chijia? Isn't this a bit too much of a compliment to him? No, Uchiha Chijia is someone that Lord Im values, so it's only natural that she should be given some special treatment. Okay, I'll send someone to notify Rizward. Well, don't forget to tell him that it's best not to put on airs in front of this Uchiha Chijia. As long as Uchiha Chijia doesn't do anything too excessive, try to meet his requirements. No. Marie Joyce, the palace of the Rizwald family. Xiaolulia was lying lazily on a luxurious sofa, leaning against a human-shaped doll, squinting her eyes and staring at the ceiling above in a daze. Charlo suddenly rushed in and shouted as soon as he entered the door. Sister. There are several new batches of slaves. Do you want to go and take a look? Xiaolulia remained motionless and responded indifferently. No, it's boring. Forward. Charlos's excited expression froze on his face, he was rejected again. Rejected again, he sniffed hard, looked at Xiaolulia who was still lying there, and said depressedly. What's wrong with you? Didn't you love watching those slaves fighting? That was in the past. Now I think that's really boring. But this time I also fed them some of Zoan's devil fruit. Don't you want to see it? I don't want to see it. Seeing that Xiaolulia refused to budge, Charlos gave up completely and looked dejected. However, he came to see Xiaolulia not just to ask her to go and see the slaves, he also wanted to tell Xiaolulia something on behalf of his father. But looking at Xiaolulia's current state, this kind of thing will only make her feel more annoyed. Advertisement. Charlos said weakly. A marine will come to the Holy Land in a few days. The 5 elders said they want you to bring this marine to meet them. Speaking of this, Charlos was a little angry. He was just a marine, but he had to let his sister go to pick him up in person. This was simply a provocation to the dignity of celestial dragons. But this was instructed by the 5 elders, who were the most honorable among the celestial dragons and their family could not afford to offend them. But Rizward still felt very ashamed and found it difficult to speak, so he asked his stupid son to inform Xiaolulia. In the opinion of the father and son, Xiaolulia will be furious after hearing the news and will hate the marine to the core. However, Charlos was surprised by Xiaolulia's performance. Hearing the word marine, Xiaolulia's eyes lit up, she stood up suddenly and looked at Charlos, and asked anxiously. Marine? What's his name? Charlos was shocked by Xiaolulia's reaction and said blankly. I forgot, it seems to be called Uchiha, Bo. Uchiha Chijia. Oh yes, that's the name, how did you know it, sister? Xiaolulia ignored him. She had already stood up from the sofa, and her face looked extremely excited. This made Charles dumbfounded, of course, he was dumb to begin with. What happened to my sister? Was she so angry about this? What a jerk. This damn Uchiha. Of course, Xiaolulia was not angry. On the contrary, she was very happy. She had never seen Kyunhee again since Kyunhee left Sabayati Island. She once sent someone to inform Kyunhee and asked him to come and see her, but Kyunhee ignored her. The people who were sent were often scolded by Kyunhee, so that many servants trembled all over when they heard that they were going to Kyunhee. She also tried to contact Chijia using Den Mushi, but the call only went through once. That time was the first and also the last time. The content of the call was brief and to the point. Is that Uchiha Chijia? I'm Xiaolulia Palace. You are so brave, you dare to. Neuropathy. Den Mushi drooped its eyes, obviously the call was hung up. Chapter 114, Glutton Hawkeye. On the 6 paths, Chijia was staring at a long list in a daze. Khalifa and Anne behind him covered their mouths, looking like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They were still thinking about what happened that day. That was the afternoon when Chijia went to the hospital to visit Hawkeye. He was just about to take Khalifa and Anne out to get something to eat, but was stopped at the door of the building by Hawkeye, who had been waiting there for a long time. He was naturally very confused. Why did this guy come here to block him? Was he defeated by him and became his little fanboy? Advertisement. Hawkeye put on his usual deadpan expression and said stiffly. I'm leaving tomorrow. Do you still want me to have dinner in your marine cafeteria tonight? Oh? Then what do you want to do? After all, you caused the wound on my chest. I'm leaving soon. Shouldn't you treat me to dinner? He raised his eyebrows. What? He wanted me to treat him to a big meal? It seems that Hawkeye is a vengeful guy. Was he hurt by the way he looked at the thin dog during the day? Well, with Hawkeye's tiny arms and legs, he could just stuff as much as he could into it. There were still piles of gold in Kyunhee's door space. Thinking of this, Jianhee looked at Hawkeye with a disdainful smile, waved his hand, and said proudly. Okay, I'll treat you to this meal. Let's go. I'll take you to the best restaurant in this department. Don't accuse me of being stingy. After saying that, Kyunhee called Khalifa and Anne, and walked in front to lead the way. Hawkeye behind him showed a meaningful smile and followed. When they arrived at the restaurant, Hawkeye was really rude. He took the menu and ordered a few main dishes. Kyunhee took a glance and found that he ordered all the meat from Sea King's. Kyunhee nodded secretly, thinking that Hawkeye was quite knowledgeable. Sea King's meat was delicious and rich in nutrients. It had only one drawback, which was that it was expensive. Of course, if the price is clearly marked, being expensive cannot be considered a disadvantage, it can only be a disadvantage of the customer. Moreover, the dishes made from Sea King's meat were so large in quantity that even Chijia couldn't finish more than a few plates. Looking at the long list of dishes ordered by Hawkeye, Kyunhee sneered and said, I'll let you know what it means to suffer the consequences of your actions. As a result, in front of Kyunhee's dull gaze, Hawkeye ate all the dishes on the table. After finishing, he looked at Kyunhee and asked. It's a bit insufficient. Your headquarters restaurant is a bit stingy. What are these enough for? Upon hearing this, Kyunhee immediately became unhappy. The headquarters is his home now, and the restaurant of the headquarters is his kitchen. Hawkeye is slapping himself in the face. Here's the menu, order whatever you want. I want to see how much you can eat today. Advertisement. And so Hawkeye ate plate after plate for several hours. After finishing the last plate, Hawkeye took out a tissue and wiped his mouth elegantly, then said calmly. It tastes good, but the portion is a little small. I barely feel 80% full. Jianhee was completely numb. He glanced at Hawkeye's flat belly and couldn't help but say. Are you a scion? Toothpick? What do you mean? I don't need a toothpick. Kyunhee thought about how when Hawkeye lived in the same castle with Perona, there wasn't much food on the table during meals. Could it be that his grandmaster's life had returned? In the end, Kyunhee paid the bill and kept the list to remind himself that Hawkeye was a glutton. A soldier came up to the deck, saluted Jianhee, and said. Report to Vice Admiral Zilan, the warship has arrived at the Red Line. Yes, I understand. Kyunhee put the long list back into the door space and turned to look at Red Line. This land is at a very high altitude, and ordinary people usually have to take an elevator to go up. In the original anime, when Vivi and her friends came here to attend a meeting, they took the elevator to go up. There are already several men in black waiting at the elevator. Kyunhee didn't let others follow to avoid any trouble. Now is not the time to fall out with the world government. There were no arrogant or domineering fools among the men in black this time, and they all treated him with respect. Kyunhee nodded to them, and a man in black started the elevator, which slowly rose upwards. When they reached the top, as soon as Kyunhee stepped out of the elevator, they saw Xiaolulia who was dressed extremely gorgeously. But he just took a glance and then looked away to look at the surrounding environment. Xiaolulia was delighted to see Jianhee, but was immediately angered by his attitude. She came to Jianhee with a stern face and said unhappily. It's so hard to see you. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Jianhee was stunned, how come he didn't know what he had promised? Seeing Kyunhee's expression, Xiaolulia knew that he definitely didn't take the matter to heart. Advertisement. Jianhee's indifferent attitude made her very angry. She said angrily. Didn't you promise to be my bodyguard? Hey? When did I agree to that? That night in Sabayati. That night? What happened that night? That night you took me. Before she could finish, Xiaolulia reacted and quickly shut her mouth, turning to look at the guard standing next to her with an unfriendly expression. The group of guards suddenly felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Just now when Xiaolulia mentioned that night, they secretly cried out in dismay. This was not something they wanted to hear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xiaolulia looked at them as if they were dead people, and one could imagine what would happen to this group of guards afterwards. Kyunhee frowned, reached out and pressed Xiaolulia's bubble hood, and with a little force, he twisted Xiaolulia back and made her face him. Kyunhee's action scared the guards. This is really disrespectful. Is this Marine trying to kill himself? However, when Xiaolulia turned around, her face turned red. She did not dislike Kyunhee's behavior. Jianhee didn't think about why this guy blushed again, and scolded him like a child. Are you thinking of something bad again? No, no. Okay, stop causing trouble when I'm here. I haven't even asked you why you're here. They think there's something special between us, so they asked me to pick you up. Who has a special relationship with you? Hearing Qianhe's question, Xiaolulia felt very uncomfortable. She didn't care that her bubble mask was still in Qianhe's hand, and said with her neck stiff. It's just extraordinary. Hiss, me. Looking at Xiaolulia, who was like a piece of meat being cut into a donut, Qianhe's hands felt itchy for a moment. This is really strange. I have never advocated the use of violence and I am a peace-loving Uchiha. But why is it that when facing this guy, I always feel like beating her up? Chapter 115 A Night in Marie Joyce. Instead of taking Qianhe directly to find the 5 elders, Xiaolulia took Qianhe to her palace. Since it's getting late, why not stay at her place for the night and have dinner? Well, I won't invite my brother and father to this dinner. Qianhe didn't know that this was Xiaolulia acting on her own, and thought it was also arranged by the 5 elders, so she followed her. When he arrived at the hall of Xiaolulia Palace, Qianhe saw a doll placed on the sofa in the middle at a glance, and his face suddenly darkened. Advertisement. Although the doll looked a bit abstract, Chijia still recognized that it was made according to the pair of Rinnegan on the doll's face. What made Qianhe speechless the most was that there were still traces of water on the doll's face, which showed that Xiaolulia probably slept with it in her arms many times. What's going on with this Xiaolulia? After being threatened by me a few times and slapped in the face, not only did she not hate me, but she developed some special feelings towards me instead. Xiaolulia, who was following behind, saw Qianhe standing there with a strange look on her face, so she curiously poked her head out from behind Qianhe, and then she also saw the doll. Xiaolulia suddenly opened her eyes wide, and without caring about the heavy spacesuit on her body, she rushed forward to take the doll away. However, as soon as she took a step, Qianhe grabbed her collar from behind. Fortunately, her clothes were strong, otherwise she would have been exposed. Xiaolulia, who was grabbed by the collar by Qianhe, did not dare to look back at Qianhe. At this moment, she suddenly felt like crawling into a crack in the ground. This time he was really doomed in front of Chijia. Qianhe put his hand on her bubble hood again, but this time he didn't twist it, but just held it and lifted it. Xiaolulia's bubble hood separated from her clothes with a popping sound and was caught in Qianhe's hand. When the bubble mask was taken off, Xiaolulia didn't react much. Celestial dragons like to wear bubble masks because they don't want to breathe the same air as civilians. But now there are only her and Qianhe in the whole hall, and she has sent all the guards away. Why do they need guards when Qianhe is here? Wouldn't it be nice to breathe the same air as Chijia? So Xiaolulia was not angry, but took a few deep breaths. I wonder if it was because she had been holding her breath in the bubble hood for too long. Qianhe behind her looked at Xiaolulia's hair that went straight up to the sky, frowned, and said. What the hell is this hairstyle of yours? It's so ugly. Advertisement. What? This is a hairstyle unique to us celestial dragons. It's a symbol of identity. You. If you think it doesn't look good, I'll just put it down. After saying that, Xiaolulia twisted her body, broke free from Qianhe's hands, turned around and looked at Qianhe with a reproachful look. Then she reached out to smooth her hair, but she didn't know how much hairspray she had used, but she just couldn't smooth it down. The more Xiaolulia cleaned up the place, the messy it became. As she did so, tears actually appeared in her eyes and she looked like she was about to cry. Qianhe was also stunned when he saw her expression. Why did she get so angry about doing her hair? Shaking his head speechlessly, Qianhe made a few seals with one hand, and a wall of water appeared beside Xiaolulia. Water-style water barrier. Xiaolulia looked at the water wall that suddenly appeared, and then looked at Qianhe eagerly. Qianhe said unhappily. Can't you just use water? Don't you have any common sense? Oh. Xiaolulia stretched out her hands, took out a handful of water from the water barrier, and applied it to her hair. Sure enough, the hair became smooth under the action of water, and she stroked it lightly a few times, and her hair was completely let down. Xiaolulia had a head of orange hair. She shook her head, trying to shake off the water in her hair, which made Qianhe want to use the great fireball technique to steam her hair dry. After shaking her hair, Xiaolulia looked at Qianhe a little embarrassedly. She felt that her current commoner hairstyle must be very ugly. But Qianhe felt that Xiaolulia looked unexpectedly good now. She was already very beautiful, especially among the celestial dragons who looked like they were incestuous, her looks could be described as celestial. Now that she has changed her hairstyle to a long shawl hairstyle, her whole temperament has changed again. She is obviously a celestial dragon's, but she has a tranquil temperament. Of course, that's on the premise that she doesn't speak. Seeing that Qianhe didn't react for a long time, Xiaolulia thought that she was right. Now she looked really ugly. Advertisement. She said angrily. Sure enough, this civilian hairstyle doesn't suit me. Who said it's not suitable? I think you're pretty cute now. Humph, it's not, This was the first time that Xiaolulia heard words of praise from Qianhe. She was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. Seeing that she was having another attack, Qianhe ignored her and walked past her, ready to visit this luxurious palace. After coming back to her senses, Xiaolulia looked very happy. She was about to look for Qunhe, but found that Qunhe was no longer in front of her. She quickly turned around and chased after Qianhe, saying as she chased, "This is my room. How is it? Is it as beautiful as I am now?" At dinner time, Qunhe and Xiaolulia sat facing each other at the two ends of a long dining table. Qunhe concentrated on eating the dishes on the plate. It must be said that the level of Celestial Dragon's chef was really top-notch. The dishes on the table were all delicious. Xiaolulia ate the food with a forkful of food. She had been eating the same thing since she was a child and was already tired of it. Most of her attention was on Qunhe sitting opposite her. Looking at Chijia who was concentrating on eating across from her, a faint smile appeared on Xiaolulia's face. She was almost at the pinnacle of the world when she was born. She had a life of luxury, and the people around her took great care of her. She had never suffered any grievances. But until that night at Sabayati, when she was severely taught a lesson by Qunhe from the opposite side and almost lost her life, it was the first time she met a man who was not afraid of her at all. She also expressed her kindness to Qunhe, but Qunhe did not appreciate it at all. She had no choice but to learn about Qunhe's life through some news she heard from the servants and newspapers. She witnessed how Chijia grew from a small marine colonel stationed in Sabayati to the only admiral candidate in the marine in less than 2 years. Even many celestial dragons began to pay attention to Chijia. Because the admiral is the highest combat force in the marine, once celestial dragons encounter problems, they often have to rely on the power of the admiral. Many pirates are not so much afraid of celestial dragons as they are more afraid of provoking celestial dragons which will attract the marine admiral. In addition, Chijia is so young and looks very outstanding. Xiaolulia has heard that some female celestial dragons have already set their sights on Chijia. Thinking of this, Xiaolulia curled her lips in disdain. "Don't you see what kind of moral character you have? You all look like that pirate's lady." Chapter 116, Xiaolulia's Gift. After dinner, Xiaolulia called a man in black, who was holding an exquisite little box. Xiaolulia took the box and asked the man in black to leave. She walked up to Qianhe and said mysteriously, "This is for you. Guess what's in it?" Qunhe took a glance and knew it must be the devil fruit. He is not very interested in devil fruit now, and he has already made a choice in his mind for the remaining position of his left eye. Advertisement. However, since this fruit was selected from the treasure house of celestial dragons, its ability is estimated to be not too bad, so it is worth taking a look. Looking at Xiaolulia's smug expression, Qianhe said directly, "I know. Devil fruit. For it." Xiaolulia's expression fell. She wanted to keep it a secret. She didn't know much about devil fruit, and most of her collection was Zoan, because she used to like to have people feed them to the slaves and watch them fighting. Hearing that Chijia seemed to be very interested in devil fruit, she went to do some research and found out that there are quite a few categories in Zoan, including extremely rare creatures such as mythical beasts. So she searched the treasure house for a long time according to the devil fruit encyclopedia, but the Zoan devil fruit of the mythical beast species was indeed rare. Apart from the Shura fruit that she had given to Qunhe before, she searched the entire treasure house but did not find a second mythical beast species. But she is celestial dragons after all, and money is just a number to her. After a bounty of 2 billion berries was offered, a mythical beast seed was delivered to her desk not long after. She thought that Chijia would really like this devil fruit, and her relationship with her would be improved. But looking at Qunhe's current expression, he seemed to have already disdained the devil fruit. Xiaolulia suddenly felt that her work was in vain and stood there dejected. Chijia felt that her attitude towards this guy seemed a little too cold, probably because she was a celestial dragon, plus her somewhat neurotic personality. But she is quite nice to me. Whether it was the promotion in Sabayati or the devil fruit this time, it can be seen that she really wants to be friends with me. Thinking of this, Qianhe's expression eased a little. He took the box and said, "Thank you. I accept this fruit." Advertisement. "Hey, you're welcome. I prepared this for you." Seeing that Qunhe accepted the devil fruit and thanked her, Xiaolulia became excited again. Today, not only did she receive praise from Qunhe for the first time, she also heard thank you from him. Does this mean that Qunhe's attitude towards her has improved? Qunhe took the box and opened it directly. Inside was a black cantaloupe. The most obvious feature was the stalk on the top that looked like a pair of bull horns. Xiaolulia suddenly leaned over and wanted to explain to Qunhe the situation of this devil fruit as if to take credit. She put a lot of effort into it. "I have compared this fruit with the illustrated manual for you. It is a mythical beast species in the Zoan, the bull fruit, bull demon king form. Niu fruit." Qunhe thinks that there is no need to add this prefix, just say bull demon king form directly. He was not going to eat this fruit, but he could give it to someone around him. Qunhe already had the best candidate in mind, and that was his teacher Zephyr. In fact, the most suitable vampire fruit for Zephyr should be the red counts, but it is obviously unrealistic to go looking for that fruit specifically. He is not Blackbeard, who spent 20 years waiting for a dark fruit. Since this Bull Demon King fruit is a mythical beast, it must not be too bad. If Zephyr obtains this fruit, his strength will definitely be greatly improved, at least he can restore his admiral strength. In this case, Mr. Zephyr will have to put his thoughts of retirement on hold for now. But Zephyr is not even 70 years old yet, why do you keep thinking about retirement? Roll up, teacher. Just keep this gift of re-employment. Looking at the Bull Demon King fruit in his hand, Kyunhee's face showed an evil smirk. Xiaolulia was very close to her and thought that Kyunhee's smile was really beautiful and had a strong attraction to her. Her eyes rolled around, and as Kyunhee's attitude towards her improved, Xiaolulia became bolder. She stood on tiptoe and quietly moved her face closer to Kyunhee. He noticed her action, his face darkened, and he said, "What do you want to do?" Xiaolulia's expression froze, and she remained motionless with her face stretched out. Kyunhee felt amused when he saw Xiaolulia like this. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? Advertisement. After thinking for a while, Kyunhee suddenly bent down and tapped her forehead. Xiaolulia was suddenly struck by lightning. Her face turned visibly red and steam came out of her head. She looked quite cute. Shaking his head, Kyunhee put the Bull Demon King fruit into the Menman space and said, "I want to give this fruit to my teacher Zephyr. Do you mind?" "What do you mean by not speaking? Can't you?" No matter what Kyunhee said, Xiaolulia just stood there without any reaction, so Kyunhee had to reach out and knock on her head. Xiaolulia came back to her senses and waved her hands and said, "It's already yours, do with it as you please." After saying that, she looked at Kyunhee with a red face and stopped talking. Kyunhee smiled at her again. This guy was becoming more and more likable. If the celestial dragons were really going to be destroyed, she would definitely protect her. After chatting with her for a while, Kyunhee went to the room arranged for him by Xiaolulia to rest. As soon as the door entered the room, there was an extremely large bed, covered with bedding that looked very luxurious. But the most eye-catching thing is a doll that doesn't fit in with the surrounding environment. This doll is the same as Chijia's. Its appearance is extremely abstract, and its characteristic feature is its flying hair. Yes, it is made according to Xiaolulia. Sitting on the bed, Kyunhee took the doll and looked at it speechlessly, commenting, "It's so ugly. Didn't I tell you not to have this hairstyle anymore?" The next day, Xiaolulia obediently took Kyunhee to meet the 5 elders. It had been delayed for a day, and any further delay would incur the anger of the 5 elders. On the way, Kyunhee looked around and had to say that the place where these celestial dragons lived was really gorgeous. There were many people cleaning there, and the whole environment looked spotless. Unfortunately, most of the people living there are disgusting-looking celestial dragons, which really ruins this place. But it doesn't matter. This place will eventually become a pile of sand anyway, and Kyunhee is not in the habit of living in a second-hand house. Chapter 117 Meeting with the 5 Elders. Passing through a marble path, Xiaolulia brought Kyunhee to the room where the 5 elders often held meetings together. This time, there were no longer all men in black at the door. Standing at the door were 2 people wearing white robes and strange masks on their faces, one was a red mask and the other was a black mask. Kyunhee looked at the 2 people at the door expressionlessly, thinking that this should be CP0, which is directly under the world government. Judging from the masks of these 2 people, the one with the red mask appeared later in the anime and his name was Gizmunda. Advertisement. The man with the black mask never appeared, and Kyunhee's eyes were fixed on the guy wearing the black mask. As the eyes that control life and death, Rinnegan is extremely sensitive to the breath of death. With just one glance, Kyunhee confirmed that the person was not a living person, but should be a creature similar to a puppet. Xiaolulia frowned. Who were these 2 guys? She had never seen them before. Moreover, she had brought people here, why didn't these 2 people move aside? The 2 masked men just stood there quietly, as if waiting for something, until an old voice came from inside the house. "Let Uchiha Chijia come in." After hearing the command from inside the house, the 2 masked men stepped aside and opened the door. Xiaolulia glared at the 2 masked men and was about to walk into the house, but Gizmunda blocked her way with his hand and said in a very respectful tone, "Mrs. Xiaolulia, the master inside is only called Uchiha Chijia, so please stay." 11% at. Xiaolulia was a little indignant and was about to say something when Qianhe behind her suddenly patted her shoulder and said, "Okay, thank you for leading the way. You can go back first. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten what I promised you. If I have the chance in the future, I will accompany you to visit Sabayati." Hearing Kyunhee's words, Xiaolulia's eyes lit up and she asked excitedly, "Really? Of course, I keep my word. Okay then. I'll go back first." Advertisement. Xiaolulia also knew that her identity was not very useful here, but since she had obtained Kyunhee's promise, she might as well stop there. After taking a last reluctant look at Kyunhee, Xiaolulia turned and left. After she left, Qunhe didn't even look at the masked men on either side and walked straight into the room. As soon as he entered the room, 5 pairs of eyes looked at Qianhe. Qianhe's expression remained unchanged. He just stood there, looking indifferently at the 5 old men sitting on the sofa in front of him. These 5 old guys are all very scheming. Although I don't know how they compare to Danzou, their temperament as superiors is definitely much stronger than Danzou. After all, he is the supreme leader of the world government. Danzou is not even a village chief after all. His highlight moment was that he briefly served as the 5.5th Hokage of Konoha, and then was killed by Suzuki. He completed the feat of sealing a bridge before his death. Also, if you don't know the identity of the 5 elders, they just look like 5 old men with stern faces, but what about Danzou? It doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. The 5 elders also looked at Chijia, who came here for the first time, and their eyes lingered on Chijia's Rinnegan for a moment. Then the 5 elders who was wearing a white kimono and holding a sword spoke first. Uchiha Chijia, nice to meet you. Your eyes really are as special as the rumors say. I heard that they are unique to your clan. Chijia raised her eyebrows. He brought the topic to his Rinnegan right away. This guy seems to be smiling but has a dagger hidden behind his smile. However, even if these old guys really set their sights on her Rinnegan, Chijia would not be worried at all. With his current strength, unless Marie Joyce has a combat power far exceeding the 4 emperors level, he can easily destroy Marie Joyce and retreat safely. Smiling, Qianhe responded. Yes, have you ever seen anyone else with eyes like this? The youngest blonde 5 elders' face changed. Qianhe's tone was really not polite enough. He opened his mouth to scold, but the 5 elders wearing a black flat hat next to him looked at him and shook his head slightly. The blonde 5 elders was unable to hold back what he wanted to say and could only sit there with his eyes wide open. The 5 elders in white kimono were much calmer. He was not annoyed and asked. Advertisement? Perhaps. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became depressing. Chijia narrowed her eyes and looked at the 5 elders in white kimonos. A purple light flashed in her Rinnegan. However, the 5 elders in the white kimono suddenly chuckled, shook the samurai sword in his arms, and said. Just kidding, didn't you say that you were the only one left in the Uchiha clan? Haha, I just thought there really were other people from this tribe living in this world. Oh? If so, what would you do? If there really is one, then he should be the last of my tribesmen. I must have some tea with him and reminisce about the past. Haha, you really are a sentimental person. Thank you. The blonde 5 elders was getting a little restless. These two were getting further and further away from the topic. Uchiha Chijia was not called here for a tea party today. So he interrupted Qianhe's awkward chat with the 5 elders in kimono. Uchiha Chijia, is the OPOP fruit with Kaido? After investigation by our intelligence agents, we didn't get any information about the OPOP fruit from Kaido. Facing the question from the blonde 5 elders, Qianhe spread his hands and pretended to be puzzled and said. Then I don't know. The OPOP fruit was indeed snatched away by Kaido that day. The soldiers on the 5 warships witnessed it with their own eyes. You were mainly responsible for the OPOP fruit escort mission. Shouldn't you do something about it? I really don't know. Do you want me to fight Kaido? The blonde 5 elders was really annoyed by Chijia's attitude and was about to lose his temper again, but was stopped by the black flat-hatted 5 elders next to him with a look. He also realized that he had lost his composure quite a bit today. Because of Chijia, he really hated hearing the word Uchiha now. The 5 elders in the black flat hat stopped the blonde one, then looked at Qianhe and said calmly. Uchiha Chijia, we need you to go to Onigashima and gather some information about the OPOP fruit. I believe that with your ability, this should not be difficult to do. Let me go to Onigashima to collect information? Qianhe thought that this guy really wanted me to fight with Kaido. He just wanted to test my strength through Kaido. Well, just go. It doesn't matter if I can fight with Kaido or not. The main reason I go there is because I have important business to attend to. Chapter 118 Peeping from Between Flowers. After everything was explained, Qianhe did not stay in this room any longer. Instead of pretending to be friendly with these people, it would be better to go find Xiaolulia and enjoy the luxurious life of celestial dragons. After Qiange left, the blonde 5 elders said loudly with anger on his face. You all have seen that this Uchiha Chijia is a difficult person to control. Are we just going to let him stay comfortably in the marine? The 5 elders with long beards and the 5 elders with birthmarks, who had been silent, also nodded in agreement. Qianhe's attitude just now was very clear. He had no respect for the world government at all. Advertisement. The 5 elders in white kimonos and the 5 elders in black flat hats looked at each other, and finally the 5 elders in white kimonos spoke slowly. Regarding Uchiha Chijia, we'd better not touch him before Master Im has clear instructions. Letting him go to Onigashima this time was already our own decision. Birthmark 5 elders didn't think there was anything wrong with this and said directly. This is understandable. Everyone knows the importance of OPOP fruit. It must be in the hands of the world government. The blonde and long-bearded 5 elders also said in agreement. Indeed, this Uchiha Chijia has been collecting powerful devil fruits. I don't believe he won't be tempted by OPOP fruits. Maybe he has already eaten the OPOP fruit. His abilities are endless. That Kaido is most likely a fake. Seeing that the situation was getting a little out of control, the 5 elders in the black flat hat looked a little unhappy. It was extremely rare for the 5 of them to have a dispute, but they didn't expect it to get to this point because of Uchiha Chijia. But he still supported the white kimono 5 elders, and Im's will must not be violated. Thinking of this, the 5 elders in the black flat hat said in a deep voice. That's enough. If you really want to do something to Uchiha Chijia, you might as well go and tell Master Im. Seeing that the flat-hatted 5 elders brought up Yim again, the blonde 5 elders became a little dissatisfied. Don't always bring up Lord Yumu. Are you already Lord Yumu's spokesperson? After saying this, before the flat-hatted 5 elders could get angry, the blonde 5 elders' expression suddenly turned into pain, and he fell backwards on the sofa, rolling around in a completely unruly manner. Advertisement. This situation frightened the other 4 people, but they soon realized that this must be a punishment from Lord Yim. It seems that Lord Yumu is already dissatisfied with their behavior. Seeing the blonde 5 elders still writhing in pain on the sofa, the other 4 hurriedly stood up from the sofa, knelt on the ground, and said loudly. Lord Yim, we overstepped our boundaries. Please show mercy and spare him this time. It has to be said that at this time they are still unprecedentedly united. Because no one can guarantee that this kind of thing will happen to them next time, saving the blonde 5 elders now is protecting yourself in the future. After the 4 people finished speaking, the blonde 5 elders' pain did not stop immediately, but lasted for a long time before gradually subsiding. At this time, the blonde 5 elders' face was pale and his whole body was shaking, but he still forced himself to stand up from the sofa, knelt on the ground with the others, and kept saying sorry. Seeing the miserable state of their colleague, the other 4 also looked grim, but this was the consequence of disobeying Lord Im. They all knew in their hearts that even though they were the supreme leaders of the world government on paper, in front of Lord Yim, they were just 5 loyal dogs. If one day they discussed Im, their fate will definitely not be much better than those captive slaves. The 5 elders knelt on the ground, no one dared to stand up, until a cold voice sounded in their minds at the same time. Don't interfere in Uchiha Chijia's affairs anymore. I have my own arrangements regarding him. Hearing these words, the 5 elders felt as if they had been pardoned. They kowtowed several times together before slowly getting up from the ground. The white kimono 5 elders glanced at the blonde 5 elders who had not yet recovered from the pain just now, and said lightly. Do you understand what Master Yumo means this time? The blonde 5 elders looked pale, and dared not show any resentment towards these obviously sarcastic words, and just nodded. The other 3 were more obedient, especially the 5 elders with birthmark and the 5 elders with beard. They were also very excited just now. They were lucky that Lord Yim did not punish them this time. How could they dare to fart again? Just thinking of the culprit this time, Uchiha Chijia, the hatred in their hearts became even stronger, but now the stronger the hatred, the more uncomfortable they felt. Advertisement. It's as painful as feeding a child even though you know he's not your own. Marie Joyce, among the flowers. On the triple-tiered platform, a slender black figure sat on it. The only thing that can be seen is his eyes. You can see that there are red pupils in his eyes and 2 circles of black ripples around them. This dark shadow is the real ruler of the world government, Yim. If Kyunhee were here, he would definitely be confused by Im's eyes, because he had the impression that Im's eyes should be golden. When did they turn into the same red as Sharingan? In fact, Kyunhee was misled by the information on the internet when he was on Blue Star. He had not seen this part of the plot when he traveled through time. Yumu's golden eyes were imagined by some comic fans. In the latest plot, a close-up of Yumu's eyes appeared, and they were indeed red. Im's entire body was in shadow and his specific appearance could not be seen. He looked at the empty hall, as if talking to himself. You are a bunch of meddlesome trash. Compared to Uchiha Chijia, you are of no value at all. He had just taught the blonde 5 elders a painful lesson from a distance. If that guy dared to meddle again, someone else would take his place next time. After saying this, Yim shook his head again and continued. Are you so confident that you can control this Uchiha Chijia? Although I have never heard of the Uchiha clan, just based on those eyes, there is a high possibility that he is from the same place as me. Do you know what this means? This time, Yim's tone was very strange, very different from the tone of his previous sentence, and it sounded like it was spoken by 2 different people. Sure enough, after saying this, Yumu's body suddenly began to tremble, and this time his tone became gnashing of teeth. It's not your turn to tell me what to do. You're just a piece of trash struggling to survive in my body. Haha, I'm a waste, then what are you? Without me, you'd just be an appendage of that guy called Joey Boy. This sentence obviously hit the pain in Im's heart. A strange red light flashed in his eyes, and gradually, Im's trembling body calmed down. He panted and said fiercely. In the final analysis, we are both betrayers, but the difference is that I succeeded, and you will only become a stepping stone on my road to evolution. Chapter 119 The Marie Joyce trip ends. Among the flowers, Im used some means to suppress another consciousness and then fell silent. His figure gradually became blurred and finally disappeared on the throne. However, what he didn't know was that when his eyes lit up red, a purple light also flashed in the eyes of Kyun-hee, who was standing next to Xiaolulia. Chien-hee seemed to sense something and turned to look in one direction. Xiaolulia, who was next to her, saw that Chien-hee, who was talking to her, suddenly stopped looking at her and couldn't help asking. Chijia, where are you looking at? Chien-hee shook his head and said with a smile. Advertisement. Nothing, I just felt it was time to go. Ah? Are you leaving now? Why can't you stay a few more days? I want to take you to see the performance of those slaves. I still have a mission to complete. As for the slaves you mentioned, I think you should get rid of this evil hobby as soon as possible. I just like watching them fight. Don't worry, the slaves I bought are all pirates. You are a marine, I understand. You are quite conscious. Okay, I really have to go. Next time I will accompany you to visit Sabayati Island. Okay, then keep your word. Xiaolulia was really afraid that once Chijia returned, he would return to his previous attitude towards her and not reply to her letters or answer the den mushi. It was fine before, because she knew that Kyun-hee was not that interested in her, but after spending these 2 days together, especially that night, she finally got the taste of it. If Kyun-hee treated her the same way as before, she would find it hard to accept. Xiaolulia secretly decided that if Kyun-hee still ignored her, she would go to the naval headquarters to find him in person and ask him why he was so cruel. Thinking of this, Xiaolulia couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and she felt like asking for a beating again. Sure enough, when Kyun-hee saw her like this, he couldn't help but give her a slap on the head, bringing her back from her fantasy. After being hit like that, Xiaolulia didn't dare to put on airs anymore. She knew that her identity as Celestial Dragons was useless in front of Kyun-hee and would only arouse his disgust. Besides, she herself didn't like to mix anything else into her relationship with Chijia. Now she finds this kind of relationship very interesting. It is an experience she has never had since she was born, and she enjoys it. Seeing that Xiaolulia was still so well behaved even after being hit, Kyun-hee felt a little embarrassed. Advertisement. Xiaolulia had been very harsh on him these past few days, and it was really a bit unreasonable for him to give her a good beating when he was about to leave. Thinking of this, Chien-hee took out a small piece of gold from the door space. Looking at the gold in his hand, Chien-hee said softly. Lei Yejin. Zzz. A dazzling purple lightning flashed on the hand holding the gold, and the high temperature generated by the lightning made the air around the palm seem distorted. The gold melted into a pile of golden liquid under high temperature and gradually changed its shape until it turned into a mini version of the flying thunder god Kunao. A small ball of black flame emerged from Kyun-hee's palm, cooling down the mini flying thunder god Kunao. He then took out a piece of paper with the word flying thunder god warlock on it and tied it to the handle of the Kunao. That was the end of the job. Xiaolulia stared blankly at Kyun-hee, who suddenly turned a piece of gold into such a strange-looking object as if performing magic, and thought to herself. Chijia's ability is really amazing, but this thing looks a bit ugly. Looking at the mini golden flying thunder god Kunao in his hand, Kyun-hee nodded with satisfaction, thinking that his craftsmanship was pretty good. This golden flying thunder god was obviously meant for Xiaolulia, but if Kyun-hee knew that she just thought the flying thunder god was ugly, she would probably give her a good beating again. Handing the Kunao to Xiaolulia, Chien-hee said. Here, this is for you. So it was given to me? It's so beautiful. Xiaolulia didn't expect that Kyun-hee would give her a gift, so she hurriedly took the mini flying thunder god and stuffed it into her spacesuit and held it tightly, as if she was afraid that Kyun-hee would regret it the next second. Seeing her cautious look, Chien-hee was helpless, but still told her. Although you won't usually be in any danger, if you really encounter an emergency, just use it to call me. I'm leaving now. Xiaolulia covered her chest and nodded continuously. Just as she was about to say something, she found that Kyun-hee's figure flashed and disappeared in front of her. Xiaolulia, who was standing there in a daze, looked at the place where Kyun-hee disappeared, opened her mouth, and said weakly. Kiss me again, please. On the 6 paths, Chijia's office. Advertisement. Khalifa was seriously looking through the documents sent from the headquarters in the past few days, making some annotations with a pen from time to time. She had become accustomed to handling these heavy official tasks for Kyun-hee. It can be said that as long as she wants, she can do a lot of things with Kyun-hee's power, but Khalifa is obviously not interested in such things. In her opinion, the help she could give to Kyunhee in battle was limited, so she would just try her best to do the best in these daily chores. Ever since she was sold to Chijia by the 5 elders, her life has completely revolved around Chijia. She also knew that there were many women around Kyunhee, but so what? She was the one who spent the most time with Chijia. Even Jun was not as good as her in this respect. Therefore, Khalifa is very satisfied with her current life. The only regret she has is about Anne, who is sitting on the sofa over there. Anne is now considered as a little follower of Kyunhee. Although her presence does not affect the time he spends with Kyunhee, they can no longer be alone together. Anne on the sofa certainly didn't know that Khalifa was complaining about her crazily. She was looking at Khalifa, who was busy at Kyunhee's position, with admiration. She felt that Khalifa was so capable and that everything could be arranged in an orderly manner in her hands. Especially during the days when Kyunhee was away, she saw all of Khalifa's efforts. Anne has always regarded Khalifa as her elder sister, not because of their age, but because compared with Khalifa, she feels that she is still a child who knows nothing. After all, Khalifa was sent to the world government for training, and her experience is much richer than Anne's. Just when the two girls were thinking about each other, Kyunhee suddenly appeared in the office. This time he appeared in an awkward position and sat directly on Khalifa's lap. Feeling the touch on his back, he leaned forward a little, looked at Anne, who was looking at him blankly, and said, "Did you get a new cushion for this chair? It's quite comfortable. Was it Khalifa who changed it? Where is she?" Ayan held her forehead with one hand and said helplessly, "That's the one you're sitting on." He was stunned and quickly stood up from the chair. When he turned around, he saw Khalifa with a red face. Khalifa looked at Kyunhee with resentment and was about to say, "Boss, you are..." "Stop. It's a mistake, it's a mistake." Chapter 120. Kyunhee hurriedly stopped Khalifa from saying this. Anne was in the room. If Khalifa said this aloud, would he still have any image? Khalifa also protected Kyunhee's face. When he was interrupted, he stopped talking and just stared at Kyunhee with his big eyes. "Just sit down if you want to. Why lean back so hard? Anne is still here." Ayan also looked at Kyunhee with a strange expression, thinking that Kyunhee must have done it on purpose. Why did she have to appear on Khalifa's legs when she could have appeared anywhere else? "I am sitting here too." Advertisement. Faced with this embarrassing situation, he quickly adjusted himself and calmly talked about business. "I've received a new mission. I need to go to Kaido's base, Nagashima." Hearing the serious business, the two girls quickly got into work mode. Khalifa pushed her glasses and said with some concern, "Boss, are you going alone? Isn't that too dangerous? There are the entire beasts pirates there." "It's okay. With my current strength, they are no longer a threat to me." "But..." "Okay, I'm not alone either. You and Anne can come with me. I heard that the flower capital has nice scenery. I'll take you two there to have some fun." Khalifa and Anne looked at Kyunhee, who looked indifferent and were speechless. That's the 4 emperors group. It's outrageous enough that Chijia is going alone, and now she has to bring them along. Why does it sound like they're going on a trip? The two girls wanted to refuse, they felt that their strength would drag down Kyunhee, but before they could open their mouths, Kyunhee interrupted them directly. "It's decided. Don't worry, just go and watch the light." After hearing this, Khalifa didn't say anything more. She was 100% obedient to Kyunhee. Since Kyunhee had made the decision, she would never raise any objections. Ayan was also very obedient to Kyunhee, but this time she spoke unexpectedly. "I won't go. I'll let Khalifa go with me. She's been really busy lately. It would be nice for her to go and have some fun." Kyunhee looked at Anne with some surprise. Ever since she got on his boat, Anne has been sticking with him all the time. What happened this time? There was no change on Ayan's face, but in her heart she still wanted to go. Since Chijia has already said that it's okay, it means that it is absolutely safe to go there. Of course, it would be great to go to Wano Kuni with him. But she is a strong-willed girl. Seeing Khalifa busy these days while she has done nothing, she feels a little ashamed, so she wants to give Khalifa the opportunity to go out and play alone with Kyunhee. Kyunhee didn't force it. Anyway, he wasn't going to Wano Kuni to be an undercover agent, and he wouldn't be able to stay there for more than a few days. Advertisement. After thinking for a while, Kyunhee handed the box containing the Bull Demon King fruit to Anne and instructed. "Anne, give this fruit to Mr. Zephyr when you go back. This is the Bull Demon King form of the Zoan mythical beast. Tell him that for the sake of justice, it's up to him to eat it or not." Anne took the fruit and put it away carefully. She respected Zephyr very much and knew how important this fruit was to him. Now her regret about not being able to go out with Chijia has mostly dissipated. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. It is also a very meaningful thing to help Chijia hand over the fruit to Zephyr now. A smile appeared on Anne's face. Kyunhee was relieved to see that her mood had improved. Kyunhee guessed that she wanted to go, but for some reason she refused. Fortunately, there was this thing that could make her happy. Now that everything has been arranged, Kyunhee no longer stays and calls the two girls to come to the deck. He uses the summoning technique to summon the stupid bird, which hovers in the air. Kyunhee jumped onto the back of the stupid bird holding Khalifa, nodded to Anne below, and then patted the stupid bird. The stupid bird also understood. It flapped its wings, rushed into the sky at an incredible speed, and disappeared into the clouds. After confirming that the two had flown far away, Anne pouted and whispered, "Don't do bad things and come back soon." Wano-kuni, the capital of flowers. Chijia, wearing a black robe with a ping-pong racket printed on her back, is holding Khalifa's hand and walking on the bustling streets of the flower capital. Khalifa didn't wear glasses today. She was wearing a purple kimono and a white corset. She looked very gentle and peaceful. Kyunhee looked at Khalifa beside him and found it very pleasing to the eye. It's not that Khalifa doesn't look good in normal times, it's just that Khalifa that suddenly changes style looks more amazing. Some men dressed as warriors on the street would glance over here from time to time, wondering when such a beautiful woman came here. Kyunhee's perception is so sharp that with the help of Thunder Fruit, once Skynet is opened, the locations of these people appear directly in Kyunhee's mind like dots on a radar. With a cold snort, Conqueror's aura emanated from him, and people on the street suddenly noticed that there were many men rolling their eyes on the ground. This strange situation caused a commotion. Khalifa knew that it must be Kyunhee's doing, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. He glanced at her and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just think you're pretty cute, boss. I just don't like samurai, that's all." Okay, I get it, boss. Those warriors are really disgusting. And they keep looking here for what? They are asking for trouble. Advertisement. Yeah, I see there are quite a few girls looking this way, boss, do you want to give them a try too? It's okay, let them see, it won't cost them any more. Hee. Khalifa rolled his eyes at Kyunhee. Compared to men, there were obviously more women looking over here, and it was self-evident who these women wanted to see. Ever since the boss stepped onto this street, the women's eyes had never left him. What, you're not tired of it now? Where's your conquerors? Is it ineffective? Facing Khalifa's gaze, Chijia remained calm and collected, because he is Uchiha. As long as they are from the Uchiha clan, their looks are absolutely unbeatable, regardless of anything else. Especially in the world of pirates, compared to most wild-growing men, the Uchiha clan's looks are definitely at the level of dimensionality reduction. While the two were playing, someone shouted, "The Warren is on parade." The crowd that was crowded just now suddenly dispersed and stood on both sides of the street, looking eagerly at the intersection. Kyunhee was unmoved and continued shopping with Khalifa. Khalifa looked at Kyunhee who had no reaction and asked curiously, "Boss, aren't you interested in this Warren? A woman who can become an Warren must be very beautiful. It's just a trick. Do you see the people over there?" Kyunhee chuckled a few times and pointed at a group of people standing in a corner. Unlike the excited crowd on the street, that group of people were all dressed in tattered clothes, had ugly faces, and their eyes were filled with hatred. Khalifa also noticed that the mood of these people was obviously not right, but he still didn't understand what Kyunhee meant, so he could only look at Kyunhee in confusion. Chika explained. That group of people were the big brothers on the list before. They threw all their money on that courtesan. Now they can only starve here. Big brother on the list? What is that? They are the ones who spend the most money on courtesans. Oh, boss, you mean this courtesan was promoted to be a famous one, and she's just average looking? That's not the case. She must be pretty, otherwise no one would support her. I see. But why does the boss know so much about it? Have you also paid for it? Of course not. Chapter 121 Hiri's Thoughts. Accompanied by the ringing of bells, the much-anticipated Warren Wano-kuni appeared at the end of the street. The woman had a beautiful face and long emerald-colored hair, which was tied up in a bun with golden hairpins inserted in it. She was wearing an extremely luxurious pink-printed kimono and a pair of very high wooden clogs. She put her hand on the shoulder of the person holding a flower umbrella next to her. Because her shoes were too high, she walked very slowly and looked very dignified. Khalifa looked at the courtesan and commented, "She is really pretty and has a good temperament." Advertisement. Chijia took a look and confirmed that the Warren was the daughter of Kojiki Oden, now using the alias Kojiki Oden, but her real name was actually Kojiki Hiri. Chijia is not impressed by Kojiki Hiri. Compared with the other princesses Shirahoshi, Vivi and Rebecca, she is simply useless. In the anime, the so-called 20 years of forbearance means cuddling with some old men and big snakes, and her job as a geisha is quite successful. But apart from dealing with men, she hasn't learned anything else, and in the end she stood out to make her presence felt. But I have to say, she looks pretty good, probably because she looks like her mother Kojiki. As for her brother Tao's Hizu, he is exactly like his stupid father in both stupidity and appearance. Thinking of Momonosuke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Chijia's eyes. This guy must die, and there is no need for a reason to kill him. Although this trace of murderous intent only appeared for a short time, a terrifying pressure had already emanated from Kyunhee. The ordinary people on the street groaned in unison, their knees weakened and they fell to the ground. Hiri's face turned pale, but fortunately, the guard next to him supported him with his shoulder, so he did not fall to the ground. The guard seemed to be holding on, his body shaking constantly. This was just an extremely weak pressure from Kyunhee, which lasted for just a short moment. Khalifa had developed a certain resistance due to being with Chijia for a long time, so he didn't feel that uncomfortable. But she still noticed Kyunhee's flash of murderous intent just now, so she asked. Boss, what happened to you just now? Is Kaido nearby? It's okay. I just thought of some disgusting guy. Chijia was also a little helpless. Momonosuke was really disgusting. Just thinking of him made her emotions fluctuate. Advertisement. Hearing that there is someone who makes Jianhee so disgusted, Khalifa continued to ask. Boss, that guy is still alive? Is he very powerful? No, it can be said to be very weak. Oh, there's no need for the boss to take action personally against such a weak person. Just send someone to get rid of him. Khalifa said this in a cold tone. In her opinion, making Kyunhee feel disgusting was already a capital crime, not to mention that he had no real strength. Was there any need for such a person to exist? Jianhee looked at Khalifa with a cold face, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms, and said with a smile. There's no need for that. He's just an insignificant character. It's just a matter of convenience. He's in Wano Kuni. Yes and no. He is hiding in a very safe place, but I have a way to find him out. Khalifa responded and lay in Kyunhee's arms without saying anything. This was a rare time for them to be alone, so it was better not to think about such annoying things anymore. On the street, Kojiki Hiri also calmed down from the pressure just now. She looked solemnly at the people kneeling around her, and the figures of Chijia and Khalifa came into her sight. There was nothing they could do. The two of them were already very outstanding in temperament and appearance. Now everyone around them had knelt on the ground, but they were the only ones who were still hugging each other as if nothing had happened. It looked so sweet. The pressure just now was most likely emitted by one of the two people. Hiri squinted her eyes as she looked at the two of them and quickly ruled out the possibility that it was the woman. Because the woman was lying in the man's arms with her eyes closed, looking harmless. If Hiri knew that the woman who looked harmless in her eyes had just opened her mouth to send someone to kill her brother, I wonder if she would still think the same way. As for that man, with just one glance, Hiri could tell that he was extraordinary, especially his strange pair of eyes. Just looking at him gave her an inexplicable sense of oppression. This feeling was very similar to what she had just felt. In fact, there are few people on the sea who don't recognize Chijia's Rinnegan. It can be said that just by looking at these eyes you can know Chijia's identity. However, Wano Kuni is a closed country with little contact with the world government, and rarely has news from the outside world, so Hiri doesn't know what these eyes mean. She looked at Kyunhee's young face and couldn't help but think. When did such a terrifying young warrior appear in Wano Kuni? Advertisement. Although she had little contact with the outside world, she had come into contact with Kaido, who was one of the top strong men in the world, and her father Kojiki Oden. She was not unfamiliar with the aura of such strong men. Although the pressure just now was only a flash, its intensity was already on the same level as the two people she remembered. She even felt in her heart that it was even stronger than those two. But the owner of that pressure seemed too young, and she found it hard to accept that this person who suddenly appeared possessed a power more powerful than her father and Kaido. What was the purpose of a person with such power appearing in Wano Kuni? She didn't believe that such a person came here just to play with women. If he was an enemy, then he should be in the same group as Kaido, but she had never seen such a strong man around Kaido. And as long as he is not in the same group as Kaido, then she must win over such a strong man. Although the woman in his arms was also extremely beautiful, she was Anwaran. This was a big plus for some men. With her beauty and status as Anwaran, she is confident that she can win Kyunhee's favor. At that time, she would use the same means as before to squeeze money from those big brothers on the list, and even grit her teeth and pay a little more to get Kyunhee to help her do something. She didn't expect Chijia to be able to kill Kaido, but as long as she could kill Orokai it would be a huge win. The 20 years her mother had mentioned was really too long. Now that there was even a glimmer of hope, Hiri didn't want to wait any longer. Thinking of this, she said to the guard. Go and invite the two people standing over there, and tell them that I invite them to the banquet together. The guard was sent by Denjiro to protect Kojiki Hiri. Hearing this, he whispered with some embarrassment. We are going to the Great Snake's banquet today. Will this cause his dissatisfaction and affect the restoration of the country? No, Kaido is not here now. If we can recruit that man, maybe we can use him to kill the snake in advance. But how do we recruit him? I have my own way. Looking at the confident Koshiki Hiri, the guard smiled bitterly. He understood what Hiri meant, but he had a hunch that Hiri would fail this time. If that man was really the owner of the pressure just now, then could a strong man of this level really be recruited just by her beauty and her identity as Anwaran? Not everyone is like those big brothers on the list in Kurozumi Orakai. Chapter 122, Doing some official business and destroying Tao. Hiri's guard came to Chika and Khalifa, bowed respectfully, and said, "My master is going to attend a banquet at General Dishi's residence and would like to invite you two to go with him. Are you willing?" Khalifa didn't say anything, but just looked up at Kyunhee. If Kyunhee was interested, then she would go with them. Chijia thought it would be a good idea to go there. After all, the Kurozumi snake was a demon fruit power of a mythical beast, and it was just wasted on him. Moreover, his name and his fruit always remind Kyunhee of a certain scoundrel. Of course, the two are very different in appearance and personality. Advertisement. If this Kurozumi snake is not obedient later, then I will have another nice devil fruit in my collection. Thinking of this, Jianhe smiled and said, "Okay, it's a good opportunity to visit the general's mansion and see what the difference is between it and the general's office." After saying that, Kyunhee pulled Khalifa towards Koshiki Hiri. The guard behind him looked confused. "General's office? What is that?" Hiri on the street was delighted to see that her target actually came over. She bowed to Jianhe and said softly, "My lord, it is a great honor to be able to attend the banquet with you. You can just call me Xiao Ziai." "Ma'am, you seem to know me." "No, I just felt your presence and wanted to meet you. Besides, I believe that General Orakai would also want to meet you, a strong man like you." "Haha, I'm not interested in any generals. I just want to go to the general's mansion for some fun." Hearing Chijia's disrespectful tone towards Kurozumi Orakai, Hiri felt even happier. It seemed that this person was not at all interested in Kurozumi Orakai's identity as a general. Wouldn't it be easier to use him to kill Kurozumi Orakai? Hiri hated Kurozumi Orakai in her heart, but she still said, "You should watch your words, my lord. General Orakai has a bad temper." Chijia didn't say anything, but just looked at Hiri with a smile. Hiri felt uncomfortable under Chijia's gaze. She always felt that all her secrets were exposed under those purple eyes. Not daring to look into Chijia's eyes, Hiri quickly turned her head away and said calmly while leading the way, "I don't know your name yet." "Uchiha Chijia." Advertisement. "So it's Master Kyunhee. Master Kyunhee is not a resident here, right? Are you here with your lover?" Khalifa, who was standing behind him, blushed when she heard the word lover, but she immediately explained, "We don't." However, Jianhe interrupted her directly. "We're not here for fun." After saying that, Kyunhee pulled her hand slightly harder. Khalifa looked at Kyunhee shyly, but she was extremely happy in her heart, because Kyunhee only denied the purpose of coming here, but did not explain any more about the word lover. Whether he did it intentionally or not, Khalifa felt that the trip to Wano Kuni was a complete success. Seeing the eye contact between Kyunhee and Khalifa, a hint of envy flashed in Hiri's eyes. Because of her background, this kind of relationship was impossible for her. But when she thought of her dead parents and missing brother, Hiri's eyes quickly became firm again. To her now, apart from revenge, everything else was not worth mentioning. Hiri's expression returned to normal and he continued with the previous question. "Then why did you come here?" "I came to do some official business and kill someone by the way." "Murder?" Hearing this word, Hiri was shocked and didn't think much about the official business that Chijia mentioned. Coming to Wano Kuni to kill someone? With the power displayed by Chijia, who could he come here to kill? The only people who could kill someone of importance would be Kurozumi Orakai or Kaido. Thinking of Kaido, Hiri couldn't help but feel a strong hatred in her heart, but stronger than hatred was fear. She hated Kaido for boiling her father, Kojiki Oden, to death, but Kaido's almost unrivaled strength made her feel extremely powerless and terrified. So even though she knew that Chijia was also a terrifyingly strong man, she would not think that Chijia could kill Kaido, she just wanted him to kill Orakai. Moreover, she was not a bad person. She felt that with the momentum displayed by Kyunhee, it was more than enough to kill the big snake. But it was still too dangerous to face Kaido, and she didn't want to let such a young and strong man die under Kaido's mace. But what Hiri never expected was that the person Chijia wanted to kill was not Orakai, nor Kaido, but her useless brother Momonosuke. Wano Kuni, the Shogun's palace. The purple Mediterranean, Kurozumi the snake wearing a golden crown, came up to Hiri with excitement when he saw her, and reached out to hug her. Advertisement. However, this time, Hiri avoided it abnormally and even glanced at Chijia behind her. Orakai then noticed Chijia and Khalifa behind Hiri, and seeing Chijia's face that was different from his own, Orokai frowned and felt unhappy. But when he saw Khalifa, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. How come he had never seen such a beautiful woman before? After thinking about it, he did not continue to pester Raihe, but asked. Xiao Ziai, who are these two? This gentleman's name is Uchiha Chijia, and over there is his lover Khalifa. Uchiha Chijia? Why does this name sound so familiar? Because he has Kaido's protection, Kurozumi Orokai is not afraid of the world government and the marine. As for the marine, he only knows Marshal Sengoku and the three admirals. He doesn't care about the others since he became the Wano Kuni general. Although the name sounded familiar, he couldn't remember who it was after thinking for a long time, so he gave up thinking about it. He looked at Khalifa with a lewd face and said. Okay, since you are Xiao Zi's guest, then come together. Qianhe, please find a seat by yourself, and Ms. Khalifa, please have a drink with this general. This frivolous tone directly angered Khalifa. Except for Chijia, she was rude to any man. How dare this Kurozumi snake, who looked like a big wild boar, say such things? Khalifa's long legs hidden under the kimono moved slightly, and she was about to use a tempest kick to kill the Kurozumi snake. However, before she could do anything, a horrifying repulsive force erupted, and Kurozumi Orokai was blown away with the lewd smile still on his face. The entire building was also shaken into ruins by this repulsive force. Chijia stood quietly in a clean circular space in the ruins, next to Kojiki Hiri with a dazed look on his face and Khalifa with an indifferent expression. With such a big commotion, the minions in the general's mansion rushed over and were shocked to see the ruins of the snake's residence. One of the minions saw Qianhe standing in the middle with a clean body and shouted angrily. Who are you and where is General Orokai? Qianhe stood still and looked coldly at the minion who had just spoken. Being locked by the Rinnegan, the minion suddenly felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Before he could speak again, the clothes on his body suddenly expanded, and then... bang! The minion's body exploded like fireworks, turning into a cloud of bloody smoke that filled the air. The minions around were immediately frightened by this horrifying scene and tremblingly looked at Chijia, and like that minion, they met Chijia's Rinnegan. Bang bang bang! Under the clear sky, dense explosions were heard, and the entire general's mansion was filled with blood-red fireworks, which was extremely strange. Chapter 123, Death of Kurozumi Orokai. It was also the first time that Hiri had seen such a massacre scene. A strong smell of blood hit her in the face. Her face turned pale. She quickly threw away her specially made clogs, bent over and retched a few times. After taking off the wooden clogs, Hiri's height dropped to about 1.70 meters, making her look much shorter. Compared to Hiri, Khalifa looked much better. She habitually made the motion of pushing up her glasses, but since she didn't wear glasses today, she just pushed them up on the bridge of her nose and made a cute S sound, which attracted Ichiriku's attention. Hiri slowly stood up, looked at Chaihe with fear and turned her head away. She didn't dare to think about recruiting Chaihe anymore. The scene just now was too horrifying. Khalifa looked around and found that there was no living person around except the three people here. She looked at Qianhe and said. Advertisement. Boss, where should we go now? To Onigashima. Hiri, who was standing by, was shocked to hear that the two were going to Onigashima. She mustered up the courage to ask. You two are going to Onigashima? That's Kaido's base. Don't you know Kaido? Qianhe didn't even look at Hiri and said calmly. I know. It's just a group of 4 emperors. There's nothing to worry about. Just a 4 emperors group. Hiri felt that her brain was not enough. Aren't the 4 emperors the most powerful groups in this ocean? How come this man made it sound like an ordinary civilian organization? She couldn't help asking. Can I ask who you are? Qianhe didn't say anything this time. He didn't have a good impression of Hiri in the first place, so why should he answer her? Khalifa, who was standing by, looked at Qianhe and said in a proud tone. My boss is Marine Vice Admiral, codename Zilan. Qianhe looked at Khalifa helplessly and said. Advertisement. Well, my reputation is of little use in Wano Kuni, we should get down to business. After saying that, Qianhe suddenly stretched out his hand and said in the direction where the snake was flung away. Before we get down to business, there's still one piece of trash that needs to be dealt with, universal pull. Buzz. Countless pieces of rubble were pulled towards Chijia by gravity, and among them was a huge figure, the Kurozumi snake. Seeing the Kurozumi snake, Khalifa and Hiri were both shocked. How did this guy survive that kind of attack? Snap. Kurozumi Orokai was grabbed by the neck by Chijia. He looked at Chijia in disbelief, not understanding how Chijia knew he was still alive. In the current situation, he knew that it was impossible to get away with it by relying on the power of the fruit, but he still had some confidence, and his confidence came from Kaido. Kurozumi Orokai quickly brought out his life-saving straw Kaido and shouted. You can't kill me. Kaido won't let you go if you kill me. I'm Wano Kuni's general. Oh? You're Kaido's man? Then you deserve to die even more. Dazzling purple lightning was released from Kyunhee's hands, and the lightning instantly spread to the entire body of Kurozumi Snake. He let out a miserable cry and rolled his eyes. However, Kyunhee still had no intention of letting go. He knew that this guy was the user of the mythical beast type Yamata no Orokai fruit, and he had 8 lives. Sure enough, after a while, Kurozumi Orokai regained consciousness. He looked at Chijia in fear, thinking. What's going on? He knows my fruit ability. Before he could think about it, purple lightning flashed on Kyunhee's hand again. Kurozumi Orokai's pupil shrank. He struggled to break free from Kyunhee's hand, jumped to an open space, and directly used the ability of his fruit, transforming into a monster with 8 heads. Of course, Chijia let him go on purpose, just wanting to see the effect of the Yamata no Orokai fruit. Otherwise, even 10 Kurozumi snakes would not be able to escape from his hands. Chijia took a look at Kurozumi Orokai's current appearance. His skin had turned green, and he had 8 snake-like necks, with the middle neck being a darker color. Looking at Kurozumi Orokai in this state, Chijia shook her head. It was indeed too ugly. It would be better not to absorb it. She should keep it in collection and wait until a suitable candidate comes around. Thinking of this, Kyunhee's arm turned into an element. He raised his arm and a purple lightning shot into the sky. Advertisement. Boom 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 boom. 5 purple lightning bolts struck Kurozumi Orokai in succession. His 5 green heads closed their eyes one after another, leaving only the last darker head. Chijia used universal pull again to suck Kurozumi Orokai in. This time, without giving him any chance to speak, she used the Rinnegan human path and the power of Hungry Kid to suck out Kurozumi Orokai's soul along with the power of the devil fruit. This time, Kurozumi Orokai could never be resurrected. His body was thrown away by Chijia like garbage. Kurozumi Orokai, who had just become the general for a few years, died in his general's mansion. There was a purple pineapple-shaped devil fruit in Chijia's hand. It was the devil fruit of Kurozumi Orokai, a mythical beast that could give the user 7 extra lives and strengthen their physique. After tossing the fruit, Kyunhee turned to look at Khalifa, wanting to see if she would be interested in this mythical beast. Khalifa understood what Chijia meant, but when she thought of the extremely ugly appearance of Kurozumi Orokai after his transformation, she shook her head very decisively, with undisguised disgust in her expression. Seeing Khalifa's expression, Kyunhee was not surprised at all. To be honest, he really didn't want Khalifa to eat this fruit. The thought of his beautiful secretary suddenly turning into a monster with 8 heads was too shocking to the eyes. However, regarding the mythical beasts, Kyunhee thought of a mythical beast devil fruit that was very suitable for Khalifa, and he also knew the location of that devil fruit. After this trip to Onigashima is over, he might as well go and get it. After putting the Yamata no Orokai fruit into the gate space, Kyunhee thought for a while, turned his head to look at Hiri who had been standing there for half a day, and asked. Hey, do you know how to get to Odin Castle? Hearing the word Odin, Koshiki Hiri shuddered. There was a painful memory there for her. She couldn't help but ask. I know, but what are you going there for? He rolled his purple eyes and thought to himself, I'm going to go there and kill your useless brother, what do you think I'm going to do? But it's better not to tell her. Koshiki Hiri didn't do anything serious, and it would be too cruel to tell her. Thinking of this, he said impatiently. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. All you have to do is tell me the location. I don't want to have to repeat it a second time. Chijia's tone made Koshiki Hiri tremble all over. She didn't dare to neglect it anymore and directly told Chijia the location of Odin Castle. Anyway, it had become a pile of ruins and there was nothing left. After getting the location of Odin Castle, Kyunhee ignored her and pulled Khalifa up and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 124, The Power of the Year. Momonosuke appears. Wanakuni Odin Castle. Chijia and Khalifa suddenly appeared outside the ruins. Khalifa looked around and found obvious signs of burning in many places, as well as tombstones. The tombstone in the middle was inscribed with Koshiki Odin's tomb. Khalifa was startled when she saw the name Koshiki Odin. As a former intelligence agent, she had heard of this name. Because this guy had been to Raftel with Roger and was a person of particular concern to the world government. Looking at the tombstone, Khalifa asked. Boss, is this really the grave of Koshiki Odin? Advertisement. He smiled and responded. Guaranteed authenticity. It's incredible. He was once the captain of the second squad of the Whitebeard pirates and followed Roger to Raftel. How could such a person die? It's simple. I was killed by my own stupidity. Ah. Kyunhee did not say anything else, but asked Khalifa to stand outside the ruins and not move. Then a purple light flashed in his eyes. The next second, Shinra Tensei erupted, and the ruins and the tombstone were crushed into pieces by an invisible repulsive force, and the whole environment looked much emptier. This is not over yet. Chijia's body also floated up and looked at the open space below. The black ripples in the Rinnegan on the right began to spread in circles, and vast pupil power was brewing in it. Finally, the strange phenomenon in the Rinnegan stopped. Chijia's eyes locked on the open space below and used the eye technique of the right Rinnegan, the power of the year. A grey vortex appeared that covered the entire open space and began to rotate clockwise. Suddenly, several rays of light appeared. After seeing them, Kyunhee stopped outputting his pupil power. The grey vortex quickly dissipated as it lost the support of his pupil power. The rays of light soon dissipated, revealing 5 people, 4 big and 1 small. Looking at the 5 people who appeared below, Kyunhee nodded. It turned out that they thought the same as he did. Advertisement. The 5 people below are Kinemon, Kanjuro, Kajaku, Reizo and Momonosuke, who were teleported to the future by Koshiki using the power of the time fruit when Odin Castle was burned. Regarding Koshiki's ability of the time fruit, it is described as being able to teleport the user or others to the future, but not to the past. As a time fruit, it cannot travel through time freely. Obviously, this is another fruit that is misleading by its name. Kyunhee guessed that the so-called teleportation to the future was more like stopping the time where the person with the ability was, and then when the time required by the person with the ability was reached, the ability would be released, allowing the person with the ability to appear with other people to achieve the effect of traveling through the future. The divine power of Kyunhee's right eye's pupil technique is just right to speed up the flow of time in an area of space. Although the area of Odin Castle is a little bit bigger, if it only speeds up the time by a dozen years, it can be said that with Kyunhee's current pupil power, there is no pressure at all. The actual result also verified Chijia's guess. The 5 people including Momonosuke who appeared below were the best answers. At this time, Momonosuke and others were looking around in confusion, because the environment here was so different from what they had imagined. When they were sent away by Koshiki, this place was set on fire by the beast's pirates, but what kind of fire could burn the surroundings so cleanly? Without leaving any traces? However, after looking for a long time, they did not see any familiar place at all. They only saw Khalifa standing in the distance. As soon as they saw Khalifa, Momonosuke and Kinemon's lustful habits came back. The Kinemon poked Momonosuke's head and said, "Young master, judging from the way the woman is dressed, she must be from Wano Kuni. You are a child, go ask her what year it is and what has happened during this period." He has not yet pretended to be father and son with Momonosuke, so he calls him young master. The Peach Lord agreed, and immediately made a very pitiful expression and walked towards Khalifa. When he came in front of Khalifa, he even acted like a spoiled child. "Big sister, we encountered robbers outside and finally escaped back here. Can you tell us what time it is now?" Khalifa looked at Momonosuke in front of her and frowned. As a former agent, she could tell at a glance that this little thing had ulterior motives. Sure enough, when Momonosuke saw that Khalifa didn't react, he immediately wanted to reach out and pull the hem of Khalifa's kimono, intending to continue to play to his childish advantage. However, Khalifa will not tolerate his behavior. In her eyes, the only man in the world who can touch her is her boss, and no one else, not even a child. She raised her foot and kicked Momonosuke in the face. Before Momonosuke could react, he was kicked back. Fortunately, Kinemon was quick-witted and caught him. Reizo and others nearby also rushed over. Advertisement. Seeing Momonosuke's grimace of pain and the dark clog prints on his face, Kinemon and the others were immediately furious. This is Odin's bloodline, how dare this woman? Kinemon was a person who respected male superiority and female inferiority very much, and he was furious when he saw Momonosuke being kicked like this by a woman. He took out his samurai sword directly, and flames inexplicably ignited on the blade. After all, he was the leader of the 9 red scabbards. Although his strength was average, he was still smart enough, at least smarter than that idiot Odin. Just now, Khalifa's kick was extremely fast, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. He had automatically identified Khalifa as a subordinate of Kurozumi Orokai. In his impression, that guy liked beautiful women. Thinking of this, he swung his knife violently, and a ball of fire flew towards Khalifa. Facing the attacking fire, Khalifa did not dodge, because she knew that since that guy dared to attack her, the boss would definitely not sit idly by. Sure enough, a figure dropped from the sky and dispersed the flames with a wave of his hand. It was Jianhe who had been watching the show in the sky. Just now, when Chijia saw Khalifa kicking Momonosuke away, he laughed out loud. Khalifa really didn't tolerate these little brats. He couldn't help but think of Hancock. If it was her, Momonosuke would be in a more miserable situation now. Chijia originally wanted to continue to wait and see the situation, but since Kinemon dared to attack his secretary, this guy was already sentenced to death. Kinemon's heart tightened when he saw Chijia suddenly falling from the sky. This man who suddenly appeared was obviously in cahoots with that woman, and this man's strength was terrifying. He is a man who has seen the world, so he has some observation skills. A cloud of black smoke came out of Kyunhee's hand. He stared at Kinemon with a look of death and said in a cold tone. I heard you can cut off flames, how about trying this? After saying that, a beam of black flame spread out from Kyunhee's palm, turning into a sea of black fire that pounced towards Kin Eman. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Kin Eman's forehead. This strange black flame gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, but he could not dodge such a huge flame coming towards him. He could only bite the bullet and use his fox fire style to try to cut off the black flame. However, this time his blade froze into ice the moment it touched the black flames, and the next second it was frozen into pieces by the extremely low temperature. Kin Eman's pupils shrank and he shouted. Oh no! Hurry up! Before he could finish his shout, black flames engulfed him. In just a few seconds, the black flames dissipated and a human-shaped ice sculpture appeared where Kin Eman was just now. A breeze blew, and the ice sculpture turned into a ball of crystal ice chips and dissipated into the air. Chapter 125 Momonosuke, Die. After Kin Eman turned into ice chips and dissipated, the remaining Momonosuke, Reizo, Kanjuro, and Kikunosuke were revealed behind him. Kyunhee nodded. The composition of the remaining 4 people was also quite complicated. A loser, a fake ninja, a traitor and a cross-dresser. The reason why these people were able to survive the black flames was thanks to that fake ninja, Reizo. This guy is the user of the Paramecia roll-up fruit, whose ability is that he can use scrolls to absorb stored objects or attacks and release them. He is considered a space-type devil fruit. But this thing is similar to the scroll in Hokage. Tenten is an expert in using this, and Hashirama also carried a scroll with storage function when he fought Madara. Advertisement. Just now, Reizo used the ability of this fruit to absorb the black flames that were attacking the 4 of them into the scroll. Kin Eman is simply stubborn. He probably thinks that there is no flame that cannot be cut by his fox fire style. Kanjuro and Kikunosuke stood behind Reizo with grim expressions, finding it hard to believe that Kin Eman had died just like that. Kikunosuke was naturally sad about Kin Eman's death, but Kanjuro behind him didn't think so. Although this traitor was a little too immersed in the role, the scene before him still made him sober up. He couldn't be sure of Chijia's identity. It would be fine if he was sent by General Orakai, but if not, would he die here in such an unclear way today? Everyone had their own thoughts, but Momonosuke's mind was blank at this moment. There was water under his feet, and he had actually wet his pants. Reizo was also extremely angry when he saw how Kin Eman died. After all, Kin Eman was the leader of the 9 Red Scabbards and had a high prestige. After Odin's death, they still expected Kin Eman to lead them to restore their country. It is obviously impossible to rely on Momonosuke who has already wet his pants. Now, Kin Eman died in front of him. The veins on Reizo's hand that was holding the scroll bulged. He pulled the scroll open and shouted. Return the scroll technique. The black flame that had just been absorbed gushed out from the scroll in his hand and rushed towards Kyunhee with great momentum. Reizo looked at Kyunhee hatefully, expecting to see him turned into an ice sculpture by his attack. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. Before the raging black flames even touched Kyunhee, they suddenly became like obedient children, gathered together, and were taken back into Kyunhee's hands. Advertisement. Qianhe looked at the dancing black flame in his palm and said with a playful look on his face. You didn't think I would be hurt by my own attack. Lei Zhang's face turned pale, but he still shook the scroll in disbelief, thinking that since the black flame could not hurt this person, he would use the fire he had stored in the scroll before. The scroll in his hand shook, and he shouted in a serious tone. Curly technique fire style. This time a ball of red flame emerged from his scroll and sprayed towards Kyunhee. Hearing the word fire style coming out of this guy's mouth, Kyunhee sneered. He actually dared to use fire style in front of Uchiha. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Qianhe didn't even bother to form a seal this time, he just opened his mouth and sprayed. Fire style great fireball technique. A huge fireball burst out of Chijia's mouth, and with the amount of chakra he currently had, the size and temperature of the great fireball he emitted would far exceed those performed by Itaki and Suzuki in the Hokage. After expanding, Chijia's great fireball is as big as a warship, which is even more exaggerated than Ace's Entei. Wherever it passes, the ground turns to charred black, which shows how high its temperature is. Faced with such a terrifying great fireball, Reizo's pupils shrank and he thought to himself that it was not good. His scroll was still releasing flames and he could not absorb the attack at this time. Even if he could, he had no confidence that he could absorb such a huge fireball. But he still called himself a ninja and was extremely loyal to Odin. Seeing that the great fireball could no longer be stopped, he turned around and shouted at Kikunoho and the others. Go! I can't stop you. Kanjuro, use your fruit ability. Reizo knew that judging from the size of the fireball, once it exploded, there would be almost no living creatures in the surrounding area. He could only hope for Kanjuro's fruit ability. And now he is still using the power of the fruit to fight against Great Fireball. Although the effect is minimal, it is better than nothing. Advertisement. Now he can only hope that Kanjuro will take Odin's son to a safe place. Seeing this, Kanjuro didn't waste any time and just took a big stroke of his brush and drew a bird at an extremely fast speed, naming it the sparrow in the painting. In a hurry, he even forgot to cover up and used his right hand instead of his left hand to paint. Therefore, the bird in the painting this time was extremely realistic and the effect was very good. After finishing the painting, he grabbed Momonosuke's braid and threw him onto the back of the bird in the painting. He and Kikunosuke also jumped on top. Since the bird in the painting was drawn by him with great care, its speed and resistance were very high. As soon as a few people went up, the bird in the painting flapped its wings and flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Before he could walk far, the great fireball submerged Reizo. He didn't even have time to scream before he was completely turned into ashes and cremated on the spot. Kanjuro had no time to mourn for Reizo's death. He concentrated all his efforts on controlling the bird in the painting to fly farther, trying to escape from the terrifying man below. However, he was obviously overthinking it. In front of Kyunhee, even the golden lion could not jump in the sky. He raised his hand and performed a universal pull, and the bird in the painting carrying 3 people was sucked directly to the ground. Fortunately, the bird of cloud cushioned the 3 people on its back before it fell to the ground and dissipated, otherwise these 3 guys would have been 3 meat patties. But even so, the 3 of them were still knocked unconscious. Before they could react, 2 purple lightning bolts fell from the sky and Kikunosuke and Kanjuro also went to accompany Reizo. The most aggrieved one is Kanjuro. This traitor died before he could even really show the ability of his fruit. But to be honest, the ability of the pen fruit is really similar to Sai's Super Beast fake painting in Hokage. After dealing with these 2 people, the only one left was Momonosuke. At this moment, he was completely frightened and knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to say a word. Chijia used universal pull again, grabbed Momonosuke's neck and lifted him into the air. Momonosuke kicked his legs wildly and wanted to pee again. Fortunately, he had peed all he needed to pee when Kinemon died just now. If he had peed now, it would have been difficult for him to die today. Looking at this piece of trash in her hand, Kyunhee really understood Kaido's feelings back then. With this kind of performance, it would be really unlucky to kill him. They are both 8 years old, but the kids in Hokage have already gone to the battlefield to kill enemies. This guy's parents died at the hands of Kaido, but he can't muster any courage against Kaido. The gap is really too big. Thinking of this, Kyunhee didn't want to look at this guy anymore. With a flash of lightning in his hand, Momonosuke completely turned into ashes floating in the air and reunited with his father's men. Chapter 126 Yamato. After Momonosuke was dealt with, only Chijia and Califa could be seen in this open space because Momonosuke and the others had all turned into ashes and were now blown away by the wind. Califa walked slowly to Kyunhee's side, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Kyunhee thought Califa was moved by sympathy and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think my methods are too cruel?" Califa waved her hands quickly. How could she think Jianhe was cruel? She wanted to confirm who the person who made Jianhe feel sick when he thought of him in the flower capital was. Advertisement. No, boss. I want to ask who that disgusting guy you mentioned earlier is? Is he one of those 5 people just now? Yes, it's that kid. His name is Momonosuke. So it was him? That's right, that brat doesn't look like a good guy at first glance. As expected of my secretary, your judgment of people is as accurate as mine. Thank you for the compliment, boss. After the 2 of them had a fight for a while, Kyunhee took Califa and left the place, flying towards Onigashima. Ghost Island. As soon as Kyunhee and Califa landed, many pirates from the Beast's pirates rushed up and surrounded the 2 of them. As expected of a member of the 4 emperors, their alertness and combat proficiency were much better than those rabble on the sea. However, in front of Kyunhee, these people are just bigger ants. Kyunhee held Califa and stood there without moving. Shinra Tensei erupted, and the terrifying repulsive force instantly swallowed up all the pirates surrounding them. In just a few breaths, countless broken limbs and arms appeared around Kyunhee and Califa, making it look like hell on earth. This time Califa looked at her boss speechlessly, because this scene was really disgusting. Advertisement. Chijia was also helpless. Ever since his Rinnegan had activated 7 Megatama, the surge in pupil power had greatly enhanced the basic capabilities of the Rinnegan. Now, even an ordinary Shinra Tensei can reach the power of the Super Shinra Tensei of Tendo Pain in the Hokage if you are not careful. It would be okay if there are enemies all around, but it would be terrible if there are friendly forces there. It is not good to have too much power, because it is too troublesome to control the power. Kyunhee started to act inwardly again, while Califa looked around and said, "Boss, you made such a big fuss, why hasn't Kaido shown up yet?" Jianhe shook his head and said calmly, "Don't worry, Kaido is not on this island." "Ah? So what are we here for?" "I didn't do anything. I just wanted to show it to those 5 old guys so that they wouldn't suspect that I took the OPOP fruit. Am I that kind of person?" "No." Califa shook her head helplessly. She knew that Kyunhee had absorbed the OPOP fruit. After all, Kyunhee had used the power of the OPOP fruit to do an X-ray of her and An. Thinking of this, Khalifa looked at Kyunhee with more and more strange eyes, which made Kyunhee feel uncomfortable all over. After coughing twice, Kyunhee took Khalifa's hand and their bodies began to slowly rise. Suddenly, a loud female voice came. Stop! Who destroyed this place like this? As soon as the words fell, a tall woman holding a black mace appeared below the two of them. The woman was wearing a sleeveless white kimono. She had a pretty face and looked to be about 20 years old. She had long white hair with a gradient color from green to blue at the ends. She also had a pair of red horns on her head like a cow. Strangely, the woman had a pair of shackles on her wrists that looked like specially made ones. Khalifa in the air looked at the woman who suddenly appeared below and said, "Who is this person? He looks so strange, is he some strange race?" Advertisement. He was not unfamiliar with the woman below. He said, "Well, see the horns on her head? Her name is Yamato. She's Kaido's daughter, so she's a demon like him." Kaido's daughter. Hearing such explosive news, Khalifa covered her mouth in surprise and looked down at Yamato again with a look of strong curiosity. Yamato below stared with wide eyes at the two people in the air whispering to each other. From the look in the woman's eyes, he could tell that the person they were discussing seemed to be him. Yamato was a straightforward person, and her face immediately turned red when she was talked about like that in front of her. Gripping the mace in my hand tightly, Yamato opened her mouth and a stream of white cold air spurted out of her mouth and wrapped around the mace in her hand. She looked up into the air angrily, and seeing the two men still talking, Yamato couldn't bear it any longer, and swung the cold-wrapped mace in her hand fiercely at Chijia and Khalifa in the air. Mahuan blade. A blade like cold air was shot out and flew towards Chijia and Khalifa in the air at an incredible speed. Yamato pursed his lips tightly, waiting to see the two people in the air turn into ice sculptures. However, Kyunhee simply stretched out his hand and pinched the cold air. With a little force, he pinched the cold air into scattered white smoke, which stunned Yamato below. After crushing Yamato's attack, Chijia looked at her cold palm and sighed. After all, he is Kaido's child. Just based on this attack, it can be seen that Yamato already has the strength to compete with ordinary Shishibukai. According to the trajectory of the original anime, Ace would come here to cause trouble in a few years, but Kaido was not here just like he is now, and he and Yamato had a fight, and the result was evenly matched. However, this incident is unlikely to happen again in the future, because Ace has been instigated by himself to join the Revolutionary Army. Putting aside his thoughts, Chijia fixed his gaze on Yamato below. This guy lacked a normal childhood, so his mind was a little damaged, so he was affected by Odin's stupid behavior. In addition, she accidentally saw Odin's diary. She, who had lost her freedom since childhood, found spiritual sustenance. She even changed her name to Kojiki Odin. She was truly filial. Looking at Yamato's pair of wise big eyes below, Kyunhee suddenly felt inexplicably angry, because even that idiot Odin has a brainless fan like Yamato, does that idiot deserve it? Chijia felt that she should teach Yamato a lesson. After all, she even sent Ace to join the Revolutionary Army. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand how stupid Odin is, right? Thinking of this, Kyunhee's eyes became dangerous when he looked at Yamato, and strange purple light flashed in his Rinnegan. Before communicating, a fight was necessary. Yamato below couldn't help but shudder. She tightly grasped the mace in her hand and stared closely at Chijia in the air. Somehow, she now felt like she was about to be beaten by Kaido when she was a child. Chapter 127 My name is Yamato. I am a woman. Falling from the sky with Khalifa, Kyunhee took a look at Yamato's outfit and found that she was really a die-hard fan of Odin. Her dressing style was exactly the same as that idiot. Fortunately, Yamato is good-looking, and the same style of clothes does not affect his appearance when he wears them, while Odin looks stupid in them. Thinking of this, Kyunhee looked at Yamato and smiled, and said, "Should I call you Yamato or Kojiki Odin?" When saying the words Kojiki Odin, a purple light flashed in Chijia's eyes. Advertisement. Hearing these two names, Yamato's pupil shrank, and he wondered where this person came from. How did he know that he liked to call himself Kojiki Odin, and also knew his real name? But she still firmly called herself Kojiki Odin, so she said loudly, "My name is Kojiki Odin." After saying this, she puffed out her chest proudly, as if this name was very famous. Khalifa behind Chijia sighed helplessly. She knew that the boss didn't like Kojiki Odin, and could even be said to hate him. This Yamato actually dared to call himself Kojiki Odin. It seemed that someone was going to be in trouble. Sure enough, Yamato was proudly declaring herself Kojiki Odin 1 second, and the next second she was punched in the stomach by Chijia, who suddenly appeared in front of her. The shape of Chijia's fist could even be seen from behind her. In this punch, Chijia did not use sublimated armament, but just ordinary armament haki. However, even so, the strength of his armament haki was not something Yamato could withstand. Yamato's face turned purple after receiving the punch. She covered her stomach tightly with both hands and staggered back a few steps. The pain in her stomach made her unable to speak. When the pain eased a little, she raised her head and looked at Kyunhee in shock. Yamato has been beaten by Kaido since she was a child. Apart from anything else, her ability to withstand beatings is definitely among the best. But Chijia's punch just now actually broke her defense directly. How could she not be shocked? Looking at Chijia's face in front of her, which looked younger than her own, Yamato found it hard to believe that someone could be so strong at this age. Even Odin, whom she admired, couldn't do it, right? She endured the severe pain in her stomach and asked. Who are you? Kyunhee looked at Yamato, who was grimacing in pain, and said calmly. Advertisement. Marine Vice Admiral, Zillan. Marine? Are you here to arrest my father? Just you and that woman. I'm too lazy to catch your father now, but I can handle him alone. You alone are enough. Such arrogant words left Yamato speechless. She admitted that Chijia was very strong, at least much stronger than him, but compared with Kaido, she felt it was still a stretch. After all, her father Kaido was a 4 emperors. Thinking of Kaido's fear, Yamato shook his head and said. You don't know how terrible he is. If you are alone, you'd better go back. I suggest you call some people and come back. After hearing this, Kyunhee was speechless. This was really a great filial piety. Kaido, you really gave birth to a sweet little girl. Moved by Yamato's filial piety, Chijia's fist glowed with the color of armed color, and she was ready to punch her again as a sign of encouragement. Seeing this, Yamato hurriedly held the mace across her stomach. She knew that with Kyunhee's speed just now, she couldn't dodge it, so she could only use some defensive measures in advance. However, this time Chijia was a little unsportsmanlike. He didn't even think about attacking Yamato's stomach, but instead punched her in the chest. Bang! With a dull sound, Yamato fell to his knees in pain, and the mace in his hand fell to the side. The damage caused by Chijia's punch to Yamato was obviously much greater than the last time, as could be seen from Yamato's pale face. Khalifa at the back subconsciously covered his chest and looked at Kyunhee with horror, thinking that the boss was becoming more and more perverted. He had to tell Anne to be careful when he got back. Kyunhee was completely unaware of Khalifa's thoughts behind him. He stretched out his fist and was still sighing at the feeling of the punch just now. It felt like he hit a large ball of cotton. Just think about Yamato's height. With Kaido's genes, she is about 2 meters 60 tall, and the flesh on her body grows in the right places, and she looks like she has no extra fat at all. Yamato gnashed his teeth and looked at Chijia, who was looking at his fist with a sigh, and said bitterly. Where did you hit just now? Chijia glanced at Yamato and said in a surprised tone. Advertisement. What? Aren't you Kojiki Odin? You're a real man. I see you have such a big chest, how come you can't even take a punch? After saying that, Chijia ignored Yamato's blushing face and continued to speak. Or are you just an imposter, and you are actually a woman named Yamato? This is really bad, it is clearly mocking Yamato based on her gender. She is obviously a woman, but she insists on pretending to be Kojiki Odin. Yamato blushed at what Chijia said, and she wanted to refute. Although she was raised as a boy by Kaido since she was a child and she idolized Odin, so she always regarded herself as a man, but she did not forget the fact that she was actually a woman. There's no way, the hardware is there, she can't deny it even if she wants to. But from the look of her, anyone with eyes can tell that she is a girl. You knew it clearly but still hit her, and you still refuse to admit that you are the bad guy. But she still remembered clearly how she had just puffed out her chest and called herself Kojiki Odin. How could she say such a rebuttal? Wouldn't it be like slapping herself in the face? Yamato was feeling really bitter now, unable to speak out her pain. She knelt on the ground in silence, not wanting to look at Chijia's smug face again. He will not let this naive girl go just like that. It is better to straighten out this mindless star-chasing girl as soon as possible. What's more, the Odin she is pursuing is not even a star, it would be more accurate to call him an ape. These 2 educational punches are meant to wake this girl up and make her face the cruel fact that she is actually a woman. Chijia will not continue to let Yamato kneel there and be her silencer. The first lesson he will teach Yamato is a gender correction class. The educational results have not yet been reflected. How can he give up halfway? The road of education is long and arduous. Thinking of this, Chijia looked again at Yamato's covered chest, the armament color on his fist shining brightly. Yamato seemed to sense something. She looked up suddenly and saw the armament color on Chijia's fist. She was so scared that she trembled and dared not to show off her strength anymore. If she was hit by another punch, the mountain would turn into a basin. Tears welled up in her eyes and she shouted at Jianhe. My name is not Kojiki Odin. My name is Yamato. I'm a girl. Can you please be a gentleman? Chapter 128 Yamato, I will raise your wife. Seeing that Yamato finally stopped being stubborn, succumbing to her tyranny, Chijia nodded in satisfaction and automatically ignored what she said about gentlemanly manners. Gentlemanly? What the hell is that? That word doesn't exist in his vocabulary. I'm Uchiha Jinfu, no, I'm Uchiha Chijia. Do I need to consider gender when I hit someone? No matter if you're Yamato or an auntie, I'll hit you whenever I want, and wherever I want. Yamato looked at Kyunhee angrily and shouted. Are you satisfied with this? Humph. If these handcuffs weren't really in the way, I would definitely be able to lose in a more decent way. Advertisement. Chijia was once again left speechless by Yamato, and thought to herself how could Yamato say such useless words with such a look of dissatisfaction. However, the handcuffs mentioned by Yamato still caught Chijia's attention. He was so focused on educating her that he forgot that she was still wearing the explosive handcuffs. I have to mention Kaido's educational method again. As the saying goes, a good son is born under the stick, and he really understands this saying. Kaido not only strictly implemented the true meaning of this sentence, but also went a step further and even used bombs. He is worthy of being called the strict teacher Kaido. From this point of view, he also deserves the title of strict father. And judging from the later plot, his educational achievements can be said to be extremely remarkable. Yamato is really filial to him. This cannot be blamed on Yamato. After seeing the explosive power of the handcuff bomb, she also said frankly that Kaido really wanted to kill her, so much so that she fought to death in the battle with Kaido. The handcuffs that Yamato wears are not only explosive, but they also probably have some sea stone added to them. Although it doesn't make Yamato completely powerless and unable to use the power of her fruit, it still has some impact on her strength. She seems unable to use full beast transformation. This can be seen from the fact that after her handcuffs were removed, her combat power seemed to double. No wonder she experienced beatings from Kaido since she was a child and ate the devil fruit of the mythical beast species. Later, she only managed to tie with Ace, who was younger than her. It seems that it has a lot to do with the handcuffs. After thinking for a while, Kyunhee snapped his fingers and the room space expanded. Advertisement. A transparent semicircular space expanded with Chijia as the center. Seeing this, Yamato hurriedly got up from the ground. She picked up her mace and held it tightly to her chest, as if this could give her a sense of security. However, Chijia obviously didn't intend to attack her when he used the power of the OPOP fruit. He just wanted to remove the handcuffs from this guy and let her see Kaido's exploding fatherly love. In fact, Kyunhee could have crushed the handcuffs with her bare hands without having to worry about the explosion. Because he has the ability of the bomb fruit, he can not only create an explosion, but also control the power of the explosion, and even stop the explosion at the moment it is about to happen. To do this, one must react extremely quickly. After all, the moment of the explosion is very difficult to capture. However, Chijia has a pair of Rinnegan, so this is a piece of cake for him. In other words, whether to explode or not depends entirely on his mood. This can only be regarded as his bad taste. Chijia's eyes were focused on Yamato's handcuffs. With a thought, the handcuffs were directly replaced. Before Yamato could react, the handcuffs were replaced in the air above. As soon as the handcuffs left Yamato, there was a violent explosion, so powerful that it created a mushroom cloud. Kyunhee raised his eyebrows. He found that the displacement distance seemed to be too close. Judging from the power, the shock wave generated by the explosion would obviously reach here. The explosion had already happened and even he could no longer control it. However, inside the room, Kyunhee had control over the space. He directly moved Khalifa to a safe place. He then looked at Yamato who was still in a daze, shook his head helplessly, and used his ability to move her to Khalifa's place. Kyunhee did not leave. This level of pain could not hurt him. It is said that a real man never looks back. Kyunhee chose to face it head-on. Yamato, who had been teleported far away, also came to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. Because after witnessing the power of the handcuffs explosion just now, she was so moved by Kaido's fatherly love that she was completely stunned and was defenseless in the range of the explosion. Although she was no longer close to the explosion range, she was still injured. It was probably because of that man that she was suddenly transferred here. If the handcuffs could be moved without her noticing, then it should be reasonable to move a living person as well. Advertisement. When she looked at Khalifa next to her, she became even more certain. But where is that guy? Thinking of Kyunhee, she subconsciously covered her chest and looked around, and saw Kyunhee being swallowed by the airwave generated by the explosion in the distance. Seeing this scene, Yamato's pupil shrank. After all, that guy saved her life. Although the 2 punches on her were a bit painful, she really didn't have any bad feelings towards Chijia, because she could feel that Chijia had no intention of killing her. Why didn't he transfer? Could it be that transferring delayed him and that woman? That woman must have a close relationship with him, so Yamato could understand diverting her, but what about himself? Could it be, that he has a crush on me? Thinking of this, Yamato's face showed a look of horror. I can only say that as a woman, once she thinks in this way, it becomes more and more outrageous. Kyunhee actually just wanted to show off this time. Just look at Khalifa next to her, her expression is so calm, she knows that this is just the Uchiha clan's occasional addiction to pretending. After following Chijia for all these years, she didn't know much else about the Uchiha clan, but she understood this habit of theirs. They liked to laugh wildly, and the stronger they were, the more obvious the symptoms were. Occasionally, they would show off their strength. I heard that there was a guy named Uchiha Suzuki who was often beaten up because of this. If those melancholy young men of Uchiha knew the image of their clan in Khalifa's mind, Chijia would probably be expelled from the clan. Yamato didn't know this. She looked at Chijia who had disappeared in the smoke, sighed silently, and said in a heavy tone. Although it's impossible for us to be together, you saved my life after all. Don't worry, I'll take care of your woman. This really shocked Khalifa who was standing behind him. He thought, what's wrong with this Yamato? He is well taken care of by his boss, why are you here to make trouble? Seeing Yamato turning around and looking at her with a determined face, Khalifa felt a drop of sweat on her forehead. She was ready to shave and escape from this crazy woman. Fortunately, Kyunhee's voice sounded in time, but the tone sounded a little cold. Who did you just say you were going to support? Chapter 129 Life Mentor Kyunhee. Hearing Chijia's voice, Yamato trembled all over. She slowly turned around and was greeted by Chijia's face that looked a little blue. Kyunhee is really impressed by this guy. He is so good at showing off that his house is about to be robbed. And you are here to raise Khalifa for me, why don't you go to heaven? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Chijia couldn't help but raise his fist again, scaring Yamato so much that he quickly covered his chest and yelled. You can hit me wherever you want. You saved my life anyway, but don't hit me here. Kyunhee finally didn't do it. After all, Khalifa was right next to him, so he just wanted to maintain his image. Of course, he didn't know that he no longer needed to maintain his image with Khalifa. Advertisement. He glanced at Yamato unhappily and said. I saved your life, and this is how you repay me. Yamato still held his chest tightly and said with his neck stiff. Let's put it this way. You can take my life at any time. I can't beat you anyway, but we can't fight here anymore. Oh, you talk as if I really like fighting. After saying this, not only Yamato, but even Khalifa next to him looked at Chijia seriously and nodded. Kyunhee was speechless for a while, and didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore, so he just stretched out a finger and pointed it at Yamato's forehead, and said. You guys really admire that idiot Kojiki Oden, right? Hearing that the person she admired was actually called an idiot, Yamato was furious. She didn't even cover her chest. She clenched her fists, which were bigger than sandbags, and yelled at Chijia. Who are you calling an idiot? Oden is a real man. You call a fool a man. Damn it, you don't know anything about his deeds. Only men like him are free. Do you know how he died? Haha, so stupid. What are you talking about? He was willing to be boiled in a cauldron for the sake of his subordinates and the people of Wano Kuni. Oh. Ah. No matter what Yamato said, Chijia still had that disdainful expression on her face, which directly broke her defense, but she couldn't beat Chijia, so she could only clench her fists and be furious. Advertisement. Looking at Yamato who was going crazy in front of him, Chijia was also amused. Does that damn Oden know that he has a crazy fan like you? In Chijia's opinion, Oden is a complete idiot. Not only is he stupid, but whenever he is mentioned in the anime, from Whitebeard and Roger to Yamato in front of him, everyone praises him. It can be said that they all praise this idiot to death, as if he really has some strong personal charm. Thinking of Oden's stupid actions, Kyunhee couldn't help laughing. Today, he wanted to take advantage of Yamato's youth to let her know how stupid Oden was. He looked at Yamato and asked. Do you know who sent Kojiki Oden back to Wano Kuni? I know. It's the Roger Pirates. You still know this, then if Kojiki Oden had asked them to go to Wano Kuni with him, with their help, would the things that happened later still have happened? Humph, I know what you want to say. It's written in his diary that he came back to found a country. Wano Kuni doesn't need anyone else's help. Haha, he's ambitious. So he was first blocked by the previous user of the barrier fruit, Kurozumi Semimaru, and then tricked by the previous user of the clone fruit, Kurozumi Higurashi, who turned into his father, Kojiki Tsukiyaki. That's because the enemy's abilities are too weird. I would be fooled if I were him. Well, from this point of view, it is understandable that you admire him, but have you ever thought that with Kojiki Tsukiyaki's personality, he would agree to let a rubbish like Kurozumi Orakai be the general of Wano Kuni? It's hard to say. Okay, I'll assume that Kojiki Oden is not his father's biological son. Let me ask you, what do you think of the fact that he danced naked for 5 years? That's to protect the people of Wano Kuni. Tisk, tisk, that's great, but don't you think 5 years is a lot to do? I remember he was a member of the Whitebeard pirates before. In 5 years, he never thought of asking Whitebeard for help. I said this from the beginning. Odin doesn't want anyone else to interfere in Wanakuni's affairs. At this point, Yamato's tone became noticeably weaker, because she also felt that Odin should really ask Whitebeard for help. Because this is not just his problem anymore, the entire Wano Kuni is about to fall into the hands of Kaido and Orakai, and he is still insisting on solving it by himself, which is obviously a bit like saving face and suffering in vain. But she is indeed a die-hard fan of Odin. Although she has been a little shaken in her heart, she still speaks tough. Kyunhee also sees it and continues to criticize Odin. Okay, he's really ambitious. Did he fail again when he went to attack your father? It was that damned Kurozumi Higurashi who transformed into the form of Godin's child again, which caused Odin to be defeated by my father. Amazing, he can do it twice, worthy of him. Advertisement. Did you know that your father actually gave him 3 days to escape from prison, hoping to have another fair fight with him? But what about him? Haha, he just gave up the resistance and was boiled to death. At least he is free, he. You mean when he was with Roger Pirates? You really have never left home. You know, the so-called age of exploration started by Roger unleashed the nature of so many scumbags and destroyed so many people's homes. Is the freedom you are talking about based on sacrificing the freedom of others? No. I just want to see the outside world. Then go ahead. The shackles that trapped you are gone. What else can stop you? But Kojiki Odin's diary mentioned that someone will come and save this country in a few years. I want to see it with my own eyes. Yamato herself didn't notice that she had added Odin's surname to her address, and it was obvious that her admiration for Kojiki Odin had faded a lot. Chijia knew that the diary mentioned Luffy who went to sea later. This fatalism was enough. He stared at Yamato and asked. So your life is bound by such an illusory prophecy? If you really want to save Wano Kuni, why don't you go there yourself? I am no match for my father. Not now, and not in the future? Is this the limit of your ability? Of course not. I want to become stronger. Then go out and see the world. You have great talent, and staying here will only waste it. Yamato didn't say anything, but from her expression, she already had a strong desire to go out to sea. However, there was still a problem that bothered her, which was how could she go out to sea? She is a demon fruit power and cannot swim. Kaido did not leave even a boat here. Even if there was a boat, she has no experience at sea and does not even know the way. She is afraid that she will starve to death at sea. Was she going to lose herself again just because she had found the direction of her life? Yamato was very unwilling to accept this. Her brain was working rapidly. Suddenly, she looked up at Kyunhee. How could I have forgotten him? He is so strong and can fly, can't I just follow him? Besides, he was the one who kept urging me to go out to sea. If I asked him to take me away, he would definitely agree. Thinking of this, Yamato looked at Kyunhee excitedly and shouted. I understand. Take me out to sea with you. Roll. Chapter 130, Kidnapping Yamato, Kaido arrives. In a sea area not far from Gaidao. Several giant pirate ships are heading towards Onigashima. They are the Beast's pirates. The sound of the handcuffs exploding just now attracted the attention of all the cotters on the ship. Yin, the strongest and most stable of the 3 disasters, turned around and walked directly to the cabin at the back, where he found Kaido who was drinking. Kaido was holding a gourd of wine in one hand and wiping his mouth with the other. He looked at Jin who came in and asked. What's wrong? Advertisement. Something happened on Ghost Island. What? That Yamato guy again? No, that explosion sounded more like exploding handcuffs. Kaido sobered up after hearing this. He thought, would his idiot son take off the handcuffs in a fit of anger? Those handcuffs were specially made, and even Yamato would most likely not be able to withstand the explosion at such a close distance. Even though Kaido was a bit cruel to Yamato, he was his child after all, and he didn't want his child to die like that, or die so hastily in his hands. Thinking of this, he grabbed the wine gourd and smashed it hard, breaking it into pieces. Kaido himself rushed out of the cabin and turned into a giant green dragon rushing towards the sky. King, who followed behind, was a little worried, so he also used his fruit ability and flew behind Kaido. The other members who stayed on the ship looked at each other in bewilderment. Most of them were Zoan's demon fruit power, and without the ability to fly, they could only stay on the ship. Now something seems to have happened at the base camp, but they can only stare blankly on the boat. It is a really uncomfortable feeling. Jack, the most explosive of the 3 disasters, grabbed the collar of an innocent little brother and shouted at his face with saliva flying. Pull the boat over to me quickly. On the other side, on Ghost Island. Yamato looked at Kyunhee in disbelief. He actually rejected him? Wasn't he the one who encouraged him to go to sea? Chijia looked at Yamato with disdain. This big-breasted and brainless guy actually set his sights on him. He just couldn't stand the fact that even an idiot like Odin had brainless fans. He didn't want to accept his brainless fans. However, he obviously underestimated Yamato's thick skin. Seeing that Chijia rejected her, she made up her mind and rushed to Chijia and hugged her. She rubbed her face hard against Chijia's clothes, and her tears and other things were rubbed on them. She shouted. No. I've decided on you. Either you kill me or take me away today. Hiss. Chijia took a deep breath. She remembered that Ace also wanted to follow her at that time, but he didn't do so after being rejected by her. This Yamato is obviously 6 years older than Ace, so why does he still have the personality of a child? Advertisement. Looking at Yamato crying more and more sadly in her arms, Chijia suddenly had an idea in her mind. Or take her with you. When this idea came up, he did not reject it, because after thinking about it, he felt that it was actually feasible. Although Yamato has a problematic background like Ace, after visiting Marie Joyce, Chijia also felt that the world government seemed to be very afraid of him for some reason and would never turn against him because of such a thing. As long as he didn't say anything, they would turn a blind eye. Besides, Kaido was not the pirates' king after all. As long as Yamato was honest, there was no need to hold her back. Another point is that Yamato is already strong enough and pleasing to the eye to have around, so bringing her along would just mean an extra meal allowance. Thinking of this, Kyunhee had already made up his mind. He reached out and patted Yamato who was still rubbing against him, and said unhappily. Okay, stop crying, I promised. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Yamato, who had been buried in his arms in pain, suddenly raised his head and performed a Sichuan opera face changing for Chijia on the spot. Yet, he was really shocked by how quickly this guy changed his expression. As a girl, can't you be more reserved? Just when he was about to punch the guy in his arms, a deafening roar came from the sky. Who dares to cause trouble on my territory? Yamato's body trembled violently. She was very familiar with this voice, it was her father Kaido. Thinking of his terrifying strength, her eyes that were full of joy just now suddenly dimmed again. She looked up at Kyunhee with regret. Although she didn't see anything unusual on Kyunhee's face, as if she didn't hear the roar just now, this did not give her any sense of security. She didn't want Kyunhee to die at her father's hands. Yamato stood up from Chijia's arms and said in a depressed tone. My father is back. You should leave now. It seems I am destined to stay here forever. This was said as if Kyunhee had come to meet her privately and now was caught by the parents. Seeing Yamato's frustrated expression, he suddenly felt like a disappointed man. He raised his hand and gave Yamato a slap. He didn't care about Yamato's aggrieved look and said unhappily. I remember telling you that I'm enough to deal with your father, right? But you don't know how terrifying he is. You can fly. It's not too late to leave now. Take your woman and leave quickly. I'll hold him back. Why aren't you talking? Don't worry, you don't have to worry about me. He is my father after all, he wouldn't beat me to death, would he? I was just beaten half to death, if you still have any conscience, remember to come back to me. Advertisement. He was too lazy to argue with this guy. He opened the door space and said to Khalifa. Khalifa, take this guy in, I'll let you out after I'm done with my business. Okay boss, be careful. Khalifa didn't waste any words and walked straight to Yamato to pull her hand, but Yamato couldn't move it at all. She was determined to get Chijia to leave here quickly. Seeing this, Kyunhee grabbed Yamato's clothes on her chest and threw her into the door space. Khalifa also shaved and flashed in very tacitly. After Khalifa entered, the door space was closed directly. Yamato struggled to get up in the door space, walked quickly to the green space wall, hit it hard, and shouted loudly. Let me out. At least let me face it with you. Khalifa walked over to her, reached out and patted her shoulder, and gently comforted her. You have to trust the boss. If he says it's okay, it's definitely okay. Yamato actually quieted down after hearing Khalifa's gentle voice. She turned her head and stared blankly at Khalifa, who had a loving face, not knowing what to say for a moment. Khalifa also treated Yamato as a child. Although the child looked almost twice as big as her, Yamato's mentality was no different from that of a child to her. Seeing Yamato calm down, Khalifa reached out and hugged Yamato, patting her back gently and said softly. You are lucky to have met the boss, now leave everything to him. Yamato lay obediently in Khalifa's arms, his nose moving slightly, and asked softly. May I have your name? Caliph. After knowing Khalifa's name, Yamato said him and said nothing more. He outside didn't know that a touching scene of loving mother and filial son was being played out in his door space. He stared at the vague snake-like black shadow in the sky not far away, snorted coldly, and suddenly a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. Enshrouded in golden light, Kyunhee's pair of Rinnegan had turned into dazzling gold. 4 sturdy arms grew from his shoulders and neck, tearing his shirt apart. Countless golden inscriptions covered his skin. The most terrifying thing is his size. Under the cover of golden light, Chijia's height has reached the 800-meter mark, and he looks more oppressive than the dragon-like Kaido. This change is exactly the ability brought by the Shura fruit of the mythical beast species, the law of heaven and earth. At this moment, this fruit has obviously awakened. Kaido also arrived above Onigashima at the right time. Looking at the golden giant below, he was completely stunned. Isn't this the young marine from last time? Last time he summoned a purple giant, but this time he turned himself into an even more exaggerated-looking golden giant. Chapter 131 Shura vs Azure Dragon. In the door space, Yamato looked at Chijia, whose body had turned into a Shura, with a dull look on her face. Even though there was a space wall between them, she could still feel the strong sense of oppression. Califa looked proud and said to Yamato, "This is the boss's ability, the human fruit, mythical beast, a Shura form." She judged this from the 4 arms that grew from Kyunhee's back. Advertisement. The reason why it looks so exaggerated is that the boss's power is really too strong. This is the legendary awakening state of devil fruit. Yamato also understood this. After all, Kaido was able to awaken the mythical beast species, and Yamato herself was also a user of the mythical beast species. Her fruit was the dog fruit, big mouth true god form. This is also an extremely powerful mythical beast devil fruit. Her own talent is not low, but she still failed to awaken it. Now Kyunhee, who was younger than her, could do it so easily. This made her feel powerless in terms of talent for the first time. It seems that what Califa said is true. He may really not be afraid of his father Kaido, because the person who can develop the mythical beasts to the awakened state is definitely qualified to say this. Outside the door space, the 4 arms behind Kyunhee made a clicking sound, and the 4 wrists transformed into 4 black cannon barrels, all aimed at Kaido in the sky. Ashura's attack. Buzz. Terrifying energy gathered, and 4 thick beams of light were emitted from the barrel behind Kyunhee, blasting towards Kaido. Facing the incoming attack, Kaido's huge dragon eyes widened. It's not like he had never seen lasers before. The yellow monkey liked to play with them, but these 4 lasers, which were almost as thick as his neck after transforming into a dragon, really opened his eyes. Moreover, the speed of the laser was too fast, and his current body was so huge that he could only choose to use his dragon body to withstand Kyunhee's attack. As Kaido's thoughts turned rapidly. Advertisement. 4 Shura attacks struck his dragon body at the same time, directly shattering the green dragon scales and leaving 4 charred circular burns on the exposed flesh. An aroma of barbecue spread. Kaido felt pain, and his huge body twisted in the sky, then dived directly towards Chijia on the ground. Seeing Kaido falling rapidly, Kyunhee jumped up and left 2 huge footprints on the ground. Before Kaido hit the ground, Chijia grabbed Kaido, and the other 5 arms followed closely, grabbing Kaido's body together. The 6 arms suddenly exerted force, and Kyunhee slammed Kaido to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, Kaido's huge dragon body left a terrifying gully on the ground, and the ground was filled with smoke for a while. Kyunhee looked at the large cloud of smoke below with an expressionless face and was about to rush down when suddenly, "Captain!" With a roar, Jin rushed over. At this moment, he was in a state of complete bestiality, transformed into a pitch-black pterosaur. In this state, his size was not small, but it was not enough in front of the Shura-like Chai-Hee. Chai-Hee looked at him like a sparrow. Kyunhee stretched out a hand and slapped the flying Jin. Facing Kyunhee's huge hand that covered the sky, Jin's pupil shrank. He wondered what kind of monster this was, but his body dodged very quickly. The pteranodon form greatly increased his speed. The attack missed. Kyunhee raised an eyebrow, thinking that this is another guy who likes to play air combat. It seems that I have to teach him a good lesson today. Kyunhee stretched out his hand and used universal pull on Jin. The scale of the universal pull under Shura's transformation was so huge that Jin had no way to avoid the gravity. In the face of this gravity, he could be said to have no power to resist. Snap! Jin was firmly sucked into Kyunhee's palm. Kyunhee immediately closed his 5 fingers and held Jin firmly in his palm. Now, if Kyunhee exerted a little force, Jin would probably turn into a pool of meat paste immediately, but Kyunhee did not do so because it was a bit disgusting. He grabbed Yin, raised his arm, and threw him towards the direction where Kaido had just landed. Yin's body shot into the large cloud of smoke that enveloped Kaido like a black bullet. Advertisement. Not long after Jin's figure disappeared, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew up on the ground. The smoke quickly dissipated under the influence of the wind, revealing Kaido's figure inside. At this time, Kaido has transformed into his human beast form, which is most suitable for fighting. He holds Yin in a princess hug, and a passionate feeling comes over him. The corners of Kyunhee's mouth twitched twice. Looking down from his perspective, he could see the 4 shrunken circular burns on Kaido's back, which looked like they had just been cupping. Kaido checked the physical condition of Yin in his arms with concern and found that he was fine, just fainted. Kaido was relieved. Yin was his most valued subordinate and he didn't want to lose him like this. Gently putting the cinders down, Kaido raised his head and looked at Chijia calmly, but Chijia could see that beneath that gaze, there was a raging flame of anger. Kyunhee couldn't help but wonder if Kaido was turned gay by Yin. After all, the face under Yin's mask did fit Kaido's straight male aesthetic. Of course, this is another example of Chijia's bad taste showing up. Kaido really just cares about his subordinates. Fortunately, Kaido didn't know what Chijia was thinking at the moment. If he knew, he would probably explode. Kaido stared at Chijia in the air, and with one hand he took out his mace from somewhere. The Conqueror's club wrapped around his arm and flashed purple-black lightning on it from time to time. He swung his sword vigorously and struck the air, accompanied by a roar. King Kong Dysprosium. A huge ball of purple energy blasted out and quickly flew towards Kyunhee in the air. This was not the first time that Kyunhee faced Conqueror's entanglement. Last time on Sabayati Island, he truly felt the power of this thing from Rayleigh. Now, the one fired by Kaido was even more powerful than the one fired by Rayleigh at that time. The sublimated weaponry instantly covered the 6 arms. Kyunhee stretched out the 6 hands to his chest and crossed them together, blocking the direction of the attack. Buzz! Kaido's attack hit Kyunhee's palm. A blinding white light lit up, and the scattered energy bombarded the ground below, leaving dark holes one after another. The attack dissipated, and white smoke rose from Kyunhee's palm. He withdrew his arm, breathed a sigh of relief, and his body began to shrink, gradually becoming a size similar to Kaido, about 7 meters tall. The inscriptions representing Shura on his body and the 4 arms behind him have not disappeared. Chijia is still in the Shura stage, which is the most suitable body shape to fight Kaido. Slowly falling from the air, Kyunhee has decided to have a 1v1 man battle with Kaido. He is very interested in Kaido's Conqueror's entanglement. There is no way, Conqueror's entanglement is really the answer to this version. Since I also have Conquerors, I must not miss Teacher Guy's efficient teaching. Chapter 132 Destruction of Armed Forces. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Kaido took the lead. He rushed towards Kyunhee, waving a mace with purple energy and shouted. Thundering 8 trigrams. Facing this stick trick that made Luffy lose his strength, Kyunhee swung his right hand, and a black stick made of yin-yang escape appeared in his hand, followed by sublimated weapon, and the black stick flashed a dark luster. The moment the black stick and the mace were about to touch, purple-black lightning burst out. Although Chijia has not mastered Conqueror's entanglement, she can still compete with Kaido's Conqueror's entanglement with her sublimated armaments that are far stronger than ordinary armament haki. Advertisement. During the stalemate, Kaido frowned. Having been immersed in haki for many years, he could of course see that what Chijia used was not Conqueror's entanglement, but only armament haki. However, this kind of armament color has never been seen before. It is far superior to ordinary armament color in both form and strength. But he didn't have time to think too much at this moment. The muscles in his arms were tense, and the purple energy on the mace fluctuated more and more violently. Kyunhee also felt that Kaido's strength was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that sublimated weapons alone were not enough. Seeing that Kaido's attack was about to come, Kyunhee narrowed his eyes, and the 4 arms behind him stretched out, turning into cannon barrels again and aiming at Kaido. Ashura's attack. 4 terrifying energy balls condensed again and instantly blasted towards Kaido in front of Chijia. Kyunhee's move was simply unethical. Kaido's pupil shrank, and he quickly retracted his attack and protected the mace in front of his chest, and then he was sent far away by the energy beam. His feet left 2 long grooves on the ground. Kaido knelt on one knee, supporting the mace with one hand. There was a rare flash of fear in his eyes when he looked at Kyunhee. It had only been a short time since he last left Kayan Island, and this marine brat had grown to such an extent that he could hold his own in a hand-to-hand fight with him, and even got the upper hand. But he had more of an admiration in his heart. Kaido valued talent very much. How could he not love someone like Chijia who possessed such power at such a young age? Moreover, Chijia's current form should also be a kind of Zoan ability, and he has already experienced its strength. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but extend an olive branch to Jianhee again. Advertisement. Hey, your name is Uchiha Chijia, right? Let me ask you again, do you want to join my army? Kyunhee was stunned. After being hit so many times by him, he still wanted to recruit him into the gang. He was really adorable. Although thinking so in his heart, Kyunhee looked at Kaido without saying a word. At this moment, vast pupil power began to brew in his right eye. Being locked in by Chijia's gaze, Kaido's observation haki suddenly produced a strong warning. He did not dare to hesitate and used his fastest speed to escape from his previous position. The moment he broke away, a grey vortex appeared at his previous position, spinning clockwise for a while and then disappeared. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Kaido's forehead. Although he didn't see what the function of the grey vortex was, the fact that it could cause his observation haki to produce such a strong warning meant that the thing could really endanger his life. The grey vortex was naturally the Rinnegan technique of Chijia's right eye. If Kaido had been hit by the Rinnegan just now, he would not have been able to hold on for long with his physique and would have turned into a pile of bones. He was not annoyed when he saw that Kaido's divine power missed. He knew that Kaido's observation haki was not weak. He just wanted to give it a try when Kaido was relaxed and had the intention to recruit him. It would be best if he hit, but it didn't matter if he missed. Moreover, after experiencing the previous wave of confrontation between the sublimated armored forces and conquerors, he already had some understanding of the so-called conqueror's entanglement. His conqueror's strength is not low, and he has the support of Rinnegan. All he needs is this actual combat experience. Although he had experienced it once at Rayleigh's place on Sabayati Island last time, his strength was not enough at that time, and he did not dare to entangle and collide with Rayleigh's conquerors at such a close distance, so he did not experience the essence of it. Now having experienced the actual practice with a famous teacher Kaido, he said that the experience was perfect. Throwing away the black stick in his hand, he stretched out an arm. Kaido was a little confused when he saw Kyanga's actions, and wondered why this kid threw away his weapon. Although his armament color is very strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to fight against my conqueror's entanglement with his body alone. However, the next moment, purple-black lightning flashed on Kyunhee's arm, and the black lines formed by the sublimated weapon were also coated with a layer of dark purple luster. The moment it appeared, the space around Kyunhee's arm could be seen to be distorted. This is the product of the combination of Kyunhee's conqueror's entanglement and sublimation armament. It possesses a power far beyond both and is an ultimate destructive energy. Kyunhee calls it the destruction armament. Advertisement. With a thought, the destructive weapon on his arm spread out, and within a few breaths, Kyunhee's entire upper body was covered with purple-black lines. The lines gathered on his chest, forming a violently beating circular pattern. With every beat, the purple-black lines on Kyunhee's body also flickered. Kaido's eyes were completely dull at this moment. He was stunned when the purple-black lightning appeared on Chijia's arm just now. Of course he knew about Conqueror's entangled waves, but what was going on with Chijia's current condition? Why does it look different from his tyrant? He felt a power from the destruction armament that was far beyond tyrant, and this power made him palpitate. Kyunhee retracted the forearms behind him, closed his eyes and felt this extremely domineering power. Gradually, the circular pattern on his chest began to beat less and less frequently, and eventually began to move in a regular rhythm, which meant that he had adapted to this power. After opening his eyes, Kyunhee looked at Kaido and smiled. The more he looked at Kaido, the cuter he found him. Unexpectedly, he also comprehended the tyrant and obtained the destruction armament because of Kaido. He should thank Teacher Guy for his teaching. Thinking of this, he gathered his fists to his waist, and then suddenly struck out. 80 Gods aerial attack. Dense purple-black fist shadows mixed with lightning were shot out, and wherever they passed, the space was distorted, leaving Kaido with no escape. Kaido's face looked heavy. He stood up from the ground and faced Chijia's attack head-on. The surging conquerors wrapped around the mace in his hand, and he used all his strength to swing it hard at the oncoming fist shadow again. Great power thunder 8 trigrams. Boom! A loud roar that shook the heavens and the earth came from Onigashima. The entire Onigashima was dominated by purple-black lightning, and it looked like a purgatory on earth. The members of the beast's pirates, who were about to reach the shore, stared blankly at the direction of Onigashima. The energy fluctuations coming from there made them shudder. Even Jack, who had the hottest temper, was no longer in a hurry to reach the shore. He bared his teeth and muttered. Is Boss Kaido okay? Chapter 133 Someone wants to cure the king's addiction. On Ghost Island. Kaido, who has returned to normal, lay quietly on the ground. He looked at the grey sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Kyunhee also released all the status on his body. He slowly walked to Kaido, looked at Kaido who was defeated by him on the ground, and asked. Anything else you want to say? Kaido raised his head with difficulty and looked at Kyunhee, then asked in return. Advertisement. Do you know Joy Boy? No, a little bit. Hearing this, Kaido's face suddenly flushed abnormally, and he asked excitedly. Are you Joy Boy? In his opinion, Joy Boy represents the strongest. He is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, but now he has been defeated by this marine who looks so young. So he is definitely not an ordinary person, he is Joy Boy. However, to Kaido's disappointment, Kyunhee directly shook his head to deny his statement, but added. What I know is that he might really exist, but it will take a few years. Haha, really? Then I can't see it. Kaido closed his eyes. Defeat was defeat. It would be better to die peacefully and live up to his status as 4 emperors. Kyunhee looked at Kaido who had completely given up resistance and sighed softly. To be honest, when he was on Blue Star, the guy he admired most among the 4 emperors was Kaido. If he had strangled Momonosuke to death, I would probably still be his die-hard fan. Shaking his head slightly, Kyunhee's hands were covered with destructive weapons, and he raised his hand to give Kaido a quick death. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by. It was Jin who had woken up. As soon as he appeared, he knelt down, knocked his head heavily on the ground, and shouted. You can do whatever you want with me. Please spare the captain's life. Kaido opened his eyes when he heard Jin's voice. He looked at his most trusted subordinate with a complicated expression, but angrily said. Jin. Get out of here right now. I don't need you to beg for mercy. Facing Kaido's angry rebuke, Yin still knelt on the ground motionless. He was indeed loyal to Kaido, and at this moment he just wanted Kaido to survive. Kyunhee calmly looked at Jin who was kneeling on the ground, but the voice of Yamato in the door space rang in his ears. Can you spare my father's life? Without listening any further, Kyunhee directly blocked the information in the Menman space. In the door space, Yamato looked at Kyunhee and others outside with a gloomy face. Khalifa beside her patted her on the back and said softly. You can't interfere with the boss's decision. Don't you hate Kaido? Why are you changing your mind now? Advertisement. Yamato turned around, her face now covered with tears, and she choked up. But he is my father after all. Outside the door space. Although Chijia ignored Yamato, he did not take any action. He stood there with his fist raised, thinking. He really didn't want to kill Kaido now. First of all, he had a good impression of Kaido, and he had no interest in Kaido's blue dragon fruit, so killing Kaido would not mean much to him. Moreover, his sole purpose of coming here was to find out some information about OPOP fruit. Killing Kaido would be a pleasant surprise to the 5 elders, so there was no need for him to make those 5 old guys happy. Finally, Kaido helped him understand Conqueror's entanglement, allowing him to obtain the extremely powerful force of destruction armament. Saving his life can be regarded as tuition fee. Thinking of this, Kyunhee put away his fist, no longer looking at Kaido on the ground, and his body floated up. When Jin saw this, he immediately kowtowed and shouted. Thank you so much. Kaido was also stunned, he didn't expect that Kyunhee actually spared his life. It would be good to be alive, but he didn't want to be spared by the enemy in such an unclear way. He shouted at Chijia who was floating in the air. My life is already yours, why don't you take it? He smiled slightly and said. I can take your life at any time. This time, consider it as a reward for helping me understand Conqueror's coil. What? By the way, I have killed the Kurozumi snake, and I will leave Wano-kuni to you for now. Be kind to the people. After saying that, Chijia's body turned into a ball of purple lightning and disappeared from Kaido's sight. As soon as Kyunhee left, Kaido and Jin looked at each other in silence. After a while, Jin got up from the ground, walked to Kaido and stretched out his hand to help Kaido up. As a result, his hand was slapped away by Kaido, who angrily said. I can get up by myself. Yes, Captain. Kaido stood up from the ground. He looked at the sky and fell silent. Jin asked again. Captain, Wano-kuni. I don't have time to govern a country. Find someone suitable to do it. Remember what that person said and be nice to those ordinary people. I don't want to owe him a favor. Yes. By the way, Yamato also followed that guy. What should we do? Don't worry about her. That Marine is better than Laozi. It's a blessing for that kid to follow him. Advertisement. Yes. When did you become just that? And don't do that again next time, I don't need you to beg for mercy. Yes. Somewhere over the sea. A loud thunder sounded, and Kyunhee's figure appeared above the clouds, frowning. Just now he received the signal from Flying Thunder God, which was Makina's. Did something happen in Windmill Village? Isn't it always safe there? He was silent for a while. No matter what, he should go there quickly. After all, the plot development has completely deviated from the track of his memory. East Blue, in the forest outside Windmill Village. Makina stared with her big eyes. She held Little Ace in one hand and held the Flying Thunder God Kunao given to her by Kyunhee in the other hand. She looked angrily at Shanks who looked helpless in front of her. Shanks put a hand on Luffy's head beside him and said with an awkward smile. Makina, I'm just here to see Luffy, there's no need to get so excited, right? Humph. I don't care. You definitely have no good intentions in sneaking back this time. I've already called for help. He's very, very powerful. You'd better run. Luffy, come here. Luffy naturally refused, he muttered. Shanks taught me a lot of fighting skills, and I want to learn more. Ace followed Makina and said. Luffy, come here first, aren't you afraid that Brother Kyunhee will punish you? Brother Kyunhee? Who is that? It's the Circle Eyes you mentioned. Ah. It's him. Luffy shuddered subconsciously when he thought of Chijia's Rinnegan, but he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Shanks, so he stiffened his neck and said. Humph, I'm not afraid of him. I'm the man who wants to be the king of pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible repulsive force suddenly appeared, and Luffy's body was directly flung out and landed heavily on a thick giant tree. Shanks held a stretched arm in his hand and looked at Chijia, who appeared out of nowhere next to Makina with a look of shock. Kyunhee didn't look at Shanks. His eyes were still on Luffy, who was flung away. At this moment, he said in a very dangerous tone. You want me to cure your king addiction again, right? Luffy didn't say anything, because his two eyes had turned into Uzumaki-like and he had completely fainted. Chapter 134 Why do you have two arms? Mr. Chijia, big brother. Makina and Ace beside him looked at Chijia, who suddenly appeared beside them with surprise. Especially Makina, she didn't expect that Chijia would actually come here not long after she used the kunao. It was really timely. Today Makina was watching over the bar when Ace rushed in and told her that Pirates Shanks was looking for Luffy again and asked her what to do. Naturally, she didn't want Luffy to have any contact with Shanks again, but she also knew that Shanks seemed to be a very powerful pirate, and it was impossible for her and Ace to stop Shanks from having any contact with Luffy. Advertisement. But Makina was a very careful and calm girl, and she immediately thought of what Chijia said to her before she left. So she simply took out the Flying Thunder God kunao, called out Chijia's name, and ran to the forest with Ace. Let's talk about Ace. Today he was training with Luffy in the forest, when Shanks suddenly appeared and began to brainwash Luffy. Ace had no interest in talking to Shanks, so he left to find Makina. He really disliked pirates right now. Ever since Kyunhee left last time, Ace began to pay attention to the news on the sea and read the latest newspaper every day. Although some of the news in the newspapers was exaggerated, such as the severe criticism of the pirates, most of the crimes committed by the pirates were real. Ace was tormented as he watched the shocking crimes committed by the pirates. Because he heard Kyunhee say that this grand occasion could be said to be caused by his father Roger, which made him feel more and more uncomfortable with the blood of sin flowing in his body. Ace no longer wants to be a pirate. Instead, he wants to kill those pirates who do evil things to alleviate his guilt. He also wanted to be a marine, but this idea was rejected by Chijia. During this period, he also read a lot about Kyunhee in the newspaper. The more he learned about him, the more he admired this older brother who was not much older than him. Especially after seeing Chijia kill the legendary pirate's Golden Lion, Ace's admiration for Chijia reached its peak. That was the Golden Lion. He was a strong man who was as famous as his father Roger. Even such a person was killed by Qianhe, so how strong was Qianhe? If Chijia had not once prevented Ace from joining the marine and instead suggested that he join the revolutionary army, he would have probably already joined the marine and followed Chijia. Now he was pleasantly surprised to see Chijia show up unexpectedly. He even planned to take this opportunity to find Chijia again to express his desire to be a marine. Advertisement. Kyunhee didn't know that he had inexplicably gained a little fanboy, and his attention was now all on Shanks' arm. Looking at Shanks' intact left arm, Qianhe couldn't hold it anymore and asked subconsciously. How come you have two arms? After this was said, Shanks opposite Kyunhee and Makina and Ace behind him were all stunned, thinking what kind of weird question is this? Don't normal people have two arms? Shanks frowned, he even felt that Kyunhee was insulting him. Was there anything wrong with him having two arms? Makina came to Chijia hesitantly. She looked Chijia up and down carefully, but Chijia had just experienced a battle with Kaido and had not had time to put on her shirt. So when Makina's eyes swept over Chijia's upper body, her cheeks turned red. But thinking of Qianhe's abnormal words, she quickly calmed down, and with difficulty shifted her gaze from Qianhe's upper body to his face, and said softly. Mr. Chijia, what's wrong with you? Shanks has always had two arms. Kyunhee did not reply because he suddenly thought of the Sea Kings he encountered during his last fishing trip in Coco Village. After recalling the appearance of the Sea Kings, he had found the answer. There was no doubt that the blame was put on him again. After calming herself down, Chijia turned to look at Makina and found that her face was red. Makina turned his head and pointed at Chijia's upper body. Chijia then realized that she had forgotten to change into new clothes. Chijia reacted and immediately opened the door space to take out a new piece of clothing. However, as soon as the door space opened, Yamato jumped out, followed by Khalifa, who looked helpless. As soon as Yamato appeared, he hugged Chijia in his arms and shouted excitedly. Thank you for saving my father's life. Kyunhee pushed Yamato away with a look of disgust and said unhappily. I saved Kaido's life out of my own accord. You don't have to thank me. Hearing this, Shanks' expression changed drastically, and he couldn't believe his ears. From the conversation between Chijia and Yamato, he got two pieces of heavyweight news. One was that the girl's father was Kaido, and the other was even more outrageous, that was Kaido actually lost, and was saved alive. He comforted himself that this Kaido was not that Kaido, but might be the pirates with the same name. But looking at the iconic pair of horns on Yamato's head, and remembering that the person who said this was Chijia, no matter how much he comforted himself, he still believed it 90% in his heart. Advertisement. Shanks knew about Kyunhee, and his source of information was not only newspapers, but also information from the Five Elders. He and the world government still have some unknown secrets. And the more information he got about Kyunhee, the more frightened he became. Whether it was Kyunhee's mysterious identity or his terrifying strength, Shanks was extremely wary. With Chijia's strength, ordinary pirates have no right to be mentioned by him. The only one who can be mentioned by him is Kaido, who is also a four-emperor like him. Shanks' heart sank when he thought that Kaido was defeated by Kyunhee. In order not to attract the attention of other forces, he came here alone this time without any crew members. Even he found it extremely difficult to face Chijia, who could defeat Kaido. All he could do now was to wait and see. Thinking of this, Shanks put his right hand on the sword at his waist. He looked towards Kyunhee with a serious face, preparing for the battle that might happen next. Look at Kyunhee again. Yamato was standing in front of Chijia with her lips pursed, just staring at him without saying a word, looking very pitiful. Looking at Yamato standing there like a little kid, Kyunhee touched his forehead helplessly and said, Okay, there is a little reason for you, so stop looking at me like that. Hearing this, Yamato once again performed a classic Sichuan opera face changing for Kyunhee, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. Master is the best. Master? Who is your master? You, Master Kyunhee. Roll. Chijia was too lazy to pay attention to this guy, but Shanks was still there. She didn't know what was wrong with that guy. He suddenly stood there quietly without saying a word, just watching Yamato's performance. Khalifa was holding Chijia's justice coat in her hand. When she saw Yamato calm down, she immediately came to Chijia and wanted to put it on her. Because she was not tall enough, Chijia bent down to cooperate. After Khalifa finished, Kyunhee stood up, the coat he had just put on fluttering in the wind, and the word justice on his back looked shining in the sun, which made Ace's eyes light up and an envious look appear on his face. Great, one more reason to join the Marine Corps. Everyone had their own thoughts, except Luffy, who was leaning against a tree, whose mind was blank. Chapter 135, 500 million volts, Zillan. Chijia stretched his body slightly, sighing in his heart that he had just finished with Kaido and now he had to do Shanks. Today's workload was really heavy. He suddenly understood Kizaru a little bit. It was more comfortable to slack off. Khalifa asked with some concern. Boss, are you feeling okay? Kyunhee gave her a reassuring smile and said. Don't worry, it's more than enough. Advertisement. Ace and Yamato's eyes turned into stars. The person on the other side was not just any random person, but the red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors. Master Kyunhee, big brother, can still remain so calm, what a strong man. Especially Yamato, she witnessed how Chijia defeated her father Kaido, and now she can witness his battle with the red-haired Shanks. For her who has just gained freedom, this is really exciting. Now the number one man in her mind has changed. Yamato is even considering changing her title. This time she will not change it to her master's full name. She will just be called Uchiha Yamato from now on. Kyunhee didn't know that the Uchiha clan, which was dwindling in numbers, had received a 2.6-meter tall woman today. He looked at Shanks and said. As one of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks actually came to this small windmill village by himself. You really have the leisure time. Shanks cried, who was smiling but not really smiling. I just came to visit a friend. Doesn't Vice Admiral Zillan have his own friends here? As he said that, he glanced at Makina behind Kyunhee. At that time, she said that she would call a very powerful person, but he didn't care much. Didn't he know the situation of East Blue? He didn't believe that Makina could call Garp over with just one phone call. Even if she really found Garp, how long would it take to get here from the headquarters? By the time Garp came, she would have already returned home, and she could even go to Hawkeye to learn swordsmanship. But what he never expected was that Makina actually found a heavyweight figure, Uchiha Chijia. How did they get together? This is really a knife pulling the butt, it opened my eyes. There was no point in saying anything now. Shanks drew the sword from his waist, he knew that the battle today was inevitable. Advertisement. But he was not too panicked. In his opinion, this small island could hardly withstand a fight of the level between him and Kyunhee. The two of them would not fight with all their strength and would just stop after a few moves. Chijia opened the door again to let others get in. Ace did not forget to carry Luffy in, and Shanks didn't care because he knew it was a kind of protection. He would indeed hold back, but it would be almost impossible to save the forest. Now everything is ready. Kyunhee and Shanks looked at each other, and almost at the same time, conquerors exploded. One red and one purple conquerors collided violently between the two. A dark crack had been torn in the sky above the conqueror's collision site. This was the opening ceremony of the battle between the emperor-level powerhouses. Few people could withstand this terrifying feeling of oppression. At this moment, there was no intact land around the two of them. The dense cracks made the ground look as if it would collapse at any second. This kind of conquerors with substantial damage is not only able to stun the weak, ordinary people will die suddenly after not even a second under this kind of conquerors. The two conquerors were in a stalemate for a while, and finally the purple conquerors gained the upper hand, while the red conquerors was already retreating step by step. Shanks looked grim, for he was the only one among the 4 emperors who had not eaten the devil fruit, and he had become one of the 4 emperors by reaching the pinnacle in the use of conqueror's haki. Now the thing he was most proud of had been defeated, which made it difficult for him to accept it for a while. Seeing that he was already at a disadvantage in the clash of momentum, a red and black light flashed in Shanks' pupils, and the sword in his hand shook, with the red and black conquerors wrapped around it. Shanks flashed and appeared above Kyunhee in the next second. The knife in his hand was covered with scattered red and black lightning. He said in a deep voice, "God avoid." Hearing this familiar name of the move, Kyunhee thought that he was worthy of being Roger's crew member, and this move was passed down from generation to generation. A black stick wrapped with purple-black lightning appeared in Kyunhee's hand. He swung it towards the god that fell from the sky and shouted in a very evil way, "Thundering 8 trigrams." Shanks' mouth twitched in the air, but the strength in his hands did not decrease. If he dared to be distracted at this time, his end would definitely be miserable. Boom! A pitch-black energy ball formed between the two men's weapons, and waves of terrifying energy burst out from it. The ground could no longer bear it and collapsed. Advertisement. At this moment, the surrounding terrain was completely destroyed, all the trees fell to the ground, and the collapsed ground had become a basin. Kyunhee swung hard, and Shanks no longer resisted and used the force to retreat back to his original position. After landing, Shanks glanced at the surrounding environment with his peripheral vision and was speechless. The intensity of this battle had exceeded his expectations. If it continued like this, it would be difficult to end. Shanks opened his mouth, wanting to try to call a truce. He really didn't want to fight anymore. However, when he looked at Kyunhee, his expression suddenly changed drastically. At this moment, Kyunhee's pair of Rinnegan had turned into 2 dazzling purple electric lights. He raised his elemental arms and shot a thick bolt of lightning into the sky. Lightning struck the clouds, and thunderclouds instantly covered the entire sky, with loud thunder ringing from time to time. The strange phenomenon in the sky made Shanks nervous. He knew that Chijia possessed the ability of thunder fruit, and this top-level Logia fruit fell into the hands of a strong man like Chijia. Its power would definitely increase exponentially. Although he doesn't eat devil fruit, he doesn't deny that a powerful devil fruit can increase his strength. The movement in the sky gradually subsided, and everything seemed to have returned to silence, with only the occasional flickering purple arc of electricity seeming to foreshadow something. Shanks gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his observation haki was sending out warnings frantically. He felt that he had been targeted by an unknown danger, and the source of this feeling was in the sky. The lightning in Qianhee's eyes dissipated, revealing a meaningful smile. He raised his hand and made a downward gesture, and said softly, 500 million volts, Zilin. Just as he finished speaking, a huge purple unicorn head emerged from the thunderclouds. It seemed to have its own intelligence, and as soon as it appeared, it stared at Shanks below. The inspiration for this move is Sasuke's Kirin in Hokage, but Chijia's Shirin is much more powerful than Kirin, and it does not require weather conditions, let alone releasing fire style in advance. More importantly, the attack speed of this move is extremely fast. It is almost impossible to dodge it with the physical body without special abilities. In the original work, Sasuke used this move to directly force out attack as Susanoo. Shanks was also frightened by the momentum of this move and broke out in a cold sweat. He used all his strength to activate haki to arm himself. His observation haki told him that if he didn't use his full strength, he would really die this time. However, before he could be fully prepared, Zilin in the sky had already fallen at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound, swallowing up everything he could see on the ground. Nothing else could be seen where the two men had fought, only the blinding lightning that filled the entire space. After the lightning, everything returned to silence, leaving only a charred earth. Chapter 136 Shanks loses his arm, Yumou takes action. Kyanga stood there with his arms folded. He was within the attack range of Zilin just now, but he was the user of the thunder fruit, and lightning was a part of his body. It was impossible for him to be hurt by his own attack. Looking at Shanks on the other hand, his current condition is not very good, and can even be said to be in a miserable state. His originally smooth red hair had now turned into alternating red and black, all of it curled up by the lightning strike. The clothes on his upper body had completely disappeared, and even one of the legs of his shorts had been blown off, almost to the base of his thigh. However, the most noticeable change to Shanks is his missing arm. His left arm had disappeared, and a burnt wound could be seen at the broken part. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground with his sword supported by his only remaining arm, his head lowered, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Advertisement. Kyun-hee would not just let Shanks sit there and be a thinker. He lowered his arms and walked towards Shanks, with destructive weapons instantly spreading all over his body, ready to give Shanks the final blow. Shanks, who was half kneeling on the ground, also sensed the approaching danger. He raised his head suddenly, and his eyes were seen flashing a strange red light. Kyun-hee stopped walking. The aura coming from Shanks now gave him a very familiar feeling, just like he felt when he was in Marie Joy's. The red light in Shanks' eyes flashed for a while and then gradually went out. He stood up from the ground and looked at Kyun-hee with a cold face. He was really angry, because he almost died from Zilin's move just now. Although he tried his best to inject all his strength into his left arm and barely blocked the move at the last moment, he paid the price of his left arm, which was a heavy price. Kyun-hee certainly doesn't care about Shanks' feelings. In his opinion, Shanks looked awkward with both arms intact. Now that he has lost an arm, he looks much better. However, thinking of the strangeness he had just noticed from Shanks, Kyun-hee said casually. Red-haired Shanks, what is your relationship with the world government? Hearing this, Shanks' pupil shrank. He had indeed been in contact with the world government, but that was an extremely secretive matter. How did Uchiha Chijia know about it? This matter is of great importance, he must not let it become a reality. Thinking of this, Shanks said sternly. I don't understand what you are talking about. Oh? Looks like I guessed wrong. Well then, I thought you were from the world government, but now that you're not, I'm relieved. Advertisement. What are you worried about? Don't worry about killing you. After saying that, Kyun-hee's figure disappeared from Shanks' sight, and appeared above him again the next second. Shanks' pupils shrank when he reacted, and he was about to swing his sword to chop, but Kyun-hee was faster. At this time, his right leg had already transformed into an element, turning into a purple lightning that smashed down Shanks' broken arm from top to bottom. Boom! Purple lightning exploded under Kyun-hee's feet, and the ground collapsed again. Shanks finally couldn't hold on under this attack and lay on the ground. Stepping on Shanks' chest, Kyun-hee didn't plan to say anything to him this time. He just raised his hand and hit him hard on the chest. Suddenly, a black hole appeared where Shanks was lying, swallowing his body in, but excluding Chijia. Shanks' body disappeared, and Chijia's attack missed, and it was poor Daichi who bore the blow again. Kyun-hee just looked down at the place where Shanks disappeared, his face expressionless, as if he was talking to himself. Yozenbai Reizaka? This is getting more and more interesting. Can you finally hold it in? Marie Joy's, among the flowers. A figure sat on the throne, it was the real ruler behind the world government, Yim. His figure was still hidden in the shadows, and only his pair of red eyes with strange patterns could be seen. At this moment, he was looking at the ground below. A black hole appeared on the ground without any warning, like a black dinner plate that brought Shanks out before disappearing. Shanks struggled to get up from the ground. Although he was saved by the black hole, there was no surprise or joy on his face. As soon as he stood up, he stared at Im. Im was also looking at Shanks, but his eyes looked so cold, as if he was looking at an ant. Advertisement. Shanks and Yim just stared at each other. After a while, Shanks showed a sarcastic smile on his face and shouted at Yim. What's wrong? The always mysterious Lord Yumu actually rescued a lowly pirate like me this time? Is he reluctant to let me die? The moment Shanks finished saying this, his expression suddenly became extremely painful, and he knelt on the ground again, facing Im on the podium in a kneeling posture. This attitude made Shanks feel extremely humiliated, but more of a deep powerlessness. He simply lowered his head as if accepting his fate. Seeing Shanks calm down, Yumu on the throne slowly spoke. I remember I told you about the danger of Uchiha Chijia. Why didn't you listen to my advice and still fight him? This was an accident. I didn't expect him to suddenly appear in a small windmill village. Nothing is unexpected. He and I have similar abilities and can teleport. Distance doesn't mean much to him. The reason you were beaten like this time is entirely because of your arrogance. You actually dared to go to East Blue alone. I was just visiting a friend of mine. Friend? Haha, do you think I don't know? That little brat is the hope you found, right? You are really deeply influenced by Roger. Shanks' body trembled when he heard Roger's name. He said in a tone that sounded extremely suppressed. At least he made me know what freedom is and showed me. At this point, Shanks suddenly raised his head and looked at Im with murderous intent. It gives me hope of killing you. Hearing Shanks' hateful words, Yim burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How naive. But that's fine. Just hate me like this. The stronger your hatred is, the higher your value will be. I will keep that little brat for you, because I want to appreciate the desperate expression on your face when the time comes. Shanks was so angry that he was shaking all over. He covered the broken part of his left arm and said nothing. Yim stopped laughing, glanced at Shanks's broken arm, and said disdainfully. You overestimate your own abilities. Let that arm serve as a lesson to you this time. Chapter 137 Ace wants to join the army. Kyun-hee stood at the place where Shanks disappeared, thinking about something. He was not angry about Shanks being rescued. Since he lost to himself this time, he will never have the chance to defeat himself again. But this way of saving people is intriguing. He guessed that the person who saved Shanks was most likely that I'm. If he was the one who saved him, then this I must have some relationship with the Tsutsuki clan. The Yim were in Marie Joy's, but were able to release Yomi Hirasaka from such a distance, which was enough to prove that his strength was unquestionable. And he has definitely been paying attention to me, but I don't know what his purpose is. Advertisement. A purple light flashed in Kyun-hee's Rinnegan. No matter what this I wanted from him, it was definitely not a good thing. He should hurry up and improve his strength. Thinking of this, Chijia told Khalifa and Yamato not to move, then opened the door space and released Ace and Makina who were holding Luffy. Luffy's eyes were still in the shape of Uzumaki. The Shinra Tensei that Chijia had just given him was quite cruel, so that even with his rubbery physique, he hadn't woken up yet. Ace looked around the destroyed environment, then looked at the unharmed Chijia with a fanatical look. He had just witnessed the entire battle between Chijia and Shanks in the door space. Although there was a spatial wall between the two spaces, the doomsday-like battle scene was enough to terrify him just by looking at it. Especially when he witnessed Kyun-hee Udaozilan chopping Shanks' arm off, he was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He had met Chijia twice in total, but during these two meetings, Chijia had left an indelible impression on the young Ace. It could be said that Ace had now become a die-hard fan of Chijia. In addition, Ace's desire to join the Marine has become extremely strong, but because Chijia had rejected him, he is hesitant to move forward. Kyun-hee looked at Ace who was standing there with a tangled face strangely, then came to Makina, smiled at her and said. Your call was timely. Even though Shanks ran away, saving his arm is a very meaningful thing for Marine. Makina first looked at Kyun-hee carefully, and after confirming that he had no scars on his body, she breathed a sigh of relief, then met Kyun-hee's teasing smile, blushed, and whispered. It was me who caused trouble for Mr. Kyun-hee this time. I was too anxious at the time and the only person I could think of was you. Does that mean I'm still reliable in your heart? Well, Shanks probably won't dare to come again, so you can live here in peace. Well, Mr. Kyun-hee, if you have time, come to the bar more often. I'll give you a free meal. Advertisement. Haha, of course, I really like the orange juice you make. As long as Mr. Chijia likes it. Well, my mission is complete, time to go. Goodbye Makina. Makina nodded, looking at Chijia with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He wanted to speak out to keep her, but he felt that it would be rude to do so, so he could only nod silently. However, Ace was very anxious when he heard that Chijia was leaving. When would they meet again after Chijia left? He couldn't ask Makina for the kunao, could he? Not to mention whether Sister Makina would give it to him, even if he really got it, what reason would he have to call brother Chijia? You can't just want to tell him that you want to be a Marine, right? In Ace's opinion, although Chijia didn't know how she got to Windmill Village from so far away, that method was definitely very difficult. However, what Ace didn't know was that as long as he had the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God, it would only take a thought for Chijia to reach wherever he wanted. Now, while Chien-hee was still there, Ace ran towards Chien-hee and shouted. Brother Kyun-hee. Can you wait a moment before leaving? I have something to tell you. Ace. Kyun-hee turned to look at Ace. He felt that Ace looked a little strange. It seemed that he had something to say to him, but was reluctant to say it. Was he afraid of him? I am a high-quality young man who respects the elderly and loves the young. Do I look so scary? Ace came to Kyun-hee, looked at him hopefully and said. Brother Kyun-hee, can you take me to the Marine? I really want to join the Marine now. Hearing such a request, Kyun-hee was stunned for a moment. Didn't he suggest that Ace join the Revolutionary Army? He was obviously tempted at that time. Why did he change his mind now? Ace's eyes dimmed when he saw that Kyun-hee didn't reply. As expected, with his identity, he was destined to have no chance with Marine. It would be better not to trouble brother Kyun-hee anymore. Kyun-hee noticed the change in Ace's expression and raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect Ace's desire to become a Marine was so strong. Advertisement. Under the current circumstances, Kyun-hee thought it would be a good idea to let Ace join the Marine. Anyway, he and the world government have a tacit understanding with each other, so he might as well agree to let him join. It would not be bad to discuss the world government. He wouldn't have to take care of him by himself if he was brought to the Marine. Garp would naturally be very happy to train his grandson, and he could also keep loyal company. Thinking of this, Kyun-hee reached out and touched Ace's head, smiling and said. You don't want to go see Sabo in the Revolutionary Army. As soon as Sabo was mentioned, before Ace could reply, Luffy, who was lying on the ground, straightened up with a sit-up, looked around and shouted. Sabo? Where is Sabo? Makina saw Luffy wake up and hurried over to help him up, but before she could reach Luffy, Luffy jumped up without finding Sabo. He ran to Ace and asked. Ace, what just happened? Why is the forest gone? Ace was also happy to see Luffy wake up, and he responded. The forest was destroyed in the battle between Shigeya-sama and Shanks. Shanks was defeated and now I don't know where he has gone. Speaking of this, Ace looked at Kyunhee, and a look of admiration appeared on his face again. Luffy was stunned for a moment when he heard the news of Shanks' defeat. Then he looked at Kyunhee in disbelief and said. Is Brother Circle Eyes so powerful? Shinra Tensei. Bang! Luffy flew out again. This time there was no obstacle around him, and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Ace glanced worriedly in the direction where Luffy disappeared, then looked at Shigeya, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Kyunhee knew that Ace was worried about Luffy, so he smiled and said. Don't worry, I just sent him back to Windmill Village. Chapter 138 Garp, Sengoku has changed. After sending Luffy home, Shigeya looked at Ace and continued the previous topic. Did you say anything else? Well, as long as Sabo is still here, it's fine. I want to wait until I'm stronger before I go to see him, as a Marine. That's a good idea. Okay, I agree that you can join the Marine Corps. Ace's eyes widened when he heard this. He didn't expect Kyunhee to agree so readily. The sudden surprise made him dazed for a moment. Advertisement. Looking at Ace who looked dazed, he smiled and said. Why, do you regret it? No, I want to join Marine. Arigato. Shigeya-sama. Okay, is there anything else you want to prepare? Ace thought about it, then looked at Makina and said. Sister Makina, please tell Dodin that I'm going to join the Marine. Thank you for taking care of me over the years. He wanted to go and tell Dodin in person, but considering Dodin's identity as a bandit, he was afraid that Brother Kyunhee would take her down as soon as he saw her. Makina smiled and nodded. She knew Ace, although he was much more mature than Luffy, he still had a little bit of tsundere in him, and now that he was going to join the army, he finally showed his inner emotions. Makina was really happy for Ace, thinking that he had finally found his direction in life. At the same time, she knew that it was all because of Shigeya. He was such an amazing man. Ace told Makina what he wanted to say to Dodin, then walked into the door space that Shigeya opened with a determined look on his face. Everything was ready. Kyunhee said goodbye to Makina again, and then disappeared from Makina's sight in a flash. Makina stared blankly at the place where Kyunhee disappeared. After a while, she shook her head with a sense of loss and murmured. Can I also join the Marine? Naval Headquarters Marineford. Sengoku was pacing back and forth in the office with an excited look on his face. He had received news from the world government that Shigeya had defeated the combination of Kaido and Jin on Onigashima. This news was sent back by a spy planted by the world government among the Beast's pirates. I have to say that their business capabilities are pretty good. The reason why Sengoku was so excited was because what Shigeya did this time was of such great significance. Advertisement. He didn't know why Kyunhee didn't choose to kill Kaido this time, but thinking of Kaido's thick skin and flesh, he felt it was understandable. After all, Marine had captured Kaido before, but there was nothing he could do to him. What's important now is that the fact that Shigeya defeated Kaido alone is a foregone conclusion, not to mention that she also defeated Jin in the process. Once this news is released, Sengoku has no doubt that the world will be excited. You know, compared to the Golden Lion who has been silent for many years, the current four emperors Kaido, who is in his prime, is obviously much more important. Just as Sengoku was getting more and more excited, Garp appeared in his office at the perfect moment again, still skipping the step of knocking on the door. Garp came in and started his routine. Sengoku. Bring me some senbei. After saying that, Garp stretched out his fingers to pick his nostrils. He was ready for Sengoku's roar, and then took the delicious senbei from his drawer in front of Sengoku as if nothing had happened. However, this time Sengoku turned around and went to the drawer, took out a large bag of senbei, and rushed to Garp, stuffed all the senbei into his hands, and shouted excitedly. Come on! Take them and eat them. These are all yours. Sengoku's reaction startled Garp, and he poked his finger deep into his nostril. His grip was really strong, and blood spurted out of his nostril like a fountain. Garp covered his bleeding nose and looked at Sengoku with horror. The fearless Garp was frightened like a little wife by Sengoku. At this moment, Garp's brain was working fast. He was looking for the reason why Sengoku was so abnormal. After thinking about it, he could only attribute it all to himself. He felt that it must be because of his repeated rude behavior that Sengoku became like this. Thinking of this, Garp's face became solemn. He grabbed Sengoku's hand and was about to walk out. Sengoku calmed down from his excitement after being pulled by him. He frowned and said, "Garp, what are you doing? Take you to the hospital." "What? UBD, why are you taking me to the hospital?" Garp didn't say anything, just pulled Sengoku out in silence. Sengoku was also angry. Why should he go to the hospital if he was not sick? He felt that he must have been too indulgent towards Garp, and today he had to teach this disrespectful guy a lesson. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared behind Garp. He turned around hurriedly to look, and saw a huge golden fist facing him. Bang! Advertisement. Garp's body broke through the fence and flew out of the headquarters building like a bullet. He and a group of vice admirals from the headquarters heard the noise and rushed over. When they arrived at the door of Sengoku's office, they were all stunned. Sengoku's upper body clothes had turned into strips of cloth hanging around his waist. He was smiling and looking at his fist with admiration. In front of him was the fence that had been smashed into pieces by Garp. This strange scene made the vice admirals behind Crane swallow their saliva. In the end, Crane walked forward to ask Sengoku about the situation. This time, even the usually calm Tsuru was a little confused. She looked at Sengoku hesitantly and asked, "Sengoku, what's going on? Did you just get into a fight with someone?" Hearing Crane's voice, Sengoku quickly put away his fist, calmed himself, and his face quickly regained the dignity of a marine marshal. He said in a deep voice, "Nothing, I just haven't sparred with Garp in a while, and I was itching to do it just now, so I used too much force." Crane and the vice admirals behind him were speechless by Sengoku's words. "Judging from your appearance, you must have even used your abilities. Are you going to send Garp to the sky?" Facing everyone's strange looks, Sengoku remained calm and used his traditional skills again, coughing twice to ease the embarrassment. "Ahem, it's a good thing you're here too. Go to the conference room later. I have something important to announce. Garp doesn't need to come. I'll give him a day off." In front of the headquarters building, Garp was lying on the cold ground, staring blankly at the sky with a look of despair. Next to him was a group of marine soldiers who were talking about something. When Garp fell here just now, these soldiers were scared. Several soldiers wanted to help Garp immediately, but he shouted them away. They had no choice but to surround Garp and observe the situation. Coincidentally, Aokiji had just returned to the headquarters after scaring a little girl. He walked by with his hands in his pockets, looking very casual. The soldiers saw Aokiji as if they had seen a savior, and shouted in unison, "Aokiji Admiral!" After being called out like that, Aokiji finally noticed the marine soldiers gathered together, and then he saw Garp lying on the ground. He took a quick look and confirmed that Garp was fine, then returned to his lazy state and said, "Allah, isn't this Vice Admiral Garp? Why is he lying here?" Garp, who was lying on the ground, slowly turned his head to look at Aokiji and said in a tone that sounded very sad, "Aokiji, Sengoku has changed." Chapter 139 Love Transfer. Sengoku returned to his office, found a new shirt and put it on, then stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. He was in a really good mood today. Looking at himself in the mirror, a look of appreciation appeared on Sengoku's face. "Although I am already 70 years old, looking at my thick black hair, I only look like I am 50. What? You said it was dyed? What's wrong with dyeing? Do you really have to be like that guy Garp and look like an old man? Men should also be refined." Advertisement. The more Sengoku looked at himself, the more he liked him. He couldn't help but straighten his chest, clenched his right fist across his chest, and posed. However, he forgot to close the door when he came in, and Kora-san rushed in directly, shouting with joy on his face. "Marshal Sengoku! Vice Admiral Shireen, hey!" Kora-san looked at Sengoku who was still posing in front of the mirror and blinked, then said hesitantly, "Excuse me Marshal Sengoku, I see the door is not closed, am I disturbing you?" Although Sengoku was not facing him, Kora-san could still see through the mirror that Sengoku's face had turned red and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Sengoku's heart was filled with excitement, and he swore that he would install a double-layer door in his office in the future. But he was worthy of being the Marine Marshal. He turned around slowly and naturally raised his fist that was across his chest to his lips. "Ahem, it's Kora-san. What did you just say? What happened to Vice Admiral Zillan?" "Vice Admiral Zillan is back. This time he brought back some new people." As soon as Chijia was mentioned, Sengoku's originally embarrassed expression immediately turned into joy, especially when he heard that Chijia brought back some new people. This was simply a double happiness. The character and potential of the person that Chijia brought back are absolutely beyond doubt. Sengoku really loves Chijia now and can't wait to meet him. He said excitedly. "It's Kyunhee who's back, let him go." "No, I'll go myself." After saying that, Sengoku walked out of the office quickly. Before Kora-san could react, Sengoku had disappeared from his sight. Coming to his senses, Kora-san hurried after him, shouting. Marshal Sengoku, you've gone to the wrong place. Vice Admiral Shirin hasn't returned to his office. He's right in front of the headquarters building. Advertisement. In front of the headquarters building. Chijia crossed her arms and Aokiji put one hand in his trouser pocket. The two heavyweights in the Marines just stood there, quietly appreciating Garp's performance on the ground. Just now, Kyun-hee used Flying Thunder God directly to return to his office. After releasing Khalifa alone, he consciously handed over all the matters accumulated during this period to Khalifa. Under Khalifa's beautiful and moving white eyes, Chijia walked out of the office. On the way, he met Kora-san. When Kora-san saw him, he greeted him excitedly, and then he ran to tell Sengoku the news in a hurry. Chijia originally wanted to find Zephyr to see if his stubborn teacher had eaten the devil fruit he gave him. Of course, Kyun-hee mainly wanted to see what the Bull Demon King fruit looked like. The abilities of the mythical beasts were still very interesting. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the building, he saw a group of marine soldiers gathered there, even Aokiji was there. This piqued his interest, so he stopped temporarily and joined the Civilized View Garp team. Aokiji saw him and greeted him, and Chijia nodded in response. Let's talk about Garp. He had been lying on the cold ground for half an hour, muttering Sengoku has changed all the time, looking like a nagging woman. Some soldiers once tried to persuade Garp to get up, saying that it would damage his image, but in return they were directly scolded back by Garp. Garp said that he doesn't care about his shitty image, and he won't get up today unless Sengoku comes to help him up himself. Looking at Garp lying tough on the ground, Chijia revealed a very evil smile on his face, which made Aokiji beside him shudder all over. Aokiji looked at Chijia with fear, thinking that his strength had become stronger again. As a user of frozen fruit ability, he was actually made to tremble. This was simply outrageous. The reason why Chijia showed such an evil smile was because he thought of a very interesting thing, that is, he still had Ace and Yamato in his door space. Yamato didn't care, but Ace was different. He deliberately didn't release Ace at this time, just to let him appreciate his grandfather's performance. I wonder how Garp will react when he finds out that Ace has been watching him. Will he never be able to swing his proud iron fist of love again? At this time, in Kyun-hee's door space, Ace stared through the space wall with a dull look at Garp lying on the ground outside. He couldn't believe that that was the Garp the Fist who used to bully him and Luffy. Yamato didn't know the relationship between Ace and Garp. She believed that Chijia was her master, so she also crossed her arms like Chijia and commented with a serious look on her face. Who is that old man lying on the ground? He is such a loser. I really want to go out and punch him. The corners of Ace's mouth twitched twice. He did not refute out loud, and even nodded and agreed. Advertisement. He is really useless. I want to punch him too. Garp outside didn't know that his image in Ace's heart had collapsed devastatingly. At this moment, he was looking at the big sun in the sky with a bored look on his face. He has been lying on the ground for more than half an hour, why hasn't Sengoku come yet? Doesn't he know that it's extremely hot today? Can he bear to watch himself, at the age of 70, being exposed to the sun? Although he was not afraid of the heat, he still felt uncomfortable all over. Garp couldn't help but glance at Aokiji standing there and shouted. Kyuzan. Stop standing there like an idiot. Use your ability to cool down. It's so hot. Aokiji was also obedient. After hearing Garp's request, he immediately released cold air, forming a thin layer of ice on the ground where Garp was lying. Garp's expression immediately relaxed. With this kind of treatment, he could lie there for a whole day. Suddenly, Sengoku walked out of the headquarters building in a hurry. As soon as he came out, his eyes were accurately located on Chijia. Even Aokiji who was standing next to Chijia was automatically filtered out by him. Sengoku shouted directly. Kyun-hee, you did a great job this time. Let me see the newcomer you brought back first. Hearing Sengoku's voice, Garp's eyes lit up while he was lying on the ground. He thought, you can't hold it back anymore, it must be hard to feel guilty for half an hour. You old man still care about yourself. Although thinking this in his mind, Garp remained calm on the surface and even closed his eyes, waiting for Sengoku's arrival. However, Sengoku did come over, but as soon as he came, he pulled Chijia back without even looking at Garp on the ground. Finally, Aokiji gave a gentle reminder. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp is still lying on the ground. Hearing Garp's name, Sengoku frowned, thinking that Kyuzan was really tactless. Such a good atmosphere was ruined by a certain name. He glanced at Garp lying on the ground, laughed disdainfully, and said. Really? Why don't I see anyone on the ground? Okay, let's all go home. Kyun-hee, come back to the office with me. After saying that, Sengoku took Chijia and ran away. The people around looked at each other. Since Marshal Sengoku had given the order, there was no need for them to stay here for long, and they all dispersed. Aokiji looked at Garp, who was still lying on the ground, with sympathy, shook his head, and left silently. As the crowd dispersed, Garp was left alone lying on the ground in front of the huge headquarters building, looking up at the sky with a 180-degree view. So, love transfers, right? Chapter 140. Just call me Zayahi. Chijia followed Sengoku to his office, and soon after they entered, Garp followed in. Garp hung his head, looking like an eggplant hit by frost. He gave Sengoku a resentful look, then folded his arms and sat down on the sofa, with a fierce face, and said nothing. Sengoku didn't buy it. He pretended not to see Garp. As soon as he entered the door, he looked at Chijia and asked with a smile. Kyun-hee, thank you for the hard work on this mission. Chien-hee also responded with a polite smile. Advertisement. It's not hard. I was just going to get some information about OPOP fruit. Meeting Kaido was purely an accident. Upon hearing that Chijia actually met Kaido, Garp, who had been sitting on the sofa in silence, pricked up one ear and listened secretly. He also wanted to know what happened after Chijia met Kaido. Sengoku didn't keep the suspense and went straight to the point. He still wanted to confirm this matter. The battle with Kaido was dangerous, wasn't it? But at least you won. After saying that, Sengoku looked at Chijia expectantly. Although he already knew that Chijia had won, he still wanted to hear it from Chijia's own mouth. Kyun-hee did not disappoint Sengoku. He nodded and said casually. It's okay. Thanks to Kaido, I learned Conqueror's Entanglement during the battle with him. It's really useful. I used it to defeat Kaido. What? You've mastered Conqueror's Entanglement? X2. Sengoku and Garp shouted this sentence almost at the same time. At this moment, the two seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, because compared with this incident, their grudge was not worth mentioning at all. Especially Sengoku, he knew how difficult this move was to master. You know, although the proportion of awakened Conqueror's haki is small, it is still a lot in the entire ocean. But it is different if you master Conqueror's Entanglement. It can be said that as long as you learn this move, it means that you have entered the ranks of the true top powerhouses. Look at who has mastered it, Roger, Rayleigh, Kaido and Red Hair. Which one of these people is not a powerful person who dominates the sea? Kyun-hee's strength is already top-notch, and now he has mastered Conqueror's Entanglement, so how strong is he? Advertisement. Anyway, Sengoku has already determined that Chijia's strength has definitely surpassed his, and even Garp is probably no match for Chijia. Facing the shocked Sengoku and Garp, Chijia said in a very Versailles way. Yeah, so I have to thank Kaido too. I got the inspiration from him. Sengoku and Garp looked at Chijia speechlessly. When did she realize that Conqueror's Entanglement was so simple? Could it be that Kaido was a famous teacher? Of course, this is just a complaint. Both Garp and Sengoku know how terrifying Kaido's strength is. Even if they can really comprehend the dominance by fighting with him, how many people can take on his blow? What's more, Chijia not only had a fierce fight with him, but also defeated Kaido head-on. This kind of thing would definitely shock the whole world. Sengoku calmed himself down and remembered that Kora-san had mentioned to him that Chijia had brought back a few newcomers and he wanted to meet them too. Thinking of this, Sengoku asked. Kyun-hee, I heard from Kora-san that you brought some new people with you this time. Where are they? Can I meet them first? Yes, I'll let them out right away. Chijia opened the door space, Yamato jumped out first, and Ace walked out slowly behind him. He glanced at Garp sitting on the sofa with undisguised disgust in his eyes. Garp didn't notice Ace's look. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and he even raised his hand and wiped his eyes hard a few times in disbelief. What did he see? Ace actually followed Chijia to the headquarters, and from what he heard, he was going to join the marine. Thinking of this, Garp's face turned red with excitement. Originally, he was about to give up on letting Ace join marine, because he knew that no matter whether it was Ace or Luffy, they had personalities that could not be pulled back even by 10 horses. Since they had decided to become pirates, it would be almost impossible for them to fulfill their wish and join the Marines, and Garp knew this. But he never expected that Kyun-hee actually did it. Although Luffy was not among the people this time, having an ace was already a surprise among surprises for Garp. Advertisement. Garp, who was always carefree, actually had tears in his eyes at this moment. Ace was also stunned when he saw it. In his heart, Garp has always been a synonym for an iron-blooded soldier. He never thought that Garp would show such an expression. Sengoku silently looked at his old friend and was happy for him. Given his relationship with Garp, and Garp's inability to keep secrets from him, he knew about Ace's existence, and he already knew that Ace was Roger's child. Let's just set it that way. He was also furious when he first learned about this, but looking at Garp standing there with his head down and not saying a word, he finally softened his heart. Sengoku and Garp can be said to have a lifelong friendship, Of course, he would not do anything to betray Garp. In the end, he chose to turn a blind eye. Over the years, he has also learned about Ace's experience from Garp in both open and covered ways. As for Ace's idea of going out to sea as a pirate, it can be said that Sengoku is as troubled as Garp, but there is nothing he can do. Now that Chijia actually brought Ace back, Sengoku was genuinely happy. This could be said to have resolved a major issue in both him and Garp's minds. There is no need to say much to express gratitude between men. At this moment, both Sengoku and Garp looked at Chijia sincerely. If it was not related to the world government, Sengoku would have even wanted to hand over the position of marshal to Chijia on the spot. Sengoku, who is always known for his calmness, actually had such thoughts, which shows how grateful he is to Chijia. Sengoku and Garp's reactions also silenced Chijia. He didn't expect their reactions to be so big, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Only Yamato blinked her big eyes, looking at Chijia and then at Garp and others. She felt as if she was being ignored. Are you kidding me? I am 2.6 meters tall and not ugly, why do these people seem to not see me? Yamato was so angry that she pulled out her spikeless mace from somewhere, slammed it hard on the floor, and shouted. Damn it! Haven't you seen me, Uchiha Yamato? Uchiha? Where is the Uchiha? Upon hearing the word Uchiha, Chijia, Garp and Sengoku all turned their heads sharply, and all three of their gazes were fixed on Yamato's pretty face. Being stared at by these three people, even Yamato, who has always been eccentric, couldn't stand it. Her expression froze, she swallowed slowly, and her voice became weaker by an octave. I'm just introducing myself. You can just call me Zayahi. Chapter 141 Sengoku, Marine wants these two. Sengoku looked at the woman in front of him who was 2.6 meters tall. He ignored the unusually conspicuous horns on Yamato's head and focused on observing Yamato's eyes. Yamato's amber eyes were indeed very beautiful, but Sengoku shook his head after reading them, leaving Yamato confused. She subconsciously touched her face to make sure there was nothing strange on it and then turned her gaze to Kyunhee. She was unfamiliar with the place, so she could only follow Jianhee's advice when in doubt. However, Chijia ignored her. Who told her to give herself the name Uchiha Yamato without her permission? It would be better to just call herself Uchiha Chijia. After she changed her name like that, it was as if she was marrying herself. Advertisement. Seeing that Kyunhee ignored him, Yamato puffed up his cheeks and chose to lower his head like an ostrich. Sengoku didn't really mean anything, he just wanted to see if Yamato had the same eyes as Chijia. If she was really from the Uchiha clan, then Marine would make a fortune. Even though Chijia once said that he was the last one in the clan, Sengoku still refused to give up. He felt that it was a shame for such a strong clan to be extinct. What if there were still survivors? Unfortunately, until now, there has been no other Uchiha appearing on the sea except Chijia, and Sengoku has to admit this cruel reality. I have to say, Sengoku has tasted the sweetness of Uchiha and has become a little greedy. There are not many people in Uchiha who are as easy to talk to as Chijia. If you make them unhappy, they will probably glare at you with their red eyes. Chijia felt helpless looking at Yamato who was playing ostrich. After all, he was the one who brought the person back, and now Yamato said nothing, so he had to take the job introduced. Thinking of this, Chijia also coughed twice like Sengoku. He pointed at Yamato who was hanging his head and said. Her name is Yamato. I brought her back from Kaido. Brought back from Onigashima? Sengoku was stunned. Isn't that Kaido's lair? Could the people brought back from there be from Kaido pirates? Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but look at Yamato again, and this time he finally noticed the pair of red horns on Yamato's head. Sengoku's intelligence is also very strong, and is not much worse than that of Crane. As soon as he saw the pair of red horns on Yamato's head and thought about the place where Yamato appeared, a burly figure quickly emerged in his mind, that was Kaido of the Beasts. Advertisement. Sengoku already had a vague answer in his mind, but just thinking about it made a drop of cold sweat fall on his forehead. When Chijia saw Sengoku's eyes resting on Yamato's corner, he guessed that Sengoku had seen something, and he didn't intend to hide it, so he spoke directly. She is Kaido's daughter. She definitely has potential. As soon as these words were spoken, except for Ace who already knew Yamato's identity, Sengoku and Garp all looked at Yamato again, and this time they looked at Yamato with shock. Yamato felt even more uncomfortable this time. She slowly walked behind Chijia, stretched out her hand and held Chijia's arm, looking like a bullied young wife. Chijia didn't push her away, instead she reached out and hugged Yamato. After all, Yamato was not too old now, and it was his first time traveling far away, so it was normal for him to have such a reaction. When Yamato was embraced by Chijia, she felt a warm feeling in her heart. She secretly glanced at Chijia's profile and thought to herself that her master still liked her, but was a little tsundere. Chijia looked at everyone calmly. He dared to directly point out Yamato's identity because he no longer had anything to fear from the world government. In terms of strength, his Rinnegan already has 7 megatama, and his eye power alone is terrifying, not to mention his various powerful abilities. The devil fruit he finds is of very high quality. This time he learned the destruction armament from Kaido, and his physical strength has reached the pinnacle of the 4 emperors level. It can be said that among this group of known strong men, he is already the strongest individual. In other aspects, the world government's attitude towards him has always been quite ambiguous. Kyunhee guessed that the mastermind behind the scenes, must have some plan for him, so he allowed him to do whatever he wants without stopping him. Of course, Chijia still likes this attitude of the world government, which saves him a lot of trouble. As for what M's intentions were towards him, Kyunhee was not overly worried. He was certain that all his fears were caused by insufficient firepower. There are still 5 empty spaces in his left eye, which means that there is still a lot of room for improvement in his strength. Since has given him so much time to develop, he will definitely not let his good intentions down. When he has collected all 12 megatama, he will definitely go to Marie Joyce to visit in person to see if this guy is really his fellow villager. If they are really fellow villagers, that would be really interesting. When fellow villagers meet, they just shoot each other. Chijia didn't take the world government seriously, but Sengoku was different. At this moment, he kept looking at Yamato and Ace with a look that seemed extremely tangled. He thought to himself, what a good guy. Kyunhee defeated Kaido on this trip, and the 2 newcomers he brought back had more outrageous identities than the other. Advertisement. One is the daughter of 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts, and the other is the son of Pirates King Roger. Chijia's actions simply made him confused. He thought that taking in Ace Sengoku was the limit of what he could do, but now Yamato has come along, which makes him a little overwhelmed. But if you ask Sengoku to give up any of them, he will not be willing to do so. First of all, the person was brought back by Chijia, and just for this reason, he must keep him even at the cost of his position as marshal. Also, the potential of these 2 people is almost obvious. Although the theory of bloodline is rather abstract, the probability of a dragon giving birth to a dragon and a phoenix giving birth to a phoenix is absolutely extremely high, not to mention that Yamato seems to have considerable strength. Thinking of this, Sengoku's eyes turned green. He slapped his thigh and said, "World government?" He has decided to take care of these 2 people in the Marine Corps. No one can do anything about them. He straightened his body and said to Ace and Yamato, "Very good. I believe in Kyunhee's vision. As long as they have justice in their hearts, Marine welcomes them all. Marine wants these 2. At this moment, the aura of the Marine Marshal reached its peak on Sengoku. Garp, who was standing aside, glanced at him sideways frequently. He felt that Sengoku suddenly looked a lot more handsome. But he only thought about this kind of thing in his mind, and it was impossible for him to say it out loud. Garp shook his head. He still remembered the grudge of Sengoku's punch. How could he watch Sengoku act so cool now? He glanced at Ace, who was excited about successfully joining the Marine, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Ace's little red vest. Before Ace could react, he was lifted into the air by his dear grandpa. Ace stared at Garp's face blankly, not sure what he was going to do. Garp put his face close to Ace, not caring that his beard made Ace frown, and said with a kind smile, "Ace, I'm so happy that you can join the Marine. I've decided to teach you myself. How is it? Are you surprised? Are you happy?" After saying this, Garp was already looking forward to the excited expression on Ace's face. He felt that with his prestige, Ace would be extremely excited to hear that he was going to teach him personally. However, Ace was not excited after hearing this. Instead, he looked even more disgusted. He curled his lips and said disdainfully, "You only know how to bully kids. Who needs your guidance? I want to follow Brother Kyunhee. Brother Kyunhee is the best." What? Chapter 142 Preparing for Promotion. Garp's face turned pale, he felt that his position in Ace's heart was threatened. What he didn't know was that his image in Ace's mind had already been shattered when he performed in front of the headquarters building, not to mention his status at all. Ace didn't care about Garp's reaction. He looked at Kyunhee with admiration, then turned his head and made a face at Garp, saying, "Stinky old man, who wants you to teach me, beep." Advertisement. Garp felt his fist had never been so itchy, and he was ready to let Ace taste this iron fist containing love. However, Ace had already noticed that something was wrong with Garp. He had expected that Garp was going to attack, so he took the initiative, stretched out his neck, and bit Garp's nose. Ouch! Garp screamed, his nose was in real trouble today. First, he accidentally stabbed it too hard and blood spurted out, then he was hit in the face by Sengoku's 24K gold fist, and now Ace bit him in hatred. What did his nose do to anyone? Garp felt pain and let go of Ace, covering his nose tightly with both hands and groaning continuously. As soon as Ace landed, he ran to the door of Sengoku's office. He felt very happy to see Garp being defeated. It was a pity that Luffy was not there to witness this glorious moment. Garp's face had turned the color of liver, and his nose was hurting so much that he didn't choose to chase Ace. Instead, he bent down and wanted to grab something and throw it. You won't believe it, but Garp actually felt something soft. He didn't even look at what it was and just threw it at Ace. Ace was still making faces at this time, and by the time he realized what was about to happen, it was too late. His face came into close contact with the thing thrown by Garp. Bang! The crisp slapping sound and Ace's screams echoed in Sengoku's office. Everyone looked closely and saw a slipper sliding off Ace's face. Looking at Ace's face again, there are black lines on it, probably from the dust on the soles of his slippers. But you know what, the lines on the soles of his slippers are quite regular, and they look like tattoos on Ace's face. Kyunhee's mouth twitched as he remembered the tattoo on Long's face. Although the two patterns were different, and the tattoo on Long's face should not have been taken by Garp with a slipper, otherwise it would be too outrageous. But this mark on Ace's face was stamped in front of him, and he didn't know if it could be erased. Advertisement. Ace covered the red mark on his face. He didn't know that he had a beautiful tattoo on his face. He just felt a burning pain there. He glared at Garp angrily and shouted. You old BD! When I grow up I will definitely do that to you. When Garp heard Ace call him an old man and the flag he had set, he instantly became furious. He rolled up his sleeves and was ready to teach Ace a lesson. Sengoku couldn't stand it anymore, he grabbed Garp and scolded him. That's enough. What a shame to be making such a fuss. Be quiet. After saying that, Sengoku glanced at Garp's nose that had endured everything, and felt sorry for it. He slowed down his tone and said. Go to the infirmary to check your nose first. I've given you a day off. Garp originally thought that Sengoku was grabbing him and was going to get angry, but he was moved by Sengoku's next words. He sniffed hard, snorted, walked to the door, and ran away dragging the extremely reluctant Ace. As soon as the father and son left, Sengoku's office became quiet. Sengoku walked to his desk and made 3 cups of tea, keeping one for himself and giving the remaining 2 to Chijia and Yamato. Sengoku took a sip of tea gently, an intoxicated expression on his face, and Chijia also picked up the cup and slowly sipped the tea. Only the strange woman Yamato is not good at tea tasting. Her way of drinking tea is to pick up the cup and drink it all in one gulp. She was scalded at first, but that didn't bother her. She exhaled a stream of cold air to cool the tea, turning the hot tea into cold tea. Sengoku noticed this ability of Yamato. He raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that it seemed that Yamato also had demon fruit power, but he didn't know what ability it was. But since her father is Kaido, her fruit ability will definitely not be too bad. Chijia noticed Sengoku's expression and directly answered his confusion, telling Sengoku the ability of Yamato's fruit. Sengoku was delighted to hear that Yamato was actually a user of the mythical beast type. This was a huge plus, and such a good talent could not be wasted. Thinking of this, Sengoku looked at Chijia and asked. What are you going to do with her? I mean to ask Zephyr-sensei to strengthen her haki aspect. Advertisement. Yamato, who was standing by, suddenly pouts when he hears that Chijia is going to hand her over to someone else, but he doesn't dare to refute. Sengoku shook his head and said. I don't know what Zephyr is doing lately. He seems to be training himself again. Anyway, he doesn't have time to train new people. Okay, then let Yamato follow me. Well, that's best. Yet. Yamato didn't expect things to change so quickly. She was so happy when she heard that she could be with Chijia again. She moved her chair and leaned her body against Chijia's side. Chijia ignored her, he still wanted to go see Zephyr. He guessed that Zephyr should have eaten the Bull Demon King fruit, especially after hearing Sengoku say that Zephyr had been training recently. Sengoku saw Chijia was leaving and did not try to stop her. He just said casually. Kyunhee, get ready soon. I'm going to give you a promotion. Oh, hey. Chijia looked at Sengoku in astonishment. Was he going to be promoted? Didn't that mean he would become an admiral? When Sengoku saw Chijia's expression, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He had long wanted to promote Chijia to admiral, and this time Chijia's defeat of Kaido was the best opportunity. You know, Sengoku is more anxious than Chijia about the military rank. Coming back to his senses, he asked hesitantly. Isn't this a little too sudden? Sengoku waved his hand and said. Not suddenly. Isn't defeating Golden Lion and Kaido enough? Do you want to find the remaining 4 emperors to fight again? Well, actually, after I defeated Kaido, I also cut off one of Shank's arms. Haha, really? As expected of you, you're really... Nanny. Chapter 143 Red and White Alliance. Moby DK. Whitebeard sat on the deck, surrounded by members of the Whitebeard pirates. At the moment, they all had serious expressions, as if they were waiting for something. Whitebeard still had a relaxed expression on his face. He held a bucket of wine in his hand and drank it heartily, as if there was nothing worthy of his concern. After a while, a minion ran up to Whitebeard in a panic and shouted. Dad! Redhead's boat is approaching. Advertisement. Kulala, you're here really fast. Let the red-haired guy come up. The executives of the Whitebeard pirates were all on high alert, because they all knew that the man who was about to board the ship possessed the most advanced conqueror's haki in the sea. Of course, they didn't know yet that Shanks had already lost to Chijia in this regard. As large groups of minions fell to the ground inexplicably one after another, Shanks boarded the Moby DK and came to Whitebeard empty-handed. Whitebeard frowned and said unhappily. Hey, red-haired boy, don't you know to bring some wine when you come to my boat? The red-haired man also looked unhappy. He had a gloomy face and suddenly swung his black cloak with his right hand, revealing the empty sleeve on his left side. The scene in front of them made the members of the Whitebeard pirates stare wide-eyed. In their eyes, the red-haired Shanks, who was as strong as their father, actually lost an arm? Why was there no news of this happening at sea? Even the usually carefree Whitebeard frowned at this moment. Although he called Shanks a brat, he still recognized his strength. Now Shanks came to see him with an arm inexplicably lost, and Whitebeard realized that Shanks's visit this time was not simple. Whitebeard slowly put down the barrel in his hand and said in a deep voice. Ginger boy, what's wrong with your arm? Shanks touched the broken part of his left arm and could still feel a burning sensation there. He would probably never forget the purple lightning that almost took his life. And, the man with the god's eyes, Uchiha Chijia. With a bitter smile on his face, Shanks sat on the ground and spoke slowly. I met Zillan in East Blue, the terrifying new guy in the marine. He destroyed my arm with lightning. Even I almost died at his hands. Advertisement. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Moby DK deck fell silent, and they all looked at Shanks, who was sitting opposite Whitebeard, in confusion. Marco shouted at Shanks in disbelief. Hey, stop joking. In fact, Marco has already believed this fact in his heart. Ever since Chijia first showed her prowess in the battle with Rayleigh and Sabayati, he can be said to be the person who pays the most attention to Chijia on the Whitebeard ship. He then witnessed Chijia killing Whitebeard too and destroying the Golden Lion. Marco was really scared by this terrifying newcomer in the marine, and he tried to talk to Whitebeard about it. But Whitebeard still had an indifferent attitude. In his opinion, Chijia was just a marine kid. He didn't even take Akainu and others seriously, let alone a newcomer who just showed up. Moreover, in his eyes, Whitebeard too was just an idiot with power but no brains, and Golden Lion was much weaker than before, so it was understandable that he failed. But now it's different. Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors, was defeated by Uchiha Chijia and almost lost his life. No matter how confident Whitebeard was, he couldn't be sure of beating Shanks so badly. Now such a thing was actually done by Marine, whom he regarded as a little kid. He was really unable to hold back. The most important thing is that the impact of Shanks' defeat is too great. He is the 4 emperors, the pinnacle of pirates' power on the sea. If he loses, the balance will be destroyed. Whitebeard had to be careful about this kind of thing. He asked. Has Z Island's power really reached this level? Shanks smiled bitterly and threw out another explosive message. Although I don't want to admit it, his strength is far superior to mine, and Kaido was defeated by him before fighting me. I got this information from Kaido's daughter. It is said that he spared Kaido's life for some unknown reason. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, including Whitebeard, were completely silent at this moment. They were numb. Blackbeard Teach, who was standing behind Marco, also looked extremely ugly. He has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for more than 10 years for the dark fruit, and he has not succeeded yet, so he has even thought about spending his retirement in the Whitebeard pirates. Now that he had received such explosive news from Shanks, he actually felt that it was dangerous to stay here. Teach clenched his fists tightly and vowed to himself that he must get the fruit as soon as possible so that he would have the ability to protect himself. Whitebeard silently picked up the barrel and wanted to take a sip to calm down, but found that the wine in the barrel had been spilled. Advertisement. Throwing the barrel out of the boat in frustration, he looked at Shanks, who was sitting in front of him with a bitter face, and said. So what are you going to do? Finally, Whitebeard said this. Shanks certainly didn't come here just to encourage Chijia, he came here for something more important. He looked Whitebeard in the eye and said word by word. Now that Marine has a monster like Zillan, the 4 emperors alone will never be able to contend with Marine, so let's form an alliance. What? Are you kidding me? Whitebeard was naturally extremely reluctant. Asking him to form an alliance with others, didn't this mean that he was afraid of Marine? How could he, who was known as the strongest man in the world, accept this? Shanks had anticipated Whitebeard's reaction, but he was not panicked because he knew Whitebeard's weakness, which was his family. He deliberately glanced at the Whitebeard pirates members nearby in front of Whitebeard and said. I think you should know about Z Island's methods of dealing with the pirates. If you really face him, do you have the information to save these people from him? You don't want them all to die tragically at the hands of Z Island, do you? When talking about his family, Whitebeard's expression froze. This could be said to be his obvious weakness, although it was not considered such in the past. With him around, who would dare to touch his family? But seeing Z Island's horrific record, even he had to admit that he might find it difficult to cope with it, let alone protect his family. Seeing Whitebeard wavering, Shanks immediately struck while the iron was hot and added. It's just an alliance in name only. This will give Marine some concerns. Whitebeard didn't say anything, obviously he was also struggling. At this time, Marco stood up and gave a top assist. Dad. Promise him. Z Island's strength has exceeded our expectations. We should be cautious. Whitebeard glanced at Marco with a complicated expression. In fact, he had already been tempted. All he lacked was a step toward having his family. In his eyes, his life and face are not worth mentioning compared with his family. At present, forming an alliance with Red Hair is indeed the best protection for them. Thinking of this, Whitebeard finally lowered his noble head and said in a deep voice. Okay, red-haired boy, I agree to the alliance. A wise decision. Chapter 144, Defeating the Two Emperors Alone. Zillan Admiral. The news of Whitebeard's alliance with Redhead spread throughout the world within a few days. The people who didn't know the truth suddenly started to panic. In their opinion, a single four emperors group was scary enough. Didn't they see that Marine hadn't been able to deal with them for so many years? Now that two such terrifying pirates' forces have formed an alliance, it is a disaster for ordinary people. They are afraid that their homes will be lost soon. But another breaking news that came after that once again pushed the heat of this incident to a climax. That is the publication of an issue of a newspaper. Advertisement. This issue of the newspaper did not contain any superfluous content. The 8 big characters of the title alone took up an entire page. Defeated the two emperors alone. Z Island Admiral. The newspaper content introduced Chijia's battle achievements throughout. The most important one was that Chijia defeated four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts and red-haired Shanks, consecutively in just one day. Shanks even broke his left arm and nearly lost his life in a small windmill village in East Blue. Everyone who saw the newspaper was excited because they understood why Whitebeard and Redhead had formed an alliance. That is, they were all defeated by Admiral Zillan, and they were afraid. People spontaneously shouted Admiral Shireen on the streets. For a moment, Uchiha Chijia's name resounded in every corner of the sea. The dolls based on Chijia have also become the best-selling products in the store, as well as the Rinnegan patterned colored contact lenses. Yes, Chijia's iconic Rinnegan has now become a unique existence in the world of cosmetic contact lenses. Men, women, young and old, all like to buy a pair or even several pairs to keep at home. Because there has been word that in a certain village, there were young people wearing Rinnegan colored contact lenses and scaring off the pirates who came to do evil. Even though the pirates knew that the Rinnegan were fake, they were still scared when they saw them. They were afraid that one day they would run into the real owner of these eyes. They knew that if they did, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Advertisement. A bar in Windmill Village has a Rinnegan logo on its sign outside the door, and the number of customers coming here to drink is increasing every day. Guests reported that the bar owner actually knew Admiral Z Island, and they came here to drink for no other reason than to feel safe. Chijia's hometown in the pirates' world, Kokosi Village, is now visited by a constant stream of tourists who want to feel the aura of this legendary admiral. Belmere wanted to seek Chijia's opinion and rename Kokosi Village to Chijia Village, but this request was rejected by Chijia. Finally, under Belmere's repeated requests, Chijia had to give a name, which was Konoha Village. Belmere was a little confused at first, but after Chijia explained to her that Konoha Village was the former home of the Uchiha clan, she excitedly memorized the name, and Kokoani Village was officially renamed Konoha Village. After learning about this, the Marine side directly dispatched East Blue's strongest forces to garrison Konoha Village. Sengoku even dispatched some general-level officers from the headquarters to Konoha Village to maintain law and order. It can be said that in East Blue, Konoha Village has become the strongest village in the true sense. No matter whether it is an ordinary pirates group from East Blue or some powerful pirates group returning from Grand Line, when passing by there, they will choose to take a detour no matter how far. There's no way around it. Everyone knows that the purple-scaled admiral has the ability to reach any location at any time. Even if they don't take the Marine stationed there seriously, they still have to consider the weight of the 4 words Purple Scale Admiral. A saying has spread across the sea. The light of the Rinnegan will shine upon anyone in the world who has goodwill. The protagonist of this incident, Chijia, was sitting in his office at this time, looking at the room full of Rinnegan with a helpless look on his face. It's very lively in Kyunhee's office today. Jun, Khalifa, An, Yamato, Ace, and Law, they all looked at Chijia with their Rinnegan, making Chijia's scalp tingle. He couldn't stand it anymore. He held his forehead with one hand and said. Advertisement. Have you guys had enough fun? I still have to attend the Admiral's investiture ceremony later. Chijia's position as Admiral is already a foregone conclusion. Sengoku has already held a meeting for this purpose. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru were also present at that meeting. The resolution about Chijia becoming Admiral was passed unusually smoothly. Sengoku had just proposed it and Akainu was the first to agree. No one was surprised by this, especially Spider Oni and the others. They saw that when Akainu learned about Chijia's battle record, he was so excited that he turned into a magma man. Akainu's office is still under repair, and it takes a large group of marine soldiers to move the cooled lava scattered on the floor. Yamato pursed his lips, snorted twice in dissatisfaction, and said. Not enough. Why is it that only my pair of Rinnegan does not have the Megatama that Master talked about? She was one of the first people who rushed into the headquarters store to buy Rinnegan colored contact lenses. However, she was too excited to check the goods and ended up buying the youth version of Rinnegan, the kind without a single Megatama inside. Ace was very cunning. He directly took money from Garp and bought 2 pairs of 6 Megatama Rinnegan, which made Yamato cry with greed. Luo stood aside scratching his head a little embarrassedly. He originally wanted to let Chijia see whether the Rinnegan he bought was authentic, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw 5 pairs of identical eyes, which made him a little embarrassed. Jun, Khalifa, and Anne covered their mouths and giggled. They bought Rinnegan colored contact lenses just for fun and wanted to see Chijia's reaction. Chai-He glanced at Jun awkwardly. There was nothing he could do about it. It was because he had too many close female friends around him. Now that Anne and Khalifa were here, it was good enough that Jun didn't get angry. Jun also saw what Chai-He meant, and she gave Chai-He a cold look. She had already known about Chai-He's confidence. But she chose to turn a blind eye, as long as she was Kyunhee's decent girlfriend. After all, Jun was a man who had seen the world, and he knew that powerful men were always surrounded by women of all kinds. Of course, this did not include the group of 10,000-years-old bachelors in the marine. Moreover, today is the day when Chijia is conferred the title of Admiral. As Chijia's girlfriend, she cannot make things difficult for Chijia. Thinking of this, Jun walked slowly to Kyunhee's side, and like the last time when Kyunhee was named Vice Admiral, he carefully helped Kyunhee straighten her clothes, and said softly. Well, it's getting late. You should go to attend your investiture ceremony, my Purple Lin Admiral. Chapter 145 Marine is Immortal. Justice lasts forever. The ceremony for Kyunhee's appointment as Admiral was naturally more grand than the one when he was conferred the title of Vice Admiral. In addition to being broadcast live around the world, the people who came to participate were all heavyweights. The first is Zephyr, who has been secluded for training during this period. Of course he cannot be absent from Kyunhee's awarding ceremony. Thinking of his most proud student, Zephyr's heart is filled with pride. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji also arrived at the scene. After all, from today on, there will be one more person of the same level among them. And although Chijia has just become the Grand Admiral, in terms of prestige, he is no worse than the 3 veteran admirals in the Marine, and may even surpass them. However, the most surprising thing is that there was also a celestial dragon present at Chijia's inauguration ceremony, and that was Xiaolulia. Advertisement. After arriving at the headquarters, Xiaolulia skipped Sengoku's reception and was focused on finding Chijia. Sengoku didn't know what the relationship between this female celestial dragon and Chijia was. Based on his understanding of celestial dragons, he always felt that there must be something bad going on when this female celestial dragon went to find Chijia. At times like this, he had to keep a close eye on Kyunhee and not let her cause any trouble. So Sengoku took Xiaolulia back to his office and started arguing with her there. Because of Chijia, Xiaolulia was particularly easy to talk to today. At least she tried her best to remain calm when facing Sengoku's nonsense. In the end, Sengoku couldn't explain it anymore, so he reluctantly took her to Chijia. Chijia was chatting with Jun, Khalifa and the others backstage at this time. When he saw Xiaolulia following Sengoku, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. Khalifa pushed up her glasses as soon as she saw Xiaolulia, and she came close to Jun and Anne and whispered something quietly. After Jun and Anne learned about what happened between Xiaolulia and Chijia from Khalifa, they both looked puzzled. As we all know, most women like 8 trigrams, let alone the 8 trigrams of Chijia and the female celestial dragons. Jun was already used to Chijia's gossip, so she simply pulled Khalifa and Anne aside, folded her arms and began to watch the interaction between Chijia and Xiaolulia. He looked at Xiaolulia in front of him speechlessly and asked. Why are you here? Xiaolulia glanced at the 3 women standing beside her and pursed her lips. As she had been paying attention to Kyunhee's every move for a daily routine, she certainly knew the relationship between these 3 women and Kyunhee. Advertisement. Thinking that they could stay with Kyunhee all the time while she could only stay in Marie Joyce and read the newspaper, Xiaolulia felt a little upset, so she stiffened her neck and said. Humph. Today is the day you are awarded the title of Admiral. Given our relationship, of course I have to come and celebrate for you. Looking at Xiaolulia's annoying expression, he raised his eyebrows. He felt his hands itchy again and couldn't help rubbing them. When Xiaolulia noticed Chijia's actions, her expression changed. She thought she understood Chijia and had realized that Chijia wanted to deal with her. In fact, she was not afraid of Kyunhee's cleaning up, but Jun and the others were still in the room, and she really didn't want to embarrass this kind of person in front of them. Xiaolulia shrank her head and her voice became weaker. Okay, I admit that my coming here may have caused you some trouble, but I promise that I just wanted to celebrate with you. I definitely don't. I don't want to put on airs. Seeing Xiaolulia's attitude, the three girls from Jun opened their mouths and looked at Xiaolulia in disbelief. In their impression, celestial dragons have always been synonymous with arrogance and domineering. They never thought that celestial dragons would also act like this. Looking at Xiaolulia, who was standing there with a look of grievance on her face, a feeling of sympathy suddenly emerged in the hearts of the three women of Jun. He saw that Xiaolulia had given in and stopped giving her a cold shoulder. He slowed down his tone and said, "Then try not to talk for a while. I'll take you out to play after the ceremony is over." Got it. When Xiaolulia heard that Kyunhee wanted to take her out to play, she immediately became happy, and the little grievance she had originally felt disappeared. She nodded vigorously. She kept Kyunhee's instructions in mind. As long as Kyunhee agreed to accompany her for a while, she would do whatever he said. If she was asked not to speak, she would not speak. Chijia felt relieved, nodded to Jun and the others, then walked out with Xiaolulia, ready to attend his investiture ceremony. Outside, Sengoku has completed his opening duties, and it is Chijia's turn to appear. Standing under the platform were all the marine officers of the headquarters, including Yamato and Ace. As soon as Kyunhee appeared, thunderous cheers broke out from the audience. Zilin Admiral. Advertisement. The enthusiasm of the soldiers pushed the ceremony to a climax right from the start, because Chijia's promotion to the rank of Admiral was what everyone expected, both within the marine and the world at large. No one would bother about Chijia's age anymore, because it was already so ridiculous considering Chijia's horrific record. Xiaolulia sat at the first seat on the podium. It was her first time experiencing such a scene. Although she didn't understand why the people below were so excited, when she thought that it was all because of Kyunhee, she also became excited. She stared at Shiha's back and felt that Shiha standing there gave her a stronger sense of security than in Marie Joyce. This was the man she was obsessed with, Uchiha Shiha. He glanced at the soldiers below with a smile on his face. He was also very excited. No man could resist the temptation of being crowned king and receiving a visit. At this moment, such a scene was prepared for him. He raised his hand and pressed it lightly, and the shouting below immediately subsided as if the pause button had been pressed. Looking at the marines below who admired him so much, Kyunhee felt deeply moved. These were soldiers, and they were so lovable. Above the sky, endless thunderclouds gathered, with constant rumbling thunder rumbling from them, as if responding to Kyunhee's surging emotions. The marines below were not afraid of this, as they knew that was one of Admiral Zilin's abilities, the ability to control lightning. They stood quietly below, looking at Kyunhee on the platform with fanatical eyes, waiting for his voice. He calmed down a little, and looked at the marines below with a firm gaze, his voice as loud as thunder. Marine is immortal. Justice will last forever. Boom boom boom. As soon as Kyunhee finished speaking, endless purple thunder fell on the sea around the naval headquarters, causing huge waves. At this moment, both the naval headquarters and the people around the world who were watching the investiture ceremony had flushed faces with excitement. Even Kizaru, who liked to slack off, was trembling all over. He felt like he was about to burn up. However, after a while, he wrinkled his nose because he smelled a burnt smell. Suddenly, Kizaru turned his head to look at Akainu, who was sitting next to him, and saw that the half of Akainu's body facing him had turned into a pool of magma, and half of the chair and the ground had been destroyed. Kizaru's pupil shrank, and he immediately picked up his chair and moved it to Aokichi's side. Sitting down, Kizaru wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered. Sure enough, this old man still can't get excited. Chapter 146 Chijia vs Zephyr. After the world-shaking investiture ceremony ended, Kyunhee went to see Zephyr first. The two met in the wasteland behind the training camp, which was where Zephyr gave Chijia special training. Zephyr looked at his student with satisfaction. It had only been a short time and Chijia had already become a marine admiral. He was already 38 years old when he took this position. And Chijia is not even 20 years old this year, a marine admiral who is not even 20 years old. It's unbelievable to think about it. Zephyr sighed in his heart and said. Advertisement. Kyunhee, I didn't expect you to become an admiral so soon. I'm so happy for you. Kyunhee responded with a smile. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. No, compared to your talent, my teachings are of limited use. Teacher, when did you become so humble? This is not like you. I heard from Marshal Sengoku that you have been training yourself recently. Is that true? Zephyr was stunned, thinking that Sengoku was a talkative guy. He wanted to wait until he was thoroughly familiar with the power of the mythical beast fruit before going out to compete with Sengoku to see who was more powerful, his great Buddha or his own bull demon king. I have to say, you won't know how amazing devil fruit is until you try it. Zephyr, who was originally not very fond of devil fruit, had to sigh at the increase in power it brought him after eating the bull demon king fruit. If the devil fruit didn't taste so damn bad, he really wanted to say, it smells so good. Now that Chijia knows about it, Zephyr will not hide it. What's more, the fruit was given to him by Chijia. What is there that cannot be told between him and Chijia? Thinking of this, Zephyr spoke directly. Well, I have eaten your fruit. It is a really powerful fruit. I feel that my current strength even exceeds that of the past. Hearing this, Kyunhee raised his eyebrows. Why did he think that teacher Zephyr was now in the rookie's expansion period? Zephyr didn't know what Kyunhee was thinking. What he was thinking now was that since he had asked this question, he might as well let Kyunhee see his current strength. Advertisement. And he wanted to see how strong his student was right now. Even Kaido and Shanks were no match for him. The more Zephyr thought about it, the more he wanted to do it, and his gaze towards Kyunhee gradually changed. Kyunhee noticed Zephyr's gaze and asked in confusion. Teacher Zephyr, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong? Just tell me what it is, and I will definitely help you. Zephyr shook his head, staring into Chijia's eyes and said. It's nothing, the teacher just wants to have a fight with you. Ah. What? Are you afraid of hurting the teacher? That's not what I meant, it's just. Just what? Watch the punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr's fist was instantly covered with dark armament color and blasted towards Kyunhee's abdomen. Kyunhee's reaction speed was also very fast. His body almost instantly turned into a ball of lightning and appeared in a distant location, keeping a distance from Zephyr. You know, ever since he absorbed the thunder fruit, his observation haki has been amplified by lightning almost all the time, and Zephyr's punch was just a tentative one, it was impossible to hurt Chijia at all. Zephyr was also very satisfied with Chijia's reaction. He paid the most attention to the basic training of students, otherwise he would not always criticize Kizaru for relying too much on the ability of sparkling fruit. Although Kyunhee also used the ability of the fruit just now, it was also based on keen combat intuition. But Kizaru's physical skills are actually not bad, it's just that his sparkling fruit is so useful. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu are all users of top-level Logia Devil Fruit, but sparkling fruit is obviously the most useful one, and it's also very handsome. Back to the battle, Kyunhee looked helplessly at Zephyr who was in high spirits, thinking. Teacher Zephyr, you are so unethical that you actually attacked your own student. Advertisement. But it would be nice to let Zephyr enjoy the fun of fighting, so Kyunhee thought about having some fun with his teacher today. Having made up his mind, Jianhee's expression became serious. His hands were covered with sublimated weapons, and an extremely oppressive aura burst out from him. It was obvious that he was ready for a serious fight. Zephyr smiled slightly when he felt the momentum. He knew that Kyunhee had started to get serious, so he also had to show his real ability. The pitch-black armament color spread from Zephyr's hands to his elbows. At this moment, the black arm Zephyr of that year returned again. Zephyr's eyes were fixed on Chijia, and he stomped his feet rapidly on the ground dozens of times, performing the shave technique from the 6 styles. The effect of this move on Zephyr's feet must be extremely powerful. It only takes a moment from completing the action to teleporting in front of Chijia. Zephyr's right arm muscles bulged high, and he punched Kyunhee, who also punched back. Boom! The ground beneath their feet began to crack. Powerful waves swept over them in waves, raising a cloud of dust. Zephyr didn't stay in a stalemate with Chijia for too long. He swung his left arm again, repeating the cycle and punching Chijia with a torrential rain of punches. Kyunhee was also completely aroused by this attack. He did not use any other abilities, but just threw punch after punch at Zephyr. The whole scene is highlighted by a sense of déjà vu of aura. After a while of fighting, Zephyr finally couldn't hold on anymore. He kicked his feet and ended the attack. Jianhee looked at his fists with some lingering feeling. There was still heat coming out of his fists, which showed how intense the fist fight just now was. Zephyr retreated to a safe area and calmed his breathing. There was a hint of satisfaction on his face. Although that kind of attack method consumed a lot of physical energy, it was really cool. At the same time, he also had a more intuitive understanding of Kyunhee's strength. He knew that Kyunhee still hadn't used his full strength, at least none of Kyunhee's powerful abilities were useful. But even so, in the physical duel just now, he was still clearly at a disadvantage, and he couldn't help but sigh that his student was truly an absolute monster. It's not unfair at all that Kaido and Shanks lost to him. Chapter 147 Black Bull Zephyr. A breeze blew by, and the marine coats on Kyunhee and Zephyr were rustling in the wind. Zephyr's tense body suddenly relaxed. He looked at Kyunhee opposite him and said with a smile. Kyunhee, your ability has far exceeded the teacher's expectations. To be honest, the position of Marine Admiral is a bit unfair to you. He dropped his arms to his waist, and he responded with the same smile. On the contrary, I think Zephyr-sensei is in a good condition to be a Marine Admiral again. Advertisement. After saying this, the two of them laughed at the same time, as if they were not the ones who were fighting wildly just now. After laughing for a while, Zephyr shook his neck, grabbed his marine coat and threw it out, then began to slowly unbutton the shirt inside. Zephyr said as he unbuttoned his clothes. I've sat in that seat long enough, so I'll leave it to you youngsters. Now I just hope you can show your true strength, Kyunhee. After unbuttoning the last button, Zephyr took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body, looking extremely powerful. Seeing what Zephyr was doing, Kyunhee threw his marine coat away, and then unbuttoned his shirt like Zephyr. He knew that Zephyr was going to use all his strength. Zephyr, who was ready, shouted loudly, and his muscles began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and one could even see the bulging blood vessels. Gradually, Zephyr's body was covered with dense black hair, and a pair of grey horns grew on his head, with the same black pattern as the devil fruit on the horns. A thick layer of bone armor appeared on his shoulders, gleaming with a milky white luster in the sunlight. This is the ability of the Bull Demon King fruit. Now Zephyr has entered a half-beast state. 2 streams of white gas spewed out from Zephyr's nose, which had become almost like that of a cow. He grinned at Kyunhee with a black face, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Zephyr said in an extremely deep voice. Sorry for the long wait, Kyunhee, this is the effect of your Bull Demon King fruit, how does it look? Kyunhee raised an eyebrow. To be honest, Zephyr's current posture definitely looks extremely hacky, but this face is a little hard to describe. Imagine what it would be like if a normal person's face suddenly turned black and grew a big nose. It would definitely not be good looking. Advertisement. However, due to her status as a student, Kyunhee reluctantly gave Zephyr a thumbs up and praised him. Looks cool. Nonsense. A big question mark popped up over Kyunhee's head, and she wondered if there was anything wrong with her evaluation. Zephyr curled his lips and said unhappily. It's not like I haven't looked in the mirror before. How can this cow face be related to being handsome? You better be honest with the teacher. Kyunhee's heart was filled with anxiety at this moment. He should have told the truth earlier. Now he is shooting himself in the foot. Feeling a little aggrieved, Kyunhee didn't waste any words and directly used the ability of the Shura fruit to expand his body size to a level similar to that of Zephyr. Zephyr nodded after seeing it and said. This is the power of the Shura fruit, it looks good. Come on. Let me see what kind of improvement this fruit can bring to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zephyr stomped his big feet heavily on the ground, and a terrifying crack instantly spread towards Kyunhee's position. Of course, this kind of attack had no effect on Kyunhee who could fly. He used Tiandao's ability to fly directly into the air. The 4 arms behind him turned into 4 cannon barrels, and fired round after round of laser shots at Zephyr on the ground. Facing this intensive laser attack, Zephyr frowned, because this move reminded him of a certain ape. What he didn't know was that when Kaido faced Chijia's laser, he was thinking exactly the same thing as him. Zephyr pressed his arms to the ground, and a thick wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of him, with a spiral black pattern on it, the same as the pattern on his horns. Boom! The laser hit the earth wall, bringing up a cloud of yellow dust. Zephyr, who was standing behind the wall, had a serious look on his face. He had sensed that the wall was about to collapse. He was once again amazed at Kyunhee's strength. You know, this was not an ordinary earth wall. Advertisement. Controlling the earth element is a side effect of the mythical beast Bull Demon King's fruit, and the earth element controlled by him has been strengthened, and its hardness is far beyond that of steel. But even such a defense still couldn't stop Kyunhee's attack. It is conceivable what level Kyunhee's strength has reached. Lasers from the sky continued to bombard the earth wall summoned by Zephyr. Finally, the earth wall could no longer hold and collapsed into a pile of yellow earth that splashed everywhere. At the moment the earth wall collapsed, a stream of fluid composed of loess on the ground spread along Zephyr's arms and all over his body, and then hardened to form a layer of loess armor. Zephyr pulled his arms out from the ground and crossed them to protect his head, using his body to meet the subsequent laser attacks. Dense lasers bombarded Zephyr and the ground beside him, raising a cloud of thick smoke. After a long time, the smoke cleared, revealing Zephyr inside who was still in a defensive posture. It can be seen that the yellow earth armor on Zephyr's body has turned into pieces and slid off, and there are still dazzling spots of light remaining on his body. Kyunhee fell from the air to the ground, looking at the light spots on Zephyr's body, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Why did the scene in front of him seem a little familiar? Was he doing Kizura's job? As God knows, he had no intention of killing Zephyr. Kyunhee couldn't help but start to worry about Zephyr's current physical condition, wondering whether he should hurry up and give his teacher a stone climbing spell to heal him. Fortunately, Zephyr didn't let Kyunhee worry for too long. He slowly lowered his arms, then suddenly leaned over and lay on the ground, getting on all fours. His body began to swell again, and within a few breaths he turned into a huge black bull with a thick layer of bone armor on its back. Obviously, Zephyr has completely entered the beast state of the Bull Demon King fruit. He already knows the gap in strength between himself and Chijia, so he doesn't want to continue like this. He is ready to use his strongest attack to end this battle. The patterned horns on Zephyr's head had now turned pure black, the result of him injecting all of his armament haki into it. At this moment, Black Arm Zephyr has completed the transformation into Black Bull Zephyr. A few streams of steaming hot air spurted out of his nostrils again, and Zephyr locked onto Kyunhee with his huge bull eyes. He kicked the ground a few times with one bull hoof, and then his entire body turned into a black lightning and rushed towards Kyunhee. Kyunhee also understood what Zephyr meant. A destructive weapon with a purple-black glow appeared in his right hand, and he blasted it hard at the oncoming Zephyr. A deafening roar was heard, echoing throughout the naval headquarters. Sengoku, who was sipping hot tea in the office, was frightened by the sudden loud noise and his hands trembled, spilling the scalding tea all over himself. Sengoku lowered his head and stared blankly at the large water stain on his pants. After a while, he came to his senses. He rushed out of the headquarters building and looked in the direction where the sound came from. All Sengoku saw was a huge mushroom cloud. Chapter 148, Respecting Teachers Uchiha. In the hospital at the naval headquarters, Marineford. Zephyr lay on the soft bed in the hospital with a ruddy complexion and several layers of thick white bandages wrapped around his forehead. Standing beside his bed were Chijia, who looked embarrassed, and other people who came to visit Zephyr. Khalifa and Anne stood on both sides of Chijia, and Sengoku and others stood opposite Chijia. Even Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru came to this ward. Normally, Kizaru would never get involved in visiting a patient, but the person he was visiting this time was different. That was his most beloved teacher Zephyr. Advertisement. How could we miss his participation at this time? Anyway, Zephyr doesn't seem to be in any serious condition, so we might as well take this opportunity to give him some comfort. Kizaru reached out and patted the blanket covering Zephyr, and asked with an expression that he thought was extremely heartbroken. "Oh my, Mr. Zephyr, are you okay? You are so stupid. You are so old and you still want to fight with brother Kyunhee. This is too dangerous. You are Marine's treasure." Once these words were spoken, coupled with Kizaru's ups and downs in tone, Kakuzu's mouth twitched while everyone present. If someone didn't know Kizaru's reaction, they would think that he was too concerned about Zephyr's health. But those who know the relationship between Kizaru and Zephyr know that this guy is definitely trying to annoy Zephyr. As expected, Zephyr's face darkened after receiving Kizaru's concern. He squinted at Kizaru and said coldly, "Borsellino, do you think I can't hear you being sarcastic? Are you hoping that I will just lie in the hospital and retire? Teacher Zephyr, you really hurt my heart when you say that. Everyone knows that I respect you the most. Haha, if you really respect me, shut up now and go somewhere cool." "Okay." Hearing the teacher's friendly greeting, Kizaru immediately took out a pair of nail clippers from his trouser pocket and found a corner to trim his nails. Zephyr rolled his eyes. There was nothing he could do about this guy. Advertisement. In fact, the relationship between Zephyr and Kizaru is not as bad as it seems. There is a sense of love-hate relationship between the two. At the end of the movie, when Kizaru threw out the Yasakani no Megatama, a flash could be clearly seen on his sunglasses. Perhaps Kizaru, who always seemed to care about no one, also had tears in his eyes at that moment. Is the cry of goodbye, Teacher Zephyr also filled with a sense of bitterness and helplessness? After sending Kizaru away, Zephyr looked at Chijia. Although he was admitted to the hospital because of Chijia, there was no anger in his eyes when he looked at Chijia, but full of appreciation. So when Zephyr saw Anne pouting and pinching Jianhee's waist, he spoke up to help Jianhee out. "Anne, stop pinching him. This time it's me who wants Kyunhee to fight with me. It has nothing to do with him." What Zephyr didn't know was that Anne didn't use any force. She was just pretending to do it because she was afraid that Zephyr would blame Kyunhee. Given her feelings for Kyunhee, how could she really bear to hurt her? Sure enough, after hearing Zephyr's words, Anne immediately stopped what he was doing and rubbed Kyunhee's waist implicitly. However, how could her little action escape Zephyr's eyes? Zephyr smiled helplessly. He knew Anne's feelings for Kyunhee, so he didn't say anything. Chijia felt a little embarrassed. After he defeated Zephyr with the destruction armament, he immediately wanted to sell the stone length ratio to Zephyr to help him recover. Unexpectedly, after Zephyr knew his intention, he directly refused, and the reason for the refusal was very strange. Zephyr said that he hadn't had such a satisfying fight in a long time, and this little injury was nothing for a man, and it would be best if it could leave a scar. In this way, in the future he can point to the scar on his forehead and proudly tell others, "This is the scar left by my favorite student, Uchiha Chijia." To be honest, after hearing Zephyr's reason, Kyun-hee really suspected that Zephyr's head was broken by him. Moreover, Zephyr's temper was stubborn to begin with, and now that he had eaten the Bull Demon King fruit, he became even more stubborn. He was determined not to let Chijia treat him. However, Zephyr paid the price for this later, because Sengoku, who arrived and saw the condition on his forehead, called medical staff carrying a stretcher for Zephyr without saying anything. In the end, Zephyr was carried onto a stretcher by a group of medical staff and sent directly to the hospital, where he was publicly executed by everyone. The scar he was worried about probably wouldn't be able to be preserved under the doctor's treatment. Even after removing the bandage, the skin at the wound might become smoother than before. Advertisement. This proves the saying, you're responsible for the consequences of your own actions. Although Zephyr said he didn't care, Kyun-hee still expressed his apology again. There was nothing he could do about it, he was a good young man who respected his teachers. Kyun-hee looked at Zephyr on the bed and said, Teacher Zephyr, no matter what, this is all my fault. Just take a good rest here for a few days. Haha, I am very happy with the strength you have shown, but I don't like what you said. I am convinced of my defeat. Even if you don't use those strange abilities, your haki strength alone is already the best in the world. After saying this, Kizaru, who was trimming his nails in the corner, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered. Ah, yes, yes. Akainu and Aokiji glanced at Kizaru at the same time, and they knew that Kizaru would be unhappy. After looking away, the two of them looked at each other again, then nodded silently, and the previous unpleasantness seemed to have dissipated a little. Sengoku was happy to see the harmonious atmosphere in the ward and couldn't help but mention it. All right. This matter is just a misunderstanding after all. Why don't we all have a meal together here tonight? It can also be regarded as a celebration for Kyun-hee's promotion to Admiral. Sengoku finished speaking, but before he could even get over his excitement, he realized that Zephyr was staring at him intently. He stroked his beard and asked in confusion. What's wrong, Zephyr? Why are you looking at me like that? Zephyr sneered. He had no emotions towards Chijia, but towards Sengoku, he had a lot of emotions. In his opinion, if Sengoku hadn't been so nosy, would he be lying in the hospital like this? He was also being played tricks by Borsellino, and now you come out and act like a good guy? You wish. Thinking of this, Zephyr smiled and looked at Sengoku and said. Sengoku, when I'm released from the hospital, how about we have a fight? I need to ask you for advice on how to develop my fruit ability, what do you think? Ahem, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to deal with. You guys eat first and don't worry about me. Chapter 149 Deep Sea Prison. After visiting Zephyr, on the way back, Kyun-hee suddenly turned to Khalifa and said. Khalifa, help me get through to the deep sea prison and tell them I have something to go to. Okay, boss. Khalifa immediately took out a den mushi and hid it at the deep sea prison in front of Chijia. Along with the den mushi's gurgling sound, a somewhat arrogant voice rang out. Advertisement. Moses, this is the deep sea prison. I'm Deputy Director Han Yabao. What can I do for you? When Han Yabao mentioned the word deputy, his voice dropped significantly, and he seemed reluctant to mention this word. I'm Admiral Zillan's secretary. May I ask if Director Magellan is here? What? Admiral Zi. Admiral Zillan? Director Magellan is still in the bathroom. If you have anything to say, please tell me first. I will go to the bathroom and inform him right away. Well, Admiral Zillan will be visiting you soon, and he asked me to inform you in advance. Got it, I'll go to the bathroom and inform Director Magellan right away. After the call ended, Khalifa looked at Kyun-hee and said. Boss, shall we set off now? Well, there is a gift I prepared for you there. Is it devil fruit? Khalifa, could you please not be so blunt? Shouldn't I be able to talk straight with my boss? Yes. The entrance to the deep sea prison. All the prison guards and officials were standing guard here, and a hint of anticipation and nervousness could be seen in their eyes. Magellan stood in the middle of the two teams. Normally, it was time for him to go to the toilet, but when he thought of the people who were about to arrive here, he held it back. Advertisement. Because the one coming today is the Zillan Admiral. Although the deep sea prison and the marine are two different systems, as the prison director, he does not need to care so much about the marine admiral. But Zillan Admiral is different. He is able to defeat 4 emperors alone. A strong man of this level is truly a guest of honor wherever he goes. What's more, such a strong man comes from the marine, which makes people more awed and admired. Many prison inmates here, including cotters, regard Kyun-hee as their idol. So, when the news of Kyun-hee's arrival reached the prison, the entire prison was immediately in an uproar. Even without Magellan giving any orders, they would come here spontaneously to welcome Kyun-hee's arrival. Everyone stared at the open door of the prison with bated breath, and gradually, 2 figures appeared. Gulp, some people couldn't help swallowing their saliva, they stared at the 2 figures intently. Finally, Chijia and Khalifa appeared in front of everyone. In the crowd, the head prison guard Sidi Chan, who was wearing a pink leather jacket, held her red face in her hands and shouted excitedly at the handsome Chijia, who was wearing a marine coat. "Oh, that's Admiral Zilan, he's just as handsome as in the photo." Next to Sidi Chan was Domino, the deputy warden of the prison, who was wearing a brown military uniform. Seeing that Sidi Chan was a little too excited, she reached out and tugged at her sleeve. Sidi Chan turned around and looked at Domino. Domino put a finger to his lips and made a silencing gesture to Sidi Chan. Sidi Chan was naturally very dissatisfied. Her idol was about to walk right in front of her, and you wanted me to shut up? But a higher-ranking official can crush a person, and although she was dissatisfied, facing Domino who was one level higher than her, she could only shut her mouth obediently. However, her inexplicably trembling body seemed to be making a silent protest. Domino curled her lips and thought to herself that with your behavior, you'd better not embarrass the deep-sea prison. Who doesn't want to see Admiral Zilin? She wants to see him too, but can you be more elegant? After Sidi Chan calmed down, Domino's eyes under her sunglasses immediately looked at Chijia again. If you take off her sunglasses now, you can see that only Chijia is left in Domino's eyes. That's right, the deputy warden of the deep-sea prison is also a loyal fan of Kyun-hee. There are many reasons why she is fascinated by Chijia. First of all, Domino is an absolute face control. In the anime, she was fascinated by the face of Empress Hancock, and Chijia's face really fits her aesthetic. But there is another very important point, none of the pirates who have been at Chijia's hands can reach the deep-sea prison alive. Domino, who had been the deputy warden for several years, was really disgusted by these pirates, especially those who were extremely evil and powerful. They had committed such serious crimes, but they were still sent in intact. Advertisement. Look at how those people behaved in prison. They acted like they were staying in a hotel. They had no respect for the staff at all and verbal insults were commonplace. So when Domino learned about Chijia's deeds, she fell in love with him. In her opinion, Chijia was simply a perfect man. In fact, Akainu's group of hawkish figures also met Domino's requirements, but there was no way, they all failed miserably. Domino glanced at Khalifa next to Kyun-hee, and thought to himself. This woman must be Admiral Zilan's secretary. She looks pretty ordinary to me. It would be great if I could be her secretary. Chien-hee didn't know that the two beauties in the deep-sea prison had already started flirting with him. He was already standing in front of Magellan, holding out his hand and saying with a smile. Director Magellan, nice to meet you. I'm Admiral of Headquarters Zilan, you can just call me Kyun-hee. Kyun-hee's friendly attitude immediately made people around her feel like they were in the spring breeze. This is the power of the idol filter. In their eyes, even if Kyun-hee sneezed now, he would still be handsome. Magellan quickly held Kyun-hee's hand and responded. Hello Kyun-hee, I wonder what you want to do here. Hehe, just here to execute some prisoners. What? Magellan's pupil shrank, and he thought to himself that this was a bit beyond his authority. It was not the Marine's job to execute prisoners, right? After seeing Magellan's reaction, Kyun-hee immediately added. Don't worry, this matter has been approved by the world government. After all, those guys I want to execute are not just any nobody. Before coming, Kyun-hee had already spoken with the 5 elders. After they learned of his intention, they agreed readily without asking for the reason, just as Kyun-hee expected. After hearing that this matter had been approved by the world government, Magellan immediately nodded in relief. Kyun-hee's words not only gave the prison a way out, but also served as an insurance against the possible consequences of this matter. After all, Kyun-hee said that the prisoners he was going to execute were not just any random people. The prisoners who were qualified to be executed by him must be at least on the 4th floor underground or lower, right? Thinking of this, Magellan asked. So which floor are you going to? 6th floor underground, Eternal Hell. Chapter 150 Momo Fruit. As soon as the words Eternal Hell came out, everyone present shuddered unconsciously. None of the people imprisoned there are simple characters. Golden Lion was imprisoned on that floor before. Many prison inmates didn't even dare to stay in that place for too long, the smell coming from the prison alone was enough to make them feel suffocated. Magellan nodded slowly. Since Chijia wanted to go, let him go. However, considering the danger level there, Magellan did not let Domino and others follow him. He planned to lead Chijia to Eternal Hell alone. It is worth mentioning that when Kyun-hee passed by Han Yabao, she patted him on the shoulder, which made Han Yabao feel flattered. Advertisement. Kyun-hee smiled at Han Yabao and said. Keep going. Deputy Director is definitely not your final destination. I'm counting on you. After saying that, Kyun-hee turned around and left with Khalifa, leaving Han Yabao standing there staring at Kyun-hee's back in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses until Chien-hee's back disappeared from his sight. Then he excitedly shouted in the direction where Chien-hee disappeared. I will definitely work hard. Admiral Zilan. After shouting this, Han Yabao's face was already in tears. Although he didn't know why this purple scale admiral knew his wish, but receiving such affirmation from such a person, Han Yabao felt like a fire burning in his chest. Han Yabao's shout reached Qunhe's ears, and a smile appeared on his lips. Khalifa asked with some doubt. Boss, is there anything special about Han Yabao? Why do you think so highly of him? Magellan, who was walking in front, also pricked up his ears. He also wanted to know why Qunhe was so optimistic about his subordinate. Qunhe responded with a smile. Although he looks a bit scary, I can see that the justice in his heart is no less than anyone else. People like him should be given important positions. Of course, Chijia said this because when he was watching the anime, he was deeply moved by Han Yabao's performance. At that time, he was facing Luffy and other criminals who had escaped from prison. No matter the difference in numbers or strength, the role he could play was minimal. However, Han Yabao still stood firmly in front of the escaped prisoners and shouted out the words that Qunhe admired very much. In order to reassure the weak, I will put you vicious criminals back in jail. In this sentence, Han Yabao did not mention the world government or any great principles. He was just thinking about the common people. In Qunhe's opinion, this should be the true and purest justice. Advertisement. Hearing Qunhe's evaluation, Magellan laughed and his liking for Qunhe increased a lot because he thought the same way. Even though Han Yabao had been clamoring to be the director and his ability was average, his kind heart made it impossible for me to dislike him. In fact, Magellan, like Han Yabao, has a devilish appearance but an angelic heart. Along the way, Magellan and Qunhe talked more and more happily. Qunhe even teased Magellan that he was either going to the toilet or on his way to the toilet every day. Magellan was not angry. Instead, he scratched his chin embarrassedly. There was nothing he could do. Who told him that the side effects of the poison fruit were so severe? In this relaxed atmosphere, Qunhe and his companions arrived at the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, Eternal Hell. As soon as she arrived here, Khalifa's expression turned a little ugly, because the oppressive feeling coming from inside was too strong. She felt that several powerful auras had locked this place tightly. Qunhe reached out and took Khalifa into his arms, whispered a few words of comfort, then snorted coldly, and a domineering aura burst out from his body, instantly sweeping across the entire Eternal Hell. Under this momentum, the entire Eternal Hell was shaking violently, and dense cracks began to appear on the floor. Magellan on the side looked at Qunhe in shock, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Although Qunhe's aura was not directed at him, the vision of the entire Eternal Hell at the moment still made him understand how terrifying Qunhe's aura was. Judging from the momentum, he even felt that he couldn't last 10 rounds against Qunhe. You know, as a user of the poison fruit, Magellan is like a fish in water in such a cramped environment as the prison. In this environment, Magellan's strength is definitely infinitely close to Admiral. But even Magellan, who was so powerful, had to swallow his saliva. Today he had witnessed the horror of this purple scale admiral. This kind of strength was worthy of the title of Marine Admiral, who was known as the highest combat force in the naval headquarters. Compared to Magellan, the prisoners in Infinite Prison were much more miserable. Magellan was at most just startled, but many of them were already lying on the ground with foam at the mouth, fainted. The remaining prisoners also had grim expressions on their faces. They all leaned over the iron bars and looked out, wanting to know who could have such a terrifying aura. At first glance, they were attracted by Chijia's Rinnegan, because they felt the same terrifying aura from it. This group of people were very confused because they had never heard of such a person as Qianhe. Not everyone is like Doflamingo, the newspaper-reading king, who reads newspapers all day long. They don't know how many years they have been locked up here. Qunhe ignored the gazes of these people and walked forward with his arm around Khalifa's waist. As he passed by, the prisoners on both sides did not dare to move. They knew that based on the momentum he had just displayed, this guy who looked too young definitely possessed the power to crush them easily. Advertisement. Arriving in front of a cell, Qunhe signaled to Magellan to open the door. Magellan did not waste any time. After experiencing the momentum just now, he was completely convinced of Qunhe's strength. Inside the cell, a burly man with a green beard was frozen in a huge block of ice. It was Burndy World, known as the World Destroyer. Like Golden Lion, he suffered from the theatrical version. But compared to Golden Lion's lion fruit, this guy's Momo fruit is a rare Paramecia premium fruit, and Chijia has been eyeing this fruit for a long time. From now on, the fruit will change hands. Qunhe's right hand turned into a dazzling purple lightning and pressed on the ice. The ice quickly melted under the high temperature of the lightning. After many years, World's body was exposed to the air again. I have to say that the physique of people in the pirates' world is pervert. Even after being frozen for so many years, World just came out of the ice and immediately let out a roar. His memory was still stuck on the moment he was arrested, so now he just felt extremely angry. However, Qunhe did not give him any chance to struggle. His entire right arm turned into purple lightning and stabbed directly into World's left chest. Phew! World, who had come to his senses, looked at Chijia's arm that pierced his heart in disbelief, and asked incoherently. Who are you? That's long-winded. Crack. The arm that Kyunhee inserted into World's body burst out with even stronger lightning, and World's internal organs instantly turned into a pile of ashes under the raging lightning. World Destroyer World, who had just woken up from the ice and had not had time to adapt to his body, died so hastily at the hands of Kyunhee, and he didn't even know the name of the person who killed him. Pulling the arm out of World's body, the blood had already evaporated under the high temperature of lightning, and Kyunhee's arm did not seem to have any trace of dirt. Magellan wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked quickly forward, checked World's body, and confirmed that this guy was completely dead. Khalifa knew that Kyunhee must have absorbed the world fruit, but she remembered that Kyunhee had felt discomfort in her eyes after absorbing the devil fruit. She hurried to Kyunhee's side and asked with concern. Boss, are you okay? Kyunhee slowly turned his head, and a second black megatama appeared in his left eye. He gave Khalifa a reassuring smile and said. Don't worry, I'm in perfect condition now. Chapter 151, The Younger Name Viguna. After dealing with World, Chijia turned and left the cage. Magellan behind him looked at Chijia's back with a serious look. Being able to become the prison director, he is naturally strong in observation haki. He always feels that the aura emanating from Chijia is even more dangerous. Looking back at World's body, Magellan calmed himself down and continued to follow Kyunhee to other cells. Chijia, who was walking in front, was sensing the power of the Momo fruit that she had just obtained from World. The name of this fruit should be taken from the English word more. Its ability is very intuitive, that is, faster, stronger and bigger. Advertisement. It can increase the size of objects. Judging from the performance in the movie, the limit of World's use is 100 times. Now it is in Chijia's hands, and since it has not been used yet, we don't know what its limit is. In addition to its size, it can also increase its own speed and the speed of objects. This is the most important point in the ability of this fruit that Chijia values. Of course, Kyunhee felt that no matter how buggy this fruit was, it was impossible for it to increase his speed by 100 times when he was struck by lightning. Because if the attack is carried out at that speed, not to mention whether Kyunhee's physical strength can withstand it, even the planet will not be able to withstand it. But even if it cannot increase Kyunhee's speed by 100 times, even if it only doubles it, it will still be a terrifying improvement for Kyunhee. It can be said that after absorbing the Momo fruit, Kyunhee became the fastest man in this ocean. Thinking of this, Kyunhee couldn't wait to adapt the newly acquired fruit ability to the next unlucky guy. He turned to look at Magellan and asked. Director Magellan, please take me to Katharina Depend's cell. Magellan nodded. Since one World Destroyer World had already died, one more Crescent Hunter Katharina Depend wouldn't be a big deal. He also didn't have a good impression of these pirates. Now that Kyunhee had obtained the approval of the world government, he would be happy to see Kyunhee clean up these troublesome garbage. So, under the guidance of Magellan, Kyunhee came to Depend's cell. Depend noticed Magellan and others at the door. When she saw the pretty Khalifa, an ugly smile appeared on her slightly abstract face. Advertisement. Mulahoho. Magellan, how come you have time to come here today and bring me such a beautiful beauty? Hearing what Depend said, Khalifa frowned. Having read countless materials, she naturally knew the unique hobbies of this ugly woman in front of her. The information says that this girl has an obsessive pursuit of beauty, which can be seen from her clean and wrinkle-free prison uniform. However, this pursuit is still normal. The most perverted thing about this guy is that he likes to hunt beautiful women. Thinking of the innocent women who died at Depend's hands, Khalifa looked at Depend in the cell with disgust. She now really hoped that her boss would come in and kill her as soon as possible. Kyunhee did not disappoint Khalifa's expectations. After Magellan opened the cell door, he walked straight in. His Rinnegan looked coldly at Depend in front of him, as if he was looking at a dead person. Because Depend's cell was far from the entrance, she didn't know that the terrifying aura that enveloped the entire eternal hell just now came from the man in front of her. She ignored Jianhee's gaze and instead looked at Jianhee in front of her. When she saw Kyunhee's handsome face belonging to the Uchiha clan, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but say. Oh, you are not any worse looking than those women. What a pity. If you were out there, I would have to love you well. Mulahoho. Kyunhee had had enough of this guy's laughter. His right hand was instantly covered with sublimated weaponry, and he hammered at Depend's bared teeth. Bang! A scream echoed throughout eternal hell. Depend's teeth had been crushed to powder by Kyunhee's punch. Her mouth was now full of blood, and combined with her abstract face, she looked extremely terrifying. Magellan at the back raised his eyebrows. He felt that Depend was just looking for trouble. If she hadn't said those two sentences, she might have died more easily like World. Now it was obvious that she had PD off Jianhee, otherwise she wouldn't have been hit like that. Khalifa had a look of satisfaction on her face. She wished her boss would punch the disgusting guy a few more times, to avenge the woman who died at her hands. Depend knelt on the ground, covering her big mouth. Blood continued to flow out from between her fingers. She raised her head and looked at Kyunhee with resentment, making a hissing sound from her mouth. There was no way. She had lost all her teeth and she couldn't adapt to speaking without teeth in her mouth. Advertisement. Kyunhee glanced at the necklace made of blue beads around Depend's neck, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He simply pulled off the necklace and tore it into pieces in front of Depend, leaving only a blue bead in his palm. After playing with the blue bead in his hand for a while, Kyunhee looked at Depend with a playful look in his eyes. Being looked at like this by Kyunhee, Dai Peng suddenly felt a surge of fear in her heart. She, who had been extremely arrogant, unconsciously retreated to the corner of the cell. However, her actions were in vain. Kyunhee walked up to Depend step by step with a devilish smile on her face and squatted down in front of Depend. He punched Depend hard in the stomach again. Depend opened his mouth in pain. Kyunhee took this opportunity to throw the blue bead directly into Depend's bloody mouth. Gulp, Depend swallowed the blue bead, and then he started coughing violently due to choking. He smiled, stood up and looked down at Dai Peng who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The second megatama in his left eye began to throb, and he whispered. My name is Viguna. This name comes from one of the abilities of Tsutsuki Ishaiki's right eye in Hokage, which he uses to shrink objects and then restore them to their original size. Kyunhee used the power of the Momo fruit to magnify the blue bead that was swallowed into Depend's stomach dozens of times. He cannot shrink objects now, maybe he can after awakening, but the usage is similar. At this time, Depend's internal organs had been crushed into pieces by the bead that had suddenly expanded in size. Depend's eyes suddenly widened, her stomach swelled into a round ball, and a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out of her mouth, mixed with fragments of internal organs. She looked up at Kyunhee in disbelief, then her eyes gradually dimmed, she rolled her eyes, and fell silent. Kyunhee reached out and pressed her head, absorbed the nine-tails fox fruit from this guy, and transferred it to a peach in the Menman space. The peach possessed by the devil fruit also gradually changed its appearance. Its color turned into gold, and the peel was covered with the devil fruit's unique spiral pattern. 9 foxtail-shaped fruit stalks grew at the bottom. After finishing the absorption, Kyunhee took his hand away from Depend's head and patted it twice. He felt that this guy's head was really dirty. Chapter 152 Bullet. Magellan once again acted as the coroner. He came to Depend, examined him carefully, then nodded, confirming that this guy was also dead. Kyunhee walked out of the cell. He smiled at Khalifa and whispered in her ear. I've got the gift. I'll give it to you when I get back. Khalifa was stunned. She knew that Depend was the user of the dog fruit, the mythical beast type, and the nine-tails fox fruit, but she thought Chijia killed Depend just to absorb her fruit power. After all, the nine-tails fox fruit is an extremely precious mythical beast species. Not to mention the special abilities of those mythical beast species, its increase in physical strength alone is one of the best. Advertisement. She really didn't expect that Kyunhee was actually going to give her such a precious fruit, but compared to this devil fruit, Kyunhee's kindness was the most precious to her. Looking at Kyunhee's face in front of her, Khalifa couldn't help but imprint it on her. Fortunately, this was in prison and Magellan was still there. If she were in Kyunhee's office, she would definitely have much more room to maneuver than she does now. After receiving a small reward from the secretary, Kyunhee smiled even more happily. In his opinion, it was just a mythical beast fruit, and it was enough to bring happiness to his secretary. What's more, the transformation effect of the nine-tails fox fruit is of no use to him. It's just a matter of transformation technique. Even if the nine-tails fox fruit has abilities beyond just transformation, Chijia wouldn't care. Anyway, Khalifa is his, and her abilities represent Kyunhee's abilities, and it won't be given to others. Magellan, who was sitting at the back, was forced to eat a lot of dog food. He touched his butt and suddenly missed the time when he was squatting on the toilet. However, his mission of leading the way has not been completed yet, and Kyunhee will not let him go. If Magellan really needs to go to the toilet, then Kyunhee has a way to help him. Kyunhee's idea was to use the OPOP fruit to separate Magellan's lower body and let his butt go to the toilet on its own. Then use Tiandao's ability to control Magellan's upper body to float here and help him lead the way. The main feature of this method is that it is easy to understand. Advertisement. Fortunately, Magellan didn't mention the idea of going to the bathroom, otherwise, Kyunhee would really have given him a good beating. Magellan continued to lead Kyunhee in front. This time his expression was much more serious than the previous 2 times. Don't get me wrong, this didn't mean Magellan was about to have a bowel movement. The reason why he was nervous was that the place where Kyunhee asked him to take him was holding Douglas Bullet, a former member of the Roger Pirates group known as the Devil's Descendant. This guy is a hexagonal warrior. Whether it's physical strength, fruit ability, or haki, he is about to train them to the ultimate. Such a powerful pervert was naturally stuffed into the movie version, allowing King Luffy to gain a lot of experience. Putting aside the rules of theatrical versions, Bullet's strength is one of the best even in Eternal Hell, which is full of strong people. He definitely has a place in the top 3. Compared to the heavy-faced Magellan, Chijia behind him looked much more relaxed. Bullet is not yet in the state he will be in a few years later, and because he has been locked up in prison for too long, coupled with the influence of sea stone, killing him is no different to Chijia than crushing an ant. Even if Bullet is in his prime a few years later, facing Chijia now, he can only give him one more fruit. Finally, with Magellan's slightly heavy steps, they arrived at the cell where Bullet was imprisoned. This time, Magellan didn't wait for Kyunhee to speak. He opened the cell door for Kyunhee and followed Kyunhee into the cell. Bullet sat in the shadows, his eyes passing Magellan and fixed on Kyunhee. Bullet had a sick smile on his face and he shouted excitedly. Yes, it's you. I can't believe that there is a guy like you in this ocean. The moment Chijia stepped into Eternal Hell and released her aura, Bullet, who possessed powerful observation haki, had already sensed Chijia's presence. The extremely oppressive force emanating from Chijia made Bullet stand still on the spot. Advertisement. Although he didn't know Kyunhee, he knew better than anyone in Eternal Hell how ridiculously strong this man with a pair of strange eyes was. For Bullet, who advocates personal power, this is the ultimate power he pursues. He believes that even Roger back then would not be a match for the man in front of him. Facing the excited Bullet, Kyunhee's expression remained unchanged, but he also felt that Douglas' strength was completely not on the same level as the previous two. So for his execution, Kyunhee decided to make his death more dignified and formal. He looked at Bullet and said, Douglas Bullet, your death sentence will be carried out by me, Admiral of Headquarters, Uchiha Chijia. Do you have anything else to say before the execution? After saying that, Chijia's pair of Rinnegan had already locked onto Bullet. If this guy dared to say something like One Piece is real, Chijia would send him to death immediately. Fortunately, Bullet is not interested in One Piece. His biggest interest now is Chijia in front of him. He glanced at the marine coat that Kyunhee was wearing and said, Marine Admiral? Is Marine so powerful now? But it doesn't matter anymore. What I want to say is, since you are the one who is going to execute me, I ask you to use a decent blow to end my life. I don't want to be killed by two losers like Roger. Hearing this, Kyunhee raised his eyebrows. Should we say that Bullet is indeed a madman who pursues power to the point of paranoia? Even if he knows that he is going to die, he would rather die at the hands of a strong man? I wonder what Bullet's expression would be if he knew that in a certain movie, he was defeated by Luffy, who couldn't even use Conqueror's entanglement. He thought about it and felt that Bullet really deserved a proper funeral, so he turned to Magellan and said, Director Magellan, I'm going to take this guy to a separate space. My attack later might cause some irreparable damage to this place. Magellan agreed without thinking. He was not worried that Chijia would let Bullet go. Even if Chijia really wanted to let Bullet go, with his strength, he might not be able to keep all the prisoners in the prison, including himself. After getting symbolic affirmation from Magellan, Kyunhee nodded to Khalifa, then opened the door and let Bullet walk in, followed by him. The door space automatically closed after the two entered, leaving only Magellan who was confused and Khalifa who was staring at the place where the door space disappeared. Chapter 153 Crushing. The dark green door space did not arouse Bullet's interest at all. He just wanted to see Kyunhee's power. After Kyunhee entered the door space, he immediately opened the door space and directly transferred the sea stone handcuffs on Bullet's hands. Bullet definitely has the power of 4 emperors, so Kyunhee feels that if he is killed by her in a restrained state, it will be a pity for both herself and him. The handcuffs disappeared, and Bullet moved his wrists a few times. He looked at Kyunhee and grinned. You're quite an interesting guy. Aren't you afraid that I'll become difficult to deal with after the restrictions are lifted? Advertisement. He also smiled and said casually. If I can't even handle you in this state, then you should be the Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral? Haha, would a man like you care about a position in the Marine? Only the strongest power can surpass everything and get everything. Looking at the sick smile on Bullet's face, Kyunhee shook his head. Bullet was also a soldier when he was young and was called a hero, but Bullet is not the protagonist after all. Like Kaido, he experienced betrayal at a passionate age, and twice. After he killed that gang, he started on a different path. What's more, the difference between him and Kaido is that Kaido still believes in Joey Boy's prophecy, and he has great trust in his subordinates such as Ryujin. Bullet firmly believes that as long as he is strong enough, he does not need any partner. Strength is his best partner. To be honest, Kyunhee quite agrees with his pursuit of power. After all, in a world with supernatural powers, power is something more valuable than money. But as to whether there is a need for partners, that is a matter of opinion. Anyway, Kyunhee feels that as long as one is a human being, he or she will have 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is said that the strong like to enjoy solitude, but Kyunhee does not want to be a lonely person. After Bullet finished shouting, his eyes focused and he directly used his long-lost ability of the fusion fruit. His armament haki and observation haki merged with Conqueror's, and the fused deep purple haki instantly covered his entire body. Bullet calls this form the devil form, and it is his favorite way of using the fruit after obtaining it. After Bullet's transformation, his expression became somewhat ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted at Kyunhee. Advertisement. Come on. Let me see your power as a Marine Admiral. Kyunhee didn't say anything more. With a thought, the patterns formed by the destructive weapon also spread all over his body. However, due to the cover of the clothes, from Bullet's perspective, he could only see the purple-black patterns on Kyunhee's hands. Although only a little bit was exposed, Bullet's pupils still shrank when he saw it. Being well versed in the art of fusion, he realized that the pattern was similar to the fused haki on his body now. What shocked him was that he felt that his haki was already perfect after the fusion, and the reason why his haki was so perfectly fused was with the help of the power of the fusion fruit. But the aura emanating from the destructive weapon in Kyunhee's hand made him feel palpitating, which forced him to admit that that kind of haki was definitely much stronger than his own. Thinking of this, Bullet looked at Chijia with even more excitement, and his body began to tremble. He already regarded Chijia as the strongest opponent he had ever met in his life. After the destructive weapon was activated, Kyunhee punched Bullet directly, and a purple-black fist shadow hit Bullet. Bullet had also been waiting for a long time. His fists flashed with a metallic luster and met the oncoming fist shadow. Boom! The lightning formed by haki raged throughout the entire gate space. Bullet and Chijia's fist shadows were in a stalemate, and sweat kept dripping from his head. He still underestimated Kyunhee's strength. Even when he was in devil form and used both fists to fight back, he still had a hard time. In the end, he used all his strength to barely block Kyunhee's seemingly casual attack. Bullet looked at his already horrible fists and murmured. Is the gap so huge? He punched the ground angrily, and ripples appeared on the ground in the gate space under this punch. He suddenly looked up at Kyunhee and roared. I know you're strong, but the gap shouldn't be this big. It must be because I've been locked up for too long and my body is too weak. Oh. Chijia raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything in rebuttal, just looked into Bullet's eyes and released Ishikobaime directly. Advertisement. Bullet's body trembled, and he looked at his fists in disbelief, which were bruised just now and were now as smooth as before. The most incredible thing is that he felt that his physical condition had reached its peak. Bullet looked at Kyunhee again. He knew that this must also be the man's ability. Can you even do something like this? Bullet muttered to himself, but he immediately put the messy thoughts behind him. Now that he was in the best condition, he had to let the guy in front of him see how strong he was. Bullet glanced at the mountains of gold in the door space and made a decision in his heart. A circle of purple-black energy waves spread out from under his feet, sucked in the pile of gold, and then quickly gathered on Bullet. In just a few breaths, Bullet turned into a golden giant who was 100 meters tall, with black patterns on his gold-covered body. Kyunhee looked at the golden giant in front of him expressionlessly, but complained in his heart. Good fellow, he really starts driving the Gundam when there's a disagreement. But when it comes to driving a Gundam, it has to be the Uchiha. With a thought, the dark purple Susanoo appeared. After absorbing the thunder fruit and the Momo fruit, Susanoo's height had reached a terrifying 400 meters. Even though Bullet's golden giant was nearly 200 meters long, it could only reach Chijia's waist in front of Susanoo. However, he was no longer surprised by Kyunhee's abilities. He now just wanted to prove that his strength was not that much different from the man in front of him. Bullet swung his huge golden fist and charged towards Susanoo with a roar. However, Susanoo just raised her arm slightly and caught Bullet's fist in her hand, looking like an adult bullying a child. Inside the golden giant, Bullet stared blankly at everything that was happening in front of him. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that his strength was no longer on the same level as the man in front of him. As he stared dully, Susanoo's other fist had already hit the golden giant's head, smashing Bullet's golden giant directly from top to bottom into a pile of golden fragments. Bullet lay quietly in the pile of gold. He looked at Kyunhee who was standing on Susanoo's head and looking down at him. A bitter smile appeared on his face and he sighed. So, the end of the world is so far away. Chapter 154 Susanoo Armor, Fusion. With Bullet's defeat, Chijia also released Susanoo. Coming in front of Bullet, Chijia unfolded the room space. Bullet looked at the transparent space that enveloped him. Although he didn't know what ability this was of Chijia, he also understood that this was going to get him killed. But he is obviously not the kind of person who fears death, otherwise he would not have such terrifying conquerors. He grinned and uttered his last words. I didn't expect that I would meet a man like you at this last moment. Thank you for letting me see what power is. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Kyunhee silently looked at this martial arts fanatic for the last time, then squatted down, stretched out a finger and pointed at Bullet's forehead, and said softly. Room finger pistol. Bullet's head shook violently, and then his eyes dimmed. This man who pursued power to the point of paranoia finally ended his life in Kyunhee's door space. Kyunhee looked down at Bullet's lifeless body lying on the ground and said to herself, "I have fulfilled your wish, so you can go with peace of mind." After saying that, Kyunhee's finger on his forehead changed into a palm and pressed down. Bullet's fusion fruit is definitely a powerful paramecia devil fruit, and he has decided to absorb it. After a few seconds, Kyunhee stood up, and there was a third megatama in his left eye, which meant that Bullet's fusion fruit had been absorbed. However, although it has been absorbed, according to the rules of his Rinnegan to open the megatama, some additional changes will occur every time 3 megatama are opened. For example, the Manjaki technique of the right eye when there are 3 megatama, the Rinnegan technique of the right eye when there are 6 megatama, and this time the third megatama is opened in the left eye, so special abilities will definitely be generated. Kyunhee closed his eyes and sensed quietly for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he already understood what it meant after opening the third megatama in his left eye. Advertisement. As Chijia expected, it was his former left eye Manjaki pupil technique, Tara Masakado. Tara no Masakado is a vengeful spirit in Japanese mythology. From this we can see that he is not a positive god. His favorite thing to do is to persecute living people. Therefore, the Manjaki eye technique named by him is naturally quite weird. The ability of this eye technique is to share the damage suffered by oneself with the enemy. In simple terms, if the caster's limbs are broken, then the person on whom he casts the pupil technique will also have his limbs broken. This move and the stone length of Kyunhee's right eye are two extremes, one represents death and the other represents life. But the combination of the two is extremely unstoppable, because when she was Hokage, Chijia used this combination of the two to kill one powerful enemy after another. In the absence of any intelligence, this combination of eye techniques can be said to be even more disgusting than Haiden's curse, death by blood. Because it does not require blood, nor does it require standing in a specific treatment area, if there is a disadvantage, it is that the stone can only be used once a day. There is no other way, otherwise it would be too shameless. It can be said that without the unsolvable recovery ability, you are dead if you are hit by this move. Whenever Kyunhee found that he couldn't win, he would stab himself in the heart, then use Tara no Masakado to attack, and then give himself a stone to fight against. His main character was a scoundrel. But now, Kyunhee is not so interested in this eye technique, because with his current strength, who can force him to this extent? However, it is always good to have more skills, and compared to the eye techniques, the ability of the fusion fruit is what makes Kyunhee most excited. With the thought, the complete form of Susanoo appeared again. The third megatama in Kyunhee's left eye began to throb, and purple-black energy spread from Kyunhee's body, enveloping the entire Susanoo. Susanoo's armor merged into this ball of energy, and then gathered on Chijia, eventually covering Chijia's body with a layer of dark purple armor. This is not over yet. Kyunhee covered the armor on his body with the destruction armor, and the armor was immediately covered with patterns belonging to the destruction armor. Everything was completed, and Chijia's aura had undergone a drastic change. After merging with Susanoo, Chijia became a true god of destruction. Advertisement. The purple color of the Rinnegan had turned into dark purple, and an aura of destruction emanated from it, rendering the entire gate space the same color. Kyunhee looked down at the Susanoo armor with satisfaction. He could feel that Susanoo's defense had become stronger. Although I don't know how strong it is, at least it won't be like in Boruto, where it will be shattered by Tsutsuki's gang at the slightest touch. Moreover, Susanoo's destructive power and strength are also attached to this armor. In this state, even if the four emperors gather together, it will be difficult for them to be his opponent. After experiencing the Susanoo armor, Chijia turned his attention to Bullet's body. Bullet's strength is definitely at the four emperors level, so his body is a pain material that cannot be wasted. It can be said that his quality is even higher than that of Golden Lion. Thinking of this, a ball of black flame emerged from Kyunhee's hand and pressed on Bullet. Bullet's eyes suddenly opened, and he slowly got up from the ground, standing there with a dull expression. Kyunhee looked at the resurrected Bullet thoughtfully, wondering which of the 6 paths should be placed on Bullet. Thinking of Bullet's title of Devil's Heir, Kyunhee had an idea in his mind. He looked into Bullet's eyes and then projected the power of hell onto him. There was a wave in Bullet's eyes, and then the unique pattern of Rinnegan appeared in his eyes. From now on, he was one of the 6 paths puppets belonging to Chijia. After taking a look at his masterpiece, Kyunhee clapped his hands. Now he had 3 6 paths puppets, and he already had candidates in mind for the remaining 3. After gathering all the 6 paths puppets, Kyunhee will make them a unique organization in the marine and appear in the eyes of the world. In this way, there will be no need for Kyunhee to take action personally against those little guys. When all 6 paths are deployed, the quality of his 6 paths puppets is enough to completely destroy any group of 4 emperors. By then, all the Shishibukai and pacifists will have to stand aside. With the protection of the 6 paths puppets, he wants to see what waves those pirates can make. Thinking about what he had gained from this trip, he couldn't help laughing, and his laughter echoed throughout the entire Menman space, but this time there were no listeners. After laughing for a while, Qianhe's brows suddenly frowned. He touched the right side of his forehead and said in confusion. Strange, why is it a little itchy here? Chapter 155 Physical Changes. Outside the door space. Magellan felt a little uneasy when he saw Qianhe was still not coming out. He turned to look at Khalifa and asked. They've been in there for quite a while, haven't they? Did something unexpected happen? Khalifa glanced at him, then continued to stare at the place where the door space opened, and said lightly. No, the boss is the strongest, he will not fail. Advertisement. But I'm still a little worried. Do you know how to enter the space just now? That's the boss's ability. No one can enter unless he allows it. Magellan felt angry and helpless looking at Qianhe's stubborn secretary, but he didn't dare to get angry at Khalifa. As Uchiha Chijia's name became famous throughout the world, many reporters rushed to report on his personality and hobbies. The news was very diverse, and it could be said that everything was reported. But no matter how mixed the news was, there were a few pieces of news that were mentioned repeatedly, one of which was that Qianhe was extremely protective of his people. Magellan had inside information to confirm the fact that Qianhe was protecting his people. He knew that Qianhe had once killed 2 celestial dragons guards just for a woman. And that woman happened to be Khalifa in front of him, so no matter how anxious he was, he didn't dare to show it to Khalifa. Now he could only stare with a pair of small eyes that were disproportionate to his body size and watch along with Khalifa without blinking. Fortunately, Qianhe did not keep Magellan waiting too long. After a while, he walked out of the door space. However, Magellan and Khalifa were stunned when they saw Chijia's face. Magellan even forgot to ask why Bullet disappeared. Khalifa walked quickly forward and touched the right side of Qianhe's forehead. There was a bump there, which looked like someone had punched him. Touching the bump on Qianhe's forehead with concern, Khalifa asked. Boss, are you injured? Qianhe was even more confused, because he just felt a little itchy on his forehead, and he didn't feel the bag when he reached out to touch it. In just a short while, a bump appeared on his head. Recalling the battle with Bullet just now, Qianhe was extremely sure that he had not suffered even a little bit of damage. His battle with Bullet could be said to be a complete crushing victory. Moreover, considering his current physical condition, it is impossible for him to suffer such a minor injury unless he suffers an extremely strong blow. But looking at Khalifa's worried face, Qianhe felt warm in his heart. He held Khalifa's hand and said softly. Advertisement. I'm fine. I've already executed Bullet. Now let me see what's going on with the bump on your head. Khalifa nodded, took out a makeup mirror from her arms and handed it to Qianhe. Qianhe took it and looked at her forehead, and found that there was indeed a bump, and the center of the bump was red. Reaching out and touching it again, Qianhe found that the bag did not feel any pain except that it was a little itchy. Suddenly, the image of a certain race who were keen on planting trees appeared in his mind, Satsuki. Thinking of this, Qianhe hurriedly put his hands in front of him and looked at them carefully. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he found that the skin on his hands had become whiter. Qianhe hurriedly asked Khalifa. Khalifa, do you think I'm a little whiter now? Khalifa was stunned, then tilted her head cutely. She stared at Qianhe's face and checked it over and over again. Upon seeing this, she could actually see that Qianhe had become a little whiter, which made his already handsome face even more beautiful. She was dazzled by Qianhe's beautiful face and she just stared at Qianhe's face in a daze. Seeing Khalifa staring at his face for a long time without moving, Qianhe couldn't help but stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her, and asked. Khalifa, what's wrong with you? Did I turn pale? So handsome, oh no, so fair. Boss, your skin has indeed become fairer. Qianhe automatically ignored the first 2 words of Khalifa, because he has always been very aware of his face. What he cared about was that he had really turned white, and combined with the bump on his forehead, he was now 80% sure that his body had officially entered Satsuki mode. Magellan, who was standing by, just watched Qianhe and Khalifa touching and asking each other questions. He couldn't help but move closer to Qianhe and asked. Qianhe, Bullet has been killed by you, right? Where is his body? I have kept his body for his own use. Don't worry, he is indeed dead. After saying that, without waiting for Magellan to speak, Qianhe suddenly looked into Magellan's eyes. Being locked by a pair of Rinnegan, Magellan felt all the hair on his body stand up. He swallowed his saliva and the thought of asking further questions into his stomach. Qianhe just stared into Magellan's eyes, and suddenly, he spoke. Magellan, use your fruit power to attack me. What? Advertisement. Magellan took 2 steps back in fear. He really couldn't understand why Qianhe was crazy. The power of the poison fruit is something even he, the user of this ability, is afraid of. Now Qianhe is going to use his ability on him? Looking at the bump on Qianhe's forehead, Magellan muttered to himself. Is this because Bullet smashed his head before he died? However, Kyunhee had no intention of letting Magellan go. He just wanted to confirm his inner thoughts. He continued. I have something to verify. Feel free to use your abilities on me. Don't be afraid. I'll be fine. Even Jianhe himself didn't know that this time his voice sounded as if it contained no emotion at all. It was so sacred and majestic that it gave people a feeling that it could not be questioned. Khalifa looked at Kyunhee worriedly. She always felt that Kyunhee was like a different person now. Magellan was shocked by Kyunhee's voice. He had a feeling that if he refused again this time, he would incur the wrath of the gods. This feeling is very abstract, yet extremely clear. He swallowed again, even ignoring the gurgling sounds coming from his stomach. With great difficulty, he turned his eyes away from Chijia's Rinnegan. He was determined and said in a deep voice. Whatever you want. If you're poisoned, I'll get you the antidote. As soon as he finished speaking, purple liquid began to flow out of Magellan's right arm. It was a highly toxic venom. Once it touched someone and there was no antidote, the person would experience a period of painful torture before dying. It was extremely terrifying. However, Jianhe was somewhat dissatisfied. He frowned and said. Not enough. Don't you have a more potent red venom? Use that. Magellan was stunned, wondering how Kyunhee knew him so well, but since it has come to this, let the storm get even more violent. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the purple venom on his arm began to turn red. The red venom dripped onto the ground, making a terrifying sizzling sound. Jianhe was satisfied. He opened the door space and looked at Khalifa, and said. Khalifa, you need to stay inside for a while. It will be very troublesome if you get contaminated by this poison. Khalifa nodded immediately, and then walked towards the door space as Kyunhee said. When she came into the door space, she breathed a sigh of relief and a faint smile appeared on her face. Khalifa was really scared by Kyunhee's emotionless voice just now. She was really afraid that some mysterious changes had occurred in Kyunhee and she had become another person. But from Kyunhee's caring words, she knew that her boss was still the gentleman he used to be, the best boss in the world. Chapter 156, High Emperor's Spiritual Master. After watching Khalifa enter, Kyunhee nodded to Magellan and said. Bring it on. Magellan didn't say anything more. He gritted his teeth and blasted a large amount of red venom at Kyunhee. The surging tide of venom instantly swept through Bullet's cell, and Chijia's figure was also submerged in it. After launching this attack, Magellan immediately regretted it. He had used too much force and injected too much venom. Advertisement. But he had no time to think about anything else, because Kyunhee had been silent since she was submerged in the venom, so it would be better to find Kyunhee as soon as possible. He pressed his hands to the ground, and the venom gathered along his hands. Gradually, a red figure appeared in the center of the cell. The figure was naturally Chijia. Magellan's heart sank when he saw Chijia, whose body was covered with venom, and he immediately accelerated the recovery of the venom. Suddenly, a repulsive force burst out from Kyunhee's body, instantly shaking off all the venom on his body. The splattered venom even hit Magellan's face, but he seemed unaware of it. At this moment, he was staring blankly at Kyunhee in front of him, his eyes fixed on a horn that suddenly appeared on the right side of Kyunhee's forehead. The appearance of that horn can be said to be very artistic. It is milky white in color, and has a graceful arc shape as a whole, with some additional branches on it. There are scaly protrusions at the root, and the tip of the horn is a dark red, like faint blood. As the horn grew, the purple color of Chijia's Rinnegan deepened, and her entire temperament changed again, giving people a contradictory feeling of being friendly yet distant. Kyunhee reached out to touch the horn growing on his forehead. The moment his hand touched the horn, a cool feeling flowed through his arm into his body, which refreshed him. Looking at his body which was still intact after being washed by the venom, Kyunhee's mouth curled up into a charming smile, which even a straight man like Magellan was stunned. When facing Magellan's venom just now, he did not take any defensive measures and just relied on his body to withstand the venom attack. It was indeed uncomfortable at first, but as he felt a swelling sensation on his forehead and a horn grew out, he felt his body lighten, and soaking in the poisonous venom was like soaking in a hot spring. The horn actually absorbed some of the venom, so the tip of the horn appeared red. Advertisement. Now Kyunhee has adapted to the existence of this horn. With a thought, the whole horn suddenly appeared with a milky white halo, and the red color on it began to flow like blood. Magellan watched the changes in the horn without blinking, and felt a very familiar feeling coming from it. The red blood on the horn flows downward, flows out from the root and appears on the skin between Chijia's right eye and the root of the horn, looking like several small streams flowing into Chijia's right Rinnegan. As the red blood flowed in, Kyunhee's right pupil turned blood red. Suddenly, he stretched out his arm towards Magellan and whispered. Gao Huang Chan Ling Zun. Before Magellan could react, Chijia's right arm transformed into a giant red poisonous dragon and pounced on him. Bang! The red poisonous dragon rushed into the cell opposite with Magellan's huge body, and the scream stopped abruptly as soon as it was uttered. Don't get me wrong, that wasn't Magellan's scream, but that of some unlucky guy in the cell opposite with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Magellan struggled to crawl out of the venom. Before he could understand what was going on, the scene around him made his eyes widen, as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. All the facilities in the cell, including the walls, had turned into mud under the corrosion of the venom and were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most terrifying thing was that there was a prisoner in the cell. Only a few pale bone fragments were left of him. After he saw these fragments, they immediately turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared. Magellan remembered that the person in the cell was a drunkard named Baskshot. After remembering the name of this unlucky guy, he put it out of his mind. After all, many important people died today, so one more drunkard wouldn't make a difference. Magellan struggled to sit up from the venom. He was a poisonous person himself, so he was not afraid of the erosion of the venom. What made him uneasy was that this was obviously his ability. Moreover, after this ability was released from Kyunhee's hands, both the range and damage were more than twice as strong as the attack he had just launched. Everything that was happening before his eyes completely confused him, and he even forgot to care that he had become the experimental subject of this trick. Kyunhee, who was standing in the opposite cell, looked at Magellan and smiled. Although he was the one who asked Magellan to attack him, this guy was really ruthless. It was really uncomfortable for him when he didn't have horns just now. Advertisement. So, the sinister-minded him couldn't help but seek revenge. As for the venom attack just now that was stronger than Magellan, it was naturally the ability of his horn. That is Jao Huangchen Lingzun, who, like Sutsuki Doshi, absorbs the enemy's attacks and returns them multiple times. Moreover, Chijia's Jao Huangchen Raizun does not have the shortcoming of Sutsuki Momoshiki that he can only use the absorbed attack once. He can use it unlimitedly. Chijia was still a little confused about this, because he had never heard that the horns on the heads of the Tsutsuki clan had additional abilities. After thinking about it, he could only attribute it to being upgraded. Of course, upgraded doesn't sound nice, it would be better to say it is evolved. I have to say that this trip to the deep sea prison has really brought me great benefits. It can be said that Kyunhee's strength before and now is completely different. The remaining red venom was like a nimble little snake wrapped around Kyunhee's right arm. He walked to Magellan, stretched out his hand, and said apologetically. "I'm sorry, Director Magellan, I can't control my newfound power. Are you okay?" Magellan shook his head blankly, then held Kyunhee's hand and stood up from the venom. Now he just wanted to go back to the toilet and quietly think about what happened today. Kyunhee seemed to see through his intention and asked. "Director Magellan, do you need to go to the bathroom again?" "Ah, yes. Well, the side effects of the poison fruit are indeed troublesome. Let me tell you, I have a way to allow you to work normally while using the toilet in the future. Do you want to try it?" "What? Of course I have to try." Seeing that Magellan agreed, Kyunhee showed a warm smile on his face, which made Magellan feel warm in his heart. However, Khalifa in the door space curled her lips at Kyunhee's smile. The boss is trying to make trouble again. Chapter 157 Death of Shiryu. Magellan was impressed by Chijia's endless magical abilities, so when Chijia said she would help him solve the problem of going to the toilet, he was really looking forward to it. At the same time, the little emotion that was driven away by Kyunhee's poisonous dragon also disappeared. Kyunhee had a sly smile on his face. He first released Khalifa from the door space, and then directly opened the room space. He walked up behind Magellan, who wanted to turn around, but Kyunhee said directly. "Don't move. I'll find a suitable angle." Advertisement. The right angle. Although he was confused, Magellan still listened to Kyunhee's words and stood there motionless, just like standing at attention. Kyunhee's eyes were on Magellan's butt, which made Khalifa's mouth twitch. Finally, Kyunhee moved. He raised his knife and slashed it, and Magellan's butt was separated from his lower body. After the separation, a black plane appeared where the butt was originally located. Magellan had no idea that his buttocks had been separated, but when they fell to the ground, he felt like he had fallen on his buttocks. This strange feeling made him turn around hurriedly, and he saw his buttocks on the ground with part of his pants still on. At first Magellan didn't realize that the heap on the ground was his butt, until he touched his empty backside and shouted in horror. "Where's my butt?" Kyunhee stretched out a hand, signaling Magellan to calm down, but how could he stay calm when his butt was gone? Magellan bent down and lifted up his buttocks, then looked at Kyunhee with a resentful look and asked. "What did you do to my A? It just separates it from your body. From now on, you only need to put it on the toilet and you can spray it anytime and anywhere." Hearing this, Magellan felt a flash of lightning in his mind, and he exclaimed. "Is this even possible?" Khalifa was completely speechless about everything that happened in front of her. Today, she once again refreshed her understanding of Kyunhee's moral integrity. Whenever he is happy, he not only likes to laugh wildly, but also likes to do some fancy things that make people complain. But for Magellan, this really solved the unspeakable problem that had troubled him for many years. From now on, he can truly sit in the office and work in the toilet. He held his buttocks and said to Jianhe eagerly. Advertisement. I'm really grateful. I'll put it in the toilet and try it out. You can turn around here. It won't make any difference to you whether you have a key or not. After saying that, without waiting for Kyunhee to reply, Magellan hugged his butt and ran away. Looking at Magellan's departing back, Kyunhee smiled and then looked at Khalifa. Unexpectedly, when Khalifa noticed Kyunhee's gaze, he unconsciously took 2 steps back and even glanced at Kyunhee's hand. Khalifa's reaction made Jianhe stunned. He asked in confusion. Khalifa, what are you doing? Boss, do you want to wash your hands? Magellan has been in the bathroom all day, and his butt is a bit. Kyunhee's face suddenly darkened. Although he had just performed a butt separation surgery on Magellan, I swear to God, his hand did not touch Magellan's butt. He just made a cutting gesture in the air. Is it necessary for him to look at me like that? Kyunhee became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He walked straight up to Khalifa, stretched out his hands and hugged her in his arms. Khalifa struggled symbolically for a few times, and then lay obediently in Kyunhee's arms. She was just playing a joke on Kyunhee. Seeing that the little secretary in his arms had calmed down, Kyunhee smiled with satisfaction, then hugged Khalifa and leisurely strolled around this terrifying eternal hell. Wherever the 2 men walked, the cells on both sides were completely silent. There are no weak prisoners imprisoned in eternal hell. They all know to a certain extent what happened during this period of time through their own means. One by one, the familiar powerful auras disappeared from their perception, which made this group of lawless thugs feel a chill in their hearts. Now that Kyunhee was walking past them so brazenly, they of course saw that she was the culprit behind everything. So they all chose to remain silent. No one wanted to be the next unlucky person to disappear inexplicably. However, there are always people who have unrealistic fantasies in their hearts. When Kyunhee was holding Khalifa and passing by a prison, a cold voice came from inside. Marine Admiral is truly worthy of his reputation. Could you please let me out? I am willing to join your army. Jianhe raised his eyebrows and looked at the cell next to him. Inside, sat a burly man in prison uniform. Of course Chijia knew this guy, he was the former warden of the deep-sea prison, Rain Shiryu. He is a complete traitor. In the anime, after he pretended to come out of prison, he immediately took the antidote to save the Blackbeard group, and then joined the Blackbeard group to become a pirates. This man is also bloodthirsty. When he was the warden, he liked to torture and kill prisoners at will. Advertisement. Actually, this is nothing, but the most disgusting thing is that this guy even chopped down his own people. It is because of this that he was locked up here by Magellan. Thinking of this, Kyunhee's eyes turned colder as he looked at Shiryu. Shiryu didn't notice Chijia's gaze, he continued talking to himself. I'm the former guard, Shiryu Nagase. I was locked up here for a minor offense, but now I don't want to do this anymore. Please release me and let me join the marine. I promise to be your most capable subordinate. Listening to Shiryu's words, Kyunhee sneered and said coldly. I don't take out trash. What? Anger flashed across Shiryu's face, and just as he was about to stand up, he was surprised to find that Chijia was already standing in front of him. However, his strength is still pretty good. Facing the sudden appearance of Kyunhee, he swung his shackled hands directly and smashed towards Kyunhee. Bang! The next second, Shiryu was like a black ball that was flung away by a repulsive force, and hit the wall behind her hard, with her entire body deeply embedded in it. Wow! A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and Shiryu felt that his internal organs had been destroyed beyond recognition in the impact just now. He raised his head tremblingly and looked at Kyunhee, with an unshakable fear in his eyes. Chijia took out a coin from her pocket, played with it in her hand for a while, then pinched it between her thumb and index finger and pointed it at Shiryu in the wall. Seeing Kyunhee's actions, Shiryu had a bad feeling in his heart, and he shouted in panic. You can't do this to me. I'm the warden of the prison. Ugh. Cough cough cough. Just as he opened his mouth and shouted, Kyunhee had already flicked the coin out of his mouth and it fell accurately into his stomach. Shiryu coughed violently, but he still tried his best to squeeze out a sound from his throat. I'm a swordsman, and I don't even have a sword right now. Give me the sword first, and I want to fight you. His hearing and vision were beyond ordinary people, and he had a rough idea of what happened in Bullet's cell, so he wanted to make one last struggle. However, Chika ignored Shiryu's request and said contemptuously. Are you worthy? Young Biguna? No. Puff. Shiryu's body exploded in the wall, forming bright blood-colored splashing ink paintings on the walls of the prison. Where his body exploded, a giant coin with a diameter of 5 meters was left. Chapter 158 Nukama Land. After executing Shiryu, Chijia used the power of the OPOP fruit again to teleport away. After Shiryu's death, the prisoners in Eternal Hell suddenly became silent. They are now as well behaved as a group of little sheep. In a cell, Beric Redfield, known as the Red Earl, had a solemn expression on his face. His observation haki is extremely strong, and he can be said to be one of the people who knows the most about what happens in eternal hell. Feeling the hidden and powerful aura of Kyun-hee, Field, who could compete with an imperial group by himself, also sighed at this time. Advertisement. I've really been locked up for too long. Are young people nowadays so strong? Field straightened his sitting posture. He was ready to face death. He has his own dignity as a strong man, so he will not feel fear when facing death. In his opinion, since the arrival of death is inevitable, it is better to face it calmly. There was a sound of footsteps. Field's eyes fixed and he thought to himself. Here I come. However, Kyun-hee did come over, but she just glanced at Field and looked away, and walked away with Khalifa. But just this one glance made Field break out in a cold sweat. He sat there motionless, muttering. Why didn't you kill me? Kyun-hee, who had already walked far away, naturally did not hear Field's question. He did not kill Field simply because he was too lazy to do so. Field is an elderly man and has been very well behaved in eternal hell. More importantly, he hasn't eaten any devil fruit yet. Chijia has no interest in attacking him. Kyun-hee has almost achieved his goal this time. Now he just wants to get rid of a few guys he doesn't like before leaving. Ah! Don't come over here! 2 screams were heard and Field's body shook. He knew who the 2 screams came from. One was the king of evil government of Alo Pizarro, and the other was San Juan the Wolf. The breath of the 2 people completely dissipated after the scream, and then the breath of the man gradually faded away. After Chijia left, all the prisoners in eternal hell breathed a sigh of relief. When Chijia was around, they only felt that their life in eternal hell was so beautiful. Advertisement. Now that the killer had finally left, many of them fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. On the way, Jian-hee suddenly remembered something. He looked at Khalifa and said. Khalifa, let me take you to the top floor. You wait there for a while. I'll be there later. Khalifa pushed up his glasses, nodded and said. Okay boss. Kyun-hee hugged Khalifa in his arms and kissed her cheek, then took advantage of her daze to directly open the room space and sent her to the top floor. Swish. Khalifa appeared at the entrance to the top floor of the deep-sea prison, and Domino was still there. She was startled by Khalifa's sudden appearance, and then subconsciously did Khalifa's favorite action, which was to push the sunglasses on her nose. Khalifa didn't notice Domino standing beside her. There were still 2 lovely blushes on her face, which made Domino, a woman, tremble a little. Khalifa pursed her seductive red lips and muttered to herself. Boss, you're such a jerk. Try going to a different place next time. On the other side. At the junction of the 6th and 5th floors of the deep-sea prison, Chijia, who had sent Khalifa away, was closing his eyes and sensing the structure of the entire deep-sea prison. After a while, Jian-hee opened his eyes, smiled and said. Found it. I almost forgot about this place. After saying that, Kyun-hee's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Deep-sea prison 5.5th floor, Nukama land. A group of weird people in strange costumes are gathering together for a party, and in the center of them is a person with a huge head, a purple afro, and strange makeup. He is Emporio Ivankov, known as the King of She-Males, the user of the Paramecia hormone fruit. Ivan was happily enjoying the party with a group of guys of unknown gender, when suddenly, Kyun-hee appeared in the middle of them. Advertisement. Jian-hee's appearance made the group of people, including Ivan, stunned on the spot. After a while, Ivan blinked his big, Kazilan eyes, looked at Jian-hee and asked. Boy, who are you? Why are you here? Kyun-hee looked at Ivan, who was more than 4 meters tall, and was slightly alarmed by his outfit. After a pause, Jian-hee showed a polite smile and said. You must be the SE King Ivankov, right? Nice to meet you. I'm the Admiral of Headquarters, Uchiha Chijia. Oh, so you're the Marine Admiral. Nice to meet you. What? When the prisoners heard Kyun-hee call himself Marine Admiral, they all raised their arms above their heads with shocked looks on their faces. Ivan shouted even more exaggeratedly, jumped up from the spot, and then landed heavily on the ground. He stared at the epaulets and coat of justice on Chijia for a long time, then a huge bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. As a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, he recognized that this was indeed the uniform of a Marine Admiral. Just looking at Kyun-hee's young face, he really couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the top fighter in the naval headquarters, the Marine Admiral. Before Ivan was imprisoned, his memory of Marine Admiral was still limited to Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji, so he felt very unfamiliar with Chijia, who had just been promoted to Admiral. Ivan swallowed his saliva. He was still a little unsure about the authenticity of Kyun-hee's identity, so he asked tentatively. Boy, you said you are a Marine Admiral, can you prove it? Can. Chijia agreed readily, Her Rinnegan slightly opened, and a terrifying aura mixed with purple-black lightning instantly filled the entire Nukama land. Bang bang bang! Groups of prisoners fell down like wheat being cut. Even Ivan's face turned pale. He looked at Qianhe, who looked relaxed, and thought in horror. Isn't this his full strength? He hurriedly waved his hand to signal Qianhe to stop, and Qianhe nodded and retracted Conqueror's release. Ivankov bent down and took a few quick breaths. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Qianhe and said, I wonder what the Marine Admiral wants to talk to me about? Is he trying to arrest me? Qianhe smiled slightly, he opened the door space and took out a devil fruit, then looked at Ivan and said, Don't get me wrong, I just want to trade a devil fruit with you. Chapter 159, Deal with Ivan. Exchange devil fruit. Ivan was confused by Chijia's request, as he didn't have any extra devil fruit to exchange. He thought carefully for a while, then looked at Qianhe and said, I don't have any devil fruit here. Did you find the wrong person? No, I'm talking about your hormone fruit. Advertisement. What? Ivan's nerves suddenly tensed up. He didn't expect that what Qianhe wanted was his fruit. As we all know, once the devil fruit is eaten, it will accompany the person with the ability for the rest of his life. Unless the person with the ability dies, the eaten devil fruit will never appear again. From Ivan's understanding, Chijia meant to kill him. However, thinking of the terrifying conquerors that Chijia had just released, Ivan's heart was filled with despair. He knew that with that kind of conquerors, Chijia definitely had the power to kill him instantly. But it was impossible to just sit there and wait for death, so Ivan spun and jumped to a position far away from Chijia. He tried to open his right eye as wide as possible, then blinked violently. Hell wink! Bang! A violent explosion suddenly occurred where Qianhe was, and the smoke produced by the explosion enveloped Qianhe's figure. Although the attack hit, Ivan did not feel any joy. He did not believe that a man with such momentum would fall to such an attack. It was just a tentative blow. Sure enough, the smoke dissipated, revealing Qianhe, who looked helpless. Hey, I don't want to do anything. Why are you so excited? Qianhe didn't want to absorb the hormone fruit himself, he wanted to give this fruit to Luo. After all, he had already absorbed the OPOP fruit, and Luo was his loyal fan, so he had long been preparing to get Luo another devil fruit with medical effects. Stop joking, I've already eaten the hormone fruit, it's impossible to take it out. Ivan danced excitedly, and after a while, his 10 fingers suddenly turned into needles and stabbed into his own face. Advertisement. Facial growth hormone. Ivan's face was already very big, and after using the power of the fruit, his face expanded again. The length of his face alone looked to be as long as 20 meters. As his face grew larger, Ivan's body was directly blocked by his chin. His big face began to shake rapidly, forming countless afterimages. From Qianhe's perspective, there were countless abstract giant faces facing him. Qianhe knew that this guy wanted to use the Galaxy Blink, which can be regarded as Ivan's strongest attack move. It seems that he is really anxious. Spreading his hands helplessly, Qianhe decided to forcibly end Ivan's performance, because his face was already abstract enough, and now it was magnified several times, and there was more than one face. The pores on that face can be seen clearly. Qianhe's figure flashed, and the next second he appeared above Ivan's big head. Ivan's attack was ready at this time. She opened her mouth and shouted. The Milky Way. Bang! Before he could finish reading the name of the move, Qianhe in the air punched him on the big head, causing Ivan's face to come into close contact with the ground. Chijia did not use any haki in this punch, it was just an ordinary punch, and he had no intention of killing Ivan. Although this guy is a bit perverted, he is essentially a good person. With his superb medical skills and the healing hormone fruit, he not only saved countless terminally ill patients, but also saved an entire country. For such a person, Qianhe would not kill him or steal his treasure just because he likes his fruit. Qianhe does not dislike killing, but he will never kill indiscriminately. He is often tolerant towards people who are kind by nature. This is Qianhe's bottom line. Of course, even if Chijia, whose body has already entered the Tsutsuki level, did not use haki, the power of this punch was enough to defeat Ivan. Ivan was directly retracted to his original state by this punch. He buried his face in the ground and groaned. It hurts. My face is going to be ruined. Falling back to the ground, Qianhe was speechless when he heard Ivan's groaning, thinking that with your face, as long as you don't turn into a woman, it doesn't make any difference whether it is destroyed or not. He patted Ivan on the head and said. Advertisement. Okay, can we talk properly now? Ivan's body squirmed for a while, then he slowly stood up. He looked at Qianhe with a sad and angry expression and said. You are very strong. I admit that I am no match for you. If you want to kill me, then do it now. But can you please let go of my lovely subordinates? Qianhe shook his head. Ivan's face turned pale when he saw this. He thought Kyunhee was going to kill him. However, Chijia just took out the devil fruit again and placed it in front of Ivan, saying, "This is a mythical beast devil fruit, called the Yamata no Orokai fruit. If you eat it, you will have 8 lives. How about I trade it for the hormone fruit? The mythical beast Yamata no Orokai?" Ivan stared at the devil fruit in Kyunhee's hand with his big eyes. He had learned about this fruit from literature. He knew that this devil fruit was very suitable for his fighting style. After all, it was actually a few extra heads, not just an afterimage created by his high-speed movement. Not only will eating it greatly increase his physical strength, but the hell blinks he uses will become more frequent and his attack power will increase exponentially. It would be a lie to say that he is not tempted by this fruit. But he didn't want to give up the hormone fruit, because in addition to fighting, the ability to switch freely between the two genders was very much to his liking. Besides, he has already eaten the hormone fruit, so how can he eat another Yamata no Orokai fruit? Thinking of this, Ivan shook his head subconsciously and said, "Even if I want to eat this fruit, I am already a user of special abilities. How can I change it just like that? Don't worry about that. I have my own way. You just have to agree." Looking at the confident Chijia, Ivan was a little unsure. After all, his life and the lives of his subordinates were in the hands of this marine, and he didn't dare to refuse directly. After thinking about it, Ivan decided to see what methods this marine had. Anyway, as far as the current situation is concerned, it can be said that this marine's desire to kill him is just a thought, and he has no bargaining power at all. Not to mention that the Yamata no Orokai fruit is really good, and the marine has already done the most kindly by giving it out as compensation. Thinking of this, Ivan nodded his big head to show his agreement. Seeing that he agreed, Kyunhee showed a very charming smile on his face, which stunned Ivan. He thought secretly, "This marine is really good looking. I wonder how beautiful he will be when he becomes a woman." Chapter 160 A Devil Fruit. Kyunhee slapped his hand on Ivan's forehead and used the power of the human way to pull out part of his soul. Ivan's eyes widened as he looked at the purple spirit that was being pulled out of him. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the ability of his fruit might really leave him. Thinking of this, he shouted quickly, "Wait a moment, do I need to make some preparations?" Advertisement. Kyunhee stopped what he was doing, frowned and looked at Ivan, thinking that he was going to go back on his word. Ivan explained, "I need to leave some medicine for a special surgery. Wait a minute, it will be ready soon." After saying that, Ivan magically took out 2 giant syringes that were the same size as him, leaving Kyunhee dumbfounded. He couldn't even figure out how he did it. Ivan's 10 fingers turned into needles again. He inserted his hands into 2 syringes and shouted, "Female hormones! Male hormones!" Transparent liquid spurted out from his fingertips, filling 2 giant syringes in a blink of an eye. After the injection, Ivan looked a little weak. Even he could not handle such a large dose of hormones at one time. He looked at the liquid in the 2 syringes, his mouth twitching, thinking that if this thing was placed in a certain country on Blue Star, it would be a king bomb. Ivan carefully put the 2 syringes aside. This might be the last transgender hormone, so he had to cherish it. People often learn to cherish things only after they lose them. However, Kyunhee couldn't stand it anymore and decided to cut the Gordian knot. Extracting the soul, absorbing the ability, and putting the soul back, this process was done in one go. Before Ivan could react, he found that he could no longer feel the ability of the hormone fruit. There appeared a strange pink fruit in Kyunhee's door space, which looked like a syringe. Ivan, who had lost his ability, sighed dejectedly towards the sky. Chijia felt embarrassed to see him like this, and hurriedly handed the Yamata no Orokai fruit in his hand to Ivan. Unexpectedly, Ivan, who had a sad face just now, took the fruit and stuffed it into his mouth after seeing the fruit, and swallowed it directly without even chewing, as if he was afraid that Kyunhee would go back on his word. Advertisement. After eating the fruit, Ivan immediately couldn't wait to use the fruit's ability to verify the authenticity of the fruit. After a strange sound, 8 Ivan's faces with different expressions appeared in front of Kyunhee. Except for the purple afro in the middle, the other afros were of different colors. His eyes paused on the green afro head, and without saying a word, Kyunhee flashed and went directly to the top floor of the deep-sea prison. As she continued watching, Kyunhee felt that she was going to feel physically uncomfortable because of Ivan's performance. When he arrived at the prison entrance, he immediately saw Khalifa talking to the warden Domino. It was unknown what the two were talking about, and from time to time they laughed like silver bells. Kyunhee quietly approached them, wanting to hear what they had to say. However, Khalifa was so familiar with his breath that before Kyunhee came close, she stopped talking, turned around and looked at Kyunhee calmly. Kyunhee's intention to eavesdrop was aborted. He coughed twice like Sengoku and said seriously, "We are almost done, we should go back." "Okay boss." Khalifa responded obediently, then smiled at Domino and said, "Domino, I'll do my best with what you said." I have to go now. If you need anything, please call me. A hint of joy appeared on Domino's face. He glanced at Kyunhee secretly from behind his sunglasses, then held Califa's hand to express her gratitude. Kyunhee was confused by the behavior of the two girls, but she was too embarrassed to ask what the two girls were talking about, so she could only stand aside and touch the horn on her head out of boredom. Califa didn't keep Chijia waiting for long. She said goodbye to Domino, then came to Chijia and hugged his arm. Kyunhee knew that Califa was ready, but he did not immediately use his ability to return to the warship. Instead, he looked at Domino, smiled, and said, Domino, Director Magellan's work hours will be much longer in the future, so you should take it easy. After saying that, before Domino could understand what Kyunhee meant, he disappeared with Califa. Not long after Kyunhee left, Magellan, who looked relieved, also came here. He looked at Domino who was standing there blankly and asked, Domino, what are you doing standing here? Where is Admiral Zillan? He has gone back. Oh, really? Well, it was comfortable. No, I meant that he left a little too suddenly, and I wanted to see him off. Advertisement. Domino looked at Magellan with a puzzled look, then shook his head resignedly and turned around to go back to his office. On the way back, Domino's mind kept flashing with the images of Magellan and Kyunhee. As she walked, she suddenly stopped and sighed. They are both superiors, why is there such a big difference? The next day, in Kyunhee's office, Califa held the nine-tails fox fruit that Chijia handed to her and looked at it curiously. Kyunhee said helplessly, Califa, you've been looking at this for half an hour, do you want to eat? Boss, I heard that devil fruit tastes terrible. Do you know how terrible it tastes? This question stumped Kyunhee. Although he was already a user of 9 devil fruits, he had never eaten this thing. However, since Califa doesn't really want to experience the taste of devil fruit, Kyunhee will naturally not make his secretary uncomfortable. He cut a little from the nine-tails fox fruit and motioned for Califa to open her mouth. Then, while she opened her mouth, he used the OPOP fruit's ability to transfer the small piece of fruit pulp to Califa's throat. With a gulp, Califa swallowed the small piece of fruit pulp in a daze. Kyunhee's thoughtfulness warmed Califa's heart, and she couldn't help but secretly blame herself for becoming so pretentious. In fact, this is really nothing in Kyunhee's opinion. In his opinion, Califa is even more real and cute. Kyunhee shook his head and chuckled, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the nine-tails fox fruit that was still on the broken piece of flesh. After Califa eats the flesh, it means that the devil fruit has become an ordinary fruit, with no other value except being used to fill the stomach. But Kyunhee wanted to try the taste of devil fruit. After all, it was the specialty fruit of the pirates' world. Now that he was here, it would be a pity if he didn't experience the taste of this thing. Thinking of this, Kyunhee couldn't help but take a small piece of fruit pulp and put it in his mouth, and then his face turned from white to red, then to black, and finally back to white. Seeing this, Califa hurriedly brought Kyunhee a large glass of orange juice. Kyunhee grabbed the glass and drank it all. After a long time, he finally calmed down from the devilish taste. Exhaling a breath, he looked at the nine-tails fox fruit with lingering fear, then his eyes widened, and the fruit exploded directly, turning into a pile of powder. This time, he really did something wrong to himself. This smell is simply not fit for human consumption. Chapter 161 Companionship is the most lasting confession. After experiencing the intoxicating taste of the devil fruit, Kyunhee looked up at Califa and asked, Califa, how do you feel? Califa felt it for a moment, then with a thought, 9 furry golden tails emerged from her skirt. In addition to the 9 tails that suddenly grew, her pupils also turned golden, pink eyeshadow appeared at the corners of her eyes, her chin became sharper, and a pair of cute fox ears trembled slightly on both sides of her cheeks. This is the half-beast state of 9-tails fox fruit. Califa in this state looks even more beautiful. Advertisement. An extremely charming temperament emanated from her, adding a faint pink aura to her. Califa turned around on the spot, then she smiled at Kyunhee. Her smile was cold but also a little charming, which made Kyunhee's eyes light up. He picked up the cup of orange juice and wanted to take a sip to moisten his dry throat, but found that there was not a drop left in the cup. Putting the empty cup aside, Kyunhee began to concentrate on appreciating the secretary's gorgeous transformation, exclaiming, Califa, you look really beautiful now. This fruit suits you very well. Califa didn't reply immediately. She walked lightly to Kyunhee's side and sat directly on his lap. She stretched out a slender finger and touched Kyunhee's chin, and asked in a voice that made people feel itchy. Boss, wasn't I beautiful before? How could Kyunhee tolerate his secretary's teasing of him? He held Califa in his arms, looked into her eyes and said, You have always been my most beautiful secretary. Just a secretary. Besides. Kyunhee lowered his head and kissed Califa's red lips. Califa did not dodge at all. She closed her eyes and responded to Kyunhee in her own way. It was unknown how long it took before the two separated. Khalifa stared at Chijia's dark purple Rinnegan. Although she was already very familiar with these eyes, no matter how many times she met them, she felt that she was deeply trapped in them and unable to extricate herself. These eyes exude endless mystery, and in today's ocean, they have become synonymous with absolute power. And its owner is his boss. Thinking of all the things he had experienced with Kyun-hee, Khalifa's lips curled up into a touching smile. If I hadn't met the boss, maybe I would still be an insignificant tool in the hands of the world government, performing some shady tasks somewhere. Advertisement. Like now, living in the sunshine, surrounded by a group of lovely people, enjoying the favor of the boss, all of this until now, makes Khalifa feel like he is in a dream. Thinking of this, Khalifa put one of her furry fox ears on Kyun-hee's chest, feeling the strong heartbeat coming from it, and she closed her eyes in contentment. Kyun-hee looked down at Khalifa leaning in his arms, and a hint of tenderness flashed in the Rinnegan that had killed countless enemies. There are many beauties around him, but Khalifa is the one who has been with him the longest. She has become an indispensable part of his life. He couldn't help but think of a sentence he had heard on Blue Star. Companionship is the longest confession of love. He gently lifted Khalifa's long golden hair, and felt that the quiet Khalifa looked even more attractive than before. Noticing Kyun-hee's movements, Khalifa placed her hands on Kyun-hee's chest and lifted her body out of Kyun-hee's arms. A golden light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Bang! A puff of smoke emerged from Kyun-hee's arms, carrying the unique scent of Khalifa. When the smoke cleared, Khalifa, who was originally in Chijia's arms, turned into Jun, which surprised Chijia. He asked in confusion. Khalifa, what are you doing? Jun looked at Chijia and smiled, and said. Boss, do you like me to become a Jun sister? Khalifa thought Kyun-hee would like the ability he displayed very much, but Kyun-hee shook his head and frowned and said. No, you are you. I just want to see your original appearance now. Jun was stunned for a moment, and then she felt her heart filled with sweetness. She did not doubt Kyun-hee's feelings for Jun, but simply thought that at least now he only had her in his eyes. Bang! Khalifa changed back, and this time when she looked at Kyun-hee, there was a hint of unshakable tenderness in her eyes. Kyun-hee didn't say anything more and kissed Khalifa's red lips again. Everything is implied. Advertisement. Anne and Yamato were walking on the way to Chijia's office. Yamato pouted and complained. Master came back last night and went to rest without even telling me. Aeon smiled and said. Kyanga must be too tired, please be considerate of him. Humph. I've become even stronger recently. This time I must let Master test me thoroughly. The two chatted casually until they arrived at Kyun-hee's office door. Aeon stretched out her hand to knock on the door, but a suppressed sound suddenly came out from it, which stopped Aeon from knocking on the door. She recognized the voice as Khalifa's, and she also had a vague idea of what was going on in the office. Thinking of that scene, Aeon's pretty face turned red, and she felt a little aggrieved and unwilling. But thinking of the relationship between Khalifa and Kyun-hee, and the fact that she was well prepared for this kind of thing, the grievance and unwillingness lingered in her heart for only a while before disappearing without a trace. Yamato also heard the voice coming from Kyun-hee's office, but she didn't know what it meant. She looked at Anne who was standing there motionless and asked in confusion. Sister Anne, what are you doing? Yamato's voice brought her back to reality. Anne shook her head and said in embarrassment. No, nothing. Chijia should be doing special training now. Let's not disturb him for now. Come back later. After saying that, Anne grabbed Yamato's arm and pulled Yamato away without saying anything when he tried to break into the office. On the way, Yamato, who looked confused, kept asking. Sister Anne, what is special training? Why did I hear Sister Khalifa's voice just now? That kind of special training requires the cooperation of others. Khalifa happens to be very compatible with Kyun-hee, so it's perfect for her to cooperate. Is it so magical? Then I want to find a master to try it. No. Don't mention this to your master. Ah? Why, Sister Anne? Don't ask, this is for your own good. Chapter 162 A Gift for Luo. After an unknown amount of time, the office door opened and Kyun-hee walked out with Khalifa nestled in his arms. Khalifa's steps were a little awkward, and there was a lingering blush on her face, making her look very charming. He looked down at Khalifa in his arms and said softly. You are having trouble moving now, let me take you back to your room to rest. No, I want to go shopping with the boss. Advertisement. There was a hint of laziness in Khalifa's voice, which made Kyun-hee feel itchy. She secretly wondered if the Nine-Tails Fox fruit had brought such a big change to Khalifa. But since Khalifa doesn't want to go back, I might as well accompany her for a walk. It will be dinner time soon, so we can have dinner together. Thinking of this, Kyun-hee put his arm around Khalifa's waist and prepared to go downstairs. After leaving the headquarters building, Chijia immediately saw Yamato who was looking around with his head raised, and Anne, who was standing with her hands behind her back and rubbing the ground with her toes. In fact, Kyun-hee had already noticed the two people when they arrived at the office door. He even wanted to use the power of OPOP fruit to transfer himself and Khalifa. In the end, for some reason, Anne gave up the idea of opening the door and instead pulled Yamato away, which saved Chijia the effort. At the same time, Kyun-hee also felt guilty towards the considerate Ian. When he saw Ian at this time, he didn't know what to say. As for Yamato next to Anne, Kyun-hee automatically ignored him. Ian noticed Kyun-hee and Khalifa coming out. Looking at the charming look on Khalifa's face, she pursed her lips and said, "Have you finished your work?" Anne's words made Kyun-hee and Khalifa feel a little embarrassed. They looked at each other, and finally Kyun-hee said, "I'm done. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Jian-hee regretted saying this as soon as he finished speaking. "What the hell is that?" Khalifa rolled his eyes at his boss in a subtle way, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. Shaking her head helplessly, Khalifa thought that she, the secretary, would have to do it in the end. Leaving Kyun-hee's arms, Khalifa walked to Anne and looked into her eyes. Advertisement. Facing Khalifa's gaze, Anne became a little uneasy. She stammered. "Khalifa, am I disturbing you?" Khalifa didn't expect Anne to react like this. She was amused by her words and laughed. She just thought Anne was so cute. With a smile, Khalifa held Anne's hands and said softly, "You are one of us, why are you talking about disturbing or not disturbing me?" Hearing the words "one of us," Ian was stunned for a moment and said acutely. Before she could say anything, Yamato suddenly interrupted and said, "Sister Khalifa, I am one of you too. Sister Anne just said that you and Master are doing special training and she didn't let me mention it, but I really want to train with Master, can you help me talk to Master?" Bang! Without waiting for Khalifa to reply, Chijia, who was standing aside, punched Yamato on the head. He was really speechless by this guy. Even Xiaolulia should have understood what was going on by now, right? Kaido, how did you become a master?" Yamato covered the big bump on her forehead with tears in her eyes. She just felt aggrieved. Is it wrong for her to want to make progress? She suddenly looked up at Kyun-hee, wanting to express her grievances, but this look made her stunned again. Because she saw the horn growing on the right side of Kyun-hee's forehead, this discovery made her forget the pain and she exclaimed, "Master, why do you have a horn on your head?" When she shouted, Anne finally noticed the horns growing on Kyun-hee's head. The poor girl was so distracted by the events in the office that she even ignored the fact that Chijia had a horn growing on her head. Yamato moved closer to Chijia, ignoring her disgusted expression, and reached out to touch the horn that looked very artistic. As a result, Kyun-hee put his hand on her face and pushed her out. Yamato immediately refused to do it, and shouted that she had to touch it. However, when Chijia glared at her with her Rinnegan, she immediately became obedient. However, her pouting mouth, which seemed to be able to hold a bottle of soy sauce, was still stubbornly expressing her dissatisfaction. Kyun-hee looked at Yamato unhappily and said, "Don't touch this horn casually. If it pricks your hand, you will die." Advertisement. This is not an exaggeration. His horns still carry the red poison produced by the Magellan poison fruit. Although it's okay to touch it under Kyun-hee's control, it would be no joke if the skin was really pierced. It can be saved, but you have to sacrifice some skin first. Yamato nodded as if she understood. She also felt that the red color at the tip of the horn exuded a dangerous aura. It seemed that the master had not lied to her. Seeing that Yamato had calmed down, Kyun-hee turned to look at Anne and explained to her the reason for growing horns. To sum up, his body evolved along with his eyes. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, Anne still easily accepted it when this happened to Kyun-hee. Anyway, that horn seems to add a different temperament to Chijia, and looks quite handsome. After dealing with the two's affairs, Kyun-hee wanted to continue spending some time alone with Khalifa, but unexpectedly Khalifa insisted on bringing Anne and Yamato along. She thought she was already very satisfied today, so why not call 2 more people to go shopping and have some fun together? Since Khalifa has decided this, Kyun-hee will naturally follow her. Today, she is the boss and she is the secretary. So, the group prepared to go to the commercial street to take a look and have dinner there. However, today Jian-hee might not be able to enjoy a leisurely time. When he was walking on the road with the 3 girls, 2 voices sounded. "Brother Kyun-hee." Jian-hee turned around and saw Ace and Luo Zhang looking at him with surprise. When they saw him stop, they ran over quickly. Khalifa, who was standing next to them, looked at the 2 little ones running towards them and said jokingly, "Boss, your 2 little fans are coming over here." Jian-hee smiled helplessly, his eyes fixed on Luo. "Since I met Luo here, it would be a good opportunity to give him the hormone fruit in the Menman space." After Luo joined the Marine, he witnessed many wounded soldiers retreating from battles, which made him have a stronger pursuit of medical skills. He was indeed talented in this area, and many military doctors in the Marine praised him highly. Kyunhee naturally saw Luo's performance, so he went to Yvonne specifically and prepared such a gift for Luo. I believe that if this hormone fruit with therapeutic effects is handed over to him, his medical skills will be raised to a higher level. I just hope he doesn't develop some weird functions like Yvonne. Chapter 163 Luo and Ace. Because they ran so fast, when Luo and Ace ran in front of Kyunhee, Luo was gasping for breath with his hands on his knees. Compared to the breathless Law, Ace didn't look tired at all. After all, Ace is Roger's son. He has been in good health since childhood and has often been specially trained by Garp. Now he is receiving one-on-one training under Garp, and his strength is improving rapidly. Even though he is still young, his physical fitness is much stronger than many marine soldiers. On the other hand, Law's illness had just been cured not long ago, and his current life was much more comfortable than in the original anime, which made him focus more on learning medical skills rather than fighting. Advertisement. As soon as the two little guys came in front of Kyunhee, they were attracted by the horns on Kyunhee's forehead. Ace exclaimed. Brother Chijia, why do you have horns growing on your head like that idiot Yamato? Ace's words made Yamato's face darken. She flashed to Ace's side and punched Ace hard on the head. Ace screamed, then covered the big bump on his head and looked at Yamato, saying angrily. You can only bully me now, just wait, I will definitely grow taller and stronger than you in the future. Hearing this, Jianhe shook his head and thought to himself, forget it, being taller and stronger, you will still look petite when you grow up and stand next to her. Yamato snorted with disdain. Would I be afraid of a brat like you? And taller and stronger? Childish. Let me tell you, I have learned a special training from my master. You will never be able to defeat me in your life. Nani? Is this true, brother Kyunhee? Chijia did not respond to Ace. He used the same method to leave a big bump on Yamato's head, which made the guy behave himself. After cleaning up Yamato, Kyunhee smiled and patted the two little ones' heads and asked. What are you two going to do? Ace spoke first. I learned how to shave from my grandfather today. Brother Kyunhee, do you want to see it? Oh. Chijia raised his eyebrows, he was skeptical of what Ace said. Advertisement. Although Ace's talent is indeed strong enough, considering his age, shaving requires very high physical fitness. Has Ace really learned it? Ace, on the other hand, was provoked by Chijia's skeptical tone and wanted to demonstrate his learning results on the spot. I saw him take a deep breath, and then his feet began to stomp the ground quickly, which looked quite interesting. Kyunhee also nodded secretly, thinking that Roger's bloodline was still valuable. Ace looked serious and whispered. Shave. Swish. Ace's figure disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, he was lying on a big tree in a big shape, and then slowly slid down. The three Califa girls covered their mouths and laughed, while Luo held his forehead with one hand, feeling ashamed for his friend. Ace got up from the ground, holding his head in pain, and muttered. I succeeded once today, why did I fail at the critical moment? Kyunhee shook his head and chuckled, confirming that Ace was okay, and left him there to doubt his life. He lowered his head and looked at Luo. Luo felt a little embarrassed when Kyunhee looked at him like that. Because he felt that even though Ace's shave failed, at least it still looked good. If I were to do it myself, the result would only be more embarrassing. Thinking of this, Luo couldn't help but lower his head, not daring to look at Jianhe. Jianhe was also used to Luo's behavior when facing him. He looked at Luo and asked. Luo, Ace just showed me what he learned in Marine, what about you? Do you have anything to show me? This puzzled Luo. He thought Kyunhee's learning results were related to combat, but he was not very interested in this aspect. He focused most of his energy on medical knowledge. Being called out by Kyunhee, Luo felt extremely embarrassed. He really didn't want to disappoint his idol Kyunhee. Seeing that Luo didn't respond for a long time, Jianhe didn't get angry and continued to ask patiently. What's wrong? Are you having trouble studying recently? It's okay. Medicine is a complicated subject. Mr. Chijia, are you referring to medicine? Advertisement. Well, what else? No, I thought Mr. Kyunhee was asking me about my combat studies, but I didn't expect it to be this. Realizing that Kyunhee was asking about his medical studies, Luo's eyes lit up and he said seriously. Mr. Chijia, I've recently been studying the differences between male and female body structures. Upon hearing this topic, Califa and Anne blushed, only Yamato tilted his head, looking as if he didn't understand it. Kyunhee was also a little embarrassed. He stopped Luo who was explaining incessantly, took out the syringe-shaped hormone fruit from the door space and stuffed it into Luo's hand. Luo stared blankly at the devil fruit in his hand, then raised his head and looked at Kyunhee with a puzzled expression. Kyunhee reached out and rubbed Luo's head, smiling and said. You've been studying very hard recently, so this is a reward for you. It's called hormone fruit. Eating it will allow you to go further on the path of medicine. Is this, for me? Luo looked at Kyunhee's eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect that Kyunhee would give him such a precious devil fruit. He knew how precious devil fruit was. Even if a devil fruit had only a mediocre ability, it would still cost hundreds of millions of Baileys if it was put on the market. This is a sum of savings that an ordinary person would find difficult to accumulate in a lifetime, but Mr. Kyunhee actually gave it directly to himself. Thinking of this, Luo's body began to tremble and a layer of mist filled his eyes. He really didn't know how to repay Kyunhee's kindness to him. Jianhee saw Luo's reaction and knew that the little guy was very touched. He smiled and shook his head, then squatted down and looked at Luo and said, "Don't feel any burden. This fruit is not only for you, but also for the entire marine. I believe that after you eat this fruit, you will be able to save more marines in the future." Facing Kyunhee's encouraging gaze, Luo carefully held the hormone fruit in front of him, swallowed it hard, then his face became firm and he stuffed the whole fruit into his mouth. Luo's eyebrows jumped when he saw this. He had just experienced the ecstasy of this thing, and it was only a small piece of flesh. Just thinking about the act of stuffing a whole fruit indirectly gave Kyunhee goosebumps all over his body. Sure enough, after Luo stuffed the devil fruit into his mouth, he couldn't swallow it whole, so he had to chew it a few times, and the chewing made his face turn the color of liver. Luo opened his mouth to vomit, but fortunately Kyunhee was quick to cover his mouth and push it away. With a gulp, Luo swallowed it. Luo lay on the ground crying and retching a few times. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. He endured the nausea and looked at Jianhee and said, "Mr. Kyunhee, is this really for human consumption?" Chapter 164, Chai He? Chai Zuru. After the disgusting taste in his mouth gradually dissipated, Luo straightened up and looked at his hands with curiosity. Ace came over, looked over Luo's body, and asked, "Luo, has your body changed in any way? I have a younger brother who ate a devil fruit and his body turned into rubber." Luo responded, "There should be some changes. Let me try." Advertisement. With a thought, Luo's 5 fingers instantly turned into needle tips, and he successfully used the ability of the hormone fruit. However, compared to Luffy, Law's change was obviously too small. Ace curled his lips and said with a bit of disgust, "That's it. How will this ability help in combat? Do you want to kill someone with your fingers?" Hearing that Ace dared to underestimate his fruit ability, Law glared at Ace angrily. Ace was completely unaware and continued to talk to himself. "The fruit given by Brother Kyunhee is definitely not so weak. I think your strength has not caught up yet. How about this, when I learn finger pistol, I will give it to you. This move should be very suitable for you, ha ha ha." Luo couldn't stand it any longer. He crossed his arms over his chest, roared, and directly stabbed all 10 needles into Ace's waist. "Damn it! Ace, you're such a nasty BD. Female hormones. What? This feels weird, stop it now." Ace screamed a few times, his voice gradually became shrill, his skin became whiter, and his chest bulged slightly. After a while, Ace turned into a cute little girl with short black hair and a little Madara on her face. He fumbled around on his body in disbelief. When he touched a certain spot, Ace's expression became extremely horrified. He screamed, "Luo! What did you do to me? How did I become a woman?" Luo snorted coldly. "Who told you to laugh at my fruit ability? How about it? This is the power of the hormone fruit. It turns you into a woman completely." "What? You BD? Change back to me now." "Hey, don't. I'll change it back for you tomorrow when I'm happy." Advertisement. "Damn it. Evil Trafalgar, I'm going to." Ace raised his white jade-like fist and was about to teach Law a lesson, but Jianhee, who was watching from the side, suddenly said, "All right Ace, you just laughed at Luo, so just accept this punishment." "But it's okay, you look cute now, and it's not a disadvantage, ha ha ha." Kyunhee laughed with a sense of mischief. Ace's current appearance was indeed very cute, but when he thought of the way Garp would look at his granddaughter later, he couldn't help but laugh. Yamato laughed even more wantonly, tears streaming down her face. She pointed at little Ace while holding her belly, and said breathlessly, "You'd better not change back. You look much better this way than before." Ace's face turned red with embarrassment. She clenched her fists tightly against her waist, pouted her lips and kept silent. Anne also looked at little Ace with a smile on her face. After a while, her eyes suddenly fell on Kyunhee with a thoughtful expression. Noticing Anne's gaze, Jianhee turned around and asked in confusion, "Anne, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, I was just thinking about how beautiful you'd be when you became a girl, Chijia." "What? I advise you to put aside this dangerous idea." Jianhee was a little furious and reached out to pinch Anne's face, letting her know that there was absolutely no way she would agree to this. However, what Kyunhee didn't notice was that Khalifa had quietly approached Luo, crouched down and whispered a few words in his ear. Luo's expression became strange. He glanced at Qianhe secretly, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face, but his tone was full of eagerness to try. Sister Khalifa, this is not good. Mr. Qianhe will be angry. No, don't you want to see what he looks like as a woman? Are you afraid that he will be too ugly for you? No. Even Ace becomes cute after his transformation. Chijia-san is already good looking, so he will be very, very beautiful after his transformation. Imagining what Qianhe would look like after becoming a woman, Luo became excited. Qianhe, who was dealing with Anne, looked over here strangely. Khalifa calmly gave Qianhe a charming smile, which made him relax his guard, then pushed Luo and said. Advertisement. Go quickly, if you don't use it now, you won't have such an opportunity again in the future. Luo swallowed and walked towards Qianhe with heavy steps. Qianhe was still kneading Anne's face. Anne didn't say anything, but just puffed up her cheeks in silent resistance. Luo came to Qianhe's side and stretched out his hands and placed them on Qianhe's calves. Qianhe felt the movement in his leg, lowered his head and looked at Luo in confusion, and asked. Luo? You are? I am Chao. When Qianhe realized what Luo had done, he cursed for the first time, because he really didn't expect that he would fall for this trick. That's right, Luo used female hormones on him. While Qianhe was stunned, Anne escaped from his clutches, then ran to Khalifa, looking at the changing Qianhe with her big eyes without blinking, full of anticipation. Yamato and Ace also stared with their eyes wide open, afraid of missing any moment. They didn't have to wait too long, the changes on Qianhe's body were finally completed. What appeared in everyone's eyes was a woman of ultimate beauty and perfect figure. Any adjectives in the world would be so powerless to describe her. She is Uchiha Chizuru. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall, her facial features were delicate and picturesque, her skin was as white as snow, and the most eye-catching thing was the pair of deep purple Rinnegan, which exuded a mysterious beauty. Everyone present was stunned. Even the usually calm Khalifa opened her mouth and pressed a finger in the middle of the frame without moving. Qianhe glanced at the stunned crowd with a reproachful look. She grabbed Luo's collar from behind and lifted him up. She opened her red lips slightly and spoke in an ethereal and pleasant voice. Who came up with this idea? As Luo looked at the beautiful face so close to him, steam suddenly came out of his head. His head tilted and he fainted. Qianhe was stunned, thinking that Luo had fainted because he was afraid of being blamed by her. Just as she was about to shake Luo awake, suddenly, 3 soft bodies pounced on her. They were Khalifa, Anne, and Yamato. They looked up at Chizuru's face, and hearts appeared in their eyes. Khalifa's eyes wandered over Qianhe's face, and he said infatuatedly. Boss, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Chapter 165 Hancock is sick. Naval Headquarters Marineford. A tall figure walked on the broad road. She seemed to have a magnetic force on her body. The marine soldiers nearby, both men and women, all fixed their eyes on that figure. Look. Who is that? So beautiful. Aren't those eyes a Rinnegan? A member of the Purple Lin Admiral's clan. It's very likely. I guess it's the older sister or younger sister. Look, she seems to be wearing Zilin Admiral's clothes. Advertisement. She's so beautiful. I think she's even more beautiful than that Empress. That horn is so artistic. Why doesn't Admiral Zilin have one? SHH. She's looking over here. Oh my god. I'm going to die. Chizuru glared at the group of people, and a faint sense of pressure emanated from her Rinnegan. For a moment, the huge naval headquarters was filled with the sound of people falling. Looking at the group of fallen marines, Chizuru helplessly put her hand on her forehead. After she came back from the deep-sea prison with supplies, her pupil power surged again. As long as her emotions fluctuated slightly, the pressure emanating from her Rinnegan would no longer be something an ordinary marine could withstand. Let's talk about her current condition. When she was injected with Luo's female hormone, she directly used Shi Changbai Mai to try to get rid of her female state. As a result, something happened that shocked her. For the first time ever, Shi Changbai's method had no effect. The only reason for this to happen was that Shi Changbai believed that there was nothing wrong with her body, so he was just doing it in vain. But this is not a problem for Qianhe, because her right corner is not just for show. The Jiao Huangchen Ling's unreleased by it didn't care whether the extra things in its body were an attack or not, and directly transformed the female hormones injected into her body into pink silk threads that gathered back into the corner. However, Chijia's move directly made Khalifa, Anne, and Yamato dissatisfied. They strongly demanded that Chijia change back into Chizuru because Chizuru was so beautiful. Luo was still in a dizzy state at the time, and Isai, who had not turned back to normal, looked at Qianhe with an expression that seemed to want to say something but was hesitant, because she hadn't seen enough either. It's just that Qianhe has a lot of prestige in her mind, so she doesn't dare to speak directly like Khalifa and the others. Finally, Khalifa spoke up and said. Boss, just be a woman for a few days, just for a change of style. Advertisement. Kyunhee still cares about Khalifa's thoughts, so she decides to be Chizuru for a few days. It won't cost her much anyway. Back to the present, a large number of marines fell to the ground in the headquarters, which directly alarmed Sengoku, who was in the headquarters building. As soon as Chizuru's pressure appeared, he secretly thought that something was wrong. Sure enough, as soon as Sengoku walked out of the headquarters building, he saw a group of marines lying dead. Sengoku looked around with a serious expression, and finally his eyes were deeply attracted by Chizuru, who was standing in the middle of the road with her back to him. When did our headquarters recruit such a tall female soldier, and why does her aura sound so familiar? Chizuru sensed the gaze from behind and slowly turned her head, her deep purple Rinnegan meeting Sengoku's gaze. I-chan. Rinnegan. Sengoku was completely stunned. Although Chizuru's face was indeed extremely beautiful, Sengoku still had a strong tolerance for women. Compared to beauty, the Rinnegan was what attracted him the most. Feeling the unique pressure of Rinnegan, Sengoku confirmed that it was not cosmetic contact lenses, but a pair of genuine Rinnegan. Sengoku couldn't believe his eyes. He swallowed and was about to step forward, but Chizuru spoke first. Marshal Sengoku, I'm sorry, I didn't control my power well and caused some trouble. Chizuru's tone made Sengoku feel more familiar. Combined with the iconic Rinnegan, Sengoku asked tentatively. You are Uchiha Chijia? Yes. So where are you now? You'll have to ask Luo for that. I gave him a devil fruit with special abilities. So your current appearance is the result of the power of that fruit. Kindness. Does it affect your strength? It doesn't matter. Can you change back? Of course, anytime, anywhere. Advertisement. Oh, don't change back yet. Sengoku stroked his mustache, looked up and down at Chizuru in front of him, and kept saying tisk tisk in amazement. Kyunhee, I really don't know what's wrong with your face. It attracts both men and women. There are still more male soldiers in this headquarters. With your face around, I think they will work harder in training and work. Chizuru rolled her eyes at Sengoku in annoyance, but her rolling eyes were filled with a sense of lazy charm. Sengoku's face turned red after being glared at, and his heart even beat violently a few times. He felt that if this continued, he would fall under Chizuru's marine coat. With difficulty, he turned his eyes away from Chizuru's beautiful face and asked. Did you absorb the power of the sweet fruit of Empress Hancock? I heard that she has recently contracted a strange disease and is very weak. Hearing this news, Kyunhee raised his eyebrows and asked. No. Hancock is sick. Well, she didn't meet the target number of pirates killed last month. Headquarters has sent her a den mushy message, and the news we got is that she is too ill to go out to sea. Did she say what the symptoms were? My chest hurt a lot, my whole body was hot, and I kept repeating someone's name. An elderly person answered the phone, and she didn't say the person's name. Hearing this, Chizuru has already understood that the old woman who answered the phone that Sengoku was referring to is the former emperor of the Kingdom of Women, Gloriosa. Some female warriors in the Kingdom of Women like to call her Ja Popo. She also guessed that Hancock's illness was love sickness, and the name Hancock was muttering was most likely her own name. This is not Chizuru being narcissistic, because judging from Hancock's performance when she came to the headquarters for a meeting last time, the person she loves is undoubtedly herself. I just don't know why that old lady didn't tell the headquarters that the name Hancock was talking about was her. Chizuru knows that lovesickness in Pirates King can be fatal. This disease is simply an upgraded version of love brain. To sum it up in one sentence, if you don't fall in love, you will die. Chizuru and Hancock haven't been together for a long time, but judging from their performance in the anime, as long as Hancock falls in love with her, she will definitely be devoted to him. There is a woman known as the most beautiful woman in the world who likes me, now the owner may change. Which man would not be tempted? What's more, she might die because of herself. Thinking of this, Kyunhee decided to go to Daughter Island to help Hancock solve his lovesickness problem. Chapter 166 Arrival at Daughter Island. After explaining the situation to Sengoku, Chizuru returned to the office and informed Khalifa that she was going to the Kingdom of Women. After learning the reason why Kyunhee went to the Kingdom of Daughters, Khalifa looked at Kyunhee with an ambiguous look, and she teased. Boss, you won't do anything bad this time when you go to the Kingdom of Women, right? Of course not, I'm just going to get treatment. Oh. Advertisement. Ever since her relationship with Chizuru warmed up, Khalifa has become more open in front of Chizuru, especially when looking at the beautiful Chizuru in front of her, she couldn't help but tease her. Chizuru was irritated by Khalifa's tone, and she directly pulled her into her arms, ready to administer the family discipline. However, as soon as she took action, she found herself in a bit of an inconvenience. Kyunhee frowned slightly, feeling somewhat regretful about the one-week agreement she had promised to Khalifa. She looked at Khalifa, whose pretty face was blushing in her arms, and wanted to activate the right corner's ability to transform back into Chijia. Unexpectedly, as soon as a milky white light appeared on her right corner, Khalifa noticed it, then stretched out a slender finger and touched Chizuru's tempting red lips. Khalifa put her pretty face close to Kyunhee, breathing like orchid. "Boss, you promised me that you would be my woman for a week. You didn't forget that, did you? Special cases require special treatment. I'll just transform back for a while." "No. 1 week is only 1 week, and you have to stay in your current state when you go to the Kingdom of Women this time." "Ah? Why is that?" "Because I want that Empress to know that the boss is the most beautiful woman in the world." Chizuru was shocked by Khalifa's evil idea and could only hold Khalifa in silence. The more Khalifa looked at Chizuru, the more he liked her. He couldn't help but kiss her, and the kiss became unstoppable. Outside the office, Anne appeared again at the right time, and when she was about to knock on the door, a voice that made her blush came from inside the door. "Boss! How did you change back? Didn't we agree on a week? I'll change back after I finish my work. I'll extend the time by as long as it takes. I won't delay." "Boss, you are cheating." "What? I think you, a little secretary, don't know who the boss is. Watch out." Ayan couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly there was a bang from the door, followed by Kyunhee's exclamation. "Khalifa! How did you become like Anne?" Advertisement. Hearing this, Anne's beautiful eyes widened. She really didn't expect that her sister Khalifa, whom she admired so much, would actually do such an embarrassing thing. But even though she was thinking this in her heart, Anne's feet seemed to have taken root. She was about to turn around and leave, but for some unknown reason she put her ear to the door and listened to what was happening inside with a blushing face. I don't know how long it took, but the office door opened and Chizuru, who had turned into a woman again, walked out. Anne, who was lying on the door and eavesdropping, threw herself directly into Chizuru's arms. Kyunhee lowered her head and looked at Ayan, who was lying in her arms with a terrified look on her face. She stretched out a finger and touched her smooth and white forehead, and said, "Anne, your habit of eavesdropping is not good." I. Having been caught in the act, Anne was so shy that she couldn't speak. Finally, she let out a cry, turned around and ran away. Behind Kyunhee, Khalifa, with her clothes a little messy, came out with a lazy look on her face. She leaned on Kyunhee and teased. "Boss, you just like to bully Anne. How dare you say that to me? Why did you change into someone else's appearance just now? You must have known that she was just outside the door." Being exposed by Chizuru, Khalifa cutely stuck out her tongue and said in a sweet voice. "I thought the boss would like it. Humph. Next time, be careful." In the central city of Daughter Island. The streets are bustling with residents, and you can see that they are all women, dressed rather lightly. The most noticeable thing is that they all have a snake wrapped around their bodies. The strange thing was that they all had an unshakable worry on their faces, and many of them looked towards the palace in the center from time to time, which made the atmosphere in the entire city seem very heavy. Sudden. A figure fell from the sky, breaking the heavy atmosphere. The 9 Snakes tribe living on the Daughter Island is worthy of being called a fighting nation. Faced with the sudden uninvited guests, they were only stunned for a short while and then all entered a fighting state. The snakes of various shapes on their bodies turned into weapons and were held tightly in their hands. The group of female warriors spontaneously formed a circular formation and approached the figure in the middle step by step. However, when they got closer and saw the face of the person coming clearly, the weapons in the hands of many female warriors slipped directly to the ground, and the weapons that fell on the ground turned back into snakes. These snakes did not blame their owner for dropping them on the ground, because even they were staring blankly at the tall figure at this moment. That figure was naturally Chizuru, who had rushed over, and these female warriors were naturally stunned by her incredibly beautiful face. In the crowd, the 12-year-old Margaret pulled a female warrior with a black high ponytail and a pair of phoenix eyes next to her and asked. Advertisement. "Captain Kikyo, who is that sister? She is so beautiful. I think she is even more beautiful than Lady Snake." When Kikyo, the captain of the National Guard, heard Margaret's words, her face darkened. She knocked on Margaret's head and scolded her. "Margaret, you are so rude. Lady Snake is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. How could anyone be more beautiful than her?" After Margaret was hit on the head, a layer of tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. She covered her little head and said nothing, feeling very aggrieved. "Obviously I'm telling the truth." When mentioning Snake Princess, Kikyo's face became heavier. Snake Princess's illness was getting worse and worse. If it continued like this, her life might be in danger. "I heard from my mother-in-law that if the legendary admiral in the marine, Admiral Zillan, could come, Lady Snake's illness would be cured. But for some reason, Lady Snake strictly forbade telling the naval headquarters the reason for her illness. The situation came to a standstill, and it was almost impossible for them to contact the Xiaolin admiral. Once Lady Snake really dies of illness, an extremely tragic end will be waiting for their clan. Kikyo remained silent on the surface, but she was extremely anxious in her heart. However, a female warrior suddenly stared at Chizuru in the center and said, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" A smile appeared on Kyunzuru's face, and she looked at the female warriors present who were stunned again. She was already used to other people's reactions after seeing her face, so she said, "I'm here to look for Hancock. I heard she's very ill, so I came to see her." "How dare you? How dare you address Lady Snake by her name? Here, Hancock is the object of their fanatical worship. Now Hancock is seriously ill, which makes their nerves stretched to the extreme. They will never allow others to show any disrespect to Hancock." Some female warriors picked up snakes on the ground, turned them into bows, and shot sharp arrows at Kyunhee. Kikyo thought to herself that this was not good. She was the strongest among this group of people, so she also saw that Chizuru was very powerful, so it was best not to offend her rashly. But now the arrow has been shot and cannot be taken back. Facing the sharp arrows whistling in from all directions, Kyunhee remained motionless. An invisible repulsive force formed a semicircular passport, freezing the dense rain of arrows near his body. A pair of Rinnegan flashed with purple light, and the bow and arrow that was fixed in the air exploded into a pile of powder and floated in the air. Shocked by Chizuru's methods, Kikyo finally noticed the deep purple Rinnegan and a name flashed through her mind. She exclaimed, "Really a Rinnegan? Are you the Shireen Admiral?" Chapter 167 Hancock is seriously ill. The right horn on Chizuru's forehead flashed with a milky white halo. The female hormones injected by Luo were all recycled into the tip of the horn and mixed with Magellan's red poison. As right horn's ability was released, Chizuru returned to her original body and turned back into Chijia. He could tell the urgency of the situation from the women's behavior just now. Hancock's current condition might be worse than he thought. So it would be better for him to return to his original state to avoid scaring Hancock again. This time, Kikyo was sure that the person in front of her was the legendary Admiral Xiaolin, and she quickly waved her hand to signal everyone to lay down their weapons. Advertisement. Kikyo, who has always been a staunch enforcer of the rule of no men allowed to enter on Daughter Island, no longer cares about anything at this moment. As long as she can bring Chijia to Hancock, she will do anything he asks her to do. Kyunhee saw that Kikyo was the woman with the highest status here. He flashed in front of Kikyo and asked, "I heard Hancock was sick, how is she now?" Kikyo was shocked by the speed displayed by Chijia, and was once again shocked by Chijia's unfathomable strength. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and was about to speak, but little Margaret beside her spoke first. "You look so strange, not like us." Kyunhee looked down at her and from her appearance he could tell that she was the Margaret with short golden hair that Luffy met when he first arrived at the Daughter Island. He smiled at Margaret and asked, "What's the difference?" Margaret stared at Kyunhee carefully, then patted her chest and said seriously, "You're flat here, and you look fat." He laughed at Margaret's words. He touched Margaret's little head and said, "Because I'm a man, and this isn't fat, this is strong, you know." "You are a man? Men are not allowed here." Margaret was so scared that she shrank behind Kikyo. Kikyo gave Kyunhee an apologetic smile, then turned around and scolded. Advertisement. "Margaret, you talk too much. Admiral Zilin is different from other men. He is Lady Snake's boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Kyunhee raised his eyebrows. He knew that the boyfriend that Kikyo mentioned was not the same as the boyfriend he understood, but it still sounded a little weird. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, she's still young. Take me to Hancock first. I want to check on her condition." "Okay. I'll take you there right away." When Kikyo heard Chijia take the initiative to mention that she wanted to meet Hancock, she was overjoyed. She asked the others to stay here and she walked in front to lead the way for Chijia. Before leaving, Kyunhee glanced at Margaret. After being scolded by Kikyo, she stood there with a look of grievance on her face, looking very pitiful. Shaking his head, he squatted down and pinched Margaret's little face, and said softly, "Don't be sad, I'll go treat your Lady Snake. She'll get better soon. Be happy." Margaret stared blankly at the handsome face in front of her. Kyunhee was the only man she had ever seen since she was born. She only felt that he was a kind of beauty she had never seen before. An idea popped up in her mind. Is this what a man is? They all look so good. However, the facts were destined to disappoint her. When she had the opportunity to go out to sea in the future, she would sigh that what she saw at the time was simply the pinnacle. Chijia followed Kikyo to the palace where Hancock lived, and standing at the door were Hancock's two sisters. Boa Sandersonia is a slim girl with long green hair and Boa Marigold is a plump girl with long orange hair. Both of them are users of the Zoan snake fruit, but one is in python form and the other is in cobra form. Seeing Chijia behind Kikyo, both of them were surprised. They recognized Chijia's identity. They were completely unexpected for his arrival. Although their sister had a high status, holding the title of Shishibukai and being the emperor of the kingdom of women, she was still not good enough in front of the man in front of them. Advertisement. Although they don't want to admit it, it is an undeniable fact. They knew that even if the man in front of them didn't use the power of the marine, he could easily raise the kingdom of women to the ground on his own. Because he was the man who defeated 4 emperors, Kaido and Shanks, alone. This record is terrifying to think about. Sonia and Gorodo looked at Chijia's deep purple Rinnegan, swallowed, then walked forward slowly and said cautiously. You must be Admiral Zilan, right? We didn't know you were here, and we were really rude for not welcoming you. He waved his hand and went straight to the point. Don't say anything more. I'm going to go see Hancock first. After saying this, without waiting for the two to respond, he walked between them and headed deeper into the palace. Sonia and Gorod, who stayed behind, looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They knew that there was hope for their sister's illness. Through Skynet's perception, Kyunhee has determined Hancock's location. He came straight to Hancock's bedroom like the owner of the place, and pushed the door open without knocking and walked in. Entering the room, Kyunhee immediately saw Hancock lying on a large bed at the end of the room. There was a short old woman standing beside her bed, who was both a teacher and a mother to Hancock. When she saw Kyunhee coming in, she widened her eyes in surprise. Just as she was about to speak, Kyunhee made a gesture to silence her, forcing her to swallow back what she was about to say. Kyunhee slowed down his pace, walked gently to Hancock's bed, and observed Hancock on the bed. Hancock was obviously in a very bad condition at this moment. She closed her eyes tightly, and her pretty face had a sickly flush, and she could vaguely see pain on it. Even though there was someone standing in front of the bed, she had no reaction given her strength. It was enough to show that her condition was very serious, and it looked even more serious than the one in the anime. Kyunhee stretched out a hand and placed it on Hancock's forehead, and found that the temperature from his hand was surprisingly hot, even with a hint of burning sensation. Fortunately, Hancock's physique is strong enough. If it were an ordinary person, he would have gone to see Sengoku before even a minute had passed. Kyunhee gently stroked Hancock's smooth forehead, put her face close to her ear, and called softly. Hancock, can you hear me? I'm Chijia, I'm here to see you. Chapter 168 No Dog Licking. After Kyunhee finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room fell silent again, and Hancock was still in a coma. Grandma Jia at the side couldn't help but speak up. You must be the Purple Lin Admiral. Hancock has always been thinking about you. Her illness is caused by... Before she could finish, He interrupted her. He looked at Hancock's sweet face and said softly. I know she is lovesick because of me. Don't worry, I will cure her. Advertisement. Grandma was stunned for a moment, wondering how he knew about this disease, but looking at Hancock on the bed, she shook her head and sighed. It's good that you know, but it's too late now. Hancock has been ill for too long and his body is seriously overdrawn. Even if he sees you, I'm afraid he won't be able to revolving heaven. Thinking that Hancock was about to die, a look of pain appeared on the mother-in-law's face. Although Hancock was usually a little rude to her, she did not have the slightest resentment towards Hancock. Because she had abandoned her people when she was the emperor of the kingdom of women, Hancock being a little lenient with her could actually alleviate her guilt. And my grandmother knew that Hancock's personality became colder because of his childhood experiences. But that was just a disguise. Hancock was still a good girl with a cold appearance but a warm heart. She had long regarded Hancock as her own daughter. Now watching Hancock suffer from the pain and being unable to do anything about it, this feeling is more painful than killing her. He glanced at Granny Jia who was in deep sorrow and said comfortingly. Things aren't as bad as you think. Now that I'm here, I won't let anything happen to Hancock. This sentence did not make the mother-in-law feel better. She just shook her head helplessly and said bitterly. It's too late. Hancock can't even open his eyes now. What's the point of you coming? He stared at Hancock's face and said in an unquestionable tone. Advertisement. No, she will wake up. As soon as she finished speaking, Hancock's beautiful eyelashes began to tremble slightly, and then something happened that shocked the grandmother. Hancock actually woke up as Kyunhee said. Hancock opened her eyes and stared at the face that she had been thinking about day and night. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice was filled with a sense of weakness due to a serious illness. Admiral Zilan, am I dreaming? How did you appear here? Kyunhee reached a hand into the quilt and found Hancock's cold little hand, gently held it, and used her hand to convey warmth to her. His other hand gently smoothed Hancock's hair that was stuck to her forehead due to sweat. After doing all this, Kyunhee looked at Hancock and said gently. Just call me Kyunhee. You are not dreaming. I am here to see you. Master Chijia, I'm fine. I'm a pirate and you're a marine. Come on, I'm not good for you. As she spoke, Hancock struggled to get up from the bed, but her body was too weak to even complete a simple action of getting up. Who could have thought that the pirate's queen, who was famous throughout the sea, would fall into such an embarrassing situation? He quickly held Hancock's shoulders and asked her to lie down on the bed obediently. Then he looked at Hancock with mixed feelings. He finally understood why Hancock didn't let her mother-in-law tell naval headquarters about her illness even though she was so seriously ill. She was afraid that her identity as a pirate would affect her position in the marine, so even when she was so sick that she was about to collapse, she still had no intention of notifying herself. When Kyun-hee was on Blue Star, she once complained that Hancock was a typical love-brained person. Is she willing to make herself so stupid for a man? She doesn't look like the proud empress at all. But now, Hancock's favorite person has become herself, and the feeling is completely different. Kyun-hee looked at Hancock lying on the hospital bed, staring at her, and felt her heart trembling constantly. Hancock's behavior is not good enough to be called a Blue Star liquor, but isn't it also a kind of affection? What's more, the object of her affection is herself. Advertisement. He stroked Hancock's cheek, his voice trembling a little, even he himself didn't notice. Why are you so stupid? You are a Shishibukai, a regular pirates belonging to the Marines. What's wrong with reporting such a dangerous situation? But Chijiya-sama doesn't seem to like Shishibukai. I think this will bother you. And even if it belongs to the Marine, Chijiya-sama's status doesn't warrant her coming in person. Before Hancock could finish her words, Kyun-hee blocked her lips. When the grandmother next to her saw this scene, she turned into a short stone statue. It's not an exaggeration, she really turned into a real stone statue. However, the two entangled did not notice the situation of the mother-in-law. After they separated, he looked directly into Hancock's dull eyes and said word by word. Shishibukai belongs to Marine, and you belong to me, Uchiha Chijiya. From now on, no matter what happens to you, I will be by your side. Do you understand? Listening to Kyun-hee's domineering words, Hancock nodded mechanically. She only felt that she was in an illusory cloud and she was like a kite with a broken string, flying high and low in it. Kyun-hee didn't let Hancock remain in a daze. He held Hancock's pretty face in his hands, making her face him. Then he slightly condensed his Rinnegan and released his long pee. Like sweet dew after a long drought, a cool energy instantly flowed through Hancock's body like a stream, and she couldn't help but let out a lovely moan. After realizing it, Hancock's pretty face suddenly turned red, but this time it was no longer a sickly red, but a healthy red. She didn't dare to look into Jianhee's eyes again. She just lowered her head and helplessly rubbed the corner of the quilt with her hands, looking like a shy little wife. Kyun-hee was relieved to see Hancock had recovered, but he still told Hancock to rest well and not get out of bed for the time being. Because his stone only repaired Hancock's body damaged by love sickness, but this disease is more severe for the spirit, so it is better for him to rest for a while. However, with the existence of this medicine, I believe Hancock will soon recover completely and become the proud peacock queen of pirates again. Kyun-hee sat down beside Hancock's bed, stretched out an arm to hold Hancock's shoulders, let her head rest on her shoulder, and the two of them sat there quietly, enjoying this rare time. After an unknown amount of time, Hancock, who was leaning on Kyun-hee's shoulder, suddenly asked softly. Master Kyun-hee, have you seen Grandma Xie? Why is she quiet? Chapter 169 The Imminent Anti-Aging Surgery. Kyun-hee and Hancock finally found Granny Xia, who had turned into a stone statue for a long time. Looking at the shocked statue of Granny Xia, Jianhee asked curiously. Hancock, did you just use your ability? Hancock also looked puzzled. She shook her head and said. No, I didn't use my ability. Advertisement. Kyun-hee got up from the bed, walked to the stone statue of Grandma Xia, stretched out a finger and gently tapped Grandma Xia's head twice, making two bang sounds. Judging from the feel just now, the quality of this stone statue is good, at least the hardness is not a problem. Hancock leaned against the head of the bed. She laughed at Kyun-hee's actions. She said softly. Master Kyun-hee, please move the old lady to my bedside so I can see what's going on. Kyun-hee did not move the stone statue of Grandma Xia, but returned to sit next to Hancock, then released the power of Tiandao, floated the stone statue of Grandma Xia, and slowly sucked it in front of Hancock. Hancock took advantage of the time when the mother-in-law floated over and leaned her head on Kyun-hee's shoulder again. She really didn't want to leave Kyun-hee for a moment. She reached out and touched the stone statue of Grandma Xia, then lightly tapped it with her finger. Waves of pink heart-shaped ripples spread out, and Grandma Xia changed back from the state of a stone statue. The grandmother still maintained the same expression she had before she turned into a stone statue. As soon as she recovered, she floated in the air and danced. Hancock frowned slightly and even wanted to throw her out of the window like before. She had finally been able to have such a wonderful time with the Lord Chijiya in her heart, and she didn't want this old woman to ruin it. But Jianhee was right beside her, so she thought it was better to be reserved, so she just scolded him verbally. Can you be quiet? You'll disturb Master Chijia. Jianhe squeezed Hancock's little hand, signaling her not to be so cold to her mother-in-law. He didn't care. Advertisement. Hancock's pretty face flushed red, and she buried her head in Kyunhee's arms, acting like an ostrich. The floating Grandma Jia was not angry because of Hancock's attitude. She was used to it. Now she looked at Hancock and Kyunhee with an auntie's smile on her face. In her opinion, this handsome man and beautiful woman looked extremely well matched. Moreover, Chijia is a popular marine admiral in the marine and is likely to be the strongest man in the world. With his protection, Daughter Island is safer than ever before. Thinking of this, Grandma's expression became very strange. She held her big face with both hands and sighed. Love is so beautiful. I once had a sweet love, too. Jianhe was a little speechless because of the tone of Jia Popo's voice. He looked at Jia Popo's short stature and wrinkled face, and sighed in his heart at this setting full of bad taste in the pirates' world. That is, no matter how beautiful the women in the pirates' world are when they are young, once they get older, their images will take a 180-degree turn from their previous ones, and they can be as ugly as they can be. Vice Admiral he is okay, but the other old women look terrible, like Dodin, the mermaid on the sea train, the 4 emperors, and the old lady in front of him. After all, she was the former emperor of the Kingdom of Women. She couldn't be that bad in appearance, and she definitely wouldn't be that short. But when he got older, not only did his appearance become extremely exaggerated, but even his body shape seemed to have shrunk and became so short. There is a saying on the blue planet that time never defeats beauty, but it doesn't work here. Here, the more beautiful you are, the more you will be defeated, completely defeated. Kyunhee couldn't help but think of the beauties around him. In a few decades, would they become like his mother-in-law? He did not despise them, but his body had already entered the state of Tsutsuki, and his lifespan would definitely be much longer than that of ordinary humans, and his aging speed would also be greatly slowed down. It's impossible that I would look incredibly young while all the beauties around me turned into old ladies like my mother-in-law, right? Thinking of that scene, Kyunhee shivered unconsciously. Hancock in his arms thought that Kyunhee was cold, so he quickly moved the quilt covering himself over Kyunhee. Kyunhee gently stroked Hancock's long black hair and looked at Hancock's beautiful profile. He swore to himself that he would never let that happen. Advertisement. He raised his hand and pressed on the Rinnegan on his right. One of the Megatama contained the power of the OPOP fruit, which would grant him the power to change everything. The awakening of devil fruit is as difficult as climbing to heaven for others, but for Kyunhee, it is as easy as eating and drinking. He has already awakened the thunder fruit, the Nikomata fruit and the Shura fruit, so awakening the OPOP fruit is not a difficult task. The reason why he has not awakened yet is because he does not have absolute confidence to avoid the so-called life-for-life surgery of anti-aging. Although he possesses Shi Changbai's eye technique, which has absolute recovery power, he has to release Shi Changbai's eye technique while at least retaining a trace of consciousness. What if the life in exchange means giving up his own life instantly? That would be a big deal. He is not a complete Six Paths body yet, and cannot achieve the same body repairability as Six Paths Madara. Thinking of this, Kyunhee's eyes narrowed slightly. He only needed 3 more devil fruits to completely fill his left eye. By then, his body would definitely evolve again. He just didn't believe that an OPOP fruit's anti-aging surgery could take his life. Kyunhee just stared at Jia Popo floating in the air, with the expression on her face changing from bright to dark. Jia Popo didn't dare to breathe, thinking that she had offended the Marine Admiral. Seeing that Jianhe didn't respond for a long time, Hancock reluctantly got up from Jianhe's arms, gently pushed Jianhe, and said, "Master Kyunhee, what's wrong with you?" After being pushed by Hancock, Jianhe stopped thinking about the anti-aging surgery. He looked at Hancock who was looking at him uneasily, stretched out a finger to hook her nose, and said with a smile, "I'm fine. I'm just wondering how I can keep you by my side forever." Us. Hancock keenly noticed the they in Kyunhee's words. She remembered Khalifa and Anne, whom she saw when she went to the naval headquarters. Those 2 women were also very beautiful, and they were always around Lord Kyunhee. Lord Kyunhee must be referring to them. Sure enough, such an outstanding Lord Chijia cannot belong to him alone. Although he thought so, Hancock couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. But even Hancock herself didn't notice that as her emotions fluctuated, her long black hair, like a waterfall, suddenly moved without wind. Chapter 170 Medusa Fruit. The unusual movement of Hancock's hair caught Kyunhee's attention. Not only him, but even her mother-in-law was staring at Hancock's hair in surprise. I saw that the thick black hair gradually split into 9 strands, looking like 9 long black snakes. Jianhe frowned and looked at the 9 snake-shaped black hairs. He didn't understand what was going on for a moment, but he sensed a familiar fluctuation from the 9 black snakes. Hancock didn't seem to notice the change in her hair. When she saw Kyunhee suddenly frowned, she thought that Kyunhee had discovered her little emotion and made him unhappy. This scared Hancock, She now had her whole heart on Chai-hee. If Chai-hee developed disgust towards her because of this, it would be even more terrifying than death. Advertisement. The image of Kyun-hee looking at her with disgust appeared in her mind. Hancock actually felt a strong sense of suffocation, and her face immediately turned pale as paper. It can be said that Hancock is worthy of being called a little genius in imagination. Just an ordinary change of Chai-hee's expression allowed her to imagine the ending directly. Kyun-hee was also shocked by Hancock's change. He was fine just now, but how come he suddenly looked like he was seriously ill again? He quickly put his hands on Hancock's shoulders and shook them twice, and asked. Hancock. Why do you look so bad? Are you feeling unwell again? Hancock stared blankly at Chien-hee's face. He looked very strange, like a puppet without a soul. He just kept mumbling. Master Kyun-hee, please don't hate me. It's my fault. These words really made Kyun-hee a little confused. When did he say that he hated her? Kyun-hee really couldn't understand Hancock's train of thought and was about to speak when suddenly, Hancock's 9 separate and fluttering snake-like long hair changed again. The 9 long black hairs turned into dark purple, and their appearance was no longer limited to a snake shape, but had completely transformed into 9 dark purple small snakes. The unique hissing sound of snakes came from the mouths of the 9 dark purple small snakes. Not only the hair changes, Hancock's appearance is also gradually changing. A golden forehead protector like a crown appeared on her smooth forehead, and her pupils turned into dark purple vertical shapes, looking extremely evil. Advertisement. Not only that, a pink auspicious cloud ribbon appeared around her body, forming a heart shape behind her. Grandma Jia, who was floating behind Hancock, was completely stunned. She couldn't help but scream, and the scream attracted the 9 little snakes to turn their heads and stare at her. Being stared at by the 9 little snakes' cold gazes, Grandma Jia felt a chill rising from the depths of her heart. Before she could look away, her body turned into a stone statue again. Only this time her face was filled with fear. After the 9 little snakes petrified Grandma Jia, they turned around and stared at Kyun-hee, as if they wanted to repeat the same trick and turn Kyun-hee into a stone statue as well. However, Kyun-hee just snorted coldly, and the purple light in his Rinnegan became stronger. The 9 little snakes were suddenly struck by lightning, and their heads drooped directly, no longer as arrogant as before. Unlike the 9 arrogant little snakes, Hancock himself still had a dazed look on his face, as if he was unaware of what had just happened. Kyun-hee looked into Hancock's eyes and released a weak mental wave with the Rinnegan. Hancock was shocked and the expression on his face gradually relaxed. Hancock blinked when she woke up. This time she finally noticed something wrong with her body. She caught a glimpse of her hair turning into snakes and stood up from the bed in fright. She stood up suddenly and bumped into her mother-in-law behind her. Hancock groaned in pain and turned around to see that Grandma Jia had turned into a stone statue again. Although she still didn't understand how Grandma Jia turned into a stone statue again, it must have something to do with her, so she hurriedly freed Grandma Jia from the stone statue state. After recovering, Granny Jia looked at Hancock with fear, then struggled in the air, trying to return to the ground. Chien-hee stopped releasing the power of Heavenly Dao upon seeing this, and the mother-in-law just sat down on the bed. After reaching the bed, she picked up her crutches and jumped off the bed without saying a word, then ran away. She was petrified by Hancock twice in one day. If she stayed here any longer, she was really afraid it would happen a third time. Her old bones couldn't stand such torture. After the mother-in-law disappeared, Kyun-hee and Hancock were the only ones left in the room. Advertisement. Chien-hee reached out and pinched a snake head made of Hancock's hair, looked at it, and then he looked at Hancock helplessly and said. What happened to you just now? You told me not to hate you. When did I ever say I hated you? Stop imagining weird things, okay? After hearing what Kyun-hee said, Hancock snorted embarrassedly. She knew that she was overthinking again, but there was nothing she could do. Kyun-hee was too important to her and she really couldn't bear the consequences of losing him. After educating Hancock a little, Kyun-hee began to focus on the changes in her body. He has already guessed the reason for Hancock's physical changes, which is most likely the awakened state of the sweet fruit. Maybe we shouldn't call it the sweet fruit anymore. This state of awakening is obviously not what paramecia should be like. This is clearly the awakening of Zoan. Judging from Hancock's appearance, its real name should be Zoan human fruit mythical beast Medusa form. Chijia didn't think there was anything strange about paramecia turning into Zoan. Can't the rubber fruit also turn into the Nika fruit? When seeing Luffy suddenly take on a Nika form, Chijia even wondered if Robin's flower fruit could also directly create a human fruit, mythical beast, Senju Guanyin form. And Chijia also recalled the appearance of the sweet fruit, which was a sakura peach-shaped devil fruit, but the strange thing was that it was made up of 2 heart-shaped sakura peaches of different colors. One is pink and the other is dark purple. Considering the abilities displayed by Hancock, the pink sakura peach should be the symbol of the petrifying heart-shaped energy of the sweet fruit. The effect of that deep purple star must have been to give Hancock the ability to transform into Medusa. No wonder Blackbeard went to such great lengths to get Hancock's sweet fruit, even at the cost of a head-on conflict with Marine. It turns out that this guy has long known that the sweet fruit is definitely not as simple as it looks. This is another god-level fruit. I have to say, you can doubt Blackbeard's character, but you can never doubt his taste in choosing devil fruit. Chapter 171, Eliminate the Mark and Regain a New Life. After Hancock showed the awakened state of the Medusa fruit, Chijia also roughly understood the abilities of this fruit after awakening. After the fruit awakens, Hancock no longer needs to touch the target or hit the opponent with the love beam. Just like the mythical Medusa, anyone who meets her gaze or the snakes transformed from her hair will be turned to stone. And the most buggy thing about it is that as long as there is love in your heart, you will be petrified, especially those who yearn for love. The first time my mother-in-law was petrified was because of this ability. The stronger the love, the greater the degree of petrification. Without ultimate haki, this move is basically unsolvable. Advertisement. This ability, in Chijia's opinion, is simply a pure love warrior killer, and she wonders if Obito will have a chance to enter the Kamui space if he encounters Hancock. Also, Madara and Hashirama, Sasuke and Naruto, I'm thinking in the wrong direction. In short, after the fruit awakens, Hancock's strength is definitely about to reach the level of 4 emperors. What she lacks now is only the training of haki. Maybe if Kaido were to fight the current Hancock, her strength would be taken to the next level. Hancock was only slightly surprised by the awakening of the fruit, and then put it out of his mind. To her, the world is not as big as Qianhe's heart. She just wants to marry Qianhe. She has even gone through the wedding process with Qianhe no less than 10 times with her powerful imagination. In the scene she imagined, Anne and Khalifa were both there, but they were in tears. Inside the room, Hancock snuggled quietly in Qianhe's arms. Because the clothes she wore were loose, more skin was exposed, especially the collar at the back. Qianhe saw a little bit of the pink mark called Celestial Dragon's Hoof through her open collar, but only a small triangle was seen in the upper part of the tattoo. Qianhe reached out and gently pulled the back of Hancock's collar, revealing most of the mark. Hancock was suddenly struck by lightning. She was so immersed in Qianhe's arms that she forgot to cover the mark on her back that caused her so much pain. Advertisement. That was an experience she never wanted to recall again in her life, but the more she wanted to avoid it, the more she would think of it inadvertently. Hancock did not try to stop Qianhe's behavior. At this moment, she had already lost all hope. She felt that Qianhe must have known her secret and might have already hated her very much. Thinking of this, Hancock's eyes were filled with tears. He had already tortured her for so long, and this was not enough. Now he was going to take Qianhe away from her? At this moment she was really cruel. She hated the celestial dragons and Marie Joyce who treated people like pigs and dogs. She swore that after Qianhe left, she would no longer run away. She would rush to Marie Joyce and make a scene, just like the Fishman tiger did back then. The difference is that she is determined to die without returning. Now she regards Qianhe as an existence more important than her own life. Now that Qianhe is about to leave her, what else is there for her to be attached to? A gloomy and dead air filled Hancock's body. She buried her head lower and lower. Her secret was discovered. She felt as lowly as dust and no longer worthy of dreaming of staying with Qianhe. Qianhe noticed that Hancock suddenly became extremely depressed, and realized that seeing the tattoo was too much of a shock to her, so she began to use her imagination again. With a helpless sigh, Qianhe pressed his hand on the tattoo. Feeling the place where Qianhe's hand was pressed, Hancock's body began to tremble violently again, as if he was in extreme pain. Chijia carefully observed the so-called celestial dragon's hoof. According to Hancock's recollection in the anime, this tattoo was inked with a hot iron, and from her mouth, we learned that this mark cannot be erased. But Qianhe didn't think it was that mysterious. To put it bluntly, this mark was just a burn. It was indeed not easy to recover, but there were solutions. Qianhe has his own way to deal with this. A green energy covered the hand that Qianhe pressed on the mark, and then slowly spread to the entire mark. Hancock only felt that the skin on his back suddenly became extremely warm and itchy, but also very comfortable. Gradually, under the influence of the green energy, the pink mark began to fade away and turned into the same healthy skin color as the surrounding skin, even whiter, tenderer and smoother. After a while, the celestial dragon's hoof that was said to be indelible in a lifetime completely dissipated. Qianhe dispersed the green energy and took his hand away from Hancock's back. Advertisement. After the mark disappeared, Hancock's back was free of any blemishes and looked like a work of art. Qianhe admired her own work, and felt satisfied with the skill she learned from that guy Kabuto. The medical ninjutsu he used just now is from the Hokage, called Healing Jutsu. Its function is to heal pain and help heal wounds. Using it requires extremely precise control of chakra, as well as knowledge of how to use Yang Tun chakra. The stronger the Yang release, the stronger the healing effect of this move. This is a piece of cake for Chijia who possesses Hashirama cells. The healing jutsu he used could completely heal the burn on Hancock's back that had existed for who knows how many years. After doing all this, Kyun-hee patted Hancock on the back and whispered. Hancock, I have removed the mark on your back. Forget about it. Hearing this news, Hancock couldn't believe her ears. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Kyun-hee with a look of disbelief. Kyun-hee gave a reassuring smile and waved his hand, and a water mirror appeared behind Hancock. Hancock tilted her head to look at the mirror formed by water. She saw her flawless white skin on her back. The mark that seemed so ugly to her had completely disappeared. Tears welled up in Hancock's eyes again. She covered her mouth tightly with both hands. Everything that happened before her eyes seemed so unreal. She didn't know how many times she had cried today, but this time was definitely the most emotionally unstable time for her. Hancock couldn't hold back any longer, she threw herself into Kyun-hee's arms and burst into tears. Kyun-hee didn't say anything, but just gently stroked Hancock's long black hair with her hand. He knew that anything he said now would be too pale, so it would be better to let Hancock cry and vent the resentment that had accumulated in her heart for years. I believe that she will be reborn after coming out of the haze. Only she is worthy of the title of Empress. Chapter 172 Hancock's Past. Hancock's crying lasted for a long time. Kyun-hee only knew that she cried until she had no more strength left and fell asleep in his arms. After falling asleep, Hancock was like a kitten curled up in his arms. Kyun-hee looked at her tear-stained face and couldn't bear to wake her up, so he held her and fell asleep together. The next morning, Hancock woke up and the first thing she saw was Chae-hee, who was smiling at her. This feeling filled her heart with sweetness. Suddenly, she remembered what happened yesterday. She seemed to have fallen asleep in Lord Kyun-hee's arms while crying. Wouldn't that mean I would just have to sleep in Master Kyun-hee's arms all night? Advertisement. Thinking of this scene, Hancock's face turned red like a ripe apple, and heat began to come out of her head. Kyun-hee thought she was not fully recovered from her illness. Although sleeping in this position is a bit awkward, it doesn't affect Chijia much. With his body evolving towards Tsutsuki, he wouldn't suffer any damage even if he didn't sleep for a year. Moreover, with Hancock, the best pillow, in his arms, Chijia's sleep quality last night was even better than usual. Reaching out and hooking Hancock's nose, Kyun-hee asked with a smile. Are you awake? How did you sleep last night? Hancock quickly stood up from Kyun-hee's arms, folded her hands on her knees, and said to Kyun-hee in a kneeling position. I slept well, but I am sorry to cause trouble to Master Kyun-hee. Hancock's current performance is completely the image of a virtuous wife who obeys her man in everything, and she looks very gentle and charming. Kyun-hee got up from the bed and shook his neck habitually. He came to the window and pulled open the curtains. The bright sunlight poured into the room through the window, and the whole room was instantly filled with warmth. Kyun-hee turned and looked at Hancock, who was still kneeling on the bed in a daze, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Hancock looks even more radiant and charming in the sunshine, and with her slightly silly expression, she is indescribably beautiful. I can only say that the title of the world's most beautiful woman was not given to the wrong person. Hancock has a standard oriental beauty face, which suits Kyun-hee's aesthetic taste. Hancock felt a little embarrassed when Chien-hee looked at her. She kept kneading the corner of the quilt and whispered. Master Kyun-hee, you must not have gotten enough rest last night. Do you want to sleep a little longer? I will stay by your side the whole time. Chien-hee shook his head and said with a smile. Advertisement. I slept well last night. But you cried for so long. Did you have a nightmare? This reminded Hancock of the painful experience in her childhood. She whispered. Will Master Kyun-hee dislike me? Chien-hee did not respond immediately, but slowly came to the bed and sat down. He reached out and played with Hancock's messy hair, and said softly. Don't think too much. I know your past. Don't worry, I won't let those people in Marie Joyce have an easy time. At this point, a purple light flashed from Chijia's Rinnegan, and murderous intent emerged from it. If Marie Joyce was destroyed before simply because it was an obstacle in Chijia's way forward, now there is another reason to destroy it. That is to vent his anger for his woman. No matter who hurts the people around him, even if it is the god of Tsutsuki, he will pull him down from the throne. The aura emanating from Kyun-hee at this moment was extremely cold, but Hancock did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. She only saw how much Kyun-hee valued her. So not only did she not feel cold, but she felt that Kyun-hee was the sun in her heart, warmer than the morning sun. But thinking of the terrible people of Marie Joyce, Hancock still didn't want to put her Lord Kyun-hee in danger, so she quickly grabbed Kyun-hee's arm and said. Master Kyun-hee, I won't think about those things anymore. Now I just want to stay by your side. Chien-hee didn't say much, just asked. Do you remember what the celestial dragons that bought you were called? Kyun-hee asked this not to say that he would not get rid of the others except this celestial dragon, but he wanted to pick this guy out separately and take care of him well. Hancock thought for a moment and whispered. She is the eldest daughter of the Charmako family. I heard people around her call her Luire Palace. Lisville? Very good, I remember that. Kyun-hee nodded, having already sentenced this guy to death in his heart. At the same time, he was relieved because he was really afraid of hearing Xiaolulia's name from Hancock. If it was really that stupid woman, he really didn't know how to deal with this matter. Advertisement. Fortunately, it wasn't her. However, Chijia was a little surprised to hear that the celestial dragons who bought Hancock was actually a woman. Hancock had been a beauty since she was a child. He thought that she was favored by some male celestial dragons. This was a good thing, as it meant that Hancock at least had not been abused in that way. In fact, Hancock was just thrown into the care of the palace ladies by the female celestial dragons, and was rescued by the fishman tiger when he was still a child. No matter what the setting is in the original comic, this is the setting in this book. Hancock felt a little uneasy when she saw Kyun-hee standing there with a thoughtful look on his face. She was still afraid that Kyun-hee would dislike her because of this. Fortunately, Jian-hee didn't think for long. After he stopped thinking, he looked at Hancock and said softly. Don't worry about other things. You just need to have a good rest now. I'll take care of everything. Kyun-hee's voice was flat but revealed an unquestionable confidence, causing Hancock's pupils to turn into two pink hearts again. It was obvious that he was caught up in some imaginary scene again. Kyun-hee was used to Hancock's behavior. He patted Hancock's shoulder, pushed her to lie down, and then pulled the quilt over her. After doing all this, Kyun-hee wanted to go out and take a look, but Hancock's pitiful eyes made him feel a little reluctant, so he had to give up the idea of going out and just stayed by her side and talked to her. The two of them stayed like this until the evening, and even when Hancock's two sisters brought dinner, she had no intention of going to bed. There was no way. For Hancock, every minute and every second with Kyun-hee was so intoxicating that it would be such a huge waste if she fell asleep. On the second night on Daughter Island, Kyun-hee slept in the same bed with Hancock again, but there was an extra step compared to the first night. When Kyun-hee left the next day, Hancock still did not leave the room because Kyun-hee sternly ordered her to have a good rest. After Chijia left, Sonia and Gorido entered Hancock's room and were stunned when they saw their sister lying on the bed. At this moment, Hancock had a blush on his face, and his whole body exuded a lazy charm. It can be said that they have been with Hancock since they were young, and have developed a certain resistance to their sister's beauty, but now they find that their sister seems to have become more beautiful than before. They felt that Hancock's whole temperament had changed, so they asked her mother-in-law for advice. After hearing the descriptions of the two people, the mother-in-law suddenly shouted exaggeratedly, and then said with a mysterious look on her face. Your sister is already a real woman. Chapter 173 Jinbei's Invitation. After Kyun-hee returned to the naval headquarters, Khalifa kept looking at her with a strange look. Based on her woman's intuition, she felt that something must have happened to Kyun-hee on Daughter Island. In response, Jian-hee remained calm and just said that Hancock's illness had been cured by him. As for how he cured it, only he and Hancock knew it. What Kyun-hee didn't know was that Gorido, Sonia, and Granny Jia also knew about this, but it didn't matter. After briefly talking about what happened on Daughter Island, Khalifa reported to Kyun-hee some official business that had accumulated in the past few days. Advertisement. Jian-hee listened symbolically to these official duties. He was too lazy to deal with them anyway, and in the end they would have to be handed over to Khalifa. In fact, he once told Khalifa that as long as it wasn't a big deal, she could handle it on his behalf, but Khalifa still preferred to report to Kyun-hee first. Because she felt that Kyun-hee was the person in charge, it would be better to at least let him know about these things first. Chijia just listened until Khalifa mentioned that Jinbei had called Den Den Mushi and congratulated Chijia on becoming admiral, implying that he wanted to invite Chijia to go to the Fishman Island. Kyun-hee thought about it and decided that it would be a good idea to go there. He really wanted to see Poseidon, one of the magical three ancient weapons in the pirates' world. He wanted to see how the ancient weapon, which was known as God, would perform in his eye of God Rinnegan. Having made up his mind, Kyun-hee asked Khalifa to make some preparations. He would bring his own warships and troops with him on this trip, and it would be his first official visit as admiral. Kyun-hee spoke in general terms, but Khalifa listened very carefully and asked. Boss, if the warship wants to go to the Fishman Island, it needs to go to Sabayati Island for coating first. Should we go to Sabayati Island now? Kyun-hee felt that this was a bit troublesome. With his current ability, let alone taking a warship to the Fishman Island, even dragging the entire naval headquarters would be nothing. He waved his hand and said. No need, just go to the Fishman Island directly, I have my own way. Khalifa pushed her glasses and didn't say much, because she knew that as long as the boss said it was possible, it must be possible. Khalifa would not have any doubts about his ability. After explaining everything, Jian-hee stood up from his chair, stretched and said. Okay, Khalifa, go get Anne, we'll set off now. Okay boss. Advertisement. The sea below the holy city of Marie Joyce. On the deck of the Six Paths, Kyun-hee lay on Khalifa's thighs with her eyes closed and enjoyed the massage service, occasionally taking a sip of the orange juice that Khalifa handed to her. As soon as he arrived on his warship, he began to become Aokiji-like. Anyway, he understood Aokiji's hobbies more and more. It's really comfortable to lie down, it's really comfortable to lie down all the time. Khalifa released her 9 furry golden fox tails to block the sunlight for Chijia, who was lying on her thighs. This was one of her proudest ways of developing the 9 tails fox fruit. However, leisurely time always passes so quickly. Not long after the warship arrived near Marie Joyce, Anne walked over in a pair of high heels. Looking at Jian-He lying on Khalifa's thigh with his eyes closed, the corners of Anne's mouth twitched unconsciously. She nodded at Khalifa. Khalifa understood, patted Jian-He gently, and whispered. "Boss, we have reached the sea above the Fishmen Island. Now it's your turn." Chijia opened her eyes, her Rinnegan sparkling brightly, and Khalifa was stunned. No matter how many times, she would be amazed by the beauty of these eyes. Kyun-Hee smiled at Khalifa, then stood up and took the Marine Admiral's Code of Justice from Anne, and asked. "Have we informed Neptune of our arrival at the Fishmen Island?" "I have already notified you. King Neptune said he will lead a group of ministers to personally welcome Marine's arrival." "Well, it's really grand." Kyun-Hee sighed in a serious tone, causing Khalifa and Anne to shake their heads and chuckle. They were not surprised that King Neptune came to greet them personally. In the world of pirates, the weight of the status of Marine Admiral cannot be compared to that of a king of any country. Because this identity does not only represent a status. In the eyes of most ordinary people, it is a synonym for absolute power. It is an existence that can destroy a country by just one person. Not to mention that Kyun-Hee is also known as the strongest admiral in the history of the marine among the people. If he wants to go to a country, not to mention the king personally welcoming him, the king must also agree to give up the throne to Kyun-Hee for 2 days. Kyun-Hee came to the bow of the ship, and under the awe-filled gazes of his subordinates, his body gradually floated up and flew above the sea. Skynet was deployed, and Kyun-Hee's perception covered the sea area within 1,000 miles, including the deep sea bed beneath his feet. Advertisement. After a while, Kyun-Hee sensed the existence of the Fishmen Island deep under the sea. After finding the location of the Fishmen Island, Jian-He smiled and said softly. 10,000 meters under the sea? That's a bit troublesome. Although he said it was troublesome, Kyun-Hee didn't hesitate at all. He leaned down and rushed into the seabed. He did not use any of his abilities to deal with the seawater, because with his current physical condition, even if he soaked in the seawater for 10 or 8 years, he would not have to worry about problems like lack of oxygen. Kyun-Hee spread her arms in the sea, and her pair of Rinnegan glowing purple were particularly dazzling in the lightless environment of the seabed. Surging eye power began to brew, and some sea kings who were attracted by the Rinnegan and wanted to get close to Chijia suddenly turned their huge bodies around and tried to escape as if they had encountered something terrifying. However, it was too late. A voice like the whisper of a god came out. Super Shinra Tensei. Boom. A circular wave formed by repulsive force erupted deep in the seabed, and the seawater around Kyun-Hee's body was instantly pushed away. Those sea kings that had no time to escape were directly transformed into huge pieces of meat under the impact of this repulsive force. Deeper below Chijia, on the Fishmen Island surrounded by a semicircular bubble shield, King Neptune, Jinbei and a group of residents of the Fishmen Island who came to welcome Kyun-Hee were waiting eagerly on the street. Neptune has been waiting here for a long time. In order to welcome Chijia, he also arranged some marine creatures to wander outside the Fishmen Island so that they could get the news of Chijia's arrival as soon as possible. But until now there was still no movement, which made him a little anxious. He couldn't help but look at Jinbei and said, "Jinbei, will the Zilan Admiral come?" Jinbei was also unsure. After all, Kyun-Hee's identity was too prominent, and even if he couldn't change his mind at the last minute, there was nothing he could do. Faced with Neptune's question, Jinbei opened his mouth with some embarrassment and was about to say something. Suddenly, a horrifying wave came, and a violent gale blew across the island. A large number of mermaids and fishmen were blown to the ground. Even Jinbei stretched out a strong arm to block his eyes. At the same time, he was very confused. How could such a strong wind suddenly blow in a place like the Fishmen Island where there is no wind all year round? Fortunately, the strong wind did not last long. After it dissipated, everyone got up from the ground, and Jinbei slowly lowered his arm that was blocking his eyes. But when their mood calmed down a little, they realized something was wrong, because they actually felt a kind of warmth, and this warmth came from the sunshine. Chapter 174 Arrival at the Fishmen Island. Similar to the reaction of the people on the Fishmen Island, all the marine officers on the Six Paths Samsara widened their eyes and looked at the semicircular deep pit with no visible edge that suddenly appeared at the place where Kyun-Hee disappeared. Even Khalifa, who knew something about Chijia's abilities, was so shocked by this miraculous sight that his glasses slipped off. Under the Super Shinra Tensei released by Chijia, the surrounding sea water was pushed away by the repulsive force and began to slide toward the depths of the circular pit, and the warship also began to slide to the bottom of the sea. At the center of the bottom of the deep pit, the Fishmen Island, which was originally wrapped in bubbles and located 10,000 meters below the sea, was exposed to the sun. After doing all this, Kyunhee's body turned into a ray of lightning, and returned to the deck of the Six Paths Samsara in the next second. Advertisement. Ignoring the dull gazes of the crowd, Kyunhee had already anticipated everyone's reactions. He stretched out a palm and clenched it in the air, and the entire warship suddenly floated up and came above the Fishmen Island. After releasing his hands, the warship began to slowly descend towards the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island. King Neptune and Jinbei looked up, staring blankly at the warship that was landing towards the Fishmen Island. There are many foreign ships coming to the Fishmen Island, but this is the first time they have seen one appear like this. Especially for Jinbei, Kyunhee's actions once again refreshed his understanding of Kyunhee's strength, and his offer Kyunhee reached its peak. Everyone just watched the warship land gently like a balloon. After the warship landed, the sea water above the Fishmen Island slowly closed as if it had received some kind of signal. A large number of marine soldiers walked out of the warship and lined up neatly on the street, forming a pedestrian walkway. Not a single soldier looked at the mermaids or mermen, which were rarely seen by ordinary people. At this moment, they all stared at the exit of the warship, their eyes filled with fanaticism. Driven by this atmosphere, the people on the Fishmen Island dared not even breathe a word and could only subconsciously follow the soldiers and look in the same direction. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a tall figure wearing a coat of justice appeared. It was Kyunhee. Khalifa and Anne followed closely behind him, and once they got off the boat, the two women saw King Neptune, who loomed huge in the crowd. Advertisement. Chijia searched the crowd and found, as he expected, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi did not appear in the welcoming team. According to the plot in the anime, she is still in the hard shell tower hiding from the attack of Vanderdecken, the user of the target fruit. When Neptune and others saw Kyunhee, they recognized that she was their target, Marine Admiral Zillan. But before Neptune could react, the blue fat man Jinbei took the lead and passed Neptune and came to Kyunhee, saying excitedly, "Admiral Zillan. Thank you very much for visiting the Fishmen Island. We have been waiting for you here for a long time." Jinbei's performance could be as respectful as possible. In his eyes, Kyunhee's arrival would definitely bring immeasurable benefits to the Fishmen Island. Kyunhee smiled at Jinbei and said, "Jinbei, isn't this a bit too grand?" "It's not grand at all, they are all looking forward to your arrival." Kyunhee didn't say anything. His eyes swept around the mermaids and fish people who came to greet him. When they were looked at by the Rinnegan like this, many people lowered their heads unconsciously. But there were also some stubborn fishmen who stiffened their necks and stared directly at Chijia's Rinnegan, with undisguised disgust in their eyes, but more of it was fear. These fishmen were obviously a gang, and Chijia also recognized the guy leading them. He was the captain of the new fishmen pirates who appeared later in the anime, Hody Jones, who looked a lot younger than in the anime. Following him were the fishman minions from the anime, but Chijia had no interest in their strength, so he didn't even bother to remember their names. Sensing the gazes of these fishmen, Kyunhee snorted with disdain, and a terrifying aura of oppression instantly enveloped Hody Jones and the several fishmen around him. Boom! These fishmen suddenly knelt on their knees. The ground beneath their feet cracked and the blood that flowed from their legs filled the cracks. The physique of the fishmen is indeed much better than that of ordinary people, and the amount of bleeding is quite scary. Advertisement. However, this is not the end yet. The pressure continues to increase. Hody Jones and others are now pressed tightly to the ground in a big shape, looking as miserable as they can be. The confused onlookers around hurriedly kept their distance from these fishmen. Hody Jones and his men were usually ferocious and were not liked by most of the residents of the Fishmen Island. For a while, no one came forward to check on the situation. Jinbei and Neptune knew that it was the attitude of Hody and others that made Kyunhee dissatisfied, so they hurriedly expressed their apologies to Kyunhee, and there was no intention of making excuses for Hody and others in their words. Kyunhee is naturally not an unreasonable person. He taught those radical elements of Hody a lesson because he didn't like them. Plus, they actually dared to look at him with such reckless eyes. If it weren't for the sincerity of Neptune and the others and most of the mermaid residents, Kyunhee wouldn't have wanted to start a fight here. If they were in another place, these people would have been crushed into fish cakes by Kyunhee's pressure. But even if Kyunhee had spared their lives, these guys were now lying unconscious on the ground, and they could only hope that others would shovel them up and send them back to Fishman Street. Speaking of Fishman Street, that is the place that Kyunhee is going to focus on this time, because most of the voices against humans come from there. When Hody returns, it would be fine if he behaves himself, but if he wants to start a rebellion among the fishmen, that would be exactly what Chai he wants, and he can just catch these radical elements in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Kyunhee waved to Neptune and Jinbei to show that he was not angry, and then turned his attention to the three princes following behind Neptune. They are Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Rollover Star. These three are Shirahoshi's brothers, but their appearances are completely different from Shirahoshi. Chijia guessed that these three may have taken after their father Neptune, while Shirahoshi may have taken after his mother, Princess Otohime. The three princes were still young, and faced with Kyunhee's scrutiny, they couldn't help but feel nervous. They thought they had done something to displease this distinguished guest. However, they never expected that this extremely distinguished guest in their hearts was just complaining that their painting styles were different from those of their sister Shirahoshi. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Kyunhee remembered the main reason why he came here this time, which was the ancient weapon Poseidon. He looked at King Neptune and asked. In addition to these three princes, I heard that His Majesty Neptune also has a little princess. Why didn't she come here? Chapter 175 First Encounter with Shirahoshi. When King Neptune heard Chaihee's question, his face changed. He thought Chaihee was dissatisfied with him for not bringing Shirahoshi. Thinking about the consequences of displeasing Kyunhee, Neptune felt a surge of fear in his heart. If he didn't quite understand Kyunhee's power before, then after seeing the scene of the sea being split and the warships falling from the sky just now, he no longer dared to have any doubt about Kyunhee's strength. He was really afraid that Kyunhee would get angry and make the Fishmen Island disappear completely from this world. At that time, all the beautiful wishes of coexisting peacefully with humans would be meaningless. What's the point of having wishes if there are no people? Neptune hastened to explain. Advertisement. Admiral Zillan, you are talking about Shirahoshi, right? She has been targeted by the ability of Vander Duncan target fruit. As soon as she leaves the hard shell tower, she will be attacked by all kinds of flying weapons. It is definitely not my intention to prevent her from seeing you. Looking at the nervous Neptune, Kyunhee knew that he was overthinking, and couldn't help but wonder if he was so scary now. Most people he met treated him with great caution, making him look like some ferocious beast. After all, I am also a partner of justice, Marine Admiral. Shaking his head, Kyunhee pretended to be surprised and asked. Didn't you try to find this fellow called Vander Duncan? Speaking of this, Neptune showed a bitter smile on his face and said. I'm sorry to embarrass you. The power of the target fruit is too strange. Anyone touched by it will be forever targeted by Vander Duncan. He can hide anywhere and attack us, and we can't find him at all. Really? Haha, it's really a terrifying ability. He sighed seriously, and then said. Then take me to where Princess Shirahoshi lives. Maybe I can find a way to deal with this guy named Vander Duncan. What? Neptune's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the Purple Scale Admiral would go out of his way to help his daughter get rid of the trouble that had plagued them for years. Jinbei on the side was extremely moved. He now felt that talking to Kyunhee at the meeting at the naval headquarters was the wisest decision he had ever made. He smiled politely, then turned to Khalifa and said. Advertisement. Khalifa, you and Anne go to Longgong City to rest for a while. I will help them deal with this trouble. Khalifa understood and immediately turned around and took a group of marines to Ryugu Castle according to Kyunhee's instructions. Chihiro follows Neptune and Jinbei to the hard shell tower used to protect Shirahoshi. When you arrive at the entrance of the hard shell tower, what comes into view is the axe and sword embedded in the entire gate. The three of them stood at the entrance for a while. Neptune pointed at the sharp weapons and was about to speak when suddenly another sound of breaking air was heard, and a sharp axe flew over in a rotation. However, this axe was destined not to reach this door. Kyunhee just took a casual glance, and the axe exploded into a pile of powder in the air. Seeing this scene, Neptune swallowed what he wanted to say and was once again amazed at Chaihee's powerful ability. He learned from Jinbei that this Zillan Admiral possessed more than one devil fruit ability, but this was not the most terrifying thing about him. What is even more terrifying than these powerful fruit abilities is his pair of Rinnegan. It is said that a deep purple giant resides in the pair of Rinnegan, and one blow from that giant is enough to shatter mountains and seas. Kyunhee glanced in the direction where the axe was flying from, but did nothing else. Neptune hurried forward to explain. Admiral Zillan, the attack just now was launched by Vander Duncan, and his target was not you. He waved his hand and said indifferently. Well, I know, you don't have to explain. After saying that, Kyunhee did not ask Neptune to open the door, but opened the room space and teleport directly into the hard shell tower. Neptune and Jinbei looked at each other, and Jinbei asked hesitantly. Your Majesty, are we still going to enter? Neptune looked at the gate and thought for a while, and decided that they should not go in. Although I don't know why this Z Island Admiral is so interested in his daughter Shirahoshi, he must have his own ideas. It is better for Jinbei and I not to disturb him. Moreover, he was not worried about what Chijia would do to Shirahoshi, because Chijia had a very good reputation among the people, plus with his terrifying strength, even if he wanted to do something, he and Jinbei would have no way to stop him. Advertisement. So why not create a quiet environment for this Zillan Admiral? Inside the hard shell tower. Chijia's figure appeared directly in Shirahoshi's room, and the moment he appeared, he saw Shirahoshi lying on the ground. Shirahoshi should be around 12 years old now, but she looks to be more than 5 meters tall. She has long pink wavy hair and a very delicate face, and looks no less beautiful than Hancock. The most eye-catching thing is her magnificent breasts, which are totally inconsistent with her age. They can be described as magnificent. At least among the women Kyun-hee knows, no one can compare with her in this respect. At this time, Shirahoshi was fiddling with a big shark wearing red clothes out of boredom. That shark should be Shirahoshi's pet and only companion here, named Mikaro. Shirahoshi didn't notice that there was suddenly another person in her room. At this moment, she held her face with one hand and fiddled with Mikaro's shark fin with the other hand, muttering to Mikaro. Mikaro, I heard from my brother that father is going to personally welcome a distinguished guest today. I really want to go with him, but I still can't go out, alas. Shirahoshi sighed helplessly, pursed his lips, and mist appeared in his big blue eyes. She didn't blame her father for forbidding her to leave the hard-shell tower, because she knew her father didn't want that, and he did that to protect her. The only one to blame is that nasty guy named Vander Duncan. Thinking of Vander Duncan who had forced him to hide in this hard-shell tower, Shirahoshi pouted and said angrily. If we catch him, we must lock him up here for a few years so that he can experience what it's like to live alone. Shirahoshi's heart can be said to be very kind. Even when her life was constantly threatened by Vander Duncan, she never thought of executing him. But because of her complaint, she unconsciously increased the strength in her hands, causing Mikaro to twist uncomfortably. Shirahoshi also realized his mistake, and quickly stopped what he was doing, folded his hands on the fish at his waist, and apologized repeatedly, looking very cute. Chijia was also touched by Shirahoshi's performance and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. The laughter startled Shirahoshi who was still apologizing. It was the first time she heard a stranger's voice in this room. She quickly turned her head and saw Chijia standing there. Thus begins the first encounter between Poseidon and Chijia. Chapter 176, Vander Duncan, Die. Looking at Chijia in front of him, Shirahoshi hid behind Mikaro in fear, poked his head out and asked. Who are you? Chijia paused. It was no wonder that Shirahoshi's reaction earned him the title of coward star in the anime. He looked at Shirahoshi and said. I am the guest you just mentioned that Neptune went to personally welcome. My name is Uchiha Chijia. My apologies, Chijia-sama. Advertisement. Shirahoshi had an extremely pure heart. When he heard Chijia say that he was the guest his father went to greet, he did not doubt it and immediately apologized for his behavior just now. Kyun-hee smiled helplessly, then directly expanded the room space. With a thought, he appeared next to Shirahoshi the next second. Shirahoshi was immediately attracted by Chijia's teleportation ability. She exclaimed. Master Chijia is so awesome. Chijia didn't say much, she just sat down on Shirahoshi's huge bed and crossed her legs. Shirahoshi looked at Chijia's legs and suddenly asked. Master Chijia, are you from the land? Well, what's wrong? Have you ever seen sunshine, flowers and many interesting animals? I have seen it. What you said is very common on land. Really? I'm so envious. I wish I could go to land and see it. Shirahoshi curled up her pink fishtail, and she had no objection to Chijia's behavior of sitting directly on her bed. For her, apart from her father and brother, there is almost no one else who can come here. Now that she has finally met one, of course she must cherish him. It's good to be able to talk to him. Moreover, Lord Kyun-hee is the guest my father mentioned, so we must not be rude anymore. Looking at Princess Shirahoshi in front of him with a look of admiration on her face, Kyun-hee felt that she had been locked up here alone for too long that she showed such interest in the arrival of a stranger like him. Thinking of this, he stretched out a hand to Shirahoshi and said. Shirahoshi, do you want to go out with me? Looking at the hand that Kyun-hee stretched out to her, Shirahoshi's eyes revealed a strong desire. She certainly wanted to walk out of this hard-shelled tower and see the outside world. But reality told her that this was absolutely impossible, because as soon as she left the hard-shell tower, she would be attacked wave after wave. It doesn't matter if I get hurt, but if that happens, Chijia-sama might also get hurt because of me, and all the efforts made by my father and brother would be in vain. Shirahoshi doesn't want that. So she shook her head with difficulty and whispered gloomily. Thank you for your kindness, Master Kyun-hee. I won't go. Are you worried about that Vander Duncan? Yes, if you take me out, you will get her too, Chijia-sama. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Looking at Shirahoshi who was curled up like a wronged baby, Chijia couldn't help but laugh. Mikaro, who was next to Shirahoshi, was so frightened by Chijia's laughter that he immediately jumped under the bed and trembled inside. Shirahoshi didn't react at all, he just stared at Chijia blankly, not understanding why he suddenly laughed. After laughing for a while, Kyun-hee's expression gradually calmed down. He got up from the bed, walked to Shirahoshi, and held her hand without saying anything. He looked at Shirahoshi who was still in a daze and said in a confident tone. With me here, no one can hurt you, just follow me. Shirahoshi looked at the pair of deep purple Rinnegan that were so close to her. Somehow, she felt an extremely familiar and intimate feeling from the bottom of her heart, as if countless voices were echoing in her ears. Trust him and follow him. She thought she was hallucinating and shook her head vigorously. Seeing Shirahoshi's actions, Chijia asked curiously. What's wrong? Master Kyunhee, there were some strange noises in my ears just now. Strange voice? What did it say specifically? They told me to trust you and follow you. Oh. Kyunhee raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand the situation for a moment. He sensed his surroundings and confirmed that except for himself, Shirahoshi, and Neptune and Jinbei outside the door, there was indeed no one else. After much thought, Kyunhee could only attribute all this to Shirahoshi's identity as the ancient weapon, Poseidon. He did not dwell on this matter anymore, but repeated again. Shirahoshi, come with me. This time Shirahoshi did not hesitate. Perhaps it was influenced by those voices, or perhaps it was Chijia's Rinnegan that gave her a sense of familiarity. She chose to believe Chijia and directly held the hand that Chijia extended to her tightly. But her hands are still a little big compared to Chijia, and the style of painting looks a little weird. Kyunhee knew that Shirahoshi had made up his mind. He gave Shirahoshi a reassuring smile, and then with a thought, he and Shirahoshi disappeared from the room at the same time. Swish! At the gate of the hard shell tower, Neptune and Jinbei were nervously guarding against the attack from Vander Duncan in the distance. Suddenly, Kyunhee appeared in front of them with Shirahoshi. When Neptune saw his daughter coming outside the hard shell tower, his eyes widened immediately. He hurriedly protected Shirahoshi and shouted angrily. Shirahoshi, why did you come out? Don't you know it's dangerous for you outside? When Shirahoshi saw that Neptune was angry, a layer of mist immediately filled her eyes. She felt that her father was going to hate her. Seeing this, He immediately spoke up. Advertisement. Well, I brought Shirahoshi out with me. Yes. So it was Admiral Shirin's wish. Thank you so much, Shirahoshi. Why don't you thank Admiral Shirin? Shirahoshi looked at his father who was furious in the last second, and his expression changed 360 degrees in the next second, and several big question marks suddenly appeared in his head. Seeing that his daughter was in a daze again at this time, Neptune said angrily. Don't just stand there, thank Admiral Zillan. Admiral Zillan? But father, I don't know this person. Nanny? Who brought you out then? Ah? He's Chijia-sama. Neptune and Jinbei beside him were stunned after hearing this name. My goodness, the two elders only dared to call Kyunhee Admiral Zillan to express their respect in front of Kyunhee, but you just called him by his name? But it seems that Admiral Zillan is really good to Shirahoshi, and there is not even a trace of displeasure on his face. However, this was just because Neptune and Jinbei thought too horrible of Kyunhee, he never cared about such things. While they were talking, another sharp weapon came flying, aiming directly at Shirahoshi. A trace of fear appeared on Shirahoshi's pretty face, but she still subconsciously moved away from Chijia. She didn't want to implicate Chijia. Chijia, however, teleported directly in front of Shirahoshi, his eyes flashed purple, and the sharp weapon exploded again and disappeared into the air. Shirahoshi stared blankly at Chijia's back, who was wearing a coat of justice. Although Chijia looked smaller than her, she was even smaller than her father. But in her eyes at this moment, that figure was so majestic, giving her an unparalleled sense of security. He did not turn his head to look at Shirahoshi. Skynet had already locked onto Vander Duncan's position. He stretched out his hand in the direction where the sharp weapon was flying and whispered. Universal pull. Buzz. Ah. A continuous scream came from far away and got closer and closer. After a while, Vander Duncan was grabbed by Kyunhee's neck. Since he was pulled here by universal pull all the way, this guy looked extremely miserable, with a lot of broken stones and wood chips stuck all over his body, and blood all over it. Vander Duncan looked at Jianhe in front of him with fear, and opened his mouth to speak, but Jianhe spoke first. Shirahoshi, close your eyes. Hey, alright, Master Chijia. Shirahoshi did not ask Chijia what she wanted to do, but closed her eyes very obediently. Now she had a strong trust in Chijia. Just as she closed her eyes, a sharp electric sound was heard, followed by a scream that suddenly stopped. When Shirahoshi opened her eyes, she saw Chijia looking at her with a smile, and a handful of black ashes on the ground behind him. Chapter 177 Shaylee's Divination. Using lightning to turn Vander Duncan into ashes, Jianhe clapped his hands and said. Okay, I've dealt with that disgusting guy. Shirahoshi, you can go out as you please from now on. Hearing that he could go out freely, Shirahoshi was so happy that he hugged Chijia tightly in his arms, and buried Chijia's head in the white waves. Shirahoshi was unaware of this. She closed her eyes and murmured. Thank you, Master Chijia. Advertisement. Neptune and Jinbei were standing not far from the two of them like passers-by. Neptune was afraid that Shirahoshi was hugging too tightly and making Shiha uncomfortable, so he wanted to speak out to stop him, but was stopped by Jinbei. Jinbei gave Neptune a look, signaling him to be quiet for now. He knew about Chijia's preferences, especially last time at the naval headquarters, he saw with his own eyes Chijia hugging girls left and right in front of a group of Shishibukai. All in all, this Admiral Chijia is not averse to interacting with cute girls. Although Jinbei doesn't understand Kyunhee's preferences, he now wants to meet all of Kyunhee's requirements. He even wished he was a beautiful mermaid, so that he could gain more benefits for the mermen and fishmen. In fact, Kyunhee can make Jinbei's idea come true. The horns on his head still store female hormones, which can completely turn Jinbei into a female fishman. But judging from Jinbei's body shape, the style of the transformed picture might be a bit eye-catching. Shirahoshi hugged Chijia and talked to her for a long time before slowly letting her go. Chijia helplessly reached out to wipe away the tears on her head, complaining in her heart that this little Shirahoshi really cries at the slightest provocation. He patted Shirahoshi's pink fishtail and said, "Stop crying. If you keep crying, you won't be called Shirahoshi anymore. Just call me Cowardly Star." Wow! Master Kyunhee, I'm just too happy. I can't control myself. Shirahoshi wiped the tears from her face carelessly. She didn't want to be called a coward by Chijia. She wanted to be a strong mermaid princess. After Shirahoshi calmed down, Neptune slowly came to Chijia and said respectfully. Advertisement. Admiral Zilan, thank you very much for your help. He waved his hand indifferently. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. No, everything you have done is not only for Shirahoshi, but also for the entire the Fishmen Island. It is also something extremely worthy of celebration. Please allow me to invite you to Ryugu Castle, which is ready to welcome you. Of course, let's go. Chijia gave a polite smile and followed Neptune towards Ryugu Castle. Shirahoshi, who was left behind, shouted anxiously. Wait for me, Chijia-sama. Father. When they arrived at Ryugu Castle, Khalifa and Anne had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Kyunhee coming, the two girls immediately came to his side, one on the left and one on the right. After briefly telling the two girls what had just happened in the hard shell tower, Chijia then visited Ryugu Castle at Neptune's invitation. As the palace of the mermaid royal family, Ryugu Castle is impeccable in both decoration and scale. However, in the eyes of Chijia, who has been to Marijoy's, it can only be said to have a little more exotic atmosphere. Seeing that Kyunhee was not interested, Neptune clapped his hands quickly, and immediately many beautiful mermaid ladies entered the palace carrying various exquisite dishes. Shirahoshi, who had not returned to Ryugu Castle for a long time, was immediately attracted by the dishes in the mermaid's hands and subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Kyunhee smiled and looked at Shirahoshi very considerately and said, "Are you hungry? If you are, go eat." After getting Chijia's permission, Shirahoshi's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to go to the hall, she was glared back by Neptune. She was so scared that she shrank behind Chijia, who was much smaller than her. Kyunhee smiled helplessly, but did not avoid it, and just became Shirahoshi's shield. Neptune was about to scold him, but when he saw this situation, he immediately held back his words. There was no way, the person his daughter had found as her backer was much more powerful than his father, the king, and he really couldn't afford to offend him. Khalifa and Anne looked at Chijia and Shirahoshi with strange expressions. They always felt that Chijia's return was like bringing back a daughter. Advertisement. Although this daughter looks a little old. Kyunhee didn't notice the two women's gazes. He glanced at Shirahoshi and found that her eyes were still fixed on the dishes on the table, so he said to Neptune. Your Majesty Neptune, I am also a little hungry, why don't we eat first? Since Chihi said so, Neptune of course agreed unconditionally. He immediately made a gesture of invitation, indicating that the banquet should begin. After everyone entered the dining hall, Kyunhee found that someone was already sitting at the dining table. It was a female mermaid wearing a purple hood, with a cold face and pale skin. Her fishtail was dark blue and the whole thing was very shiny. She had a pipe in her hand and looked like a mermaid wizard. When she saw Kyunhee coming in, a gleam flashed in her eyes. She put the pipe in her hand to her lips and took a light puff, then stood up to greet Kyunhee. Kyunhee has recognized her identity. Her name is Shaili. In the anime, she is called Mrs. Shaili, but now she is still relatively young, so it is more accurate to call her Miss Shaili. Moreover, Kyunhee has some connection with her. Xiarli and Arlong are half-siblings. Arlong has been killed by herself, and his nose is still in her own door space. Speaking of this, Chijia felt that she was really a brother killer. Kojiki Hiri's brother Momonosuke also died in her hands. But there was nothing worth keeping about that guy, so it would be a bargain for him if he turned into ashes. If it happens again, I might throw that kid into the mouth of the king of hell and chew him like beetle nut. Looking at Xiarli who had come in front of him and was looking straight at him, Kyun-hee was a little unsure of what she wanted to do. Should I talk to him about Arlong? He must have become nutrients in the soil now. Of course Xiarli didn't come to Kyun-hee because of Arlong. Her relationship with Arlong was not very good. Arlong was extremely disgusted with humans, but she was very interested in humans. She came to Chijia just to see what this man looked like up close, especially the pair of deep purple Rinnegan. Because she saw something in the crystal ball that shocked her soul. In those pictures, she saw the warm and gentle sunshine shining on the Fishmen Island. Both the fishmen and the mermaids were looking at the figure in the sky with fanatical expressions. But when Xiarli wanted to see the figure clearly, the figure seemed to be aware of something and slowly turned around. The moment the figure turned around, the crystal ball used for divination exploded, and the last image was the pair of deep purple Rinnegan in front of him. Chapter 178 Crazy Hody Jones. Xiarli stared at Chijia's Rinnegan in fascination until Chijia frowned and asked. Ma'am, how long do you want to see me? Xiarli came back to her senses. Seeing Qianhee's expression seemed a little unhappy, she quickly explained. I am sorry for being rude. Please don't be angry, Admiral Zilin. My name is Xiarl and I am a fortune teller. I saw your eyes in the fortune-telling screen before, so I couldn't help but want to take a few more glances. I'm sorry again. Hearing that she appeared in the divination scene, Kyun-hee immediately became interested and asked. Advertisement. I see. So what did you see? Xiarli looked at Qianhee in awe and said in a deep voice. I saw that you have brought unimaginable changes to the Fishmen Island. The purple scale admiral in the picture looks like a god. Xiarli's words stunned everyone present. After Neptune and Jinbei reacted, they looked at each other and saw a hint of ecstasy in each other's eyes. They understood what Xiarli meant, that is, Kyun-hee really brought very big changes to the Fishmen Island, and this change is definitely beneficial to the Fishmen Island. Because Xiarli described Chijia as a god, not a demon. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Neptune couldn't help wanting to know more details. He hurriedly asked. Xiarli, what exactly are you talking about changes? Xiarli bowed to Neptune and said seriously. Your Majesty, I only saw the sun coming up on the Fishmen Island. When I wanted to continue divination, the crystal ball exploded, and the last thing I saw was the eyes of Admiral Zilin. Having said that, Xiarli once again focused her gaze on Chijia's Rinnegan. Those eyes were so mysterious and beautiful, even more shocking than what she saw in the crystal ball. Kyun-hee, as the protagonist of the divination, was the one with the calmest reaction. He was not very interested in divination in the first place. After listening to Xiarli, he joked. So your crystal ball is broken because of me? No, no. I was the one who spied on Admiral Zilin without permission. I hope you're not angry. Advertisement. Actually Arlong. Boss Jinbei has already told me that he deserved it, and he can't blame anyone else. Good. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, Jinbei jumped out and said. Don't stand here, let's eat first. However, no one responded to him. Their eyes were all on Kyun-hee. Jinbei froze in place, his face flushed with embarrassment. Qianhee saw Jinbei's big fat face with blue and red tints, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Suddenly, Kyun-hee felt someone tugging at his clothes. He turned around and saw Shirahoshi holding his stomach and looking at him with a slightly aggrieved look on his face. Chijia knew that Shirahoshi was hungry. She had cried more than once today. It was also the first time she had returned to Ryugu Castle after many years. Naturally, she was tempted by the sumptuous dishes on the table. Without letting her wait any longer, Qianhee said to everyone. Alright everyone, let's go eat. After Kyun-hee finished speaking, everyone agreed as if Kyun-hee was the master of Ryugu Castle. Even Neptune didn't think there was anything wrong. In his eyes, as long as Kyun-hee can pay some attention to protecting the Fishmen Island, what does it matter if he gives up the position of king to her? There was a small incident during the meal. Shirahoshi wanted to sit next to Chijia, which made Neptune, as a father, feel like crying. He felt that his sweet little cotton-padded jacket was about to run to Kyun-hee. In response, Chijia said that Neptune is ungrateful for what he has. Look at Kaido's daughter Yamato, she is also a little cotton-padded jacket, but it has thorns. Yamato, who was training with Zephyr at naval headquarters, suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and muttered. Strange, could it be that master is thinking about me? Fishman Street. In a dark and damp room, Hody Jones and his cotters, who were carried back by a group of fishmen, were wrapped in bandages and lying on the bed like dead dogs. Advertisement. Several fishmen who knew a little about medicine were busy applying medicine to them. Their bodies were severely damaged under Kyun-hee's pressure, especially their internal organs. Hody Jones was relatively better off, but his weaker cotters were still bleeding from their mouths, mixed with some pieces of internal organs. This was just a hint of pressure that Kyun-hee released casually. Even if he only released 1/10 of it, it would be enough to disband this so-called new Fishman Pirates group on the spot. Haughty Jones lay motionless on the bed, his cold shark eyes staring at the ceiling above. For him, compared with physical injuries, the trauma to his heart is the most painful. Because he looks down on humans very much, and believes that humans are weak and lowly, and are the lowest race in the world. Only the powerful mermen are noble, and the mermen should be the masters of this world. He had already felt extremely humiliated that the Fishman Island was protected by Whitebeard, and he also heard that King Neptune and Jinbei were actually going to lead the fishmen and mermaids to welcome a human marine admiral. This made him unable to bear it any longer, so he took his new group of fishman pirates and mixed into the crowd welcoming Chijia, hoping to take the opportunity to create chaos. It would be best if he could kill that marine admiral, just like he killed Princess Oto him. But the reality was cruel. Kyunhee just looked at him and he was forced to his knees by the terrifying pressure. In the end, he was seriously injured, and even the new Fishman Pirates group that he was proud of was almost wiped out. This was an unimaginable humiliation for Hody Jones, even more painful than killing him. If it were someone else, they would have been crushed by Kyunhee's terrifying strength and would not have any resistance. But Hody Jones is already a lunatic with an extremely paranoid mind, and this will only make him even crazier than before. The strong emotional fluctuations made his body tremble uncontrollably, and the bandages on his body continued to bleed. The frightened doctors hurriedly continued to wrap him with circle after circle of bandages. Under the care of this group of people, it didn't take long for Hody Jones to be tangled into a big dumpling, looking extremely funny. But even so, Hody Jones was still not honest. He bit his sharp teeth deeply into his lips and shouted with all his strength. "Go get me the killer drug ES." Hearing this name, the fishman in the room trembled with fear. "Das, the new fishman pirates Cotter," said hesitantly. "Boss Hwati, the medicine hasn't been. I said bring it to me. A hole, I want to let that damn human see the horror of the fishman." Chapter 179 Murloc Rebellion. At Hody Jones's repeated requests, the fishman minions finally brought him the deadly medicine ES. This medicine can greatly improve one's strength, but conversely, it has greater side effects and will rapidly shorten the user's lifespan. Moreover, this attenuation is visible to the naked eye. Compared with Luffy's second and third gear consumption, it is almost immediate. Hod Jones looked at the red and black capsule in the hands of the fishman minion and a creepy smile appeared on his face. Except for his head, he could not move any part of his body, so he yelled at the fishman holding the medicine. "Advertisement! What are you still standing there for? Put the medicine in my mouth." Frightened by Hody Jones's fierce attack, the fishman almost spilled the ES on the ground. He staggered to Hody Jones' window, picked up a pill and put it in his mouth. As soon as the medicine entered his mouth, Hody Jones immediately began to chew it vigorously. With a gulp, he swallowed the deadly drug ES. His eyes suddenly widened and his body swelled up, and the bandages began to fall off. Feeling the surging power in his body, the smile on Hody Jones's face became more and more perverted, and he shouted. "Not enough. More. Boss Hwati, taking too much of this medicine can be very dangerous. You'd better. I said come again. Do you want to die?" At this time, Hody Jones was completely immersed in the surging power in his body. He wished he could go to Dragon Palace City right now and kill that damn human. But he still had some idea in his mind and knew that it was unrealistic to kill that human being with the power of a single poisonous drug. So, he needs more. The fishman swallowed and put his hand to Hody Jones' mouth again. Hody Jones had long been fed up with this guy's hesitation. After taking a pill of the deadly drug, he was able to move again. He suddenly opened his mouth and bit the fishman's hand, swallowing a large amount of the deadly drug into his stomach. The whole room was suddenly filled with the screams of the fishman. A large part of his palm was missing, and blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. However, no one in the room looked at the miserable fishman whose palm had been bitten off. All their eyes were on Hody Jones who had swallowed a large amount of the deadly drug. Hody Jones let out a few painful groans before his body swelled again, shattering all the bandages and revealing the strong muscles inside. All the previous scars also disappeared. His hair also changed from black to white, just like in the anime. Advertisement. But then, his white hair fell out rapidly, and soon Hody Jones's head became completely hairless and looked extremely smooth. Hody Jones ignored his hair that fell all over the ground. He looked up to the sky and roared like thunder. He no longer showed his previous weakness. Feeling the power in his body that was several times greater than before, the corners of Hody Jones' mouth stretched to his ears. He felt that he could now destroy the Dragon Palace City with one punch. The other new Fishman Pirates leaders in the room were immediately excited when they saw the changes in Hody. They were originally a group of desperate criminals, and their thirst for power was already deep in their bones. How could they not be excited about this power that was now within their reach? They shouted to Hody Jones. "Boss Hody! We have to take the killer medicine too." Hody Jones looked at the excited crowd, waved his hand, and sent people to get all the remaining deadly drugs and distributed them all to the cotters of the new Fishman Pirates group. After a while, a lot of shiny bald heads appeared in the room. Hody Jones looked at his new group of Murloc pirates with satisfaction. His ambitions had expanded unprecedentedly with the help of the deadly drug ES. He raised a strong arm and shouted. Little ones! Follow me to the square, where I will announce that the Fishmen Island will be ruled by our new Fishmen pirates from now on, and let those weak royal families go to hell. Oh! For a moment, the Murloc street became chaotic. A large number of Murlocs walked out of the houses with sharp weapons in their hands and joined Hody Jones' team, marching towards the square in a large number. On the other side, in the Dragon Palace, Kyun-hee, who was eating, suddenly stopped and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He put down the cutlery in his hand, then elegantly picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth. Shirahoshi, who was sitting next to Chijia and still concentrating on eating, noticed Chijia's strange behavior and asked. Master Kyun-hee, you don't want to eat now? Is the food not to your liking? These words made Neptune's heart tighten, and he had already thought of 108 ways to punish the chef who was responsible for today's meal. Kyun-hee was certainly not dissatisfied with today's meal. The reason why he ended so early was that his Skynet had captured the movement outside. A large number of Fishman thugs have occupied the square, and Hody Jones has even begun his passionate speech. Advertisement. Listening to Hody Jones's speech, Jian-hee could not help laughing. With this level, the difference between him and a certain failed art student from Blue Star was not even a little bit. It even sounded funny to him. The content of the speech was nothing more than advocating the nobility of mermaids and mermen, and cursing himself a few times. It looked like he wanted to tear himself into pieces. Shirahoshi saw that Chijia didn't reply but laughed inexplicably. She was a little worried about Chijia's mental state, so she hurriedly tried to call Chijia's name. Master Chijia? What's wrong with you? Chijia came back to his senses and saw Shirahoshi, who looked worried. He responded. I'm fine. I just found the comments of a bunch of clowns funny. The clown? Where is he? Why can't I see him? In the square. Don't worry. Someone will come to inform you soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a mermaid guard rushed into the hall in a panic. Neptune frowned and reprimanded. Why are you so flustered? Can't you see that we have a distinguished guest? The mermaid guard took a few quick breaths, and without paying any attention to Neptune's reproach, he hurriedly shouted. Your Majesty, this is bad. Hody Jones has occupied the square with a large number of fishmen, and now they are inciting the masses to attack Dragon Palace City. What? Neptune, who had just been educating the mermaid guards, changed his expression when he heard the news. He knew that Hody Jones was a man with evil intentions, but because he thought that he was also doing it for the fishmen, he did not order his arrest. But what happened now made Neptune extremely regretful. Hody Jones rebelled if he wanted to, but he chose to do so when Chijia arrived. Isn't it obvious that he was targeting Chijia? If Jian-hee gets angry, will the Fishmen Island still have the bright future predicted? Hody Jones is simply a complete lunatic. Jinbei was so angry that he stood up from his seat and walked to Neptune's side, saying in a deep voice. Your Majesty, please let me go. It's my fault that I didn't educate those guys in Fishman Street well. Neptune agreed without thinking twice. His understanding of Hody Jones's strength remained at the same level as before. He felt that he and Jinbei, together with some soldiers, would be enough to quell the rebellion, so he didn't want to trouble Kyun-hee. However, Chijia, who had been silent since the beginning, suddenly spoke up. I'll go too. That Hody Jones is clamoring to use my head to prove himself. How can I be absent? Chapter 180, The new Murloc pirates are destroyed. In the square, except for tens of thousands of Murlocs from the new Murloc pirates, the crowd of onlookers had already begun to sway due to Hody Jones's speech. This is also because of the frequent incidents of human capture of slaves on the Fishmen Island. It is impossible to say that they have no grudges against humans. But King Neptune had once solemnly assured them that after the arrival of the purple-scaled admiral, the Fishmen Island would be completely transformed. Moreover, Hody Jones's reputation is polarized, and the credibility of his words is a bit low. Hody Jones expected that this group of people would waver, but it didn't matter. He didn't think that he could get these people to work for him just by talking. Advertisement. His biggest trump card is the explosive strength he gained after taking the powerful drug ES. He is confident that after he shows his strength, these people will immediately turn against the new Murloc pirates. As he imagined himself leading the mermen and fishmen to attack the land, a sickly blush appeared on Hody Jones' pale face. He raised his arms and shouted. My compatriots! Just wait and see. Soon I will take down the heads of King Neptune and that human, and our Fishmen Island will have a new life. Snap, snap, snap. The response that Hody Jones expected did not come. There were only a few crisp applause in the square. It sounded extremely harsh, and each one seemed to hit his shark face. Hody Jones turned around suddenly and saw Kyun-hee and others appearing at the entrance of the square. He stood at the head of the group, still clapping his hands. When he saw Haughty Jones looking over, he stopped clapping and said with a smile. What a wonderful speech. I'm so excited by what you said. Why? You don't want to continue. When they saw He, both the ordinary people and the members of the Fishman pirates in the square were shocked, and a hint of fear appeared on their faces involuntarily. They all witnessed the scene when He first arrived at the Fishman Island, which was a scene they would never forget in their lives. Jinbei glared at Haughty Jones who was standing on the platform. He now wished he could knock this guy off the platform and hand him over to He for punishment. He shouted. Haughty, you lunatic, do you know that your actions will lead the Fishman Island to destruction? Facing Jinbei's questioning, Huodi's fear suddenly disappeared. He sneered and said sarcastically. Advertisement. Jinbei, you still think you are the boss of Fishman Street? Look at what you have done all these years, serving as a dog for humans, watching them persecute your compatriots, and now letting humans walk into Ryugu City with open arms. You really are a good boss. What do you know? I'm doing this for the future of the Fishman Island. What a bullshit future. The future of the Fishman Island can only be controlled by the fishmen themselves. Jinbei, an honest man, was so angry at Haughty Jones that his face turned red. If He hadn't been there, he would have rushed forward long ago. Chijia was listening to the conversation between the two, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was not right. He felt like Haughty Jones was going to become the male protagonist in some hot-blooded anime. Shirahoshi stood behind He and felt sorry for Jinbei's frustrated look. She pulled the corner of He's clothes and whispered. Master He, can you help Uncle Jinbei? He feels so pitiful. Chijia turned around and gave Shirahoshi a reassuring smile, but when he turned around again, there was no smile on his face anymore, and a dangerous light flashed in his Rinnegan. On the high platform, Haughty Jones was pleased to see Jinbei was silenced by his verbal attack. He turned his attention to He and continued his verbal attack. And you damn human, you. Puff. The voice stopped abruptly, and Haughty Jones looked down at the arm that pierced his chest in disbelief, and said tremblingly. What, when? He, who was at the entrance of the square just now, is now standing on the platform. He looks at Haughty Jones, whose face is gloomy, and says lightly. I'm tired of watching your performance, so just go to hell. After saying that, He pulled his arm out of Haughty Jones' body, splashing a large amount of blood. Haughty Jones immediately knelt down in front of He, and the several new Fishman pirates cotters standing beside him were so scared that they stood there in shock. People in the square didn't even dare to breathe, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into deathly silence. Neptune and Jinbei at the entrance were also shocked by the speed shown by Chijia, especially Jinbei who was the fighting force of the Fishman Island. He didn't even react when Chijia disappeared from his side. You have to know that He didn't even use the elemental transformation just now, but just relied on his absolute physical strength to burst out at such an astonishing speed. Advertisement. Shirahoshi covered her mouth with her hands when she saw the bloody scene on the platform. She couldn't imagine that the Chijia-sama who had just smiled at her was the same person as the Chijia-sama who punched Haughty Jones in the stomach on the platform. He looked down at Haughty Jones who was kneeling in front of him with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a humble ant. The new Murloc Pirates leaders were finally ready to move. There was no other way, if this continued their boss would bleed to death. They shouted to give themselves courage, then each used their own abilities to attack He. However, He didn't even look at the attacks of these guys. With a thought, the Shinra Tensei was unleashed. These so-called cotters were directly turned into a pool of rotten meat floating in the air under the powerful repulsive force. The flesh and blood was shattered the moment it was about to fall on He, and the rest all fell on Haughty Jones who was kneeling on the ground, staining his shiny bald head red. This is not over yet. Chijia's pair of Rinnegan turned into two dazzling purple lightnings. The people in the square were horrified to find that the entire square suddenly went dark. They raised their heads and looked upwards, only to see countless black thunderclouds emerging out of thin air under the bubble membrane, making it look like the end of the world. You have to know that the Fishman Island is located in the deep sea 10,000 meters, there are no clouds at all, let alone such a large number of thunderclouds. This abnormal scene filled their hearts with fear. Compared to those who didn't know the truth, Jinbei knew very well that this was He's ability. He had witnessed it with his own eyes at the naval headquarters. That is the ability of the thunder fruit, which is known as the strongest Logia. Thinking of the terrifying power, Jinbei swallowed subconsciously. Fish living in water have a natural fear of the power of lightning, not to mention He, who is almost the incarnation of lightning. Loud thunder continued to be heard from the sky, and everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. He's whisper came from the high platform. Thunderbolt. The lightning accumulated in the thunderclouds suddenly poured down to the ground like soldiers who had received orders. With a burst of intensive thunder, tens of thousands of fishmen in the square were evaporated in an instant. These fishmen are all members of the new Fishman Pirates. They once had lofty ideals and wanted to follow Hody Jones to become the new masters of the Fishmen Island. But now, it has turned into ashes floating in the air amidst thick purple thunder. At this point, the new Murloc pirates finally followed in the footsteps of the previous dragon pirates and were completely destroyed. Chapter 181 The Truth of the Matter. All the hard work that Hody Jones had put in over the years was wiped out in a single thought by Qianhe, and he was extremely devastated at this moment. Even the pain from having his abdomen pierced was not even 1/10 of the heartache he was feeling now. Hody Jones looked ashen, and under the influence of his emotions, he began to age rapidly, and his originally firm and elastic skin was instantly covered with wrinkles. Coupled with the injury in his abdomen, he already had 1 foot halfway into the coffin. Even so, Qianhe did not have the slightest mercy on Hody Jones. Advertisement. This guy is a natural scum who seeks revenge on society. Arlong is better, at least he still cares a lot about his fellow fishmen. What about this guy? He keeps saying that he is doing this for the Fishmen Island, but in fact, he doesn't care about the safety of the Fishmen Island at all. In the anime, he wanted to make the ship of the Oath Noah crash directly into the Fishmen Island, and he didn't take his so-called compatriots into consideration at all. As for this kind of guy, from the moment Qianhe saw him upon landing on the island, she didn't want him to survive the day. The reason why he was left with a breath was because Qianhe still needed to say something through his mouth. Now the time has come. Qianhe bent down, grabbed Hody Jones's bald head, which was no longer smooth, and said softly, "Do you have any last words?" Hody Jones raised his head tremblingly and looked at Qianhe's face in front of him. His eyes revealed endless hatred and fear. He was completely defeated. In front of this man, all his actions seemed like a clown performance. Apart from trying to please Qianhe, they were completely meaningless. Even if he took the deadly drug and gained unimaginable power, it was still a joke. Although Qianhe's face was calm and expressionless, in the eyes of Hody Jones, this was a naked mockery. Mocking his weak power and ridiculous ideals. Tears welled up uncontrollably in Hody Jones's old eyes. The tears flowed in his wrinkled face, making him look a little disgusting. Advertisement. This guy who was extremely crazy actually cried in front of Qianhe. There was a hint of disdain in Qianhe's eyes. He had thought that this guy would hold out a bit longer, but he didn't expect that he would be so defeated. Shaking his head, Qianhe felt that this guy had completely collapsed and it was impossible to expect him to say something. However, Qianhe had no intention of letting Hody Jones go just like that. He pinched his head and made his dead fish eyes face him, then Qianhe used illusion on him directly. This guy's psychological defenses were now completely useless, and Qianhe only used the most common illusion to make him fall into it. Under the illusion, Hody Jones loosened his hands that were covering his wounds and let the blood gush out. He slowly stood up from the ground and faced everyone in the square. Below, King Neptune and Jinbei frowned when they saw what Hody Jones did. They didn't know what tricks this guy would come up with after he looked like this. Shirahoshi looked at Hody Jones, who looked extremely miserable, and a trace of pity flashed in her big eyes. That was her character, too kind. I just don't know if she will still feel any sympathy for this guy after hearing what Hody Jones said next. On the podium, Chijia used the power of the Momo fruit to amplify her voice and that of Hody Jones, ensuring that the ensuing conversation could reach the ears of everyone in the square, especially Shirahoshi. He looked at Hody Jones who was already trapped in the illusion and asked. Hody Jones, do you remember Princess Otohim? Hearing this name, Hody Jones slowly tilted his head, as if thinking, then he nodded and said. Remember, she once wanted to promote peaceful coexistence between the residents of the Fishmen Island and the humans on land. Well, what do you think of this idea? Hehe, this is ridiculous. Princess Otohim is a complete idiot. She is a traitor to the Fishmen Island. I hate her. Hearing Hody Jones' insulting words to Princess Otohim, the remaining ordinary people in the square were all filled with anger. Regardless of whether they agree with Princess Otohim's ideas or not, they know that Princess Otohim is sincerely doing this for the good of the entire the Fishmen Island. Advertisement. And she wasn't just talking, she really ran around for this matter, and in the end she even lost her life for it. Therefore, the residents of the Fishmen Island all respect Princess Otohim, not only because of her identity, but also because of her deeds. This is the case for ordinary people who have no blood relationship with Princess Otohim, not to mention Princess Otohim's biological daughter Shirahoshi. She lost her mother when she was 6 years old, but her memories of her mother are filled with her mother's face that always seemed to have a gentle smile. And Shirahoshi knew that the murderer of Princess Otohim was Hody Jones, which she learned from Shark Mikero. It's just that Princess Otohim once said don't hate the murderer before she died, so she kept this matter deep in her heart, but it would be a lie to say that she didn't hate Hody Jones at all. But even after she gave in, Hody Jones remained aggressive and even verbally insulted her after Princess Otohim's death. The current Shirahoshi is not yet as old as in the anime, and his control over his emotions is even worse than Shirahoshi back then. She was extremely sad and angry, which could be seen from her red eyes. Kyunhee glanced at Shirahoshi obscurely, and thought to himself that the time was almost right, and all that was left was the last spark. That's right, Chijia's goal is to stimulate Shirahoshi's awakening ability through Hody Jones and summon giant sea kings. Although this is a bit cruel to Shirahoshi, it is better to take this opportunity to release her emotions. Thinking of Shirahoshi's performance in the anime, Chijia felt a little pity for this poor little girl. The murderer of her mother was right in front of her, but she had to announce to everyone that she had forgiven him. In his opinion, this behavior is the greatest cruelty to Shirahoshi. Today he will let Shirahoshi understand how satisfying it is to witness the death of the murderer of his mother. He continued to ask Hody Jones. Since you hate her so much, is Princess Otohim's death related to you? Certainly. Speaking of this, Hody Jones, who had been under the illusion, unexpectedly showed a morbid smile on his face, and his tone was indescribably happy. I assassinated her while she was collecting signatures for that damn petition. This traitor died in my hands. Although the way she died was a bit simple, it was enough. I am the hero of the Fishmen Island. Chapter 182 Giant Sea Kings. After Hody Jones finished speaking, Shirahoshi could no longer hold back, her tears burst out, and she yelled. I don't allow you to say that about mother. She is obviously great. Shirahoshi's voice carried a strange wave, as if it was some kind of signal. Not long after, 9 terrifying figures appeared in the sky above the Fishmen Island. They were 9 giant sea kings with a length of more than 5,000 meters and different appearances. 9 giant sea kings surrounded the Fishmen Island. The Fishmen Island wrapped in bubble film looked like a bigger ball in front of them. Advertisement. Their eyes looked through the steamed bun at the crying Shirahoshi, as if they were waiting for her to calm down. The people in the square were completely numb. What they experienced today was more outrageous than the last. Some people with weaker physical conditions even fainted. King Neptune and Jinbei looked serious. They knew that these giant sea kings were summoned by Shirahoshi's crying, and she had used this ability when she was 6 years old. Khalifa and Anne recovered after a brief shock because they knew that with Kyunhee around, these giant creatures were not scary at all. Kyunhee looked up at the 9 giant sea kings in the sky and sighed inwardly at their exaggerated sizes. There is one more of these giant sea kings than those in the anime, which might be the reason why Shirahoshi's current emotional fluctuations are even more intense than the one in the anime. After looking for a while, Kyunhee withdrew his gaze. With a thought, the huge face of the King of Hell appeared behind him. The goal had been achieved, and Hody Jones was no longer of any value, so Kyunhee removed the illusion from him. After returning to normal, Hody Jones immediately fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. His blood had dyed the ground on the platform red. It was a relief that he had a good physique to be able to hold on until now. Hody Jones struggled to raise his head, looked at the giant sea kings in the sky, and murmured. It's that Shirahoshi again. His voice was getting weaker and weaker, and it was obvious that he was not far from death. But Kyunhee had no intention of letting him die like this, and used the healing jutsu to temporarily stop his bleeding. Hody Jones was confused by Kyunhee's behavior, but he was not naive to think that Kyunhee was kind-hearted and wanted to spare his life. What happened next indeed confirmed his guess. Suddenly, a terrifying face appeared behind Kyunhee, and on that face there was a pair of eyes like his. Advertisement. This is Kyunhee using the power of hell to summon the King of Hell. As soon as the King of Hell appeared, he opened a big black mouth. He grabbed Hody Jones and threw him into the big mouth of the devil like garbage in front of his horrified eyes. After Hody Jones was thrown in by Kyunhee, Yan Wang immediately closed his mouth and began to chew hard. For a moment, the sound of Yan Wang chewing mixed with Hody Jones's screams echoed throughout the square. Even the giant sea kings in the sky couldn't help but cast their eyes towards Kyunhee. Shirahoshi, who was crying bitterly, stopped when she heard Hody Jones scream. She looked towards the platform while sobbing and found that Hody Jones had disappeared. Chijia flashed and appeared in front of Shirahoshi. His body floated up, and he reached out to wipe away the tears that remained on Shirahoshi's face, and said softly. Don't cry Shirahoshi, I have sent Hody Jones to hell, and your mother's revenge has been avenged. Chijia is an adult. Looking at Chijia, Shirahoshi's tears, which had stopped, burst out again. She grabbed Chijia and burst into tears. Chijia put one arm around Shirahoshi's neck and patted her head with the other hand, and continued. You must have endured a lot these years. Princess Otohim asking you not to reveal the truth is a bit cruel to you. I hope my actions can make you feel better. Shirahoshi didn't say anything, but just cried loudly, as if to release all the grievances of these years. King Neptune stood silently beside the two of them. From Chijia's words, he knew that Shirahoshi had actually known the truth about Princess Otohim's death a long time ago. Thinking of Shirahoshi's experiences over the years, Neptune was already in tears. The 9 sea kings above the Fishmen Island were left there by them, and they now felt that their existence seemed a little redundant. They wanted to leave, but they hadn't even spoken a word to the king this time, so it would be inappropriate to just leave like that. One of the sea kings, which looked like a porcupine, couldn't help but make a strange sound. This is their unique way of communicating with the king. King, do you need us to do anything else? Hearing the voice of Sea Kings, Shirahoshi looked up in confusion and said to Kyunhee. Master Kyunhee, did you hear any noises? Advertisement. Kyunhee shook his head. He was aware of the sounds made by the giant Sea Kings, but they were just sounds and he had no idea what they were conveying. Shirahoshi looked up at the 9 giant Sea Kings in the sky. These creatures were extremely terrifying to ordinary people, but she did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she was unusually calm. Chijia also raised her head and looked up at the sky, and the 9 Sea Kings also noticed Chijia's presence. They were already somewhat curious about the man held in the arms of the king, and when they saw Kyunhee looking up, they immediately set their eyes on Kyunhee's face. They had no understanding of human aesthetics, so they did not feel anything strange about Kyunhee's handsome face. But when they noticed Chijia's pair of Rinnegan, their 9 big faces actually showed very human expressions of fear. The 9 Sea Kings lost their voices at the same time. Is this the same eye as that person? Although Chijia didn't understand what they were saying, she could guess from their expressions that they behaved like that after seeing her Rinnegan. He asked Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, what are they talking about? They said Chijia-sama's eyes are the same as that man's. That person? Ask them who that person is. Shirahoshi immediately conveyed Chijia's question to the giant Sea Kings in the sky, but the response he got was, King, it is too early for you to know about that man's existence. We can only tell you that you'd better stay away from the human in your arms, because he will bring destruction to this world. Hearing that these Sea Kings actually asked her to stay away from Chijia, Shirahoshi was immediately unhappy and shouted. What are you talking about? Master Kyunhee is not the kind of person you say he is. He is a good man. Chijia was given a nice guy card by Shirahoshi, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But when he learned from Shirahoshi what the Sea Kings said, Kyunhee narrowed his eyes, his gaze locked on the 9 giant Sea Kings in the sky, and a cold voice came out of his mouth. They are just a few larger beasts. Aren't you a little too self-righteous? Chapter 183 Susanoo vs Giant Sea Kings. Chijia's pair of Rinnegan locked onto the 9 giant Sea Kings above him, and he said without even turning his head. Shirahoshi, tell them to tow the Noah and bring the Fishmen Island to the surface. Originally, he wanted to do this job himself, but since these ready-made coolies have come and spoken rudely to him, he has no choice but to pay a heavy price. Shirahoshi nodded immediately and conveyed Chijia's meaning to the 9 giant Sea Kings in the sky. Unexpectedly, after hearing Shirahoshi's order, these giant Sea Kings did not follow her instructions, but shook their huge heads in unison. Advertisement. One of the Sea Kings with a bird's head said. King, now is not the time. When you meet another king, we will naturally obey your orders. Shirahoshi felt a little embarrassed when she was rejected by the giant Sea Kings. She looked at Chijia and said very embarrassedly. Master Kyunhee, they said that now is not the right time, and they have to wait until I meet another person. So they refuse. Kyunhee didn't continue listening, he had completely lost his patience. Looking at the 9 giant Sea Kings, he snorted coldly, his body instantly rushed into the sky, and released Susanoo in the air. This is not the end. After Kyunhee rushed out of the bubble membrane of the Fishmen Island, he used the ability of the Momo fruit based on Susanoo, and Susanoo's body size instantly increased to a terrifying 3 kilometers. Although these giant Sea Kings are up to 5 kilometers long, they are just a few larger fish in front of the 3-kilometer tall dark purple Susanoo. Neptune and Jinbei looked at the godlike giant in the sky, and at this moment, they were filled with shock. Neptune swallowed and said to himself. Is that the giant that is said to reside in the eyes of Admiral Zillan? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Jinbei didn't say anything, because he was more shocked than Neptune. He witnessed the battle between Chijia and Hawkeye at the naval headquarters last time. Chijia also released Susanoo at that time. Although Susanoo looked very shocking at that time, her size was definitely not as exaggerated as it is now. After thinking about it, he could only attribute this to the fact that Kyunhee did not use his full strength when fighting Hawkeye last time. The more he thought about it, the more Jinbei felt terrified by Kyunhee's strength, because who could guarantee that what Kyunhee was showing now was his full strength? Advertisement. Shirahoshi stared blankly at the dark purple giant rushing towards the giant Sea Kings above, and muttered. Is that Master Chijia? Outside the Fishmen Island, Susanoo held a dark purple energy blade in each hand, surrounded by 9 giant Sea Kings. The bird-headed Sea Kings that rejected Shirahoshi was also shocked by the power displayed by Chijia, and it had already begun to have the idea of retreating. Several other giant Sea Kings subconsciously began to retreat. The waves emanating from the giant made them feel like they were suffocating. Kyunhee stood with his arms folded in the diamond-shaped space above Susanoo's head. His eyes were unusually calm, and he didn't take the giant Sea Kings that surrounded him seriously at all. And it's still unclear who has surrounded whom. He glanced at the bird-headed sea kings that had just opened its mouth and asked calmly. Just now you said you were waiting for some king to appear, right? Being targeted by Chijia's Rinnegan, the bird-headed sea kings felt a sense of fear revived from memory. It opened its mouth wide as if to speak. Who the hell are you? Why do you have the same eyes as that guy? However, it could understand Kyunhee's words, but Kyunhee couldn't understand what it was saying. He looked at the bird-headed sea kings with its mouth wide open and a look of fear on its face, and only knew that it was saying some incomprehensible words again. Kyunhee no longer had any interest in what it said. He knew that the other king these sea kings were referring to was Luffy, and it was this ridiculous fatalism again. He was never interested in these vague prophecies. What king or not? With a pair of Rinnegan, he was still a god. No matter who the king was, he had to kneel before him. Now, he will let this bird-headed sea king be the first to experience the power of God. With a thought, Susanoo crossed her arms in front of her chest, and dazzling light burst out from the two long energy blades, and the surrounding sea water evaporated instantly. Seeing Susanoo's actions, the pupils of the bird-headed sea king's big eyes shrank, and it turned around and ran away without saying a word. Just as it turned around, Susanoo moved, and two long energy blades simultaneously pointed diagonally downward, shooting out a deep purple sword light in the shape of a cross. Puff! Ouch! A deafening roar was heard, and a section of the huge tail of the bird-headed sea kings was cut off by Susanoo. The broken tail brought up a large amount of blood and fell towards the Fishmen Island. Advertisement. The people on the Fishmen Island were frightened when they saw this scene. Judging from the size of the broken tail, once it fell on the Fishmen Island, it would not destroy the Fishmen Island, but they would be in trouble. Jinbei looked grim. He exerted force with his legs and leapt into the air like a cannonball, breaking through the bubble membrane and coming into the sea. He struck a karate stance. In his opinion, Kyunhee is still busy fighting those giant sea kings and has little time to take care of here. So now the Fishmen Island can only be guarded by him, the leader of Fishmen Street. Jinbei clenched his fists tightly at his waist, looking at the huge tail in the sky that was about to break through the bubble membrane and reach the Fishmen Island. He said in a deep voice. It seems that the Fishmen Island can only be protected by me now. Fishmen Karate, Samwa. Swish. Just when Jinbei was about to use all his strength to deliver a Jiaowa punch, the broken tail that seemed so huge to him suddenly disappeared out of thin air. This strange phenomenon made Jinbei feel like a deflated ball, and his attack came to an abrupt end. Puff. This attack, which used all his strength, could not be stopped easily. Jinbei, who was hit by the backlash of the force, spat out a mouthful of blood. But he had no time to care about the backlash on his body. He still hadn't figured out what had just happened. How could such a large broken tail just disappear out of thin air? Just as Jinbei was lying in the sea with his hands on his chest, Jianhee's voice came. Jinbei, I have moved the tail. You can go back first. I will come back after I have dealt with these guys. Hearing Kyunhee's voice, Jinbei immediately shouted to Susanoo. As expected of the Purple Scale Admiral, I'll be going back first. After saying that, Jinbei turned around and rushed back. Back at the square of the Fishmen Island, Neptune patted Jinbei's shoulder with admiration and exclaimed. Jinbei, such a big tail disappeared without a trace under your attack. Your strength has increased again. Jinbei blushed and waved his hand. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. That is the ability of the Purple Scale Admiral. I cannot do such a thing. Chapter 184 The Fishmen Island. I'm here to protect you. Under Susanoo's attack, the body of the bird-headed sea kings was shortened by 1/3, but thanks to its strong vitality, it was only seriously injured and not killed. But this guy was really obedient. It was arched up by the other two giant sea kings, with its head drooping and not moving. The remaining 6 sea kings showed angry expressions on their faces when they saw this, but looking at the 2 long blades flashing with purple light in Susanoo's hands, they did not dare to step forward for a moment. Jianhee controlled Susanoo to sheath his 2 swords. He looked at these giant sea kings, sneered disdainfully, and said. What's wrong? Don't you want to talk about your other king? Advertisement. Several giant sea kings remained silent, staring with their huge eyes at Chihee who was standing on Susanoo's head, as if they could kill him with their eyes. Kyunhee was too lazy to argue with these guys, so he directly released Susanoo. The dark purple giant that was so terrifying in everyone's eyes just disappeared out of thin air. Although there was no threat from Susanoo, these giant sea kings still did not dare to move forward, because they knew that there was something more terrifying than the giant in front of them. The pair of Rinnegan, which seemed so tiny in their eyes, appeared in their minds like a nightmare, staring at them without a trace of emotion. Jianhee floated in the sea with his arms folded, and asked calmly. I know you can understand what I am saying. Now I ask you to drag the Fishmen Island to the surface of the sea. Are you willing or not? If you are willing, nod your head. If you are not willing, shake your head. Under the pressure of the Rinnegan, the sea kings subconsciously nodded in agreement, but an eel sea king next to it got there first, shaking its head and muttering something. No. It's not time yet. We have to wait for the arrival of another king. Kyun-hee didn't think about what the eel sea kings was saying, he just saw its shaking head, and that was enough. Haha, it seems you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Chijia's body continued to float upwards under the terrified gazes of the 9 sea kings until it reached a position where they needed to look up. The 9 giant sea kings themselves did not notice that they now looked like they were looking up to a god. And to them, Chijia, who possesses the Rinnegan, is a true god. Advertisement. Kyun-hee stared at them with wide eyes, and an invisible mental shock enveloped the 9 giant sea kings. It is the Rinnegan genjutsu that Suzuki used to control the 9-tailed beasts in Hokage. The eyes of the 9 giant sea kings suddenly widened, and then strange ripples began to spread in their eyes, gradually transforming into the appearance of Rinnegan. Kyun-hee had used this ability when he encountered the King of the Sea in the sea near Coco West Village. However, the King of the Sea was too weak and could not withstand the strong mental shock and died on the spot. These giant sea kings are more than 100 times stronger than the offshore king in both physical and mental strength. They are strong enough to withstand the mental shock and become machines driven by Ren Kyun-hee. Now they are no different from Chijia's summoning beasts, except that they are unconscious. Kyun-hee ordered them to stay where they were and he used teleportation to return to the ground. Seeing Chijia, Shirahoji immediately came forward and asked. Master Chijia, what happened to those sea kings? I seem to have lost contact with them. Chien-hee smiled and said. They are fine. I will have them pull the Fishman Island to the surface later. Upon hearing this, Neptune immediately became excited. Isn't this the thing he most looked forward to? He was so excited that he almost shouted out loud, but was afraid of disturbing Kyun-hee, so he could only use his trembling body to express his inner excitement. Chijia did not let Neptune and the others wait too long. A purple light flashed in his Rinnegan, and he gave orders to the sea kings outside the Fishman Island. After receiving the order, the 9 giant sea kings immediately swam towards Noah, bit Noah's chain with their mouths, and then swam towards the sea surface. Under Noah's traction, the Fishman Island also began to move upwards. Under Kyun-hee's control, the movements of the 9 giant sea kings were very consistent, and the people on the Fishman Island did not feel any bumps at all. But their hearts were not at peace at all, and everyone's eyes were on Kyun-hee. They knew that all this was because of this human. Neptune and Jinbei both had tears on their faces, and their inner thoughts were surprisingly consistent at this moment. Otohim, Princess, did you see that? The Fishman Island is about to be reborn. Advertisement. However, compared to Jinbei, King Neptune thought of something deeper. The Fishman Island rising to the surface of the sea is indeed an extremely important step, but there is also a more difficult problem, which is the problem of getting along with humans. Ever since Whitebeard formed an alliance with Shanks, he has concentrated most of his forces near the main ship, which is not a good thing for the mermaids and fishmen on the Fishman Island. During this period, there are a lot more humans coming to the island to capture slaves than before, but after hearing about Kyun-hee's arrival, they were scared and temporarily left the Fishman Island. Once Kyun-hee leaves, these people will definitely come back. At that time, because the Fishman Island is floating on the sea, it will be easier for them to capture fishmen and mermaids. Thinking of this, Neptune's face showed a trace of worry. Chijia noticed the expression on Neptune's face and asked. Your Majesty Neptune, you seem to be worried. Don't you want the Fishman Island to go to the sea? Of course not, Admiral Zillan, I really appreciate everything you have done for the Fishman Island. It's just... Just what? Neptune hesitated for a moment, and to be honest, he really didn't want to tell Chai-hee about his concerns, because he felt that Chai-hee had done his best, and the rest should be handled by him as the king. But his abilities were limited and he had no way to protect his people. Neptune looked up and glanced at the mermaids and mermen in the square. Their faces were filled with longing for a better future. Seeing them like this, how could he bear to see them being captured by some scum and become slaves? He gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. Compared with the people on the Fishman Island, what does his dignity as a king mean? Neptune told Chijia about his worries, and Chijia listened carefully. After hearing this, Shirahoji also became worried and she subconsciously looked at Chijia. Kyun-hee shook his head and laughed. He thought it was something else, but it turned out to be the slave hunting team that was afraid of humans. The scenery on the Fishman Island is beautiful, and there are so many pleasing mermaids. He has already regarded the Fishman Island as his own territory. How could he allow such a thing to happen again? In Neptune's anxious eyes, Kyun-hee's expression looked very casual, but what he said made Neptune ecstatic. The Fishman Island, I'll protect you from now on. Chapter 185 Reporter Rui Porter. The Fishman Island finally came to the surface of the sea. The bright sunshine was shining on everyone's face. Many fishmen and mermaids who had lived on the Fishman Island all their lives and had never left were now in tears. After a long while, someone shouted. Zillan Admiral. Then, the entire Fishmen Island was like a lit bomb, and everyone was calling for Zillan Admiral. Advertisement. Neptune, as the king, did not feel awkward about this because even he was cheering with the crowd, not to mention Jinbei, who was already dancing with excitement. Shirahoshi clasped her hands in front of her chest. She looked at Chijia who was standing beside her. Now she felt that Chijia was so dazzling. She also followed the crowd and called out to Chijia, even though she was standing right next to her. Kyunhee bathed in the tide of shouts, with a smile as warm as the sun on his face, and his body floated up along with the enthusiasm of the people. Arriving in the sky above the center of the Fishmen Island, the coat of justice on Kyunhee's back fluttered in the sun, making his image look extremely majestic. Shaili below stared blankly up at Chijia in the sky. This scene was just as she had seen in the crystal ball before. Her divination had come true. The man standing above the sky really brought the Fishmen Island to the sea, and the Fishmen Island is about to be reborn. Kyunhee looked down at the dark crowd below. He had experienced this kind of scene once when he was conferred the title of Admiral, and this was the second time. But he really enjoyed this feeling. With a wave of his hand, Whitebeard too, who had become Shiradu, fell from the sky. His terrifying appearance frightened the people around him. Jinbei looked at Whitebeard too in shock. He knew this guy. Whitebeard had talked to him about him before. Although Whitebeard didn't have a good opinion of his so-called son, he still recognized his strength. Moreover, Jinbei had heard that Whitebeard too had died at the hands of Kyunhee, so seeing him now was like seeing a ghost. Chijia looked down at the crowd below and fixed her eyes on a human holding a den mushi. The man was holding a den mushi towards him. He must be the ubiquitous reporter in the pirates' world. Kyunhee admired the professionalism of these people. From trivial matters to fights between four emperors, no matter how tricky the location is, these people can always capture the key scenes. They are simply role models in the industry. Advertisement. Pointing his hand at the reporter, Kyunhee used universal pull. Reporter Ribbit was holding the phone and taking a lot of photos of Chai-hee in the sky. Everything about this Zillan Admiral was big news. Moreover, every single thing that happened today was extremely valuable. He didn't know how to sort it out when he returned. If he brings this news to the President Morgans, he will be soaring to the top of the news agency, and he will have to spend all the reward money. However, just as he was fantasizing about the wonderful life after returning, his body was suddenly pulled uncontrollably into the sky by a gravitational force. This weird thing made him scream in fear, but even so, he still held the den mushi tightly in his hand. It was his lifeblood, and it would be better for him to die if it was broken. Ribbit was pulled high into the air by Kyunhee and floated in front of him. He looked at the reporter in front of him. He was wearing a panda mask. Apart from this, he looked ordinary, the kind that could be noticed even in a crowd. Perhaps it is because of this that this group of people are able to capture all kinds of news. What Kyunhee didn't know was that the news agency had suffered heavy losses in the past 2 years in order to capture him. There were the Chaoshinra Tensei and Tengai Shinsei at Sabayati Island, the planetary devastation when rescuing Zephyr, and the battles with Kaido and Red Hair. There were already dozens of reporters who were turned into ashes by the aftermath of the battle. But as long as Chijia appears, these reporters will still rush to take pictures. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger, and as long as they bring back some news related to Chijia, Bailey will be rich. Riptor just floated in front of Chijia, looking at the pair of Rinnegan in front of him, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He swallowed his saliva and sighed in his heart. Is this the feeling of oppression from the purple scale admiral? But even so, Ribat subconsciously raised the den mushi and slapped Chijia in front of him. There was no way. Not every reporter had the opportunity to face Chai-hei up close. If he missed this opportunity, it would probably be a lifelong regret. Kyunhee was speechless by Ribbit's behavior, thinking that this guy was really dedicated and did not forget his job even in such a situation. He did not stop his behavior, but just looked at him and asked. You are a reporter, right? Did you write down everything that happened on the Fishmen Island today? Ribbit was shocked. The den mushi that he had not let go of when he was pulled up into the sky suddenly slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He screamed. No. My den mushi. Advertisement. Swish. The next second, the den mushi was back in his hand. He stared at it blankly, then looked at Chijia with gratitude. He knew that Chijia must have helped him get it back. He felt that he would go crazy if he lost this den mushi. He smiled and said. You must hold it firmly this time, or you may not be so lucky next time. Ribat nodded repeatedly. The den mushi in his hand looked like it was about to suffocate, which meant that he had really learned a lesson. After he calmed down, he continued. May I have your name? Lin Admiral. My name is Rui Porter. You can report today's events however you want, but there is one thing you must emphasize, that is, the Fishmen Island is under my jurisdiction from now on. Do you understand? At this point, Jianhe's eyes flashed with a purple light, which startled Ruibot's heart. How could he dare to refuse at all? He hurriedly said. I understand, Admiral Zilan. I will definitely put this sentence on the headlines of the news. Now Qunhe is even closer to Rubot than his own father. He wishes to worship Qunhe as an idol. He agrees with this request 100 times. Seeing that he agreed, Jianhe nodded with satisfaction and said casually. That's right, you can go back now. After saying that, Qunhe took him back to the ground and let him return to the crowd. Khalifa came forward and asked. Boss, who was that person just now? He's a reporter named Rui Porter. I asked him to write in the news that the Fishman Island is under my jurisdiction from now on, to give those people a warning. Shirahoshi, who was standing by, was so moved by Chijia's words that she rushed to Chijia with her pink fish tail swinging, hugged Chijia again and shouted. Master Chijia is so high. Shirahoshi. Are you trying to suffocate me? Chapter 186, Powerless Whitebeard. Zilan Admiral, I will protect the Fishman Island. The next day's newspaper headline had several big words on it, and the attached photo showed Qunhe floating in the air and looking down at the Fishman Island. The light and shadow effects of the photo are well controlled, making Chijia's Rinnegan stand out extremely clearly under the sunlight. On board the Mozambique. Dad. The Fishman Island has been taken over by Zilan. Advertisement. Marco rushed to Whitebeard with a newspaper in his hand, but he found that Whitebeard seemed to have known about this for a long time. He took the newspaper from Marco, glanced at it, and then threw it away. Marco said hesitantly. Dad, the Fishman Island was originally protected by our pirates. Isn't Zilan's behavior a bit? Whitebeard glanced at him. He knew very well that Qunhe's behavior was a provocation to him, but what could he do? Just last night, Neptune had informed him of this matter over the phone, and his words revealed his apology to him. If this happened in the past, with Whitebeard's personality, he would not let it go even if he had a good relationship with Neptune. But the one who took over the Fishman Island was that Uchiha Chijia. He is confident in his own strength, but he is not confident that he can defeat Kaido and Shanks consecutively in one day. Even if he can defeat Kaido, he will not have the energy left to deal with Shanks, who is also a 4 emperor. Whitebeard is old, and now he just wants to stay with his sons. If he confronts Zilan head-on because of this matter, it will be fine for him, but how many of his sons will be left? What's more, not long after Neptune finished talking to him, Shanks came to his ship and the first thing he said when they met was, "Don't confront Zilin." Whitebeard took a big gulp of wine in frustration, then threw the gourd filled with wine heavily to the ground, breaking it into a pile of pieces. When has he, who is known as the strongest man in the world, ever felt so aggrieved? Now he was being forced into this state by a little kid in the marine, even though they had never even met each other. Marco looked at his father in front of him silently. He felt as sad as Whitebeard. An idea that he had never thought of before came into his mind. Is Dad really old? Advertisement. Blackbeard Teach happened to come here at this time. After hearing the conversation between the two, he was really panicked. Because he felt that it was no longer safe to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates. Is this still the pirates group led by the strongest man in the world? Originally, he thought that if he really had no chance of getting the dark fruit, he would just stay here and retire, but the current situation made him panic. He clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely in his heart. No. I can't go on like this, I have to get that dark fruit. Teach was standing there thinking about something. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. He turned his head sharply, stared fiercely at the person who disturbed him, and said sternly. Who is it? The person who tapped him on the shoulder was Thatch, the captain of the 4th squad of the Whitebeard Pirates. He was stunned when Teach glared at him. It was the first time he saw Teach look like this. In his impression, Teach was an honest and nice guy. Teach also realized his own gaffe and thought to himself that this was not good. He couldn't let the image he had worked so hard to build collapse. He quickly put on a new look and asked with a smile. It's Captain Thatch. What's wrong? What do you want from me? Sachi was stunned, wondering if he was hallucinating. Why did Teach seem like a different person? But Teach had worked hard for many years, and his good guy image had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the Whitebeard Pirates, so Thatch didn't think much about it. He looked at Teach and asked. I see you've been standing here for a while, I want to ask if there's anything on your mind. Oh, I'm fine, Captain Sachi. I'm just a little worried about my dad. He seems to be angry about the incident on the Fishman Island. I see. Alas. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, Zilin's strength is indeed terrifying. Even Kaido and Red Hair are no match for him. Dad didn't take action for our sake. Yeah, that Zilin is really a monster. A thief, ha 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 ha. Teach laughed out his characteristic laugh and let the matter pass. Sachi didn't want to talk about this annoying thing anymore. He thought about it and said casually. Some people have forgotten how terrible our Whitebeard pirates are. Not long ago, a group of them attacked our territory. Dad asked our 4th division to destroy them. Your 2nd division must follow us, so you should get ready. Okay, Captain Thatch. Advertisement. Teach agreed obediently, turned around and left. He now wanted to go back to his room to calm down and think about what to do in the future. Sachi looked at his back thoughtfully. He always felt that Teach seemed to be hiding something. However, his thoughts were soon interrupted by Whitebeard's cough. It turned out that Whitebeard was coughing violently because his bad mood triggered the illness in his body. Seeing Whitebeard's painful expression, he immediately forgot about Teach. He hurried over and helped Marco insert needles into Whitebeard to stabilize his condition. After sending Whitebeard back to the room, Marco and Thatch walked side by side onto the deck. Both of them looked solemn. Marco said with an unpleasant expression. Dad's condition is getting worse. We can't go on like this. Marine's power is growing stronger and stronger. Our situation is getting a little bad. Thatch nodded in agreement. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his strength was still not enough. At least in front of the current Marine, his strength was really not enough. As the chef of the Whitebeard pirates, he suddenly has a strong desire for power. However, strength is not something that can be increased easily, it is not treasure. Wait, treasure? Sachi's face was shocked. He thought of a fastest way to increase his strength, but he hasn't eaten the devil fruit yet. As we all know, if a person's talent is limited, then a powerful devil fruit is the fastest way to increase strength. The Marco in front of him is the user of a top-grade devil fruit. Although his physical skills are already very strong, everyone can see the benefits that the phoenix fruit brings to him. With the help of this fruit, Marco not only gained powerful physical skills, but also gained the enviable ability to fly and unparalleled recovery ability. Thatch didn't think much of it before, but now he finally realized the importance of the devil fruit, and he just stared at Marco in a daze. Marco felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Thatch. He asked in confusion. Sachi, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Thatch came to his senses and told Marco his thoughts without hiding anything. After listening to this, Marco thought about it and felt that what Thatch said made sense. Now the Whitebeard pirates really needed to improve their overall strength, which would also allow his father to worry less. Although the Whitebeard pirates have no shortage of devil fruit, the food they feed Thatch cannot be too bad, and it seems that none of their remaining devil fruit is particularly suitable. No wonder, if it was a powerful devil fruit, the warehouse wouldn't be overwhelmed. Thatch also knew this, so he told Marco directly. Let's put this matter aside for now. Our 4th division will have a battle in a few days. Maybe our opponent will have some good devil fruit. Well, good luck to you then, Thatch. Chapter 187 Dark Fruit, Blackbeard Rebellion. On an unknown pirate's ship, Thatch led the members of the 4th division to kill all the opponents. Since the opponent was too weak, the 2nd division only sent the honest and reliable Teach to participate in the battle this time. After killing the last man, Thatch rushed into the enemy's warehouse and began to count the spoils. Sachi chose to ignore the mountains of treasure in the warehouse. He just wanted to find a devil fruit. After searching in the warehouse for a long time, he actually found a devil fruit. Advertisement. The devil fruit looks like a dark purple pineapple, exuding a dark aura. Seeing the appearance of this devil fruit, Sachi's face lit up with joy. As we all know, most of Logia's devil fruits look like pineapples. The Logia devil fruit has the most immediate effect on increasing a person's strength. It can be said that except for smoke fruit, the shame of Logia, the rest of Logia are almost not weak. Without mentioning anything else, just look at the 3 previous Logia admirals of Marine, which one is not ridiculously strong. Now that he had obtained a Logia fruit, for Sachi, this was a surprise within a surprise. Thatch couldn't help but roar with excitement. He held the devil fruit high in his hand and rushed out of the warehouse and came to the deck. Come and see. I found a nice devil fruit. Upon hearing the word devil fruit, everyone immediately gathered around Thatch. They looked at the devil fruit in Thatch's hand curiously, but there was no trace of greed in their eyes, except for Teach. At this moment, he looked at the devil fruit with a look of almost tearing eyes. Because he had already deeply engraved the appearance of the dark fruit in his mind, and he was very familiar with its appearance. Unexpectedly, the dark fruit that he had been waiting for more than 10 years suddenly appeared before his eyes. This was simply fate. Teach stared at the dark fruit in Thatch's hand, wishing he could rush over and eat it on the spot. However, at this time, Sachi was completely immersed in the joy of getting the dark fruit and did not notice Teach's abnormality. Different from the original animation, Sachi's desire to improve his strength is very strong now. He put the dark fruit directly to his mouth and wanted to eat it immediately. Thatch's action frightened Teach so much that he almost peed himself. He yelled. Advertisement. Wait. This roar shifted everyone's attention to Teach. Thatch temporarily gave up the idea of eating the devil fruit, looked at Teach in confusion, and asked. What's wrong, Teach? Captain Thatch, I think eating devil fruit is something that needs to be carefully considered. Do you want to reconsider it? How about we ask Daddy when we get back? Ha ha ha. Teach, you are being too cautious. Judging from the appearance of this fruit, it is most likely a Logia devil fruit. Logia's abilities are definitely not bad. After saying that, Thatch opened his mouth and the dark fruit was about to be eaten by him. Teach narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. There's nothing I can do. I have to do this for my dream. I'm sorry, Captain Sachi. Puff. Blood splattered, Thatch covered his neck and retreated quickly. The dark fruit in his hand had fallen into one of Teach's hands, and his other hand held a dagger that was still dripping with blood. Without hesitation, Teach opened his mouth wide and stuffed the dark fruit directly into his mouth, swallowing it without even chewing it. Fortunately, he had a thick neck, so the process of swallowing the fruit was extremely smooth. After eating the dark fruit, Teach stood there motionless. The others were stunned by Teach's behavior, only Thatch was still covering his neck which was bleeding, looking at Teach in disbelief. He wanted to ask Teach why he did this, but the fatal wound in his throat made him unable to make any sound. Finally, Thatch could no longer hold on and fell backwards to the ground, his eyes wide open staring at the sky, his eyes open until he died. The people around him were suddenly awakened. They hurried to Sachi's side, squatted down to check his condition, and the result was that Sachi was dead. He died at Teach's hands. Thatch was a good person and had a high reputation in the 4th Division. His death was naturally a great shock to everyone. They turned their heads in anger and shouted at Teach. Teach! Are you crazy? You killed Captain Thatch. Facing the questions from everyone, Teach, who had been silent from the beginning, suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. It really is the dark fruit. It chose me after all. Advertisement. Teach's reaction completely enraged all the members of the 4th Division. They stared at him with red eyes, drew their weapons and rushed towards him. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, which was to capture the guy who killed Captain Sachi and hand him over to Dad for disposal. However, before they could take any action, they were horrified to find that they were suddenly unable to move. The entire deck had turned into a dark swamp, with a powerful gravitational force pulling all the members of the 4th Division downwards. Teach had a sinister smile on his face. He looked at the people who had been swallowed up to their waists by the darkness and laughed. Ha 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 ha. That's the power. It's called the most evil of all devil fruits, the power of the dark fruit. Even as he was speaking, someone had been completely swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. When the others saw this scene, they showed horror on their faces. Someone shouted in panic. Teach, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the entire Whitebeard pirates? Daddy won't let you go. Dad. Teach sneered and said disdainfully. I thought he was the former strongest man in the world, Whitebeard? Wake up. Now he has been forced by Zillan to get together with red hair. A hole. How dare you? Before the man could finish his words, he was pulled into the darkness and became silent. Teach glanced at the rest of the people impatiently, slammed his hand on the ground, and said in a deep voice. Dark Cave Road. With his action, the darkness on the ground like a tide suddenly paused, then surged again, and the gravity emanating from it suddenly increased. The remaining members of the 4th Division roared in despair, and were instantly pulled into darkness. At this time, there was no one else on the deck except Teach, only endless darkness. Teach stood alone in the center of the darkness, his expression showing great enjoyment, and he didn't seem to feel any guilt at all for killing all the members of the 4th Division. He clenched his fists, looked towards the sea, and laughed wildly again. Thief, ha 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 ha. Just wait. This sea will eventually belong to me, Blackbeard. Chapter 188 Marco attacks. Dad. It's bad. Teach killed all the people in the 4th Division and has escaped. On the Moby DK, Marco stood in front of Whitebeard and told Whitebeard, who was sitting in a chair receiving the news of Teach's defection. When Whitebeard heard this, he stood up from his chair and the needles stuck in his body fell out one after another. He simply couldn't believe what he had just heard. His beloved sons had died at the hands of their own people. He asked in a trembling voice. Advertisement. Where's Thatch? How is he doing now? Marco's expression looked extremely sad and angry. He cried and shouted. Thatch was the first to die at Teach's hands, just because he got a devil fruit that Teach had his eyes on. Puff. Whitebeard's physical condition was not very good to begin with, and now after hearing this kind of news, he became so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. A strong feeling of weakness came over Whitebeard, and he covered his chest in pain and knelt down on one knee. Startled by Whitebeard's reaction, Marco hurriedly stepped forward to help Whitebeard up and let him sit back in the chair. He looked at Whitebeard, who was slumped in the chair, and felt extremely anxious. In this situation, Dad must not get into trouble, otherwise the Whitebeard pirates will be in real danger. Whitebeard also knew this. After he felt better, he exhaled and said, I've known for a long time that Teach is very ambitious, but I never thought he would do something like this. When mentioning Teach, Marco's expression became extremely angry. He now wished he could cut this guy into pieces to avenge Thatch and all the members of the 4th Division. He clenched his fists and looked at Whitebeard hatefully. Dad, let me catch this crazy guy. He must pay the price. However, Whitebeard shook his head and said weakly. Don't go. Teach has been hiding himself. His strength is not necessarily worse than yours. Now that he has obtained the devil fruit he has set his eyes on, he must be fully confident, otherwise he would not choose to defect at this time. So we're just going to let him do whatever he wants out there. Wait a little longer, we must avenge Thatch, but not now. But... Marco wanted to say something, but Jaws suddenly ran over and said. Dad. Redhead is here. Advertisement. Hearing Shanks coming, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed and he thought to himself. What is he doing here at a time like this? Before Whitebeard could figure it out, Shanks had already walked up to him with heavy steps. Whitebeard frowned at Shanks and asked. Red-haired boy, I'm in a bad mood today. You'd better not talk about anything related to Zi Lin. Shanks shook his head at that, but then nodded, looking somewhat conflicted. He looked up at Whitebeard and said. Whitebeard, I already know about Thatch's situation. I'm sorry. You are well informed, but if you just want to say this, then thank you for your kindness and you can go back. Of course not. What I want to say is, don't send anyone to arrest Teach for now. He is very dangerous. Marco's expression suddenly turned very ugly when he heard Shanks' words. He, who was always calm, couldn't help himself any longer at this moment. He roared angrily. Stop pointing fingers here. We, the Whitebeard pirates, will definitely avenge our fallen comrades. I'll catch Teach. After Marco yelled, he glanced at the silent Shanks, then turned to look at Whitebeard. Whitebeard had a serious look on his face. He was indeed concerned about Marco's safety and didn't want him to take any risks. But now that Shanks said this, he changed his mind. Since when can the Whitebeard pirates just ignore the tragic death of their comrades? Are they still the Whitebeard pirates who value family the most? It wasn't Shanks' friend who died, so he could say without any burden that he shouldn't go looking for Teach, but Whitebeard couldn't. Thinking of this, Whitebeard looked directly at Marco and said. Marco, you are right. This revenge must be avenged. It is up to you to arrest Teach. Shanks couldn't sit still anymore. He pointed at the 3 scars on his eyes and shouted. Whitebeard. Don't you know how deep Teach's hidden secrets are? These scars are caused by him. However, Whitebeard ignored what Shanks said and patted Marco's thin body, obviously making up his mind. Marco looked at his father in front of him with tears in his eyes and said. Dad, I'm leaving right now. You must take care of yourself during this time. Whitebeard showed a rare gentle smile on his face and said. Don't worry, I'll be there for you if anything happens. Lousy is Whitebeard. Kula la la la. Advertisement. Marco took one last look at his father, his eyes filled with reluctance. He wiped his eyes, then turned around with a look of determination on his face. Green flames suddenly burned on his body, and his arms turned into 2 flaming wings that covered the sky. Immediately afterwards, Marco's entire appearance changed drastically, and he was completely transformed into a giant bird with blue flames burning all over his body. He has entered a state of complete bestiality, and in this state, his flying speed is the fastest. With his wings spread, Marco's body soared into the air, stirring up a gust of wind as he rushed off into the distance. Shanks looked at Marco's figure disappearing into the sky with an unpleasant expression. He turned around and said to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you are going to regret this. Humph, it's not your place to interfere in the affairs of the Whitebeard pirates. Boom. On the Moby Dick, 2 terrifying conquerors collided, and the entire hull began to shake slightly. Jaws looked at the large number of Whitebeard pirates members lying on the ground, feeling anxious. He was really afraid that his father would start a fight with Red at this moment. Whitebeard and Shanks were staring at each other, and after a while, Shanks' momentum suddenly loosened and he took it back. Whitebeard did not continue. After all, they were on the Moby Dick, and he would suffer a great loss if a fight broke out. Shanks calmed himself down a bit, then looked at Whitebeard and said. Since things are irreversible, we should do something to remedy the situation, right? Remediate? What do you mean? Regarding that Zillan, I should have told you that he can have more than 1 devil fruit ability, right? Hey, you did say that. This kind of thing is really outrageous. He has always been very interested in the powerful devil fruit. Although we don't know what power the fruit Teach God has, but if he was willing to defect to get it, the power must be good. So what do you want to say? Shanks' eyes flashed with a gleam, and he said in a deep voice. Why don't we spread the news and promote how powerful the fruit teach god is? I think he will be very interested. Shanks wanted to use Chijia to get rid of Blackbeard. Because although this guy is also a member of the D clan, he is an outlier among them. The reason why Shanks is so afraid of Blackbeard is because Blackbeard reminds him of someone. And that person was Rox, who died in the Valley of God. Chapter 189 Target, Dark Fruit. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Kyun-hee was sitting in his office board, flipping through the documents on the table. There was a knock on the door and Khalifa came in with a newspaper. She placed the newspaper in front of Kyun-hee and said, "Boss, something's happened to the Whitebeard pirates." Advertisement. Kyun-hee picked up the newspaper and started reading it. The first thing he noticed was the eye-catching big words at the top of the newspaper. Surprise. Internal strife among the Whitebeard pirates. Chijia raised an eyebrow at the sight of these words, the image of Blackbeard immediately appearing in his mind. Following the title, he found that the content was just as he expected, the protagonist was indeed Blackbeard. The newspaper mainly wrote that Marshal D. Teach, a former member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, killed all members of the 4th Division because of a devil fruit. He has now defected and formed a pirates group, calling himself Blackbeard. In addition to these, the newspaper also used a lot of space to brag about the devil fruit that Blackbeard had seized, even saying that after obtaining this fruit, Blackbeard could challenge the 4 emperors. However, the newspaper did not explain the ability of the devil fruit. Seeing this news, Kyun-hee smiled. In his opinion, this devil fruit should be the dark fruit, otherwise Blackbeard would not defect from the Whitebeard pirates for a devil fruit. Although the time was advanced, the result remained the same. Blackbeard finally got the devil fruit he had been longing for. But this time he was really ruthless. In the anime, he only killed Thatch by a sneak attack, but now he has destroyed the entire 4th Division. It seems that some subtle changes have taken place after all. Khalifa saw Kyun-hee looking at the newspaper and smiling without saying anything, and couldn't help asking. "Boss, don't you think the content of the newspaper is a little strange?" Kyun-hee looked up at Khalifa, slowly put the newspaper down, and asked. "Oh? What's strange about that? Isn't the newspaper's description of the devil fruit a bit too much?" Advertisement. Khalifa's question is not without reason. As we all know, no matter how powerful a devil fruit is or how valuable it is, it will become meaningless once it is eaten by a person. Even if the user is killed, the devil fruit will only reappear somewhere in the world, and trying to find it again is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As far as Khalifa knows, the only person who has the ability to kill the ability user and gain the ability of the fruit is Chijia. Therefore, she always felt that this newspaper seemed to be specially designed to seduce Chijia. Kyun-hee also saw some of the meaning, but he didn't care whether it was a conspiracy against him, because all the fear came from insufficient firepower. With his current strength, he really didn't think he could turn over, except for the unknown I'm. And Chijia also wanted to thank the person who wrote this newspaper. If it weren't for him, how would Chijia know that Blackbeard had obtained the dark fruit now? You know, dark fruit has long been on Kyun-hee's devil fruit list. How could he let go of such a top quality fruit? Thinking of this, Kyun-hee smiled and said. "Haha, no matter what the purpose of the person who leaked the news is, I want this devil fruit." After saying that, Kyun-hee stood up from the chair and said to Khalifa. "Khalifa, you should help me with my official duties for the time being. I will go meet this Blackbeard." Khalifa pushed his glasses helplessly, thinking to himself that even if the boss doesn't tell me, I still have to do these jobs. Khalifa complained a little in her heart and then immediately got into the state. She nodded and said. "Boss, go ahead. I'll take care of these things." Looking at his capable secretary, Kyun-hee curled up a smile, reached out his hand, took Khalifa into his arms and kissed her gently, then his figure flashed and disappeared. West Blue, in a small country. On the dilapidated street, a group of soldiers were surrounding a tall and thin man wearing a black top hat. Although he was surrounded by a group of people, there was no panic on his face. Instead, the soldiers were sweating profusely and did not dare to move forward. After a stalemate for a while, a soldier couldn't help but shout. Advertisement. Lafitte. Your abuse of violence has caused dissatisfaction among many people. The king orders us to expel you from the country. The man surrounded by the soldiers was Lafayette, one of the earliest members of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the Devil Inspector. Facing the excited soldiers, Lafayette always had a mocking smile on his face. He pressed his hat with his hand and said. Is His Majesty the King unhappy because I used a little too much force? This is really a headache. Lafitte's nonchalant attitude directly angered the soldiers present. Someone shouted. Is that too much? You destroyed an entire street. Do you know how many innocent people died? I don't want to, but they are just too weak. Lafitte fiddled with the burgundy cane in his hand, ignoring the soldiers in front of him. A hole. I'm going to take you, a lawless guy, back to jail. Several soldiers could no longer bear it and rushed towards Lafitte with their weapons raised. At this time, Lafitte also moved. A cold light flashed in the field, and Lafitte returned to his original position. The soldiers who had just rushed towards him stopped their forward movements as if the pause button had been pressed. It was not until Lafitte slowly put the sword in his staff back into the staff that blood spurted out of the soldiers' bodies and they fell to the ground. This scene frightened the remaining soldiers into silence. For a moment, no one dared to approach Lafitte, let alone attack him. Looking at the group of soldiers who were so frightened that they dared not move, Lafitte showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He said in a strange tone, "It seems that this country can't accommodate me anymore, so I'll leave." Having said that, Lafitte turned around and was about to leave. The soldiers behind him didn't dare to stop him. They just wanted this plague god to disappear from the country as soon as possible. But someone didn't want Lafitte to leave like this. A voice suddenly sounded. "Ha ha 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 ha. What an interesting person. Aren't you going to do something before you leave?" Lafitte, who was about to leave, was stunned and turned to look at the end of the street. He didn't know when several figures appeared there, led by a fat guy who looked a little sloppy. This person is Blackbeard Teach, who has defected from the Whitebeard Pirates for some time. Now he has established the pirates and recruited members. They are the helmsman Giza's Badges, the sniper Van Oka and the ship's Dr. Poison Q. Chapter 190 Ding. Dark Fruit Experience Card expired. Looking at the Blackbeard pirates who suddenly appeared, Lafitte's expression finally changed. He knew that this group of people were not on the same level as those soldiers. Especially the leader Blackbeard, Lafitte felt a strong sense of danger from him. Blackbeard was holding a Sakura peach pie in his hand and strutted towards Lafayette. Lafayette subconsciously drew out his cane sword. Blackbeard noticed his action and stuffed the remaining Sakura peach pie into his mouth. While chewing, he said, "Don't be nervous. I just think you are interesting. Are you interested in joining my pirates group?" Advertisement. "Let me join your pirates." Lafayette was stunned. So this guy was a pirate? Among the soldiers behind him, someone recognized Blackbeard and shouted in horror. "It's Blackbeard. The pirates who defected from the Whitebeard Pirates." Blackbeard. Lafayette was unfamiliar with the name. He had a bad reputation recently and was often criticized in newspapers, so he hadn't read the newspapers much in the past few days. So he didn't know that there was a person named Blackbeard on the sea. But he still caught the name of Whitebeard Pirates from the soldiers' words. There was no other way, who on this sea didn't know the reputation of Whitebeard Pirates? For ordinary pirates, being able to join the Whitebeard Pirates is something to brag about, but this guy named Blackbeard actually defected from there. But no matter what, this guy was able to join the Whitebeard Pirates and even had the ability to defect from there, so his strength was definitely not something he could contend with. Lafayette thought it would be better for him to stabilize Blackbeard first. He calmed down and said, "Why would a man like you choose me?" Blackbeard burst into laughter again, pointing at the dilapidated streets around him and said, "That's enough. I want a lawless guy like you." The soldiers behind Lafayette showed angry expressions on their faces after hearing Blackbeard's words. In their opinion, these guys are simply scum among scum. But when they thought of the opponent's strength, they only felt a sense of powerlessness. Facing such a monster, what could ordinary people like them do? One of the soldiers whispered to his companions, "Let's go back and report to His Majesty the King. We are no longer able to deal with this kind of enemy." The others nodded in agreement and began to retreat quietly towards the direction of the imperial city. Advertisement. Blackbeard didn't care about the soldiers who left. To him, as long as these soldiers were still in the country, they could not escape from his control. A sinister smile appeared on his face, and then at Lafayette's puzzled gaze, Vice Admiral put his hands on the ground. A tide of darkness surged out from Blackbeard's palm and quickly spread around, covering the entire country. Lot's face changed and he said, Is this devil fruit?" Blackbeard kept his posture unchanged and said proudly, "Yes, this is the most evil existence among all the devil fruits. The power of the dark fruit. Dark fruit. Thief, ha 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 ha. Just watch, you will soon know the horror of this ability. Dark Cave Deo." Buzz. The darkness on the ground shook violently, and then released a terrifying gravitational force, pulling everything around it in. In less than a moment, there was nothing around Lafayette except for the darkness still surging on the ground. He looked around in horror, completely stunned by the dark fruit's ability. Blackbeard got up from the ground, feeling somewhat confused, because he had not heard even a single scream just now. Where had all the people in this country gone? After thinking for a while, he could only assume that he had used too much force just now and those people were pulled into the darkness before they could react. Whatever, he didn't take the lives of ordinary people seriously anyway. He admired the expression on Lafayette's face with satisfaction, then opened his hands and shouted, "How about it? Am I qualified to be your captain?" Lafayette swallowed his saliva. Facing such a terrifying ability, how could he dare to refuse? He was about to speak. I agree. This ability is really good. It's worth my trip here. A voice suddenly came out of the empty environment, startling Blackbeard and others standing on the ground. Who is it? Blackbeard looked around hurriedly, but the surrounding buildings had already been swallowed up by his darkness. Apart from the land under his feet, what else was there? Advertisement. Fortunately, his observation haki was not weak, and he quickly realized that the voice came from the sky. Blackbeard looked up suddenly and saw a figure floating above him. The person who came was Kyunhee, who had just arrived here. Seeing that Blackbeard finally saw him, Kyunhee slowly descended from the air and stood not far from Blackbeard. Blackbeard's expression suddenly changed after seeing Chijia's face clearly. There was nothing he could do. Even though he had never seen Chijia's face, the pair of purple Rinnegan were too dazzling for him to ignore. After recognizing that the person was Kyunhee, a layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on Blackbeard's forehead, and he even subconsciously took 2 steps back. Since getting the dark fruit, there are really not many people who can scare him like this, but it is obvious that Chijia is one of them, and she is definitely ranked first in his heart. Even Whitebeard can't compare to her. You have to know that the man in front of you is an existence that even his father, Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world, is extremely afraid of. Lit, who was about to agree to join the Blackbeard pirates, immediately shut his mouth tightly after seeing Chijia. Are you kidding me? Who dares to call themselves pirates in front of this man? But there are always blind people. Blackbeard's people such as Giza's badges did not see Chijia's face because Chijia had her back to them, so when they saw Blackbeard's actions, they just thought Chijia was an enemy. Van Oka simply raised the sniper rifle in his hand, aimed at Kyunhee, and pulled the trigger without thinking. Bang! There was a gunshot, and the bullet passed through Kyunhee's body and hit Blackbeard, who was standing opposite him. Van Oka can't even use armament haki now. For Chijia, who is a Logia user, this attack can't even hurt his Kakuzu. Blackbeard's dark fruit cannot be transformed into elements, but he has his own way. A darkness emerges from his body and absorbs the incoming bullets into it. Although he had avoided accidental injuries to his teammates, Blackbeard did not feel relaxed at all. He shouted in panic. Badgers! Don't attack! He is Marine Admiral Zillan, and you cannot handle him. Zillan! Hearing this name, Badgers and others were immediately frightened out of their wits. Van Oka, who had just fired the gun, shuddered violently and almost dropped the gun in his hand to the ground. Not daring to think too much, Badgers and the others turned around and tried to run, but it was too late. Boom boom boom. 3 deafening thunderclaps sounded, and the 3 members Blackbeard had just recruited were completely reduced to ashes. He didn't even turn around to look at them. He looked at the terrified Blackbeard in front of him, a smile appeared on his face, and said. Okay, Dark Fruit, you've had enough of the experience, it's time to hand it over. Chapter 191 Desperate Blackbeard. Blackbeard felt a chill rising from the solace of his feet to the top of his head. His head was buzzing. He understood one meaning from Kyunhee's words, which was to deprive him of the power of the dark fruit. If someone else said this, Blackbeard would definitely laugh out loud, but if it came from Chijia's mouth, he wouldn't be able to laugh. Because he really felt that his dark fruit was about to leave him. Why does he care so much about dark fruit? Advertisement. The most important point is that darkness can absorb the devil fruit that is about to leave the host when the ability user dies. As long as a fruit is prepared in advance, the devil fruit can be reborn on the spot. Just a guess, please don't criticize. Blackbeard's body is different from that of an ordinary person, and he can possess the abilities of more than one devil fruit, so he can use the dark fruit to absorb the abilities of another powerful devil fruit that he likes. In this way, he can possess the power of both the dark fruit and another top-grade devil fruit at the same time. He can also give the extra devil fruit to his subordinates to build a powerful team of people with special abilities. Originally, Blackbeard thought that the only one who could do this was him after he got the dark fruit. However, Chijia's existence is an exception. When Blackbeard was in the Whitebeard Pirates, he deliberately collected a lot of information about Chijia and knew that he also had the ability to possess more than one devil fruit, and the number was astonishing. As far as we know now, Chijia already possesses the Thunder Fruit, Gravity Fruit, Shura Fruit, and Nikomata Fruit, which were all deduced by Blackbeard from Chijia's experiences. Which of these fruits would not be a powerful devil fruit that everyone would fight for if placed in the ocean? Blackbeard would be so greedy that he would cry, right? Blackbeard also boldly speculated that the reason why Chijia was able to do such an outrageous thing was probably because of his eyes called Rinnegan. Because every time Blackbeard saw a photo of Chijia in the newspaper, there was a close-up of his Rinnegan. He keenly noticed that the number of Megatama in Chijia's Rinnegan was increasing each time, and he happened to show more abilities in the following battle. Blackbeard is really obsessed with devil fruit, so he is more interested in Chijia's secrets than anyone else. Based on what he speculated, if there was a school dedicated to studying Chijia, Blackbeard would definitely be qualified to be the principal of this school. But Blackbeard never expected that one day he would become Chijia's target, and that too not long after he got the dark fruit and it wasn't even warm yet. This was the dark fruit that he had waited so long for in the Whitebeard pirates. He was counting on this fruit to help him realize his dream, so how could he just lose it? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Blackbeard clenched his fists and stared at Kyunhee in front of him. He roared and activated the dark fruit with all his strength. Under Blackbeard's strong emotional fluctuations, an ultimate darkness erupted from his body in a spiral and rushed straight into the sky. He stretched out his hand towards Kyunhee and shouted. Liberation! Buzz! The large amount of building debris that he had previously absorbed gushed out from the darkness and hit Kyunhee. Kyunhee looked at the large amount of construction debris falling from the sky, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. Boom boom boom! A series of explosions sounded, and a large amount of building debris that hit Kyunhee instantly exploded into powder. Looking at the dust all over the sky, Blackbeard looked unhappy and thought. Explosion? Is this another devil fruit ability? Judging from what you just did, it looks like the ability of the explosion fruit. Blackbeard had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia and was familiar with most of the devil fruit's abilities, so he guessed it right again this time. But he didn't have the energy to study Chijia's abilities anymore. He only knew that if he didn't give it his all, he would not only lose the dark fruit, but also his life. The only trump card he has left is the ability of dark fruit to make all devil fruits ineffective, which is why dark fruit is called the most evil existence. In his opinion, as long as Chijia is touched by darkness, it will be useless even if she has many devil fruits. Thinking of this, Blackbeard stretched out a dark hand towards Kyunhee and said in a deep voice. Dark water. A dark Uzumaki appeared in his palm, emitting a terrifying attraction, aiming directly at Chijia. Enveloped by this gravity, Chijia's body shook slightly. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard was overjoyed, as if he saw hope of defeating Chijia. Advertisement. However, the next scene immediately shattered the hope that had just risen in his heart. Shinra Tensei. An even more powerful repulsive force burst out from Kyunhee's body, instantly offsetting the gravitational force generated by the darkness, and even backfired on Blackbeard. What? Blackbeard had an expression of disbelief on his face, and before he could react, he was flung away. Since the surrounding environment had been cleared out by the dark acupuncture point he had just used, there was no obstacle on the route he was flung away on, and he was about to fly out of Kyunhee's sight. Of course, Kyunhee would not let Blackbeard disappear in front of him. He stretched out his hand again and used universal pull in the direction where Blackbeard was bounced. Ah! A scream of fear came from far away, and Blackbeard, who was bounced away, was sucked back by Chijia again, and finally strangled by Chijia. At this time, the hat on Blackbeard's head had been blown away, and his eyes were a little dazed, as if he had not yet recovered from the Shinra expedition just now. Kyunhee had no intention of letting him wake up and immediately stripped the dark fruit's ability from him. Suddenly, Blackbeard, who originally looked drowsy, showed a sinister smile on his face. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Kyunhee's arm, laughing. Thief, ha 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 ha! I got you! Witness the horror of dark fruit. Dark water. Darkness surged out from the hand he was holding with Kyunhee, and instantly spread to Kyunhee's entire arm. Looking at Chijia's arm swallowed by the darkness, Blackbeard's eyes were filled with excitement. He really didn't expect that there would be such a chance to get close to Chijia. This was simply a godsend. Blackbeard looked at Kyunhee triumphantly, wanting to see an expression of fear and helplessness on Kyunhee's face, but to his disappointment, Kyunhee's expression was still the same as before, without any fluctuation. Kyunhee's arm just shook slightly, and the darkness wrapped around his arm dissipated like a cloud of black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the dazed Blackbeard in front of him, Kyunhee pretended to be puzzled and asked. That's it. Chapter 192 Dark Emperor vs. Thunder Emperor. Seeing that his last trump card didn't work, Blackbeard was completely desperate. You, what kind of monster are you? How dare someone like you call someone else a monster? Kyunhee suddenly exerted force on Blackbeard's neck, instantly turning his face purple. Please don't kill me. I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates after all. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of going to war with the Whitebeard Pirates? Advertisement. Blackbeard has no backbone, as can be seen from the scene in which he was beaten by Whitebeard and called him daddy. Faced with death, he no longer cared about anything else and even brought out the Whitebeard Pirates in an attempt to make Kyunhee afraid. But he obviously forgot that the reason Whitebeard and Redhead formed an alliance was because of Chijia who was standing in front of him. Kyunhee smiled, pinched Blackbeard and said. Do you think I'm afraid of Whitebeard? He has formed an alliance with Red Hair. Can you Marines afford the consequences of going to war with 4 emperors at the same time? Alliance? An alliance of the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. The words old, weak, sick, and disabled that came out of Kyunhee's mouth made Blackbeard's expression freeze. Because he thought about it, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with using the old, weak, sick, and disabled to describe the alliance between Whitebeard and Red Hair. Blackbeard knew that old and sick referred to his father, and disabled referred to Shanks, but he had no idea who the weak referred to. Even Blackbeard, who obtained the dark fruit and entered the newbie expansion period, did not dare to label either Whitebeard or Red Hair as weak. However, for Chijia now, both Whitebeard and Red Hair can be said to be weak. Perhaps only if the four emperors come together can Chijia become a little interested. Blackbeard's breathing became increasingly difficult as Chijia was strangled. He once again drove the darkness into a huge black mouth, trying to swallow Chijia in one gulp. But the intensity of the darkness released by him was still not enough. Kyunhee still only had one Shinra Tensei to turn this big mouth made of darkness into nothing. But Blackbeard was really anxious. When the dark mouth didn't work, he used his own mouth to bite Chijia's arm. Advertisement. This move was something Kyunhee had not expected. Looking at Blackbeard's 2 rows of teeth that still had some food residue on them, he simply loosened his hand and let Blackbeard go. Blackbeard, who had escaped the disaster, didn't care about his image anymore and rolled away from Chijia. Kyunhee frowned at Blackbeard and asked unhappily. Are you born in the year of the rabbit? Kyunhee asked this because Blackbeard's behavior reminded him of the saying that even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. Blackbeard hadn't recovered from the suffocation just now, and was stunned by Kyunhee's question. He subconsciously asked. I am a rabbit? What does that mean? There is no such thing as zodiac signs in the pirates' world, so Blackbeard couldn't understand what Chijia meant. Kyunhee didn't help him either, he had already decided to recycle the dark fruit. But this time, Kyunhee didn't want to meet Blackbeard again. Who knows what weird moves this guy can come up with? He pointed a finger at Blackbeard, and a purple lightning ball appeared at the tip of his finger, followed by a burst of purple lightning. 0. This move was inspired by Ulquiorra in Shinigami. Both techniques compress powerful energy and then release it as an attack with extremely strong penetrating power. The only difference is that the color of Zero emitted by Ulquiorra is dark green, while Chijia's Zero is dark purple. The speed of lightning was extremely fast. Before Blackbeard could use dark defense, the purple lightning pierced through his left chest and he fell to the ground. But Kyunhee did not rush forward to retrieve the dark fruit, because under Skynet's perception, he detected the sound of Blackbeard's heart beating in his body. Kyunhee looked at Blackbeard lying on the ground thoughtfully. The Pirates King had already described this guy's body structure, and his body was different from that of normal people. It has been speculated that Blackbeard may have more than one heart in his body. Kyunhee was sure that the Zero just now had indeed destroyed Blackbeard's heart, but judging from the current situation, this guy might really have more than one heart. Sure enough, Blackbeard's next action confirmed Kyunhee's guess. Blackbeard, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly moved. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Kyunhee with gloomy eyes. Advertisement. A small darkness emerged from his body and covered the wound on his left chest. After a while, the darkness dissipated, and the wound pierced by Kyunhee Zero had healed. Except for the remaining bloodline, it seemed that there was no serious problem. Dark fruit is an extremely special existence in Logia. It cannot allow the ability user to elementalize, and it will double the pain of the ability user after being attacked. But on the other hand, it can absorb the damage suffered by the ability user. In the anime, Blackbeard was pierced through the body by Ace's Divine Fire, Shiranui, and he also used darkness to absorb the damage. In the subsequent battles, no penetrating wounds could be seen on his body. However, if the user of this ability is killed in one blow, this ability will have no effect. The reason why Blackbeard was able to stand up from the ground was because of his extraordinary body. From this point of view, dark fruit is indeed very suitable for Blackbeard, as if it was prepared for him. After treating the wounds on his body, Blackbeard took a few deep breaths. After all, the pain of having his heart destroyed by lightning was not pleasant, let alone the double pain. He reached out and pressed his hand on his right chest, where his other heart was. Feeling the heartbeat coming from it, Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for this heart, he would be dead cold by now. Kyunhee secretly sighed at Blackbeard's unique body structure, then stretched out a finger and pointed it at his right chest again. If one time was not enough, she could do it again. Noticing Chijia's actions, Blackbeard's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly released a darkness that enveloped his right chest. If he were hit by Chijia's Zero again, he would be in real trouble. After protecting his right chest, Blackbeard did not want to sit and wait for death. Endless darkness spread out under his feet, and he was ready to fight to the death. Raising his right arm, the darkness under Blackbeard's feet was drawn towards his palm, eventually forming a pitch-black sphere that looked like a black sun. Similar to Ace's Entei, this is the strongest move he can currently use, Dark Emperor. He also became interested in the familiar scene in front of him. He also raised one arm, and a purple ball of lightning appeared in his palm. It then suddenly enlarged and turned into a purple sun the same size as the Dark Emperor, with arcs of electricity wrapped around it. This move was named Thunder Emperor by Kyunhee. Two suns, one black and one purple, stirred up a strong storm the moment they appeared, and the next second, the two suns collided with each other. Boom! An explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and two energies, one black and one purple, collided like two ferocious beasts. However, the stalemate did not last more than a second, and the black energy was completely overwhelmed, leaving only the purple energy covering the entire island. The raging electric current bombarded the sea water outside the island, stirring up huge waves, as if declaring to the sea who is the real emperor. Chapter 193 Dark Fruit, Dark Prison. Purple arcs of electricity were occasionally flickering on the charred ground, and a charred humanoid creature was lying on the ground in a big letter shape. This person was Blackbeard, who had just used Dark Emperor to fight against Kyun-hee. Now there was no intact spot on his body, and a burnt smell was emanating from him. He rolled his eyes and completely lost consciousness. Crack. Advertisement. A ball of purple lightning appeared in front of Blackbeard, and then condensed into Kyun-hee's body. Looking at Blackbeard lying on the ground with his body charred by electricity, although he looks extremely miserable, I can still feel his weak breathing. You're not dead yet. Your physique is quite good. Chijia waved the burnt and smelly air around him, used universal pull to suck Blackbeard up from the ground, and pinched him in his hand again. This time Blackbeard could no longer resist, and Chijia directly used Kid-S ability to recycle the dark fruit, and a black Megatama appeared in his left eye. Kyanga stretched out a hand and tried to activate the newly acquired dark fruit ability. The hand suddenly turned pitch black, and wisps of darkness rose up with an ultimate gravitational force, as if sucking everything around it in. Chijia already possesses the power of the Rinnegan and the gravity fruit, and now she has the power of the dark fruit. Now his control over gravity can be said to have reached the ultimate level. He even felt that he could use universal pull to suck Sengoku, who was drinking tea at the naval headquarters, over here. Then he threw away Blackbeard, who had turned into a corpse. When Kyun-hee was about to dispose of this guy's body, suddenly, there was a wave from Skynet. Kyun-hee raised his eyebrows, remembering that there was still a fish that slipped through the net, that was Lafayette who he had ignored before. This guy is not a good person. Kyun-hee knows a little about this person. He is the security officer of this country, but what he does is similar to Yu Shiryu. He kills people and does not even let innocent civilians go. Kyun-hee will definitely not let this kind of person go. According to the information from Skynet, Lafayette seemed to be in the air, fleeing rapidly into the distance. It seems that he also has demon fruit power. From the anime, his arms can transform into a pair of white wings, which should be Zoan's. Advertisement. During the time that Kyun-hee was fighting Blackbeard, he had already flown several miles at a pretty good speed. But for Kyun-hee, this distance can be ignored. Kyun-hee stretched out his hand and wanted to use universal pull to suck this guy back, but he suddenly remembered the dark fruit he had just obtained. He decided to let Lafayette be the first sacrifice of the dark fruit. Thinking of this, Kyun-hee looked in the direction where Lafayette flew, and a trace of darkness appeared in the corner of his left eye. In the distant sea, Lafayette had turned into a snow-white swan, flapping his wings vigorously and flying in the air. As Chijia expected, Lafayette is also a demon fruit power, and his devil fruit is the Zoan bird fruit swan form. Swans are the champions of high flying. As the user of the swan fruit, Lafayette's flying height is even more exaggerated. At this moment, he is already 10,000 meters in the air. This position could be said to be very safe, but Lafayette still felt it was not enough. Zoan devil fruit's inherent sense of crisis made him dare not stop. Kyun-hee brought him too much pressure, and he knew in his heart that for what he had done, the Zilan Admiral would never let him go. He now had only one thought in his mind, which was that he was not flying high enough or fast enough. Lafayette said to himself as he flew. Faster. Faster. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and a round black Uzumaki had enveloped his head without him noticing. This strange sight frightened Lafayette so much that he stopped moving and shouted in horror. This is... Puff. Before Lafayette could finish his words, his head was twisted into it by the dark Uzumaki, and blood gushed out from his broken neck. Thump. In the empty sea, a headless corpse fell from the sky and landed into the sea. The sea surface was instantly dyed red with blood, and soon attracted a large number of sharks. Lafayette ended up with no trace left. Advertisement. Lafayette's vital signs disappeared from Skynet, and the darkness in Kyun-hee's left eye also dissipated. The ability he used just now is similar to Obito's Kamui. The darkness produced by the dark fruit can actually be understood as a dark space. However, there is still a possibility of survival if you enter Obito's Kamui space, but once you enter Chijia's dark space, all objects will be crushed and almost no one can come out alive. In terms of effect, it is more like Kagai's aim no Mikaku. Kyun-hee called it the dark prison. After dealing with Lafayette, Kyun-hee opened the portal space. Under his development, the area of the portal became very large, covering half of the entire island. Soon afterwards, a huge crowd of people poured out, all of them were from this country. It turned out that when Blackbeard released the dark acupuncture point to pull the entire country into it, Chijia in the air instantly used room to transfer the entire country's people into the door space. That was why Blackbeard hadn't heard any screams before. A man wearing a gorgeous crown walked out of the crowd. He was the king of this country. The king came in front of Kyunhee and fell to his knees. Immediately afterwards, everyone behind him followed suit and knelt down in front of Kyunhee. The king looked up at Kyunhee, his eyes filled with gratitude and awe, and he shouted. Admiral Zilan. Thank you for saving my people. I am so grateful. As he said this, the king kowtowed 3 times to Kyunhee. When he raised his head again, bloodline had appeared on his forehead, which showed how grateful he was to Kyunhee. He wanted to give all the treasures of the country to Chijia in front of him, but unfortunately, all the treasures had been sucked into the darkness by Blackbeard and turned into a pile of powder. So he could only express his endless gratitude in the simplest way. Seeing the king's actions, the others immediately hugged the people around them and cried bitterly. After this disaster, everyone had a feeling of rebirth. He looked at the ordinary people kneeling in front of him, and felt deeply sad. In this world with supernatural powers, the fate of ordinary people was so pathetic that any attack from a strong man could destroy their homes in an instant. Chijia's hands subconsciously placed on her own Rinnegan. Thanks to this pair of eyes, I have everything I have now, and I also have the power to change the fate of others. Chapter 194 Wood-style 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms technique. Kyunhee walked forward slowly, suddenly squatted down, and slammed one hand on the ground. Wood-style 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms technique. Boom boom boom. There were bursts of loud noises of breaking ground across the entire country, followed by small wooden villas rising from the ground. This move was inspired by the famous real estate developer in Konoha, Yamato. Advertisement. The wood style released by Chijia is incomparable to Yamato in terms of quality and quantity. Yamato is exhausted after building a street of houses at one time, while Chijia can build houses for an entire country without any problems. Everyone stared blankly at the rows of small wooden houses that suddenly appeared in front of them, and could not believe what was happening before their eyes. He looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and asked. You can live in these houses for now. Don't worry, they are very sturdy. Hearing He's words, the king quickly responded. Admiral Zilan, thank you again for your help to this country. Okay, no more unnecessary words. How do you want to solve the food problem? The king took out a denden mushi from his clothes and said respectfully. This is the personal denden mushi of the king of a neighboring country. I can ask for some supplies from the neighboring country. Will the supplies be delivered quickly? It will be quick, 2 days at most. During this time we can collect some wild fruits from the forest outside the city, or organize some people to go hunting. Are you so confident that your neighboring country will lend you supplies? This question stumped the king. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. He knew that everything in his country had disappeared except the people. If the neighboring countries knew about their current situation, they would probably not help. He understood something when he saw the expression on the king's face, so he directly asked the king to call the king of the neighboring country right away. The king was now obedient to Chijia. After receiving Chijia's signal, he immediately called Denden Mushi. Advertisement. Denden Mushi imitated the expression of the king of the neighboring country and said. Guster? What do you want from me? He glanced at the king beside him and thought to himself that his name was Gust, which sounded quite expensive. Gust didn't know that Chijia was making fun of his name, so he said to Denden Mushi. Laris, my country has been destroyed by pirates and now supplies are in short supply. I would like to borrow some supplies from you. I will definitely pay you back double in 3 months. When he heard that he wanted to borrow supplies, Laris on the Denden Mushi side immediately laughed. Oh my dear Gust, this is such unfortunate news. I feel sad about it, but you know, our country is not rich, and the material issues. Laris' attitude clearly showed that he didn't want to lend the supplies to Gust. Gust's face looked a little ugly, and he secretly cursed Laris as ABD. Last year, Laris' country was hit by a tsunami. At that time, he very generously donated supplies to Laris for half a year. Now that his country is suffering, this guy immediately changed his face. It's really hateful. He was not surprised at all. He originally thought that there was no real friendship between countries, and the only way to gain the friendship of others was through interests and strength. Looking at the somewhat mean expression of Laris that was imitated by Denden Mushi, Chijia frowned slightly. It would be fine if this guy named Laris didn't help, but this gloating expression was really too much. Kyunhee patted Gust's shoulder to signal him not to speak, and took the Denden Mushi from his hand. Your name is Laris, right? Gust's country is indeed in trouble now. Please provide him with supplies for half a year. Nanny. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Marine Admiral, Zilan. Purple. Admiral Shireen. Hearing this name, Den Den Mushi was so shocked that he started dancing with joy, but soon calmed down and asked hesitantly. How do you prove your identity? Just for this. As she spoke, Chijia glared at the Den Den Mushi's eyes. The Den Den Mushi's expression froze, and then the pattern of the Rinnegan appeaed in its two big round eyes. Advertisement. The same thing happened to the Den Den Mushi that Laris faced on the other side. Den Den Mushi opened its two Rinnegan and looked at Laris quietly, making him tremble all over while lying on the bed. The concubine beside him patted his back and asked in confusion. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Without even glancing at the concubine beside him, Laris looked at the pair of deep purple Rinnegan with fear and said tremblingly. It's Admiral Zillan. It's really him. Zillan? Is that the Zillan who is known as the strongest admiral in the marine? The concubine covered her mouth in surprise. The name of Admiral Zillan was known to everyone. Even the concubines of Laris often talked about him in the palace. Some of them often put Kyunhee's photos under their pillows. When it was late at night, they would take them out to appreciate them to comfort their lonely hearts. Seeing that Den Den Mushi hadn't made any movement for a long time, Chijia said impatiently. What? This is not enough? Do you want me to go to your place in person? Laris was so scared that he jumped up from the bed. He knew that Kyunhee was already unhappy. If he really let Kyunhee come over, he, as the king, would probably be removed from the world government. He had no doubt that even if Kyunhee destroyed him, the world government would not say a word. Compared with this kind of fighting power that could easily destroy a country, what was a king of a small country like him? He quickly shouted into the phone. Enough, enough. How could I waste Admiral Zillan's precious time? I will expedite the delivery of Gust's supplies. The relationship between our two countries is very good, so there is no need to charge interest. These words made the concubine beside Laris look sad, and she felt regretful that she could not see the legendary purple scale admiral in person. Seeing that this guy had calmed down, Kyunhee didn't continue talking to him and just hung up the Den Den Mushi. Gust on the side expressed his gratitude again, but Kyunhee ignored him. He cared more about the feelings of ordinary civilians. Compared to most of the ungrateful people in Konoha, most of the civilians in the pirates are very simple and honest, and Chijia is also happy to do something for them. Seeing the grateful eyes of the civilians, Kyunhee felt that what he had done was very meaningful. Just thinking about these scattered island countries in the pirates' world, an idea popped up in Kyunhee's mind. After destroying Marie Joyce, it would be better to connect these island nations together. Chapter 195, Blackbeard Resurrected. After finishing his business, Kyunhee prepared to go back. Before leaving, he glanced at Blackbeard who was still lying on the ground. He originally wanted to dispose of Blackbeard's body, but now he thinks it is better to hand this guy's body over to the people of this country. After all, Blackbeard almost killed an entire country, so it might be better to let them vent their anger. After finally admiring his own 3-bedroom, 2-living room technique, Kyunhee turned into a ball of purple lightning and disappeared. After Kyunhee left, King Gust bowed again and again towards the place where Kyunhee disappeared. He had made up his mind that he would build a statue of Kyunhee and place it in the center of the royal city for all citizens to admire. Advertisement. When he revealed this idea, both the ministers and the people agreed. Chijia had long been a god in their hearts, and building a statue for him would definitely meet everyone's wishes. Some even suggested that Chijia's statue should be made of pure gold, and the Rinnegan should be carved from purple gems. Upon hearing this proposal, Gust's face turned bitter, and he thought to himself, how dare you say that? There is nothing left in this country except people, where can we get gold? However, looking at the awe on the faces of all the citizens, Gust gritted his teeth and decided to build this statue. After discussing the statue, Gust looked at Blackbeard's body again, this time with endless hatred in his eyes. They all heard it in Kyunhee's gate space just now. The reason why this guy destroyed their country was just to show the power of devil fruit. Just for this, he devoured the entire country. If it weren't for Kyunhee, they would have turned into a pile of rotten meat in the dark space by now. The more he thought about it, the more hateful he became. Gust drew out a guard's sword and slowly walked to Blackbeard's body. He raised his sword and was about to cut Blackbeard into pieces, but for some reason, when he saw Blackbeard's face, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Gust swallowed his saliva and cursed himself for being so useless. This guy was obviously dead, so what was he afraid of? Gust held the sword in the air for a long time, but finally put it down helplessly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Someone! Throw this scumbag to the shore and let the sea wash him over until he is washed into the sea and fed to the fish." Yes. On the shore, Blackbeard's body lay quietly on a beach that had been washed over and over again by the sea. Advertisement. Thanks to his sturdy weight, he was not carried into the sea by the sea water, otherwise he would have been eaten by the fish by now. But he was already a body that could not move after all, and as time went by, he was getting closer and closer to the sea. Finally, a huge wave came and was about to sweep Blackbeard away. At this moment, something strange happened. Buzz. Blackbeard, who had been deprived of the dark fruit, suddenly felt a ball of darkness surge out from under him again. The darkness rose above him and turned into a round black hole. The tide that swept towards Blackbeard was immediately pulled into the black hole by the gravity. Everything around suddenly fell silent until a strange laugh sounded. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard's corpse moved, and he slowly stood up from the ground with a strange smile on his face. He stretched out a hand that turned into darkness and said to himself. You knew that Zillan was also hunting people with special abilities, but you were still running around with dark fruit. That's really stupid, don't you think? Teach. If someone heard what he said at this time, they would definitely think that Blackbeard had a split personality due to being beaten by Chijia. But is this really the case? Blackbeard looked up at the sea in front of him, opened his arms and took a deep breath, with an intoxicated expression on his face, and exclaimed. I really miss you. I didn't expect that I could still feel your presence. I really have to thank that guy named Zillan. If it weren't for him, I might have ended up being swallowed by that idiot Teach. Blackbeard stretched out his hand and clenched it tightly, and the darkness on his hand dissipated. Seeing this, Blackbeard's expression became solemn. I don't have much dark power left. I have to use the remaining dark power to find a replacement. After thinking for a while, the name of a fruit came to Blackbeard's mind. Thinking of the power of the fruit, Blackbeard smiled again and thought. Advertisement. That's it. This idiot Teach isn't completely useless. His memory contains a lot of information about devil fruit. It can be called a devil fruit illustrated book. After determining the target, Blackbeard was ready to set off immediately. He had to find the ship that brought him here first. Blackbeard did not cause trouble for the citizens on the island again, because he had no interest in such things now, and if he lured the island back, it would be a big trouble. Thinking of Zillan, Blackbeard felt extremely apprehensive and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I never thought there would be such a monster. Even in my prime I might not be his match. As he thought about this, Blackbeard walked towards where his ship was docked. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distant sky. Teach. UBD. This loud shout made Blackbeard tremble all over, thinking that Zillan, the killer, had made a surprise attack. Blackbeard turned his neck stiffly and looked in the direction where the shouting came from, but when he saw who it was, his expression immediately relaxed. A huge bird with blue flames burning all over its body was spreading its wings and flying towards him. The identity of the bird was already obvious. It was the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco. Marco in the air has returned to his half-beast state, his sharp eyes are full of Blackbeard standing on the shore. Thinking of the dead Thatch, the blue flame on Marco's body burned more vigorously, just like the anger in his heart. Before the people arrived, Marco could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He folded his wings as if gathering strength and roared. Blue flame goose. A giant bird formed of blue flames broke away from Marco's body and swooped down towards Blackbeard on the shore. Looking at the giant blue bird that was about to fly over, a strange smile appeared on Blackbeard's face again. He opened his big hands to welcome the giant bird and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Marco, you're a step late. Dark Cave Road. Buzz. A large amount of darkness poured out from Blackbeard's open hand, blocking him in front of him. The Kingian goose plunged directly into the darkness, and without much struggle was pulled into it, leaving only a little blue spark. Chapter 196 Lao Zi is rocks. Call. Marco spread his wings and descended from the sky, bringing up a gust of wind. The black coat that Blackbeard was wearing was rustling in the strong wind, and the smile on his face was blown more and more distorted, looking extremely creepy. He seemed not to notice the angry expression on Marco's face, and said in a relaxed tone. You finally found me, but you're late. Advertisement. Marco snorted coldly and responded. Are you late? I think the timing is just right. After saying that, Marco stared at the darkness above Blackbeard in a trance that had not yet dissipated. It was the one that swallowed up the attack he launched. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Blackbeard and said with gritted teeth. This is the power you gained by killing Thatch. It's as dark as your heart. Ha ha ha. Marco, you've got the wrong person. I wasn't the one who killed Thatch. A hole. What are you still pretending at this time? Marco questioned angrily, but he was a little confused in his heart, because Teach's tone of voice was quite different from his impression, and it sounded like they were two different people. Especially Teach's laughter. Doesn't he like to laugh loudly? What's going on now? Is this habit also fake? Isn't he too scary? Blackbeard smiled and didn't respond, but stretched out a hand towards Marco and said. I think you won't believe me even if I tell you now, so why not let you calm down for a while, Anshui? Buzz. Marco's body shook violently, and then he was quickly pulled towards Blackbeard by the gravity of darkness. He shouted in panic. What? However, Marco still has rich combat experience. When he was about to fall into Blackbeard's hands, he transformed one of his feet into a golden bird claw and kicked towards Blackbeard's palm. Blackbeard's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to release dark water to pull Marco towards himself. Advertisement. The moment Marco's golden bird claws touched Blackbeard's palm, they returned to their original shape, and the strength on his feet suddenly decreased. With the help of the darkness, Blackbeard easily took Marco's kick and held Marco's ankle tightly. Admiring the horrified expression on Marco's face, Blackbeard said with a smile. It must be unpleasant to lose your abilities. This is the dark fruit that Teach has worked so hard to get. It can make anyone with special abilities lose their abilities. As he said this, Blackbeard added in his mind. Except that Zilan. I see. No wonder you have been lurking for this fruit for so long. You are really patient. Ha ha ha. Teach would probably agree with what you say, but unfortunately I'm not him. Just as he finished speaking, Blackbeard suddenly exerted force on the hand that was holding Marco's ankle, and a crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. Ah! Marco let out a scream of pain and subconsciously hit Blackbeard in the face with his right hand. Blackbeard did not continue to fight with Marco. He tilted his head to avoid the punch and then let Marco go. Marco endured the pain and used one foot to create some distance between himself and Blackbeard. He tried to activate the Phoenix's recovery ability. However, Marco soon discovered that he seemed to have lost contact with the Phoenix fruit. This was the first time this had happened since he ate the devil fruit. However, Marco's physical skills are very strong, so he can continue to fight. Blackbeard looked at Marco with admiration and couldn't help but extend an olive branch to him. Marco, Newgate is old now and can only stay on the boat and play house games. You might as well follow me from now on. You will have a brighter future. The word light sounds weird coming from him who has the ability of dark fruit. Marco said with disdain. People like you will never be as good as Dad. How dare you say such things? He he he. But the Dad you're talking about was once my subordinate. Advertisement. Nanny? Teach, are you crazy? He he he. Blackbeard laughed strangely again, and then he opened his arms and roared to the sky. Not only Newgate, but even Linlin and Kaido were once my subordinates. Because Lao Zi is a Rox. As soon as he finished speaking, a domineering aura burst out from Rock's body, mixed with pitch-black lightning, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack under this aura. Marco's pineapple hair was blown backwards by this momentum. Looking at the doomsday-like scene around Rox, a dull look appeared on Marco's face. He knew that this aura belonged to Conqueror, and it was quite strong, even stronger than red hairs. And he also knew that Teach didn't have Conquerors, and even if it did, it couldn't reach this point. Because how could someone with this kind of Conquerors have been able to hide in the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years? Combined with what Rox just said, Marco actually believed it a little. Whitebeard once mentioned his former captain to Marco, but he only said his name was Rox. Whitebeard always kept silent about other things. Therefore, the name Rox is absolutely a very confidential matter, and it is almost impossible for the former Teach to know this name. Marco frowned and asked. You said you were Rox, but where was Teach, and why did you become like him? Humph, I have been in his body the whole time, but this idiot has never discovered it. As for him, this idiot has died at the hands of Marine Admiral Zilan. You can find someone on this island to ask and you will know. However, Rox was still careless. After he exploded Conquerors, everyone on the island had fainted. Even if Marco wanted to ask, he couldn't find a sober person. Marco lowered his head and struggled to resist Rock's terrifying Conquerors. Suddenly, he noticed a few wisps of green flames rising from his feet. Seeing those wisps of green flames, Marco was overjoyed. He could now feel that his connection with the devil fruit was gradually recovering. Once he can use his ability, he can quickly recover from the injury on his foot, so he won't be so passive in the next battle. If it really doesn't work, he can retreat strategically. It's not that Marco is cowardly, but he feels that he must tell his father about the news he got today. Compared to Rox, Teach's matter seems not so important. Thinking of this, Marco decided to buy some time. He looked at Rox and asked. So how did you end up in Teach's body? This is weird no matter how you look at it, right? Haha, have you heard about the Battle of God Valley? Chapter 197 Rock's Amazing Journey. God's Valley. Marco frowned, this term was a little unfamiliar to him. Rox didn't expect Marco to know this name, so he continued to talk. That year, I led my men to fight a decisive battle with the Marine there, and the result was, hee. There was a look of unwillingness on Rock's face. Needless to say, Rock's pirate lost that battle, but he refused to accept it. Advertisement. In that battle, Sengoku, Kong, and Garp, who were at their peak, all participated in it. It can be said that they were the main force in the Marine at that time. But how bad are they, Rock's pirate? Even if Kaido was still immature at the time, what about Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion? In addition to these top fighters, their Rocks pirate also has several people who are no weaker than the current vice-captain, not to mention his captain, Rocks. With the Marines at that time, how could they challenge the Rocks pirates? Thinking of this, Rocks' eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for the help of that BD Roger and that unknown force, how could we Rocks pirates lose? This sea should have belonged to us Rocks pirates." Marco listened to Rocks sighing there, but privately he was working hard to recover his strength, and the effect was very good. A strong green flame rose from his crushed ankle, and the broken bones had almost recovered. Rocks didn't seem to notice Marco's abnormality, and continued to chatter crazily. That idiot Roger, what benefit did helping Marine bring him? Didn't he still die at the hands of Marine in the end? How ironic. Ha 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 ha. Rocks really hated Roger to his core, and he had nothing to say about being defeated by Marine, as the two sides were enemies. But you, Roger, are obviously a pirates, but you are playing tricks, saying that for the sake of the world you can't let the Rocks continue to do what they do. When Rocks heard this, he laughed out loud. Why? Advertisement. Marie Joya's bunch of rubbish can rule the world, but Rocks can't? Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? What was he saying was for the world? Did those celestial dragons bring any benefit to the world? Even he had never heard of what they did. Roger, not only did you not cause trouble for those celestial dragons, but you even helped the celestial dragon's lackey Marine to deal with him. This is simply the biggest joke in the world. If Roger hadn't been dead and his body hadn't been recovered by the Marine, the first thing Rocks would have done after his resurrection would have been to grind Roger, the hypocritical guy, to ashes. Rocks' rage has reached its peak. Endless darkness surges from his body, turning the entire space into a dark area. Marco's ability was also completely restored at this time. He immediately activated his ability to transform his arms into wings and flew high into the sky. Rocks ignored Marco. After venting his anger, he looked up at Marco in the air and asked with a grin. "Have you made up your mind? Do you want to be my first subordinate after my resurrection?" Marco did not answer Rocks. He had something else in mind that he wanted to confirm. He stared at Rocks below and asked. "How did you survive that fight? And why are you inhabiting Teach's body?" Ha 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 ha. "That's all thanks to this dark fruit." Rocks' words show that he is the previous user of dark fruit, and he has made an indispensable contribution to the fact that dark fruit is known as the most vicious of devil fruits. Rocks did not elaborate on how he did it, but it was when he was facing death that he realized the deeper capabilities of the dark fruit. Only at that moment did he realize how powerful the power of darkness was. It turns out that the gravity of darkness can really attract everything, including the soul. When he was about to die, he used the gravity of darkness to suck in his soul that was about to leave his body and forcibly prevented the soul from rushing to the underworld. But Rocks is not the user of the Yomiuri fruit, and his soul becomes increasingly weak after leaving his body without the protection of special powers. Even though his soul was much stronger than that of an ordinary person, it gradually collapsed over time. Until he found a special guy on a small island, that was Teach when he was a child. Advertisement. This guy's body is naturally different from that of an ordinary person. He has 2 hearts and a talent that even Rocks envies, which is that he can withstand the power of multiple devil fruits. So Rocks attached his soul to Teach without hesitation. But he sadly discovered that since his soul had been exhausted in the long journey, his soul was suppressed by Teach's original soul as soon as it entered the body, and almost became a tonic for Teach's soul. He managed to save his soul by the narrow margin, hiding inside Teach's body. Rocks originally had no hope of resurrection and just wanted to take revenge on the world through Teach. So Rocks had been hinting in Teach's mind, telling him about Teach's physical talent that allowed him to withstand multiple devil fruits and the importance of dark fruit. This hint from the soul was silent, and even Teach himself didn't know how he knew the information. He didn't even think about it. He just focused on finding the dark fruit. In order to find the dark fruit, Teach also joined the Whitebeard pirates. What he didn't know was that Rocks in his body almost dissipated because of this anger. Rocks thought that Teach was such a loser. Who else could he join? Why did he have to join his former subordinate Newgate? The guy who only knew how to play house? Would he have a chance to find the dark fruit in the hands of such a person? And Teach's reason is that joining the Whitebeard pirates will give him a better chance of finding the dark fruit. This idiot didn't even think about it. Even if he really found the dark fruit, given your status in the Whitebeard pirates, why would they give it to you? What happened surprised Rocks. Teach actually found the dark fruit. Moreover, Teach was ruthless enough. He killed people and stole treasures directly, and then defected from the Whitebeard pirates. In this regard, Rocks couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that he had really misjudged Teach. This guy really was born to be a pirate. Until Teach wandered around with the dark fruit and finally met Kyun-hee. Rocks only felt that life was bleak and that revenge was hopeless. But the turning point came again. The Wakyun he killed Teach was to extract his soul and gain the ability of dark fruit from it. This gave Rox a godsend opportunity. He turned the tables and took over Teach's body to complete his resurrection. Thinking of this tortuous experience, Rox couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It's so unpredictable. Chapter 198 Marco vs Rox. Rox finished speaking and invited Marco again. Okay, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to be my subordinate? Rox has already visited Marco 3 times. If Marco doesn't agree, it would seem a bit ungrateful. But Marco was destined not to agree. In his heart, Whitebeard was no different from his biological father. How could he betray his relatives? What's more, Rox is now in the form of a teacher, which makes Marco feel uncomfortable no matter how he looks at him. Advertisement. Marco responded with action. He transformed his entire body into a beast, flapped his wings, and fired blue fireballs at the rocks below. Having suffered a loss once, he knew to avoid contact with Rox's body as much as possible, so he used long-range attacks and deliberately expanded the range. Although the phoenix fruit also has the ability to emit flames, its flame is a healing flame and does not have a burning effect. The fireball thrown by Marco only attacks the enemy with its strong impact force. Seeing that Marco rejected him, Rox was not angry. He grinned and said, "It seems that you still like to play house with Newgate. What a pity." As he spoke, Rox waved his hand casually, and the darkness behind him suddenly condensed into black spears, instantly defeating the blue fireball that attacked him. Then, the dark spear suddenly extended and pierced towards Marco. Marco in the air fixed his eyes, spread his wings, and a prototype shield formed by blue flames appeared in front of him. Immortal Thistle. Puff puff puff. The dark spear pierced deeply into the flames, causing waves of flames before finally dissipating into the air. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Marco's head. His undead thistle was almost breached. Rox looked at his hands with some dissatisfaction and thought to himself. The power of darkness is getting weaker and weaker. I can't waste it any longer. I have to end this battle quickly. He stretched out his hand again, aimed at Marco, and activated the dark water. Advertisement. Seeing this familiar move, Marco's expression suddenly changed. He had suffered from this move just now. Because of this, after recovering from his injuries, he immediately flew high into the sky, thinking that this would allow him to stay as far away from the attack range of dark water as possible. But the facts told Marco that he underestimated the gravity of darkness. After flapping twice in the air, Marco was controlled by dark water without any resistance and flew towards Rox. Seeing that resistance was ineffective, Marco decisively removed the ability of the phoenix fruit and directly wrapped his arm with armament haki. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco's attainments in armament haki are naturally not low, and he can already perform it externally. He punched Rox hard, and an invisible force burst out. Seeing Marco's response, Rox showed an admiring look on his face and said, "Yes, you are worthy of being my pick. Your fighting instincts are really sharp. It's a pity that I can't use them." Although he said this, Rox's actions were not ambiguous at all. He had mastered haki a long time ago. Even though he's still using Teach's body, he can still exert the power to the limit of this body, not to mention he has Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki is different from armament haki. It is not an innate power that everyone has. It is a kind of spirit. In layman's terms, its source comes from a person's soul. Rox still has access to Conqueror's haki, and things like Conqueror's entanglement come naturally to him. The Conqueror's sword wrapped in black lightning attached to Rox's arm, and he punched Marco as well. God is silent. Marco's attack seemed so weak under this punch, and he was crushed after a short while. Bang! With a dull thud, Marco's body fell toward the ground like a kite with a broken string. At this time, Marco was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. He struggled to get up from the ground, trying to use his abilities to recover from his injuries. This time he successfully used his ability, and a violent green flame rose from his body. Advertisement. But after the flames had been burning for a long time, Marco sadly discovered that his injuries were recovering, but the effect was little more than nothing. If he had watched Summit War in the anime, he would know that no matter how powerful the fruit ability is, it would be so powerless in front of the top haki masters. In the anime, he was knocked to the ground by Garp's punch and was wrapped in bandages. To truly unleash the power of the fruit, we have to look at Chijia's pair of Rinnegan. Marco doesn't have a Rinnegan, so now he can only swallow this bitter pill. He swore that if he could return alive this time, he would practice haki hard. In fact, Marco's haki attainments were already quite high. The reason why he suffered such a big loss was, firstly, because he did not have Conqueror's haki, and secondly, because Rox was too strong. Even the Rox, who are now restricted in every way, are not someone he can deal with. You have to know that Rox's current strength is already at the 4 Emperors level. If it were him back then, Marco would probably have been killed with just one punch. Even if he is the Phoenix. Rox walked towards Marco step by step with exaggerated steps, and the smile on his face looked extremely evil. Marco watched Rox approaching him step by step. He wanted to fight back, but he found that even moving a finger would cause pain all over his body. He could only stand there like a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting for Rox to come and harvest him. However, Rox did not end Marco's life as he had expected. He walked up to Marco, stretched out his hand and patted Marco's shoulder twice. Under normal circumstances, this kind of action would be nothing, but now Marco was seriously injured and these 2 blows almost took his life. A look of pain emerged on Marco's face, but he still gritted his teeth and said nothing, staring at Rox with his dead fish eyes. If looks could kill, Rox would have been killed 10,000 times. He ignored Marco's eyes that seemed to want to eat him alive and said with a smile. Don't be nervous. I won't kill you, but I want you to help me convey a few words to Newgate. Marco was stunned. He didn't expect that he could survive. Rox didn't wait for Marco's reply and continued. Go tell Newgate that his former captain Rox is back, and tell him to prepare to welcome him. He. After saying that, Rox turned around and left, leaving Marco standing there with a dazed look on his face. Chapter 199 Shanks doubts life. After Marco waited for Rox to completely disappear, he immediately took out a Den Mushi with a crescent-shaped white beard from his pants and fired. Almost the next second, Den Mushi responded, and its expression looked extremely excited. Is that Marco? How are you doing? The person on the Den Mushi side was Whitebeard himself. Marco had been away from the pirates for a few days. Because of Thatch's matter, Marco was in an extremely heavy mood, so he didn't contact Whitebeard during this period. Although Whitebeard seemed very ambitious when he asked Marco to hunt down Teach, he regretted it as soon as Marco left. Advertisement. In addition, there was no news at all during the time Marco was away, and his heart gradually sank to the bottom. Whitebeard has many sons, and he cherishes all of them very much, but everyone has preferences. Whitebeard's preference is Marco, and he really doesn't want to lose his favorite son. So he always carried Marco's Den Mushi with him, for fear of missing any information. Seeing his father with such an expression, Marco, who had just escaped from Rox's hands, was already in tears. He tried his best to sound calmer and said, Dad, I'm fine. I was so busy looking for that BD Teach that I didn't contact you. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Kulalal. I'm glad you're okay. Listening to the familiar laughter coming from Den Mushi, Marco felt extremely relieved. His father was the person he cared about most in his heart, and he would never betray his father even if he died. Wiping away tears, Marco continued. Dad, I found Teach, but he's dead. Dead? Did you do this? No, he was killed by Zi Lin. He was really quick to act. What the red-haired kid said really came true. Redhead? What did he say? After you left, he boasted about the devil fruit that Teach got in the newspaper in order to lure Zi Lin into taking action. I see. Dad, you have to be careful of this red-haired guy. He is really hard to figure out. Kulalala. You don't have to worry about that. The red-haired boy is still too young. Advertisement. From Whitebeard's words, it can be heard that he did not take Marco's words to heart. In his eyes, red hair is still the little kid on Roger's ship. Marco did not continue on this topic, as he had another important news to share. Dad. Rox is not dead yet, he is resurrected. What? Rox's name hit Whitebeard on the head like a heavy hammer, and he felt his head buzzing. As a former member of Rox Pirate, he knows very well what the name Rox means. Whitebeard frowned and asked quickly. How did you get this news? Marco told Whitebeard everything about Rox's current situation, including what Rox asked him to bring to Whitebeard. Rox's current situation is really unbelievable. Whitebeard is getting more and more confused the more he listens. But one thing is certain, that is, Rox is really resurrected. The Battle of God Valley had been suppressed by the world government a long time ago. Only Rox could describe the situation in such detail and have such hatred towards Roger. Because Rox Pirate was a group of loose sand at that time. Although each member was strong, they all had ulterior motives. When they fought, each one was more exaggerated than the other. Even the acting monkeys who watched them called them experts. Therefore, they did not have much hatred towards Roger, who stood on the Marine's side, and Whitebeard himself often drank and chatted with Roger. Only Rox, the biggest victim of the battle in God Valley, absolutely hated Roger to the core. Coupled with the iconic dark fruit, Whitebeard couldn't deny Rox's resurrection even if he wanted to. There is a bug here. During the Summit War, Whitebeard did not react when he saw Teach using the dark fruit's ability. Just treat it as a setting in this book. Whitebeard is now extremely grateful that Marco is still alive. If his beloved son died at the hands of Rox, he would go crazy. As for Rox asking Whitebeard to welcome his former captain, Whitebeard simply put this matter behind him. He didn't like Rox back then. Even if there was no battle in God Valley, he would have left Rock's pirate sooner or later. Now Whitebeard is living a good life with his sons, so why would he have the time to care about Rock's? And if he returns to Rock's pirate, will Marine just sit back and watch? Advertisement. Do you want to add another achievement to Zillen's list of achievements? However, Rock's resurrection must be treated with caution, and Whitebeard decided to inform the other 3-4 emperors of this matter. He can't be the only one who's worried. When Big Mom and Kaido found out, their reactions were just as Whitebeard expected. The mace in Kaido's hand softened, and the cake in the ant's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. After they came to their senses, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent, which was to just pretend that rocks didn't exist and continue living their lives. Old Captain? Sorry, there is no ship that can carry you in the new era. Compared to the other 3-4 emperors, Shanks reacted very strongly after hearing the news. After hearing the news from Whitebeard, Shanks returned to his ship and came to the bow alone, staring at the sea in a daze. One of his empty sleeves was blown backwards by the sea breeze, and his back looked extremely lonely. Shanks used to be a member of Roger's ship. Although he did not personally experience the battle in the Valley of the Gods, he got a lot of information about rocks from Roger. This guy is a lawless guy, the extreme of the D clan. In his opinion, as both are members of the D clan, if Luffy's D stands for dream, then Rock's D stands for destroy. People like Rocks seem to exist just to bring the world to destruction. In addition to Rocks, another person who gave Shanks the same feeling was Blackbeard Teach, except that he was dead. And in a sense, Teach and Rocks can be considered the same person. This also explains why Shanks always felt that Teach was not an ordinary person. Shanks has placed all his hopes on Luffy. Chijia alone is already a problem for him, and now Rocks has appeared. This made him, who believed in fate, have doubts for the first time. Recalling the Great Pirates era started by Roger in recent years, it seems that nothing has changed except that it has brought countless tragedies to civilians. Shanks looked up at the sky expressionlessly and whispered to himself. Captain Roger, are we really doing the right thing? Chapter 200 Dragon. As the news of Rock's resurrection spread, undercurrents surged in the ocean. Although not many people know Rocks now, there are still many people from the old days who have vivid memories of him. In a tavern in a grey area, a drunk old pirate was standing on the table holding a bottle of wine, yelling about Rocks. He boasted about Rocks, and from his words it was clear that he did know Rocks, but he talked for a long time without being able to explain Rocks' personality or what he looked like. Advertisement. In short, Rocks is a very powerful person, even more powerful than the current 4 emperors. At this time, someone asked. How does he compare to Marine Admiral Zillen? Cough cough cough. Now the name Zillen has become a taboo for pirates, to the point where they turn pale at the mention of the word Lin. The old pirate was so frightened that he choked on the wine, and his face turned purple, which made the surrounding pirates laugh. They had long been fed up with this old guy's pretense, so they were naturally happy to see him make a fool of himself. The old pirates, who had recovered from his shock, became angry and humiliated when he heard the people's laughter. He shouted. What are you laughing at? Aren't you afraid of Zi Lin? The tavern suddenly fell silent, because no pirate could say that he was not afraid of Zi Lin. Even the old pirate himself slumped on the table. They were originally the losers among the pirates. Due to the appearance of Chijia, some pirates who survived by looting villages have been walking on thin ice all day long. Their work performance is very poor, which can be seen just from the patches on their clothes. In the corner, a mysterious man in a cloak whose face could not be seen drank the wine in the glass. He slowly stood up, threw some Baileys on the table and prepared to leave. But his dress and movements stood out among the silent pirates, and all the pirates' eyes were focused on him. The mysterious man ignored the pirates' gazes. He walked to the door of the tavern and suddenly stopped, seeming to be talking to himself. If you are so afraid of Zillen, then don't be a pirate. What? Advertisement. The mysterious man's words were like a huge rock thrown into the water, causing splashes of water everywhere. The pirates all stood up, and some even pulled out guns from their pockets and pointed them at the mysterious man who had his back to them. You are such a braggart. Aren't you a pirate? Aren't you afraid of Zi Lin? Hearing this, the mysterious man slowly turned around and faced the pirates in the tavern. At this moment, a loud thunder streaked across the sky, and the dim room suddenly became bright for a short time. The face of the mysterious man under the hood also appeared in the eyes of the pirates. His face looks a little scary because he has no eyebrows and a string of red tattoos on the left half of his face. Combined with his ferocious expression, he is simply a standard villain template. If Chijia were here, she would recognize this person at a glance. He is Luffy's biological father, Monkey D. Dragon. The pirates in the tavern were so frightened when they saw Long's face clearly that they stood there in a daze. They were not scared by the dragon's face. As pirates, they had seen all kinds of strange people and had long been immune to appearance. The reason why they were so scared was the aura faintly emanating from the dragon, which was the aura of a strong man. Long pulled down the hood on his head, completely revealing his face. Looking at the mob in front of him, he raised a mocking smile and asked. Why should I be afraid of Zillan? I'm not a pirates. The pirates in the tavern all swallowed their saliva. If the people drinking in a place like this weren't pirates, then who would they be? Could they be bounty hunters? Suddenly, the old pirates who had been ignored by the pirates for a long time stretched out a trembling finger, pointed at Long and said in disbelief. You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. I have to say that although this guy likes to brag, he does have some knowledge and knows more than these pirates who have just entered the industry. When the pirates learned of Long's identity from the old pirates, they were so frightened that their legs went weak, because this person was defined as the world's most vicious criminal by the world government. Long looked at the old pirate with some surprise, then shook his head, because he felt that the pirates in the tavern were hopeless. He didn't want to waste any more time with these people, so he turned around and left the pub. But when he came to the door, he suddenly stretched out an arm and waved, as if he was saying goodbye. After completing this action, the dragon's figure completely disappeared. The pirates in the tavern immediately collapsed on the ground, thankful that they had saved their lives. Advertisement. But is this really the case? A strong storm suddenly appeared from the street and swept towards the tavern. Boom. The tavern was destroyed in an instant, and the storm carried the remains of the tavern and the pirates' broken limbs into the sky. On a rooftop, wisps of wind gathered together to form a human shape, and then solidified into the shape of a dragon. Long glanced at the ruins of the tavern that had been destroyed by the storm, his expression showing no sign of sadness or joy. He took out a few pieces of cut newspaper from his arms, and the patterns on all the pieces were of Chijia. After looking at it for a while, Long carefully put away the fragments and turned to look in one direction. His eyes seemed to pass through the space and reach the naval headquarters. He murmured. Uchiha Chijia, what kind of man are you? Naval headquarters Marineford. It was raining here, and the sky was grey. Chijia, wearing a black suit, stood solemnly. In front of him was Zephyr, who was silently looking at two tombstones, one large and one small. Today is the anniversary of Zephyr's family's death. Zephyr's beloved wife and his 3-year-old son are buried here. The drizzle fell on Zephyr and Kyunhee, soaking their clothes. Kyunhee did not use any ability to block the rain because he knew it was better to let Zephyr be alone for now. Perhaps for Zephyr, the raindrops hitting his body are his deceased family members expressing their longing for him, which can also bring a little comfort to his soul. It was no longer possible to tell whether the water on Zephyr's face was rain or tears. He placed some of the items he had prepared in front of the tombstones, gently wiped the two tombstones, nodded to Kyunhee, and then left in silence. Infected by Zephyr's emotions, Chijia also felt uncomfortable. He thought of his best friend Minato in the Hokage world. He stretched out his hand and placed it on his Rinnegan. At this moment, these eyes that were said to be able to control life and death also shed 2 lines of tears. Kyunhee bowed slightly towards the 2 tombstones and turned to leave. He wanted to find a fruit to make up for the regret in his heart. Chapter 201 Brook. The first half of the Grand Line, the Devil's Triangle. This sea area is shrouded in darkness all year round, with mysterious black shadows flashing by from time to time, and hundreds of ships disappear here every year. From a boat that had been drifting here for who knows how long, a burst of singing came. Yo-hoo-hoo yo-hoo-hoo. The singing sounded okay, but in this place where there was no one around it seemed very strange and creepy. Advertisement. Crack. A ball of purple electric light suddenly appeared in the dim sky, and then Jianhee's figure solidified. Listening to the song coming from her ears, Jianhee smiled and said. It's Binks's wine, found you, Brook. That's right, the purpose of Kyunhee's trip is to find Brook and obtain the yellow spring fruit from him. In Kyunhee's opinion, the Yomiuri fruit is a top-grade fruit. Among the abilities related to the soul, it is definitely the top one, even above Big Mom's soul fruit. In the anime, it can be clearly seen that the Yomi Nomi fruit has a natural suppressing power on Big Mom's soul fruit, and it is obvious which one is stronger. Apart from these, Kyunhee also saw infinite possibilities in the Yomiuri fruit. That is, people with special abilities can get in touch with the underworld and even borrow the power of the underworld. There really is a netherworld in the pirates' world, as shown in Brook's memories. When he died, his soul did stay in the netherworld for a short time. As long as you reach the underworld, you can get in touch with the deceased souls and even bring the souls out of the underworld. Although Brook in the anime did not show this ability, Kyunhee felt that this theory must be feasible. He has the Rinnegan, the power of the human way and the power of the Yomiuri fruit. He doesn't believe that he can't bring back a few souls. I don't know if there are Shinigami in the underworld of pirates. If there are, he'd better be honest. Otherwise, I'll let him see who is more powerful, the King of Hell or the Shinigami. Having made up his mind, Kyunhee immediately deployed Skynet to search for Brook's trace in the entire Devil's Triangle area. Soon, Brook's position was established in Skynet. Kyun-hee looked in one direction, then turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot again. Advertisement. On the dilapidated deck, Brooke was sitting in front of a piano, playing gracefully. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder and Brooke's performance came to an abrupt end. He raised his head and looked at the sky with his empty eyes, and sighed. Is it going to rain? Looks like today's performance is over. After saying that, Brooke stood up and prepared to go to the cabin to take shelter from the rain, but when he turned around, he was stunned. Because he saw a living person. Brooke has been in this hellhole for nearly 50 years. Apart from the occasional fish jumping out of the sea, he has never seen any other living creatures, let alone living people. What's even sadder is that he himself can't even be considered a living person. Even when he looks in the mirror, he looks like a skeleton. He has almost forgotten what he looked like when he was alive. So when Brooke saw the long-lost living person appear, he couldn't believe it for a moment. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, but there was already nothing there, so there was no eye. He couldn't help but look into the eyes of the person who came, but those eyes were a little different from what he remembered. They were circling around him like an unfathomable vortex. Brooke couldn't help but think. Do people's eyes look like this now? However, he must have been overthinking. If he could go out into the world, he would know that there is only one person in this ocean who possesses such eyes. The person who came was Kyun-hee. He originally wanted to listen to the famous song Binkswine from the Pirates anime, but he didn't expect that the thunder caused by his appearance would startle Brooke. He looked at Brooke, smiled, and said. This is a great song, is it Binks's bar? Hey! Brooke was stunned, wondering how this person knew the name of his song. Could it be that this song has become popular in the outside world? While Brooke was stunned, Kyun-hee had already walked in front of him. Looking over Brooke's bony body, Chijia's eyes focused on his thick afro. He complained in his heart, it's obvious that there are only bones left, but the hair is still so lush, if this happened on Blue Planet, how many bald people would cry? Thinking of this, Kyun-hee's expression gradually became strange. Brooke didn't know that Chijia in front of him was shamelessly complaining about his hair. After a brief moment of daze, his heart was filled with the joy of seeing a living person. There was a happy expression on his bony face, which made Kyun-hee complain in his heart again. Advertisement. Hello sir, nice to meet you, my name is Brooke. Brooke was very enthusiastic, and Kyun-hee immediately ended his complaints and responded. Hello, my name is Uchiha Chijia. Uchiha? That's a last name I've never heard of before. Yo ho ho ho. Brooke has a low sense of humor. In addition, he hasn't interacted with people for many years, so a little bit of novelty can make him laugh. Kyun-hee also understood his experience, so she was not dissatisfied with his behavior. Instead, she waited patiently for him to calm down. After laughing for a while, Brooke realized that his behavior was very impolite and quickly explained. I'm so sorry. I haven't seen a living person in a long time, so... Chien-hee interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said. It's okay. I understand. Mr. Kyun-hee is such a gentle person, but you don't seem to be afraid of my body. Brooke was very confused about this. Wouldn't a normal person be scared when seeing a living, talking skeleton? Why does this Mr. Chijia seem to take his body for granted? Kyun-hee didn't give any explanation for this. He couldn't tell Brooke that he had watched anime and that this is what you should look like, right? He made a few random excuses and skipped the topic, and directly stated the purpose of his trip. Brooke, I came here specifically to ask you for something. You want something? A puzzled expression appeared on Brooke's skull face. He touched his body everywhere, wondering if he had anything worth Mr. Chijia coming to such a hellish place. But he felt around, and couldn't find anything except hard bones and his crutch. This made Brooke feel a little embarrassed, because Kyun-hee was an extremely precious guest to him now, and it would definitely be a terrible thing if he disappointed him. He said hesitantly. I'm sorry Mr. Chijia, I don't think I have anything to give you. Chien-hee shook his head and said seriously. What I want is your yellow spring fruit. Chapter 202, Part-time Boss Moria. Mr. Chijia wants my devil fruit? Do you want to kill me? Brooke's expression looked a little serious, this kind of thing was no joke. The devil fruit will only reappear when the user of the ability dies. More importantly, Brooke's current life is sustained by the devil fruit. It is still a question whether he can continue to exist without the devil fruit. Brooke is not afraid of death. He has had enough of living after losing all his companions and becoming half human and half ghost now. What has kept him alive until now is that he has an agreement with the whale Laboon, and he doesn't want to die before the agreement is fulfilled. Advertisement. Kyun-hee certainly wouldn't want to take Brooke's life. Brooke was a very interesting person with good character, but he was a little lustful. But being lustful is not a big problem, as Chijia herself has some lust, as long as it's not to the point of being disgusting like Momonosuke. Speaking of Momonosuke, Chijia couldn't help but wonder if she would see this kid's soul if she really entered the underworld. If she really saw it, this kid would be in trouble. Thinking of this, an evil smile appeared on Kyunhee's face. Brook was frightened when he saw Kyunhee's evil smile, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Kyunhee also realized that his smile was a little inappropriate. Brook now thought he was going to kill him. He immediately explained. Don't be nervous. I have special means to save your life after taking away your demon. Hey? Is there such a method? Mr. Chijia really scared my heart out just now, even though I don't have a heart. Yorururu. Brook has a carefree personality and easily believed what Chijia said. And if his life is not in danger, then it doesn't matter to him whether there is fruit or not. Brook's current level of development of the Yomiuri fruit is very low. He still thinks that the ability of this fruit is only to resurrect him once after death. In the anime, Brook spent 2 years training before gradually learning how to use the Yellow Spring's cold energy and soul to fight, but in Kyunhee's opinion, this level is still a bit of a waste of this top-grade fruit. If the Yomi no Mi is in the hands of him who possesses the Rinnegan, it will definitely be able to exert a stronger power. He felt very close and amused listening to Brook's classic jokes. Advertisement. Apart from the female characters in the Straw Hat Pirates, his favorite character is Brook, so he thought that since he had asked for Brook's fruit, he might as well do something for him. But what should he do to be worth his Yellow Spring fruit? Kyunhee lowered his head and searched his mind for memories of Brook. His eyes lingered at Brook's feet for a while, and Kyunhee actually thought of an important plot. Sizzle. Kyunhee's body suddenly flashed with dazzling purple light, and under the light, he noticed that there was no shadow under Brook's feet. Seeing this situation, Kyunhee nodded secretly. Just as he remembered, Brook now had no shadow. His shadow had been taken away by Moria, the user of the shadow fruit, and stuffed into the zombie Ryama. This can be regarded as Kyunhee's reward for the Yellow Spring fruit. Thinking of this, Kyunhee smiled at Brook and said. I can't take your devil fruit for nothing. I will give you a satisfactory reward. After saying that, Kyunhee didn't even wait for Brook's response before she turned into a ball of lightning and disappeared in front of him. Brook stared blankly at the place where Kyunhee disappeared, and after a while he shouted. Mr. Chijia. This fruit is of no use to me. You can take it if you want. Just keep talking to me. But Kyunhee had already gone, and all Brook got in response was shadows all around. He hung his head somewhat dejectedly and muttered to himself. Am I the only one left again? In the Devil's Triangle, at Thriller Bark. Moria was lying on the soft sofa, acting like a stay-at-home, concentrating on studying zombies in his own territory. Apart from the monthly target given to him by Kyunhee, he would never step out of the house. However, there were still 2 targets missing for this month, which made Moria a little annoyed. He couldn't help but complain to Absalom and others beside him. Advertisement. This Z Island is so abominable. I have to go out again in the next few days to complete his evil mission. Seeing Moria's indignant expression, the ghost Princess Perona had no intention of helping her captain. Instead, she covered her mouth and laughed mockingly. He, Lady Moria, I think this mission is for your own good. You should get out and move around. Hogback said nothing, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Only Absalom was considerate enough to comfort Moria. Lord Moria, with your strength, it's easy to deal with a few miscellaneous pirates. Don't worry too much about it. Seeing that finally one of his subordinates was considerate of him, Moria felt a warm current in his heart. He looked at Absalom with hope and said. But I'm really too busy, why don't you help me complete this damn task? Forward. Absalom's expression froze, and he waved his hand quickly. Lord Moria, you are joking. My ability is limited. If I am captured by the enemy, I will have to trouble you to save me. This was just an excuse he used to shirk responsibility. What he didn't know was that in the original plot, Moria actually went to Blackbeard's territory in person to save him, but he had been killed by Blackbeard and the ability of the transparent fruit had been taken away. But now Blackbeard has died at the hands of Chijia, and Shiryu of Rain was also washed away by Chijia's venom without leaving any trace, so Absalom can be said to have escaped the disaster invisibly. Moria didn't say much after being politely rejected. Although he looked a little creepy, he still cherished his subordinates. Absalom's ability is indeed limited, and Moria does not really expect him to help him complete the task. It seems that he will have to take action himself in the end. Moria sighed silently and looked at the 3 weirdos under his command. A gothic loli who likes to mock him, a pervert doctor who likes to fall in love with corpses, and the remaining one who finally has some respect for his boss, but it doesn't play any substantial role. It's really rare for a boss to be as bad as him. He'd better put his hopes on those zombies. Moria shook his head helplessly, struggled to get up from the sofa, and prepared to go out and find a few unlucky pirates to vent his anger on. Suddenly, a voice that frightened him sounded. Moria, you are quite laid back. Chapter 203 Moria, be a coward to the end. Hearing this nightmare-like sound, Moria's body suddenly began to shake as if she had Parkinson's disease. The three weirdos were also worried when they saw their captain's reaction. They turned their necks stiffly and looked towards the entrance of the hall. There stood a man in a black robe, looking at them with a pair of strange purple eyes, with a playful look in his eyes. Seeing the person's face clearly, Perona covered her mouth with her hands in surprise and screamed. It's the Admiral Zillan that Moria-sama fears the most. Advertisement. A hole. Perona, what are you talking about? You are the most revered Admiral Zillan. Moria's face turned red and he yelled at Perona at the top of his voice. After being yelled at by Moria, Perona pouted and sulked. You were still talking about me just now, but now you're scared like this when I show up. How embarrassing. Absalom and Hogback shut their mouths tactfully. They were not trying to give face to their captain, but they knew their own importance. In front of that man, they were no different from ants. Moria really had no way to deal with Perona, this rebellious little girl, so he could only forcefully stop his still shaking body and looked at Kyunhee with a flattering smile on his face. He. Welcome to Admiral Zillan. I wonder what you want to see me about this time. Kyunhee didn't say anything, but just slowly walked towards Moria and others. Although ignored by Chijia, Moria did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. He maintained a stiff smile on his face and watched Chijia walk towards him step by step. Chijia's footsteps were particularly clear in the spacious hall. Moria and others didn't dare to breathe. Even the usually rebellious Perona shut her mouth obediently and just looked at Chijia who was walking towards them with her big eyes curiously. Moria felt like a long time had passed before Chijia finally walked in front of him. However, Chijia did not stay beside him. Instead, she walked past him and sat on the sofa by herself, as if he was the master here. Gulp. Moria swallowed his saliva. He felt that Kyunhee must have come to him with bad intentions. Maybe she was dissatisfied with his performance this month and came to find him to blame. Advertisement. Thinking of Kyunhee's terrifyingness, Moria's face showed fear. He turned around and bowed 90 degrees to Kyunhee. Moria's body shape is so big that the belt can hardly hold him, so this kind of action is really difficult for him. Kyunhee looked at him strangely. He just wanted to scare him first so that he would be more obedient later. Why did he bow to him? Could it be that he, like Jinbei, had encountered something and wanted to ask for help from me? Moria maintained his bowing posture and did not dare to look up at Chijia. During this time since returning from naval headquarters, Moria really couldn't forget Chijia. It was certainly not because he fell in love with Chijia, but because he was really too afraid of Chijia. Especially when he saw Kaido being defeated by Chijia in the newspaper, he immediately doubted his life. Back then, he was a muscular and passionate young man who once rushed up to Wano Kuni and fought with Kaido. The result was naturally that he returned in defeat, and his companions were almost completely wiped out by Kaido. Moreover, Kaido's famous teacher buff did not work on him, and directly turned him from a passionate young man into a fat otaku. Since then, Moria has been disheartened, thinking that he will never be able to defeat the monster Kaido by his own strength, so he began to concentrate on studying zombies, hoping to seek revenge on Kaido through the power of external objects. But after so many years of research, although there have been some results, he knows that with these mismatched products, they may not even pass the test of Kaido's subordinates. However, even with Kaido, Chijia was able to defeat him head-on alone, and he also disabled the red-haired man who was also one of the 4 emperors. This kind of strength was beyond Moria's comprehension. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was hit by Chika's Shinra Tensei at the naval headquarters. This incident has almost become a capital for him to brag about. After all, it is such an honor to be able to take a blow from Jianhe and still walk out of the naval headquarters alive and well. However, no matter how much he showed off, when he faced Kyunhee again, he was as cowardly as a frost-bitten eggplant. For example, now, he bent over with his butt sticking out, pouring out all the wrong things he thought he had done. Admiral Zillan. I confess that I have verbally disrespected you in private. Among the shadows I collected, there are also marines. I still have 2 to complete for this month's target. Moria became more and more excited as he spoke, even bringing up the time when he deliberately urinated on people's shoes as a child. Advertisement. Kyunhee was stunned when she heard it, Absalom and Hobek's jaws almost dropped to the ground, and Perona's face turned red. She covered her eyes with her hands and didn't want to look at Moria again. This was simply too embarrassing. Jianhe glanced at Moria's crotch and said with a strange look on his face. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of sniping. Flick the sniper. Moria was stunned and didn't understand what Kyunhee meant for a moment. Absalom and Hogback didn't understand either. Their brains were working rapidly at this moment. Countless data and documents appeared, but after thinking for a long time, they couldn't come up with anything. Finally, it was Perona who screamed. Hate! Ghost dolls appeared next to Perona one after another, and then she floated up and spun around the chandelier on the ceiling madly, as if she was stimulated by something. Kyunhee looked up at Perona in surprise. He didn't expect that this little girl could understand what he meant. It was really amazing. Moria looked at Kyunhee with some uneasiness and said. Admiral Zilan, that's my subordinate Perona. She's a little crazy, please don't be angry. Although Perona often talks back to Moria, he almost raises Perona as his own daughter and cares about her very much, fearing that she will anger Chijia and get killed. He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, am I so easily angry? However, seeing Moria's uneasy expression, Kyunhee gave up the idea of punishing him. Although Moria is not a good person, it is undeniable that he is really a good captain. Chijia cannot hate such a person. Chijia's expression softened and he held out his hand, motioning for Moria to sit next to him. Moria immediately felt flattered and repeatedly said that he could just stand and talk, until Chijia glared at him with the Rinnegan. He hurriedly trotted over to Chijia and sat down on the sofa. Moria sat down with a nervous look on his face. He put his hands on his knees and looked like an obedient elementary school student. Chapter 204 Rebellious Girl Perona. Kyunhee patted Moria's arm and said. You know what Brook is? Did you put his shadow on the zombie? Let the zombie come over here. Moria's eyes widened when she heard this, wondering how Chijia knew this. You should know that the zombie with Brook's shadow is a special existence in itself. He is a figure from Wano Kuni hundreds of years ago, Shimotsuki Ryoma, who is revered as the sword god. His strength when he was alive was definitely among the top ones. When Moria escaped from Kaido, he stole his body and became one of his strongest zombies. Advertisement. Moreover, Ryoma is different from other zombies in that he still has memories from his previous life, and if it weren't for the ability of the shadow fruit, it would be impossible for such a strong man to obey Moria's orders. Moria had a feeling that zombie Ryoma would be scrapped today. Naturally, he was reluctant to part with this extremely powerful zombie, but since it was Qianhe who wanted it, he didn't dare to say anything. He used his ability to summon Longma directly, then nodded to Kyunhee and said. Admiral Zilan, the dragon horse is on the way and will be here soon. Yeah, that's good. I'll take Brook's shadow away from him later. Do you have any objection? Of course not. I just want to ask, what is the relationship between Admiral Zilan and that Brook? I owe him a favor. Moria looked at Chijia in disbelief. In his mind, Chijia's strength was already infinitely close to that of a god. How could he possibly still owe favors to others? What's more, Brook, who can't even beat zombies. Kyunhee had no intention of explaining. His Skynet had already covered the entire terrifying three-masted ship and sensed that there was an object moving towards him in the magnetic field. At this moment, a strange sound was heard. He. Kyunhee glanced sideways and saw a ghost doll with a smiling expression on its face trying to rub against her with bad intentions. Next to the chandelier on the ceiling, Perona looked at Chijia below with anticipation. This problematic girl was much less afraid of Chijia than those men. Her curiosity about Chijia was greater than her fear. Perona had long wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of person Ziailin, who was known as the strongest admiral in the marine, was. Advertisement. The result did not disappoint her. The suffocating and powerful feeling of oppression really hit her soul hard and left an indelible impression in her heart. But the more this happened, the more Perona wanted to see what an interesting sight it would be if a strong man like Ziailin was hit by her negative ghost. Just thinking about it made Perona squinted his eyes and snickered. However, just as the ghost doll was about to touch Chijia's body, Chijia's Rinnegan faced it. Chijia's expression looked calm, and there was no fluctuation in her Rinnegan, but the ghost doll just stood there in the air. An expression of fear appeared on its face that even Perona had never seen before, and it didn't dare to move forward at all. Perona was also stunned because she found that she had lost control of the ghost doll. However, there was something even more shocking to Perona. Chijia slowly stretched out a hand and placed it on the ghost doll's head. The ghost doll has no substance. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people who want to touch the ghost's body can only pass through it. But Kyunhee actually grabbed the ghost doll's head and brought it in front of him. Perona finally lost her composure. She quickly descended from above and moved her face closer, almost touching Chijia's face. Now Perona's expression is the same as that of the ghost doll, both are full of disbelief, which made Chijia couldn't help laughing. The reason why he was able to catch the ghost doll was because the human ability of the Rinnegan had a natural restraint on energy related to the soul. Coupled with the pressure of the Rinnegan, the ghost doll was no different from a naughty child in front of him. Perona didn't know about Chijia's Rinnegan, so she asked anxiously. Why can you catch my ghost? Compared to this, you should think about the consequences of attacking me, right? Kyunhee asked back with a serious expression on his face. Perona was so scared that she took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. Before Kyunhee could say anything else, she hugged herself and burst into tears. Kyunhee looked at Perona speechlessly. He just wanted to scare this funny gothic loli, he didn't intend to really punish her. Moria, who was standing by, jumped out to smooth things over and said. Admiral Zilan. You must not bother with her, She. Moria's words stopped abruptly because he noticed that Chijia had fixed her eyes on him, staring at him so hard that he got goosebumps all over his body. Advertisement. Of course I won't argue with her, but as her captain, you have to be punished, right? After saying that, Kyunhee directed Perona's ghost doll to pass through Moria's body before Moria could react. Moria knelt down, a dark cloud seemed to cover his body, and he looked extremely depressed. If there is an afterlife, I want to be a happy black pig. Absalom and Hogback covered their mouths tightly, and judging from their purple faces, they were having a hard time holding back their laughter. But they didn't hold it in for long before they followed Moria's example and fell to their knees. If there is an afterlife, I really want to become a weak woman. I'm just a fat, ugly pervert. He 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 he. Perona didn't care so much. She was sitting on the ground crying just now, but now she was holding her stomach and laughing so hard that tears came out. Kyunhee got up from the sofa, walked to Perona, squatted down, and said. What? You're not scared now? Perona's expression froze, and she quickly stopped laughing and nodded repeatedly. She was completely impressed by Chai-hee. Kyunhee reached out and touched her little head with pink twin ponytails, smiled at her, left Perona stunned, and stood up to look at the entrance of the hall. There was already a figure standing there, wearing a white kimono and holding a samurai sword. It is Chijia's target, Shimotsuki Ryoma in zombie form. Shimotsuki Ryoma pointed the black sword Shisui in his hand at Chijia. Since Brook's soul was stuffed into his body, some of his behaviors inevitably carried some of Brook's habits. For example, he often laughed yo ho ho ho. But when facing Kyunhee, his corrupt body felt a long-lost feeling, which was the oppressive feeling unique to the strong. At this moment, Shimotsuki Ryoma's will seemed to have regained its dominance. He looked solemn and said in a deep voice. Unknown strong man, I wonder if you can set me free today. Kyunhee smiled, and a deep purple energy blade appeared in his hand. His use of Susanoo has reached the pinnacle, and he can summon the weapon of the complete form of Susanoo even in normal conditions. This deep purple energy blade was named Susanoo. Chapter 205 Sword God Ryoma. Seeing Chijia's Susanoo sword, Shimotsuki Ryoma's zombies were not surprised but happy, and said. I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. Kyunhee shook his head. He used the sword only because he thought that Ryoma was a great swordsman who was not inferior to Hawkeye when he was alive, so he gave him some respect. To put it bluntly, it's just out of interest. And since the Susanoo sword has been used, Chijia simply uses the power of the fusion fruit to summon the Susanoo armor as well. Advertisement. Deep purple energy rose from around Kyunhee's body, then condensed into the shape of armor, and finally merged closely with Kyunhee's body. Kyunhee now looked like a mighty ancient general. Susanoo's unique powerful aura burst out, blowing objects in the hall toppling over. Under this atmosphere, Moria and others who were infected by the negative ghost also recovered. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw Kyunhee's current appearance. Instead, Perona was still lying on the ground in a daze, her mind full of Chijia's smiling face just now. After a while, she suddenly screamed and shouted. Hate it! Why are you suddenly so gentle to me? After shouting, Perona found that no one in the hall paid any attention to her. She only saw Moria and others staring towards the entrance. She followed her gaze and was immediately drawn to it. Looking at Kyunhee's back wearing the Susanoo armor, her face flushed and she murmured. This guy is quite handsome. Ryoma also looked at Kyunhee with admiration. He said no more, and directly made a sword-drawing gesture, then disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, Ryoma appeared behind Chijia and slowly sheathed his sword. His face was solemn and he said in a deep voice. Nose snort 3 dings, arrow feather slash. Clang. A slashing sound was heard from Chijia's Susanoo armor, and a circle of purple ripples spread from the Susanoo armor. Advertisement. Chijia's expression was indifferent. Ryoma's previous attack was actually just a slash made by using high-speed movement. With the defensive power of the Susanoo armor, he was too lazy to even dodge. Ryoma turned around and saw Chijia was unharmed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Terrible defensive power. Ryoma's praise did not cause any ripples in Chijia's heart. With Ryoma's current zombie body, if he could really break the defense of her Susanoo armor, then she would rather not have the Susanoo armor. Chijia didn't even turn around to look at him. He casually swung the hand holding the Susanoo sword back, and a purple sword light shot towards Ryoma. Longma did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly held Chu Shui with both hands to block his chest, trying to block Kyunhee's attack. However, Susanoo's slash was said to have the power to shatter everything in the universe, and Ryoma's behavior was tantamount to trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. The purple sword light collided with Chu Shui, and a mournful cry came from Chu Shui's sword. Then Longma, along with his sword, was swept away by the purple sword light. Boom! A huge gap appeared on the wall of the hall, and Longma's figure disappeared. Moria frowned. It wasn't because he felt sorry for his house, but because he found that he had lost contact with the zombie Ryoma. If the zombies he controls die, their shadows will separate from their bodies. As the user of the shadow fruit, it is impossible for him not to sense it. But this time it was strange. Not only did he lose contact with zombie Ryoma, he couldn't even sense Brook's shadow. Kyunhee squinted his eyes and looked in the direction where Ryoma disappeared. He could sense that Ryoma's breath did not disappear, but became stronger. Sure enough, after a while, the unique sound of wooden clogs came from the direction of the gap. It was Ryoma who came back. Seeing Ryoma, Moria's face showed an expression of disbelief and he exclaimed. How is this possible? Ryoma now looks extremely miserable. The white kimono he is wearing is already tattered. A horrible scar extends diagonally from his shoulder to his waist. There is no bloodline on the wound, and only the empty inside of his body can be seen. A tiny gap also appeared on Chu Shui's sword, exactly the place where it was attacked by the sword light just now. But what shocked Moria the most was not these, but the fact that 2 balls of blue energy suddenly appeared in Ryoma's empty eye sockets. He has created countless zombies, and this is the first time this has happened. Ryoma ignored Moria, his master. At this moment, his eyes were only on Chijia who was holding the Susanoo sword opposite him. Advertisement. He looked at the 2 balls of blue energy in Long Ma's eye sockets and thought to himself. That's the breath of a soul. Could it be that the dragon horse from before has returned? Obviously, Kyunhee's guess was correct. Long Ma's current state is a kind of resurrection, but it is only temporary. The reason why he was resurrected was because of the black knife Chu Shui in his hand. A wisp of Ryoma's soul had been injected into Chu Shui during the process of him being refined into a black sword. This is why Ryoma was able to retain his memories of his previous life after being made into a zombie. Now that Chu Shui had a gap in his body caused by Kyunhee, this wisp of soul was finally released and returned to Longma's body, making him resurrected. But Longma's situation is different from Rock's. The soul contained in Chu Shui is just a drop in the bucket compared to his original soul. It can only allow him to revive for a short time. Now Longma can be regarded as a state of last gasp. When the time comes, this soul will completely dissipate, and the sword god Ryoma will completely disappear from this world. However, Longma didn't care about such things. His heart was already filled with fighting spirit. He glanced at the gap on the autumn water sword and said in a completely different tone from before. You are indeed a great swordsman with that level of flying slash just now. He curled his lips and thought to himself, whatever you say is what it is. Whether it's the flying slash or Susanoo slash, to be honest, it's just a way of attack. Anyway, the results are almost the same, so there is no point in forcing corrections. And compared to these, the current Ryoma obviously arouses more interest of Chai-hee. He held the Susanoo sword and made a sword flower, and said softly. You just need to know that we are rivals now. Ha 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 ha. That's right. You are an opponent worthy of my respect. Ryoma laughed loudly, and his laughter was no longer Brook's yo-ho-ho-ho. He was no longer affected by Brook's shadow. Now he was the legendary sword god Ryoma in Wano Kuni. The soul flame in Longma's eyes suddenly enlarged and burned more fiercely. He has no regrets about meeting an opponent like Kyunhee in his last moments. It is time for this soul to play its greatest value. Chapter 206 Thor Susanoo. Although the soul fire in Ryoma's eyes seemed to be burning more fiercely, Chijia, who possessed the Rinnegan, could still see that he was already at the end of his strength. Burning the soul to stimulate a stronger power? This is more cruel than 8-gate, but I don't know how powerful it is. Ryoma naturally had no idea what the 8-gate that Chijia mentioned was, he just wanted to maximize his strength. Moreover, the improvement of a swordsman's realm is often more idealistic. After facing death twice, Ryoma's swordsmanship seemed to have reached a new level again. Advertisement. He placed Chu Shui on his waist, squatted slightly, and made a gesture of drawing the sword. Kyunhee knew that Ryoma's next attack would definitely not be simple, so he immediately opened up the room space and exchanged himself with Ryoma. Since Chijia's move did not have any malicious intent, Ryoma did not resist and followed Chijia outside. He turned a deaf ear to the changing environment around him and concentrated all his strength on the Chu Shui in his hand. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Kyunhee, and said in a deep voice. Dragon slashing 3 styles, flying dragon. A dragon roared, and a dragon formed by blue energy roared and pounced towards Kyunhee. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be cut by countless strikes, and cracks appeared. If Hawkeye were here, he would know that this attack has surpassed the scope of flying slashing. It contains the swordsman's sword intent and is a kind of idealistic power. Kyunhee finally became serious at this moment. The Susanoo sword in his hand instantly emerged with destructive weapons. Black lines covered it, exuding an ultimate breath of destruction. The purple light in the Rinnegan grew stronger. He looked at the giant blue dragon rushing towards him and chopped it down with the Susanoo sword in hand. A sword beam that looked like a shark fin met the blue dragon. The two collided violently, bursting out a tornado-shaped sword blade storm, cutting countless huge gullies on the surrounding ground. A large number of zombies were destroyed in the aftermath, and black shadows merged into the ground and returned to their owners. As the storm raged, Chijia and Ryoma, who were facing each other with swords in hand, looked calm. This situation did not last long. Longma had no extra time, so he swung his sword again and launched a second attack. Dragon Slaying 3 Styles, Dragon Servant Ultimate. Advertisement. This time, there were 3 even thicker blue dragons that swooped down towards Kyunhee from the air and the ground. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. A terrifying repulsive force erupted from Kyunhee's body, blocking the 3 blue dragons in the air. Even though they let out deafening roars, they still couldn't move forward an inch. Kyunhee looked up at the raging dragon outside the Shinra Tensei with an admiring look on his face. Being able to hold out against the Shinra Tensei that he had just unleashed to this point, Ryoma's swordsmanship had definitely surpassed Hawkeye's. However, it can only go so far. Kyunhee's eyes focused, and Shinra Tensei suddenly expanded, completely bouncing the 3 blue dragons out. After the dragons let out mournful cries, they turned into blue light spots all over the sky and scattered in the air. Seeing that his 2 attacks had no effect, Longma was not panicked, but became even more excited. He looked at Kyunhee across from him and exclaimed. Your strength is truly unfathomable. You should be considered the strongest in today's world. Kyunhee smiled but said nothing. Judging from his current combat power, he indeed deserved the title of the strongest. However, he chose to keep a low profile this time because he had discovered that the soul in Longma's body was on the verge of collapse. The next time should be his strongest attack. The result was just as Chijia had expected. Ryama's soul could no longer withstand the intense consumption of fighting with Chijia. The only reason he could hold on until now was because of his will that belonged to a swordsman. Now he is going to use his strongest move. A solemn expression appeared on his face, this blow would be his farewell song. The blue flames in Longma's eye sockets suddenly began to shrink, but then, an even more vigorous blue flame burned on his body. The flames rose up and formed a huge blue dragon head above him. Longma's body gradually began to melt under the burning flames, but he didn't care about his body that was about to dissipate. If he was afraid of death, he would not be called the Sword God. Now is the last dance of the Sword God in this world. Kyunhee stared at Ryama opposite him, and at this moment he felt a little respect for this strong man of the old times. He agreed with his belief of fighting even at the cost of giving up his life. Advertisement. Longma did not let Kyunhee wait too long. He poured all his strength into the black knife and shouted loudly. Dragon Slaying Style 3, Dragon Song. As soon as he finished speaking, Longma merged with the blue dragon, turning into a terrifying dragon hovering in the sky and swooping down towards Kyunhee below. Kyunhee also laughed at this moment. Ha 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 ha. I, Uchiha Chijia, approve of this swordsmanship. Among all the swordsmen I've met, I would like to call you the strongest. After saying that, Kyunhee suddenly thrust the Susanoo sword into the ground. The Susanoo sword instantly dissipated, turning into circles of deep purple energy that spread flat under Kyunhee's feet. Then, Susanoo's figure appeared and enveloped Kyunhee's body. This is not the end yet. Kyunhee's body turned into a dazzling purple electric light and injected into Susanoo's limbs and bones. The armor on Susanoo's body made a metallic clicking sound, and the armor on her arms and face slowly rose up, revealing arms and face made of purple lightning. A pair of purple electric wings appeared from behind Susanoo, and the Susanoo sword in her hand turned into a thunder sword with purple arcs of electricity. This is Susanoo, the Thunder God, who was born when Chijia combined the power of the Thunder Fruit with Susanoo. This is its first appearance, and it possesses power far beyond that of the complete Susanoo, enough to destroy the world. The Thunder God Susanoo looked up at the giant blue dragon swooping down from the sky, holding the Susanoo sword that had turned into thunder in his hands with both hands as if accumulating power. With the blessing of thunder and lightning, Kyunhee's voice echoed throughout the terrifying 3-masted ship. Everything in the universe will be reduced to ashes. This is Susanoo's fate. Immediately afterwards, the lightning wings behind the Thunder God Susanoo shook violently, carrying the Thunder God Susanoo into the air. The blue dragon roared again and pounced forward with an unstoppable momentum. The Thunder God Susanoo in the air raised the Susanoo sword high, and just like the first battle between Chijia and Ryama, he swung the Susanoo sword down at the dragon. Boom! A terrifying energy wave erupted in the sky, and the black clouds that had existed all year round above the terrifying 3-masted ship were completely dispersed at this moment, and rays of sunlight poured out. Until the sky cleared up completely, a broken samurai sword fell from the sky and stabbed straight into the ground. Chapter 207 Ending. Over the horror bark. Ryama's body was already exhausted, and he was severely injured by the Thunder God Susanoo just now. Now he only had his head floating in the air, and blue flames were still burning on his neck. Susanoo's armor also dissipated, revealing a body made of purple lightning underneath. Then, the humanoid lightning shrank and transformed into the appearance of Kyunhee. Kyunhee looked at Ryoma opposite him in silence. The feeling of a hero in his twilight years was really unpleasant. Advertisement. Longma saw what Kyun-hee meant, a relieved smile appeared on his face, and he said. Your strength is truly amazing. It is my honor to fight with you in your final moments. Chien-hee nodded silently and said. Do you have anything else to say? Longma lowered his head slightly while floating in the air, thought for a while, and then said. If I really want to say it, I would like to see how my juniors are doing and whether they are practicing swordsmanship. Younger generation. Kyun-hee was stunned, and the image of Zoro in the anime appeared in his mind. Judging from Ryoma's appearance when he was alive, Zoro is most likely the younger generation that Ryoma mentioned, but we don't know how many generations have passed. Although she was not sure, Kyun-hee still wanted to fulfill Ryoma's last wish and said. Your junior has great talent in swordsmanship. Who knows, maybe he will surpass you in the future. Really? Your Excellency has met my junior. I guess I have. Ha ha ha. Then I really have no regrets. I hope my descendants can surpass me. After saying that, Longma's body turned into blue spots of light all over the sky and completely dissipated amid laughter. Chu Shui, who fell below him, seemed to sense the departure of his master and let out a mournful cry. Before Longma's body dissipated, a black spirit broke out from it and flew rapidly in one direction. Kyun-hee did not stop it because he knew that it was Brook's shadow and it was going to find Brook. Kyun-hee looked at the place where Longma disappeared in silence for a while, then controlled his body and slowly descended to the ground. Back on the ground, Kyun-hee noticed the black knife Chu Shui stuck in the ground. He stepped forward to pull out Chu Shui and found that less than 1/5 of the sword body was left. This also means that Zoro will never have this sword. Advertisement. However, Zoro is the second protagonist in Pirates King. If Chu Shui is missing, there will be another famous sword to make up for it. Which one it is depends on his luck. As for the broken black sword Chu Shui, Kyun-hee thought it would be better to let it accompany its owner. Thinking of this, Chien-hee slammed the ground with one hand and said in a deep voice. Earth-style Earth Core. Click. A semicircular mound rises from the ground, and in front of it there is a rectangular stone tablet with the words Tomb of Shimotsuki Ryoma engraved on it. After doing all this, Kyun-hee inserted the black knife Chu Shui into the grave, and then turned into thunder and dissipated. Inside the hall, Moria intertwined her 10 fingers together, looking anxiously in the direction of the gap in the hall. A familiar sound of thunder was heard, and Kyun-hee appeared in the hall. Seeing Kyun-hee, Moria immediately came forward and hurriedly explained. Admiral Zillan, listen to my explanation. That zombie is quite special. It seems that he has awakened his consciousness from his previous life. It is definitely not me who is controlling him to fight you. During the time that Chijia was fighting with Ryoma, Moria listened to the roar outside and it could be said that every second seemed like an eternity. He was afraid that after Kyun-hee dealt with Longma, she would come to settle the score with him, the zombie's master. Absalom and Hogback were quite loyal. Even though they were still shaking, they did not abandon Moria and run away on their own. Perona also stayed here. She didn't care about these twists and turns. She stayed here just to confirm Chijia's situation. Now seeing that Kyun-hee was unharmed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But she immediately held her cheeks and muttered. How annoying. Why should I care about this guy? Chijia certainly didn't come here to settle scores with Moria. He knew more about Ryoma than Moria. He came here just to explain one thing. Moria, Ryoma's body has completely dissipated. I built a grave for him. Tell your zombies not to disturb him. Moria was stunned, thinking that Zillan was really kind-hearted. He even built a grave for the man after killing him. If one day he died in his hands, would he also build a grave for himself? The image of her own grave appeared in her mind. Moria was startled and cursed a few times in her heart. This was too unlucky. Advertisement. Seeing that Moria hadn't made any movement for a long time, Chien-hee frowned and asked. Why? Is this difficult? Moria was so frightened when she saw that Kyun-hee was obviously unhappy that she immediately shouted. Got it. I'll make sure to take good care of Ryoma's grave. After shouting, Moria showed a bitter smile on his face. This was not a difficult task. He didn't even need to control many zombies. Because most of his zombie army had already dissipated in the sunlight, and the remaining ones were half dead, so how could he dare to destroy another grave? Kyun-hee had no intention of continuing the conversation with Moria. His purpose of coming here had been achieved and it was time to leave. Thinking of this, purple arcs of electricity began to appear on Kyun-hee's body, and he was going to take the Yomiuri fruit. Moria saw that Kyun-hee was leaving and was overjoyed, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He pretended to be embarrassed and said. Are you leaving now, Admiral Zillan? I haven't treated you properly yet. Why don't you stay and have a meal before leaving? Even though he said that, Moria was screaming in his heart. Hurry up, if you keep going like this, Lao Zi will be scared to death. Chien-hee was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. How could he not see that Moria was eager for him to leave? Just look at his restless big feet. Just when he was about to completely transform into lightning and leave, a dull voice suddenly sounded. Admiral Zillan, can you wait a moment? I have something I want to discuss with you. Kyunhee's elemental transformation stopped and he turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. What? Moria screamed in anger, and turned around suddenly to see which BD was talking too much. But when he saw who was coming, his expression suddenly froze. I saw a burly figure appeared in the hall. He was wearing a black coat and holding a thick book in his hand. The most peculiar thing is that he has a pair of slightly trembling bear ears on his head. Seeing the person coming, he narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Bartholomew Kuma. Chapter 208, A Car Accident? The person who came was none other than the Tyrant Bear, one of the Shishibukai, whose real identity was a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Although he and Moria are both Shishibukai, their strengths are completely on a different level. Kuma's strength is definitely among the top 3 among the Shishibukai. After all, the ability of the meat glob fruit was so buggy that his account was directly banned later. Of course, these are not enough for Chijia now. No matter how strong the bear is, he can't reach the level of the 4 emperors. In the original work, Kuma came to tell Moria that Crocodile was defeated by Luffy, but from what he said now, it is obvious that he came here specifically to find Chijia. Advertisement. Moria didn't care why Xiong came to see Kyunhee. He was really mad at this guy Xiong. This is my territory, what are you doing here? In the face of Moria's questioning, Xiong turned a deaf ear and walked straight towards Kyunhee with heavy steps. Kyunhee crossed his arms and observed the bear's movements. He found that the bear's walking posture was a little stiff. He wondered if the bear had been transformed by Vegapunk. Xiong walked in front of Chijia. He was nearly 7 meters tall, much taller than Chijia, but in the eyes of others, he seemed to be a head shorter than Chijia. The bear forced a smile on his face and said. Hello again, Admiral Zillan. I have something I want to tell you. Kyunhee stared at the bear for a moment, then nodded and motioned for him to speak. After getting Jianhee's permission, Xiong immediately leaned down and put his head close to Jianhee's ear and whispered. Someone wants to see you. Jianhee raised an eyebrow, and for a moment he couldn't guess who the person Xiong was talking about was. Is it Vegapunk or is it a dragon? Who wants to see me? The bear shook his head slowly and whispered. I hope you understand that it is not convenient to reveal his identity. After hearing this, Kyunhee had already guessed in his mind that this person was most likely Long. But if it was him, wouldn't he be afraid that he, the Marine Admiral, would be captured and taken back to Sea Garp? Thinking of this, Jianhee showed a meaningful smile on his face and asked. Advertisement. Is this person you are talking about Monkey D. Dragon? Xiong's expression changed immediately. His identity was very secretive and not many people knew about it. How did Kyunhee know about it? When Kyunhee saw Xiong's expression, she realized that she had guessed correctly this time. If it was Vegapunk, Xiong would definitely not be so surprised. After all, Vegapunk is under the control of the world government, so it doesn't matter even if a marine admiral like him knows about it. Moria, who was standing nearby, watched the two people whispering and couldn't help but PK up his ears to listen to their conversation. But in the end he still didn't hear anything, which made him a little angry. He decided that after Kyunhee left, he would teach the bear a lesson. Seeing that Xiong was stunned and silent, Kyunhee smiled and walked past him. If he wants to see me, let him come to the naval headquarters in person, A&D. Having said this, Jianhee paused for a moment, and then continued. After a while, will you still be you? After saying that, Kyunhee disappeared as a flash of lightning without waiting for Xiong to reply. As soon as Kyunhee left, Moria couldn't help it anymore. He yelled at the bear who was still in a daze. UBD, you can come to my territory whenever you want? Who is the owner here? However, the bear still ignored him, which made Moria completely intolerable. He controlled the shadow on the ground and crawled towards the bear. When the shadow came to the bear's feet, Moria's face lit up with joy and he shouted. Shadow Horn Gun! A black spear rose from the ground and was about to pierce the bear's body when the bear suddenly stretched out a hand to meet it. Puff! The black spear pierced through the bear's glove and suddenly disappeared into thin air. The bear took off his broken glove and threw it aside, revealing a cute-looking pad on his palm. This is one of the abilities of the meatball fruit. It uses the flesh pads in the hands to deflect all attacks. This is similar to the Shinra Tensei, but it can deflect a lot of things, including some invisible attacks. For example, in the original work, Perona's ghost doll was once bounced away by a bear using its meat pads. Advertisement. The abilities of this fruit are indeed quite comprehensive. If there is a disadvantage, it is that in addition to compressing the air for long-range attacks, the bear must rely on the pads on its hands to touch the target when using its abilities. It is undeniable that this is indeed a top-grade paramecia fruit, but it is no longer necessary for Chijia now. His current abilities include 8 gate, space, time, recovery, destruction, and defense. It can be said that he has everything. Most importantly, he still has an OPOP fruit that has not been fully developed. The potential of OPOP fruit is enormous, and the room space means infinite possibilities. Kyunhee is extremely confident about this. Compared to the OPOP fruit, the only thing he can do with the flesh ball fruit is to use his paw pads to act cute. The bear was now upset and no longer his usual calm demeanor, and he was also a little angry because of the sudden attack by Moria. He teleported in front of Moria, and then in front of Moria's horrified eyes, the Vice Admiral put his hand on his big belly. Let's go on a trip. Bang! Moria also disappeared into thin air just like the previous attack he launched. After doing all this, the bear did not stay for long, and then used his ability to leave. Before Perona and the others could react, their captain and the bear disappeared in front of them, and they could only stand there like stupid geese. On the other side, Kyunhee didn't know that Moria was sent on a trip by the bear just after he left. At this moment, he was looking at Brook who was dancing in front of him with a smile on his face. Brook has realized that his shadow has returned. He was so excited when he first got the news. This means that he can stand in the sun and maybe see the outside world in the future. After jumping excitedly for a while, Brook walked up to Jianhee, bowed, and said gratefully. Thank you very much. Please take my devil fruit. This time, Kyunhee accepted Brook's gift calmly, used the human path to extract Brook's soul, and then used Kid to extract the Yomiuri fruit. There was also a fifth black Megatama in his left eye. However, when he wanted to stuff Brook's soul back, an accident happened, because he found that Brook's soul had an extremely strong rejection of the skeleton body, and he had no idea where to start. This was a bit of a disaster. Kyunhee was stunned for a moment as he held Brook's soul in his hand. You must know that although his human way can extract souls, it cannot preserve them. If the soul is not processed for a long time, it can only dissipate or return to the underworld. Wait, Huangchuan? Chapter 209 Dream Master Kyunhee. Huangchuan is the resting place of the soul, so it must have a way to preserve the soul's immortality. Thinking of this, Kyunhee immediately activated the ability of the Yomiuri fruit he had just acquired. At this moment, Brook's voice sounded in Kyunhee's mind. Mr. Kyunhee, after losing the Yomiuri fruit, my soul seems unable to return to my body. Why don't you just let me leave now? What? Advertisement. Kyunhee frowned. Didn't Brook long for the outside world before? Why did he suddenly change his mind now? Brook said calmly. After leaving that skeleton, I suddenly felt a sense of relief. I have lived enough and want to go there to reunite with my friends. It has been such a long time. After hearing what Brook said, Kyunhee fell silent. He wondered if it was necessary for him to let Brook come back to life. Did he really want to die? Sometimes, a long life is really not a good thing. If there is no one who cares about you to accompany you, it is more like a torture. What's more, Brook lives like a ghost, neither human nor ghost. But if I just let Brook's soul go to the underworld like this, doesn't that mean Brook died at my hands? Then what's the point of everything I did before? Besides, Brook is not without ties in this world. In Upside Down Mountain, there is a whale named Laboon who has been waiting for him for nearly 50 years. So Brook can't die yet, at least he can't die in his hands. Thinking of this, a light blue chill began to emerge from Kyunhee's left eye, which was fundamentally different from Aokiji's chill, as it came from the underworld. Brook, you still have an unfulfilled promise. Keep living with this promise. The cold air of Hades rushed towards Kyunhee's hand that was grabbing Brook's soul, wrapping up his soul. If one does not have strong haki skills or special abilities, one will be frozen immediately or even have his soul damaged if he comes into contact with the cold air of the underworld. But Kyunhee obviously would not let this happen. The cold air of Huangchuan can hurt the soul, but it can also nourish the soul. After possessing the Yamaizu fruit, with the help of the Rinnegan, he can easily switch the Yamaizu cold energy between these two states. After Brook's soul was enveloped by this chilly air from the underworld, he couldn't help but let out a few comfortable moans. Advertisement. However, before he could enjoy it for long, he was grabbed by Kyunhee and stuffed back into the skeleton's body. After his soul returned, Brook's brow moved and he said hesitantly. Am I alive again? Well, you're alive again. Jianhee helped him confirm it, and then reminded him. I have injected the cold air of the underworld into your soul. You can use its power from now on. But remember, once it is used up, your soul will separate from your body and return to the underworld. Kyunhee gave Brook a choice, letting him decide his own life or death. Brook quickly understood what Kyunhee meant. He felt a little complicated and didn't know what to say for a moment. Jianhee saw Brook standing there in a daze, thinking that he was still thinking about life or death, so he said to him. Don't think about it anymore. If you still want to reunite with your friends, you can use up your Huangchuan cold energy now. Don't worry, the process won't be painful. Brook nodded, still grateful to Kyunhee in his heart. The Rumba Pirates, the group Brook was in before, were the adventurers type, and everything they did was good deeds. Just look at their slogan. Let the crying children laugh. However, this type of pirate group is a minority after all. Brook has also witnessed the behavior of some of his peers during his journey. They grab whatever they see, which is the way of survival for most pirates. Although he had never done such a thing, he was no longer surprised by it. He knew that with Mr. Kyunhee's strength, if someone tried to forcibly take the Yomiuri fruit from him, he would have no way to stop them. But Kyunhee didn't. He went to Moria specifically to get his shadow back and even found a way to save his own life. Brook felt that he owed Kyunhee a favor, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Kyunhee didn't know what Brook was thinking. If she knew, she would probably laugh out loud. The power of this yellow spring fruit is very strong, and I feel like I've gotten an advantage. How could I think that Brook owes me something? It's worthy of being called the pirate's world. Some unspoken rules have been deeply rooted in people's minds. Advertisement. Kyunhee now only thinks that it is not a good idea to leave Brook here alone. It would be better to let him go to meet the whale Laboon, so that Laboon will not have to bump into the red line all day and get a bloody head. Thinking of this, Kyunhee had an idea in mind, and he said to Brook. Do you remember Laboon? Laboon. Brook didn't expect to hear the name Laboon from Mr. Chijia. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last heard this name. How could he forget Laboon? Although Laboon is a whale, he has long regarded Laboon as his partner, the kind worthy of entrusting his life to. Brook no longer cared about being polite. He excitedly grabbed Kyunhee's shoulders and shouted. How does Mr. Chijia know about Laboon? Have you seen it? Where is it now? Is it okay? A series of questions popped out of Brook's mouth, showing how anxious he was at the moment. Kyunhee also understood Brook's loss of composure. Whale Laboon was a classic plot in the early period of Pirates King, and it really moved him at that time. All things have spirits. Sometimes the feelings between people are not even as sincere as the feelings between a whale. Kyunhee has fulfilled many dreams in the pirates' world, and this time she will help these two fools realize their dreams again. He looked into Brook's empty eyes and said. It's still waiting for you where it was before, and it has never left. Do you want to go and see it? When? Brook almost blurted out the word of course, but he remembered his agreement with Laboon. Their agreement was not just to meet, the prerequisite for the meeting was that they, the Rumba Pirates, would travel around the world. But after they left Laboon, they were all unfortunately infected with the plague. In the end, only Brook survived thanks to the power of the Yomiuri fruit, and he stayed alone on this empty pirate's ship. This guard lasted for nearly 50 years. Of course Brook wanted to meet Laboon right away, and he was almost going crazy with the thought. But the agreement has not been completed yet. To Brook, an agreement is a man's promise and it must not be broken. Brook was thus caught in the tangle of agreements and partners. Chapter 210, All Things Have Spirits. Kyunhee saw Brook still hesitating and asked. What's wrong, you don't want to see Laboon? Brook immediately shook his head like a rattle. He told Kyunhee about his agreement with Laboon and said that he had not yet completed it. Kyunhee nodded after hearing this, and he also remembered the agreement to travel around the world. Thinking of this agreement, Kyunhee smiled. Advertisement. Because traveling around the world is not difficult for him who has the thunder fruit. In fact, the Grand Line is equivalent to the equator on the blue planet. If you want to travel around the world, you just need to fly along the Grand Line. Moreover, the planet where the pirates' world is located is actually not that big compared to the blue star. Its radius is probably only 1/3 or 1/4 of the blue star. Although Kyunhee's speed cannot reach the speed of light of lightning, it is definitely not slow. At least it is far beyond the speed of sound, so it is not a difficult task for him to fulfill this promise. Thinking of this, Kyunhee looked at Brook who was somewhat depressed and said. So that's the kind of thing. Don't worry, I'll help you with it. Hey? Mr. Chijia, you. No need to say more, just go in and stay for a while. Kyunhee interrupted Brook and opened the door space directly, allowing him to walk in. Brook looked at Kyunhee's confident expression and hope ignited in his heart. He felt that this mysterious Mr. Kyunhee might really be able to help him fulfill his promise with Laboon. So he bowed deeply to Kyunhee and walked into the door space. After Brook entered, Kyunhee's body instantly turned into a dazzling purple electric light. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said. "Sa, let's go." As soon as the words fell, a thunderous sound that resounded through the heaven and earth was heard, and Kyunhee's figure disappeared on the spot. The thunder blew away the dark clouds above the ship, and the warm sunlight sprinkled on the hull, giving the old ship a layer of golden glow. A shocking thing happened. The old ship suddenly seemed to come alive. It turned its bow to face the direction where Kyunhee and Brook disappeared, as if it was seeing them off. A small figure in a black cloak appeared at the bow. He slowly came to the piano that Brook often played and sat down, playing Binks's wine for the last time on this ship. The melodious melody once again echoed throughout the entire triangle of terror, until the dark clouds gathered again in the sky and blocked out the sunlight, and the song ended. The song ends and the crowd disperses. He slowly stood up from his chair and looked toward the sea, uttering an ethereal voice. I'm sorry, I'm so useless and left you alone here for so long. I'm really glad that you can be reunited with Laboon again. It's time for me to disappear. You must be happy. Advertisement. After saying this, his body turned into a ball of light and dissipated on the deck. As he disappeared, the old ship began to slowly sink. If Kyun-hee saw this scene, he would know that the man in the black cloak was the ship spirit born on this pirate's ship, just like the Mary. This also once again verifies the saying that all things have spirits. At this time, Brooke, who was in the door space, seemed to sense something, and tears suddenly appeared in his empty eyes. He shouted in the empty door space. We are the ones who should say sorry. Thank you for taking us on this adventure. Thank you so much for all this time. Hearing Brooke's cry, Kyun-hee stopped and just let him vent until the crying stopped, then Kyun-hee continued. Chijia's mumbling remained in the air. Is this a bond? It's such a strange feeling. Grand Line First Half, Futago Misaki. In a lighthouse, Crocus, who is almost 70 years old this year, is performing his duties as a lighthouse keeper as usual. There were loud crashes and piercing cries outside the lighthouse. Crocus didn't seem to be surprised by the collision. He looked complicated and whispered. Is it starting again? At the bottom of the red line, a whale was madly hitting its head against the hard rocks again and again. Its head was already covered with scars, but it still did not stop. It is the whale Laboon, and it has been doing this for decades. Cloacus just watched Laboon committing suicidal acts and did not step forward to stop him. He knew that even if he stepped forward to dissuade Laboon, he would not listen to him and would even hit him harder. Well. Cloacus sighed helplessly and wanted to turn around and go back to his room. Suddenly, there was a roar of thunder in the sky. Cloacus immediately stopped, frowned, and looked up at the sky. He wondered why thunder suddenly sounded in the clear sky. Was it going to rain? He couldn't just sit back and watch Laboon's behavior anymore. The sea could be very dangerous in extreme weather. Laboon is a whale, and whales are mammals that need to come to the surface to breathe. Advertisement. Its behavior is actually a form of physical torture. Once it is knocked unconscious by the waves, it may really encounter an unexpected accident. Thinking of this, Crocus made up his mind that he would stop Laboon today even if he had to use force. However, just as he was about to take action, a voice came from behind him. Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates, I'm astonished that you are willing to be a tower keeper in a place like this. Who is it? Hearing the visitor reveal his identity, Crocus was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around abruptly and saw Chien-hee in a black robe. After seeing Kyun-hee's face clearly, Crocus's expression changed drastically and he exclaimed. Marine Admiral Zillan. Chijia is so famous in this ocean, especially her iconic Rinnegan, it's hard for Crocus not to recognize it. After recognizing Kyun-hee's identity, Crocus' muscles suddenly tensed up and he thought to himself that something was wrong and he was probably finished today. Crocus looked very ugly. It was not that he was afraid of death, but that he was afraid of Laboon. Thinking of Laboon, Crocus was stunned because he found that Laboon's voice seemed to have stopped. Normally Laboon would hit for a long time, why did it stop so quickly today? He couldn't help but look in the direction of Laboon and saw Laboon floating quietly on the sea, as if it was asleep. Chien-hee knew that he was worried about Laboon, and said calmly. I've put it to sleep temporarily. It's too tired today. Hearing Chien-hee's words, Crocus said in disbelief. The legendary Admiral Zillan would also care about a whale. Haha, it's just out of interest. So are you here to arrest me, or, to execute me on the spot? Chien-hee shook his head and said casually. You're lucky. I'm not in the mood to kill anyone today. Considering that you've been a tower keeper here for so many years and that you've taken good care of Laboon, I won't arrest you. Then you are. Kyun-hee waved his hand to interrupt, then opened the door space under Crocus's puzzled gaze, and Brooke rushed out immediately. He jumped down from the lighthouse and rushed towards Laboon like crazy. Laboon. I'm back. Chapter 211 Only Rinnegan. Laboon was still in a daze, but when it heard Brooke's voice, its eyes immediately widened. It suddenly turned its head to look at Brooke who was running towards it. Although Brooke's current appearance is very different from before, Laboon still recognized Brooke's identity from his iconic afro and familiar voice. As a whale, Laboon does not have the complicated thoughts of humans. It only knows that no matter how much Brooke's appearance has changed, he is still the same Brooke. Woo. Advertisement. Laboon chirped and then swam quickly towards Brooke. Kyun-hee and Crocus, standing on the lighthouse, quietly watched the scene of Brooke and Laboon running towards each other below. Crocus' face was already full of tears. Chien-hee didn't cry. He had a smile on his face. His eyes were focused on Brooke, who was running. He said softly. Room Deluxe Ward. Buzz. A circular room space enveloped Brooke and carried him up into the air. Brooke turned around in surprise and looked at Kyunhee on the lighthouse. Kyunhee smiled at him and said. Go ahead. You can enter the sea now. After saying that, Kyunhee urged Room to send Brooke into the sea without waiting for Brooke to express his gratitude. When Brooke was wrapped in the room space and sent to Laboon, for a moment the man and the whale looked at each other in silence. Brooke was silent for a moment, then spread his arms and pressed his whole body against Laboon's face. Laboon rubbed Brooke affectionately, and these simple actions contain thousands of words. Brooke reached out and stroked the crisscrossing scars on Laboon's head. Although he no longer had a heart, he could still truly feel the heartache. Just now in the door space, he had seen Laboon's behavior of hitting Red Line. Seeing its desperate attitude, he wanted to rush out immediately to stop Laboon. He regretted it very much at that time. He regretted that he should not have insisted on that promise. If he had agreed to Kyunhee directly at that time, Laboon could have ended this pain earlier, even if it was only for a few minutes. Swish! Kyunhee appeared beside Brooke, and he looked into Laboon's big eyes and released Shi Shangbai Mai. Laboon instinctively felt a fear towards Kamishiga's pair of Rinnegan, but before it could look away, Ishikobi had already taken effect on it. Advertisement. A cool breath filled Laboon's huge body. Under the nourishment of this breath, Laboon only felt the scar on his head itchy and hummed comfortably twice. Then, something happened that stunned Brooke. The hideous scars on Laboon's head were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, until smooth skin was revealed. Brooke's jaw almost fell off as he watched this miraculous sight. He just drooped his chin and said. Can something like this be done? After doing all this, Kyunhee immediately left, leaving the place to Brooke and Laboon. His main focus is on accomplishing his mission, a man who has hidden his achievements and fame. After Kyunhee left, Brooke stroked Laboon's smooth forehead and told Laboon what happened to the Rumba pirates. Although Laboon is a whale, it can understand human language. After hearing that Brooke was the only one left in the Rumba pirates, Laboon's big eyes immediately filled with tears that mixed with the surrounding sea water. For a moment, the whole space was filled with Laboon's wails. Brooke looked at Laboon silently. He did not choose to comfort him because he knew it was best to let Laboon vent now. Compared to himself, Laboon has had an even more miserable life in recent years. It has been suffering from both mental and physical torture all the time. Although Brooke's fault was not his heart was still filled with guilt. He even felt that he was not qualified to comfort Laboon. Everything that happened in the room space came to Kyunhee's mind. He looked in the direction of Laboon and sighed. In fact, he could try to use the Yomiuri fruit to recall the souls of the Rumba Pirates members, but he is not a great saint who saves people from suffering, and he resurrected Brooke just to make up for the regret of watching the Pirates King. If he were to use the Yomiuri fruit to transcend the rules of life and death for the sake of people who had nothing to do with him, that would be really unnecessary. This was the limit of what he could do. At least for Laboon and Brooke now, this is the best ending. Kyunhee retracted his gaze and turned to look at Crocus. Crocus was shocked all over and thought, could it be that Ziailin had changed his mind and was going to attack him? Kyunhee would naturally not go back on his promise. He was just a little curious about the ship's doctor on the Roger Pirates. Because Crocus actually followed Roger to the legendary Rafton Road. Just now, Kyunhee took Brooke on a tour around the Grand Line, but he did not see the so-called Lafton Road. This made him curious. Where exactly is this Lafton Road? He looked at Crocus and asked. Advertisement. You were once a member of the Roger Pirates. You must have been to Rafton Road. Tell me where it is. Rafton Road. Upon hearing the name, shock and fear appeared on Crocus' face, which stunned Kyunhee. He understood that Crocus would be shocked, but why should he be afraid? Crocus asked tremblingly. As a Marine Admiral, why would you be interested in that place? Do you want to get One Piece as well? In his opinion, anyone who is interested in Rafton Lo is simply coveting the legendary treasure One Piece. But Kyunhee's reaction was far beyond his expectations. He just sneered disdainfully. One Piece. The legendary great secret treasure? What kind of great secret treasure can compare to his pair of Rinnegan? With the Rinnegan, he could easily obtain everything in the world. Unless there is the fruit of the sacred tree there, One Piece is just a gimmick to him. Crocus was a little overwhelmed by Chijia's performance. He couldn't understand how there could be people in the world who would look down on One Piece. Otherwise, Captain Roger would not have triggered the entire Age of Discovery with One Piece. Just when Crocus was doubting his life, Kyunhee stretched out a hand towards the sea, and suddenly closed his 5 fingers. Boom! A loud noise on the sea startled Crocus, Brooke, and Laboon who were in the sea. When they came to their senses, the scene before them made them stand there in shock. The endless sea water seemed to be pulled by some force and rushed into the sky. The sea level dropped instantly, and only the area where Laboon and Brooke were located was separated. The entire space has turned into a sandwich sandwiched by sea water, like a dream. He turned to look at Crocus, who had a dazed look on his face and a runny nose, and asked. One Piece? How many pairs of Rinnegan does it have? Chapter 212 One Piece. After showing Crocus the power of the Rinnegan, Chigia withdrew the release of her ability, and the sea water poured down from the sky. Everything returned to calm again, but Crocus would never forget the sight of the sea water rolling up into the sky. He knew that even the golden lion with the lion fruit could not easily make such a large amount of sea water roll back into the sky. Crocus murmured. Is this the power of God? Advertisement. Chigia had no comment on his evaluation. The Rinnegan was originally called the Eye of God, so it was natural for it to have the power of God. And what he had just achieved was only the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Now, if he exerted his full strength, he could even create a moon like the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, this moon cannot be compared with the one in the blue planet. The moon in the Hokage movie looks obviously much smaller. The purpose of shocking Crocus has been achieved. He asked calmly. Do you think that I, who possess this kind of power, would care about the so-called One Piece? Crocus didn't know what to say anymore and could only nod woodenly. He paused for a moment, and when he looked at Kyunhee again, his eyes were filled with awe. He no longer thought about hiding anything and told what he saw. Rafton Road is not in this world, it is in an independent space. Kyunhee frowned. Does this mean that Rafton Road is in a place similar to Kamui space? If it was really located in that kind of place, how did they get in since all the members of Roger Pirates don't have devil fruit abilities, let alone space-related abilities? Crocus' next words immediately explained this. Captain Roger has the ability to listen to the voices of all things. After he learned the location of Rafton Road, he was at a loss. Until one day, a mysterious man found him. Mysterious man? Do you know what he looks like? Crocus shook his head and said. He was wearing a black cape and had a slender figure. His voice seemed to be deliberately concealed, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Advertisement. Hearing this, Kyunhee was a little disappointed, but still gestured for Crocus to continue. He should be the demon fruit power. With his help, we entered Rafton Road, where we saw the truth of history. Speaking of this, a blush appeared on Crocus' face, as if he had returned to the state when he just entered Rafton Road. It wasn't until Chienhee's face showed displeasure that he came to his senses and asked hurriedly. Don't you want to know the truth of history? Not interested. Chijia's answer was very straightforward. He was not one of O'Hara's experts. He just wanted to know what One Piece was that ran through the entire Pirates King. Crocus was once again confused by Kyunhee's attitude, but he didn't dare to say much. He continued to tell Kyunhee what their Roger Pirates group saw and heard in Rafton Road. Finally, he talked about One Piece. But when One Piece was mentioned, what appeared on Crocus's face was not joy, but an indelible fear. He trembled and said. It was a black monster with 10 tails. It also had a strange blood-red eye. The pattern inside was like. At this point, Crocus suddenly woke up, and he stared at the 6 Magadama Rinnegan on Chijia's right. That memory really frightened him, so he usually chose to forget it. Until now when he talked about it again, he realized that the pattern in that eye was exactly the same as Chijia's Rinnegan. The only difference is that the monster's eyes are blood-red, while Chijia's Rinnegan is dark purple. Kyunhee, who was originally drowsy, immediately became alert after hearing 10 tails and blood-red eyes. Because the image of a monster came to his mind, it was 10 tails from Hokage. If you say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. But Crocus stopped talking halfway, which made Kyunhee very unhappy. He frowned and asked. Like what? Tell me. Like your eyes. After saying that, Crocus looked at Kyunhee with fear, as if Kyunhee was the monster. Advertisement. Kyunhee ignored Crocus, who looked extremely excited at the moment. He really didn't expect that the legendary One Piece would actually be 10 tails, and according to Crocus's description, that 10 tails was obviously still in the seedling stage. This means that since it has not yet produced the fruit of the sacred tree, I have the opportunity to eat the fruit of the sacred tree. The more Kyunhee thought about it, the more excited he became, and the expression on his face became more and more outrageous, which made Crocus tremble with fear, fearing that Kyunhee would eat him alive. Of course Kyunhee has no interest in the old man's meat. The fruit of the sacred tree is his ultimate goal. However, Kyunhee's excitement did not last long, because he thought of a very embarrassing question. 10 tails is there, but in order for 10 tails to bear fruit, it needs to eat 8 Satsuki, and this is where the problem lies. Where could he find such an Satsuki to feed 10 tails? Do you want him to go back to the Hokage world and catch him? Kyunhee's expression changed from bright to dark, and finally he sighed. Never mind. 10 tails was better than nothing. He could find another way to deal with Satsuki's problem. And there are still some things he hasn't figured out. He came back to his senses, looked up at Crocus, and regardless of his frightened look, asked. So what did Roger do to that monster? And where did you know who go? Crocus swallowed and responded. After the mysterious man saw the monster, he said, finally found you and left. Captain Roger used his ability to listen to the voices of all things, but he didn't tell us what he heard. He just took us out through the entrance left by the mysterious man. Finally found you? Kyun-hee did not show much interest in what Crocus said about Roger, but he caught the mysterious man's words. Because from this sentence, the mysterious person should know what 10 tails means, so could this mysterious person be in Tsutsuki? As for who this Tsutsuki is, a name comes to Chijia's mind. He looked in the direction of Red Line and said in a deep voice. Tsutsuki Yim. Chapter 213 Crazy I'm. Marie Joyce, among the flowers. I'm on the throne seemed to sense something. He opened his red eyes and looked in one direction, and at the end of the direction was Kyun-hee. At this moment, the two pairs of eyes seemed to confront each other in the air, and an invisible wave erupted. The entire Holy Land suddenly shook violently, and a large number of celestial dragons fell to the ground before they could react. The guards beside them were frightened and rushed forward to help their masters up. What these celestial dragons did after they stood up was surprisingly consistent, which was to slap the guards hard in the face, and some even went so far as to execute the guards in a rage. Advertisement. Xiaolulia was sleeping soundly while holding Chijia's doll. The saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth had soaked the doll's head. The sudden shaking made her fall off the bed, waking her up from her sweet dream. After waking up, Xiaolulia did not scream like the other celestial dragons. She rubbed her eyes in a daze and said to herself. What happened? Why do I seem to sense Kyun-hee's presence? Back among the flowers. Yim slowly stood up from the throne, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to the empty hall. Did you notice that? Uchiha Chijia. At this moment, a voice sounded from his mind. He must have known something. How about we recover him now? A look of disgust appeared on Yim's face. He was really fed up with the feeling of having another person in his body. What's more, this person knew everything about him, including his despicable deeds. He ignored the voice and just waved his sleeves, and an image of Kyun-hee appeared in the air in front of him. I'm stared at Chijia's Rinnegan and the horn on his head with fascination, and murmured. You have finally grown to this point. My thoughts are indeed correct. I have been waiting for too long. However, the voice sounded again. His evolution really exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect that he could really evolve from a human body to such a level. Yumo laughed disdainfully and said sarcastically. Advertisement. How can a loser like you compare with me in vision? When my plan succeeds, you can just wait to completely disappear from my body. The voice in Yim's mind was silent for a while, then ignored Yim's ridicule and asked. So you're going to reclaim Uchiha Chijia now? Although he's evolving in the direction he should, it seems like he hasn't evolved completely yet. Humph, of course I know, so I will continue to wait patiently. I have endured hundreds of years, so I don't mind waiting for a little longer. You are quite patient. Aren't you afraid that he will surpass you after his evolution? Don't think I'm as useless as you. I have my own ways. Just wait and see. Then I wish you success. After saying this, the voice in Yim's mind fell completely silent. Yim snorted coldly and focused his eyes on a spot in the air. A swirling black hole appeared in the air, and bursts of creepy roars came from it. Through the black hole, you can see a blood-red eye staring at I'm outside. An ordinary person would probably faint immediately from fright if faced with such a horrifying scene, but I'm seemed to enjoy this feeling. He looked at the monster in the black hole with a gaze like admiring a treasure, and said obsessively. As long as you are here, I am invincible. Roar. In response to his roar, Yim ignored it and continued. Don't worry, you will become a part of my body soon. By then, what's Joey boy? What's that bullshit prophecy? I am the only true god in this world. Ha 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 ha. The monster in the black hole became more and more anxious amid Yim's wild laughter, but its body was imprisoned by pitch-black lines. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not move a single step. It could only roar to vent its anger. I'm smiled and enjoyed the monster's performance for a while. The monster's roar sounded like moving music to his ears, and he was intoxicated every time he heard it. The monster also knew that it was just a rage without any function now, and it would only make the human look even more disgusting, so it simply lay on the ground without saying a word. Advertisement. I'm no longer had the will to continue, so he looked away and the black hole closed. He looked in Kyun-hee's direction again, opened his arms and shouted. Uchiha Chijia. I can give you everything you want. Just keep growing. Until. At this point, a sick smile appeared on Yumo's face, and he continued. Until it becomes its food. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was transmitted through the flowers to the Holy Land outside. When the 5 elders who were sitting together in the hall heard it, they immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the flowers. The 5 elders in the black flat hat said hesitantly, I know this 5 elders is called Jikarasia Satan Saint, but others don't know, so I can only describe it with characteristics. This is Lord Yumu's voice. He seems very happy today. The 5 elders with short blonde hair nodded, his expression looked a little bad because he heard the name Uchiha Chijia. He didn't know why, but he hated this Uchiha brat so much that he wanted to execute this guy who challenged their authority on the spot. But there was no way out. Lord Im seemed to value Uchiha Chijia very much and even punished himself severely because of him. So he could only hide this hatred deep in his heart, which made him feel like he had to swallow his anger. The white kimono 5 elders continued to wipe the samurai sword in his hand. His expression looked very calm. He spoke lightly. Isn't it a good thing for us if it can make Lord Yumo happy? There's no need to make such a fuss. The remaining 5 elders with birthmarks and 5 elders with long beards immediately nodded in agreement. Obviously, there are factions among the 5 elders. These 3 people are obviously from the same faction, and the 5 elders in white kimono is the leader of this faction. After hearing his words, the 5 elders in black flat hats and the 5 elders in blonde short hair showed displeasure on their faces. They had long been annoyed by this pretentious guy. This guy has a closer relationship with Lord Yim than they do, so the 5 elders with birthmarks and the 5 elders with long beards follow his lead, and they will hold each other tightly when something happens. Sometimes, the 2 of them even have to listen to their opinions, which is simply intolerable for them who are in high positions and have great power. Due to Lord Yim, they had no choice but to obey. The blonde short-haired 5 elders was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, but he couldn't vent his anger on the other 3, so he could only curse in a low voice. Damn you Uchiha brat! I'm going to. Chapter 214 Chijia's Justice. Kyunhee withdrew his gaze. He had already got the answer he wanted. Just now during the remote confrontation with Im, he saw a pair of eyes. It was a pair of red Rinnegan, but the ripples in it did not cover the eyes, there were only 2 circles. Of course, Chijia couldn't be sure based on appearance alone, but as someone who possessed the Rinnegan, he could sense a familiar aura from those eyes. That is the breath of the same kind. Advertisement. But this breath was very strange. It appeared and disappeared from time to time, and was very weak when it appeared, as if it had suffered some kind of trauma. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that this Yumu is still hiding some secrets. Judging from Im's reaction just now, he is indeed paying attention to me all the time, but what makes him so interested in me? Is it just because of same kind reasons? As far as Chijia knew, the Tsutsuki clan had a very indifferent attitude towards their fellow clan members, but this Im was so caring towards him that it could be said that he had opened the door for his growth. 10 tails, Tsutsuki, care, faint breath. Keywords appeared in Qianhee's mind one by one. Suddenly, a guess flashed through his mind like thunder. He wants to wait for me to grow into Tsutsuki and feed it to 10 tails. Once this guess came up, it lingered in Kyunhee's mind for a long time. He felt that he had guessed almost everything about Im's thoughts. But there is still a question. Isn't Im afraid that he will not be his opponent after he fully evolves into Tsutsuki? Based on the weak aura he had just displayed, he might not even be able to defeat himself now, so where did he get the confidence that he could be a match for myself after I evolve successfully? After thinking about it, there is only one possibility, that is, Im is not a member of the Tsutsuki clan, he was carved with a wedge by a certain Tsutsuki, just like the relationship between Tsutsuki Isahiki and Jijin. This also explains why I felt that the breath was so weak. And Im's trump card is most likely to use the wedge to temporarily gain Tsutsuki's power and thus defeat himself. If this is the case, it seems that the Tsutsuki who carved a wedge in Im is definitely not weak, and he is confident that he can defeat himself who has just become Tsutsuki. But no matter what the situation is with Im, his purpose should be the same as what Kyunhee thought, which is to feed him to 10 tails so that they can eat the fruit and increase their strength. Advertisement. Perhaps Im is more anxious about Chijia's evolution than he is. If Chijia hadn't been so picky about the devil fruit and couldn't force him to take it by stuffing it in his mouth, Im might have wanted to stuff the devil fruit into his Rinnegan himself. Kyunhee naturally guessed that Imba wanted his evolution to be faster, but he couldn't think of any way to deal with it for a while. Chijia's evolution must continue, because even if he drags on and doesn't evolve, Im will eventually lose his patience and force-feed his incomplete Tsutsuki to 10 tails. And since Im is so confident that he can deal with an Tsutsuki, his strength is likely above his own. Instead of fighting Im head-on with your current strength, it would be better to complete the evolution and fight him, this way your chances of winning will be greater. Chijia still doesn't believe that the Rinnegan, which has absorbed so much power from the devil fruit, will not be a match for Im after evolving. Now, he just needs to continue to complete the evolution according to the original goal. Putting his thoughts away, Kyunhee looked at Brook and Laboon below. Both of them had calmed down, and Brook was teasing Laboon, causing Laboon to let out bursts of happy noises. Seeing such a heartwarming picture, a smile broke out on Kyunhee's face and his mood improved a lot. Crocus, who was standing by, saw Laboon's happy look and felt happy for her from the bottom of his heart. Crocus thought, it seems that he will never have to inject sedatives into Laboon again. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Kyunhee's back. In the past, he knew about Chijia from newspapers. He only knew that Chijia's strength was terrifying and her attitude towards pirates was the same as Akainu's. She would kill them when she met them, without mercy. But what Chijia did today completely overturned Crocus's view of Chijia. This is a very humane marine admiral. Both Brook and Crocus are real pirates. Crocus was once a member of Roger Pirates. This alone is enough to sentence him to death. But Kyunhee still let him go and even helped Brook reunite with Laboon. All of this made Crocus feel incredible. He couldn't help but think, if Marine was like Chijia, then wouldn't Captain Roger's behavior become a joke? Thinking of this, Crocus looked at Kyunhee with more and more strange eyes. Kyunhee's perception was so sharp that he noticed Crocus's spying on him. He turned around and said, "Advertisement. Have you seen enough? What are you thinking about?" Crocus was startled and waved his hands. "Sorry, I don't mean any harm, I just want to know what you think of the world today." "Oh? Roger has a very clear understanding of this world, doesn't he? As one of his crew members, how could you ask this question to a marine like me?" "Forward." Crocus looked a little embarrassed. He changed the question and asked, "So what do you think of the pirates group?" "Just a pile of sea trash." The corners of Crocus' mouth twitched. Kyunhee's words were also an insult to him, but he didn't dare to say more about it. Fortunately, he thought about it and added, "But sometimes there are a few grains of gold in the garbage." What Chijia meant was that among the large number of pirates groups, some had good practices. These pirate groups will not bully civilians, and most of their income comes from treasures obtained from expeditions. Sometimes they would help civilians solve some troubles and get paid for it. In Kyunhee's eyes, the pirates group is like gold in the garbage dump. But gold and garbage are two different things after all. That kind of pirates group is pirates in name only. In essence, they are a group of passionate explorers, which is not the same as pirates. If we talk about the representatives of the two factions, one is the Blackbeard pirates, who are the real pirates. The other is the Rumba pirates, the group Brook once belonged to. They are explorers under the banner of pirates. Therefore, Kyunhee's attitude towards these two groups of people is completely different. Look at the Blackbeard pirates. Before it was formed, all its members were killed by Chijia, and Captain Blackbeard also died in his hands. Kyunhee felt no emotion at all because this was what he considered justice.